Hey, Cheng, who do you think the new instructor being sent to us this time will be? A slightly lean, dried-up man asks. Cheng Hao is shirtless, gripping a pull-up bar and doing chin-ups. With each motion, the muscles on his back tremble lightly like flowing water. Hearing the question, Cheng Hao replies indifferently, no matter who it is, if they want to be my instructor, they have to pass my test first. With that, he suddenly loosens his grip, allowing the bar to fall heavily to the ground. Bang! The ground seems to quiver slightly. Hehe. That's natural. Chen, you were originally the instructor of the unit, but a decree from the general transferred you to this place, saying something about rebuilding the special forces and enhancing training. It's really a joke. Cheng Hao looks coldly at the man named Zhu Xuai. Zhu Xuai, is your mouth always this loose? Wisely, Zhu Xuai shuts his mouth. In a corner of the barracks, a man lying on a training mat with a toothpick in his mouth watches Cheng Hao's back and squints slightly. Known as the Night Tiger, Cheng Hao has been transferred here. What kind of army does the general intend to train? And who exactly is this new instructor? Those who are sent here are not ordinary people. If one lacks qualifications and skills, they won't be able to impress anyone. As the man ponders, a big brawny man walks over in a daze. Get up. Why? The man asks. I also like this mat. Why do you get to lie down all the time? Because I'm better than you. The man finishes with a smile and suddenly spits out the toothpick in his mouth. With a swift sweep, he knocks the burly man to the ground. Simultaneously, he produces a small knife from somewhere, pressing it against the burly man's throat. The next day, the person who came to pick up Zuoan to go to the military camp turned out to be Cheng. When Zuoan walked out of the door and saw her, he couldn't help but smile, because the current Cheng was wearing military uniform, driving a military green Hummer, looking very imposing. Not bad. Promoted. Zhu. And smiled. Isn't it all thanks to your brother-in-law's blessing? And Cheng smiled playfully. Just then, Zhu Xiang and Zuoan also ran out. Auntie, guess who is the older sister and who is the younger sister between us? Today, the two little girls were dressed alike, even their hairstyles were styled the same by Yan. And Cheng squatted down, carefully examined for a while, and then pointed at Zuoan, saying, you are the younger sister. How did you guess again? Zuoan pouted. Because there's still ice cream residue at the corner of your mouth. You love to eat so much, that must be little Naya. And Cheng said with a smile. Zhu Xiang sighed, as if it were a serious matter. Oh, younger sister, you're done for. How come everyone knows you love to eat? Zuoan lowered her head in frustration. What's wrong with loving to eat? I also love to eat ice cream. And Cheng said, as she magically pulled out a big bag of snacks from behind her. Do you like it? I like it. Thank you, Auntie. The two little girls were overjoyed, and Yan said somewhat helplessly, you spoil them too much, letting them eat snacks all day. I'm their aunt. If I don't spoil them, who will? And Cheng said self-righteously, Dad, where are you going? Zhu Xiang asked at this moment. Your dad is going to train the soldiers. And Cheng smiled. Can we go too? Zhu Xiang's eyes lit up. Yes. I want to go too. It's too boring at home. Zuoan also said. Zhu. And felt a bit guilty. He hadn't taken his daughters out to play since coming to the capital. All right. Dad will take you both with him. Yay. Yay. Brother-in-law, can you take the children with you? And Cheng said somewhat worriedly. Why not? It's like taking the kids out for fun. And Cheng drove and quickly arrived at the camp. When Cheng walked into the barracks, she attracted all the attention. In the frontline troops, you rarely saw any women. As the saying goes, even the flies are male. And Cheng was indeed a girl, and a very beautiful one at that. Naturally, she was eye-catching. Furthermore, following her were two adorable little girls. This combination made many soldiers puzzled. When they entered the barracks, Cheng stood still, looking at the elite soldiers training in the room, and raised her voice. Everyone, quiet down. Let me introduce. This is your new instructor. All eyes turned to Zuoan. Initially critical, the looks gradually turned disdainful. After all, Zuoan appeared casual in attire, with an ordinary demeanor, not at all like a skilled military expert. Can I propose to have the little sister be our instructor? This guy is too weak. Someone sarcastically shouted from below. Agreed. Many voices echoed with laughter. And Cheng frowned. She knew this matter wouldn't be so simple. These people were not ordinary. They were all tough characters. You're talking nonsense. My dad is formidable. Zhu Xiang and Zuoan said earnestly. Hey. Little girls, how is your dad formidable? Someone laughed. Well, my dad can defeat a lot of bad guys by himself. Zuoan waved her little fists. Ha, bad guys in video games, right? With that physique, I could knock him out with one punch. Someone scoffed from below. In the crowd, Cheng Hao remained indifferent, only giving Zuoan a glance, then ignored him, focusing all his attention on Cheng. This woman made Cheng Hao feel a kind of heart-pounding excitement. Meanwhile, Sun Ling looked at Zuoan with a playful expression. Bringing children to a military camp. We're instructors this way now. As the room descended into chaos, Zuoan slowly walked up the steps, coldly staring at the people below. The noise gradually subsided, and stood silently, then shook his head. I am very disappointed. Yesterday General Lin invited me to train you all. He said you were the elites among elite soldiers, but in my eyes, you are not even as good as garbage. This statement caused a shock among the crowd. Sun even snorted in anger, and continued, I know you don't believe me. Well, I am standing here now. If any of you can make me budge, I will apologize for what I just said and leave. All right. Someone thundered in agreement and stepped forward. It was the same bulky guy who fought with Sun Ling for a seat cushion the day before. Some recognized him and whisper, that guy is called Zhou Daniu, nicknamed Human Bear. Although a bit dull, he is incredibly strong. This instructor, I think, is in big trouble. Zhou Daniu approached Zuoan, took a deep breath, squatted down, and tried to lift him up in his arms. Zhou Daniu had once lifted over a ton of weight with ease, which amazed everyone. Therefore, in his eyes, lifting a person was a piece of cake. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge Zuoan at all. Zuoan shook his head, lightly tapped Zhou Daniu's shoulder, and it seemed as if he had been hit by a train, flying backward. Cheng Hao bit his lip. This was his chance. Since you said let's fight together, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Many others also rushed forward. Cheng Hao led the charge, delivering a powerful punch. He practiced the Taizu long fist, known for its dominance. However, Zuoan didn't even raise an eyelid. With a casual wave of his hand, all the attackers were sent flying. After Cheng Hao hit the ground and got up, he was shocked, looking at Zuoan in disbelief. How is it possible? He didn't even move, yet he sent us all flying. At the same time, Zuoan threw Sun Ling out, then walked slowly to the strength measurement device in the barracks. The strength gauge was used to measure soldiers' arm strength, with a base made of solid cement. Zuoan slowly raised his hand and delivered a powerful punch. Doom. No one dared to speak. Even Cheng Hao, who was always proud, lowered his head at this moment. If you can't do it, you can't do it. You're just getting yourself angry. And nodded. Very good. Since no one is unwilling, now damn it, line up neatly for me. At the beginning, these people lazily gathered together without any formation. Now, with Zuoan's fierce roar, these people suddenly woke up like from a dream, and quickly began to arrange themselves in formation spontaneously. After all, they were elite soldiers, so they soon lined up neatly by height. Zuoan looked at Sun Ling, who was beaten up, and said, Not bad. You actually know how to launch a sneak attack. Sun Ling grimaced in pain, but still smiled proudly. That your skills are too poor, with too many loopholes. Then Zuoan turned to Cheng Hao and asked, Are you trained in the Taizu long fist? Yes. Cheng Hao replied. If the Taizu long fist is like this, then the San Taizu should just find a rope and hang himself. Cheng Hao looked a bit indignant. Zuoan calmly said, Don't agree? Think I'm talking big? Fine. Let me show you what true Taizu long fist is. With that, Zuoan threw a fierce punch. This punch seemed to stir up a whirlwind in the barracks. In Cheng Hao's eyes, Zuoan's punch was like a majestic emperor deciding life and death. The fist stopped an inch from Cheng Hao's nose. Zuoan coldly said, Now, do you admit that your Taizu long fist is just a useless skill? Cheng Hao was sweating profusely. All his pride turned to nothing, and he reluctantly said, Yes. Zuoan walked up the steps and introduced himself. I am Zuoan. For the next period of time, I will be training you. Don't worry, I won't go easy on you, because you're all trash, and I can only train you to be slightly better than trash. Understand? Understand. Everyone shouted. I don't care which elite force you're from. From now on, you are all soldiers of the Fire Phoenix. Do you understand? Understood. Good. And nodded. Zuoan and Zuoan clapped excitedly. That is so awesome. And Qing looked at Zuoan with admiration. Before she was worried that Zuoan couldn't tame so many asterisk. Unexpectedly, Zuoan managed to discipline these people in less than a quarter of an hour. Zuoan's training was different from others. His insight was very keen, so he could identify each soldier's strengths and weaknesses at a glance. Therefore, each person's training was different, focused on their weaknesses. This made these people suffer tremendously. During lunch break, they were all lying on the ground, unable to move. Cheng Hao, panting heavily, felt that he had never been so tired in his life. But this kind of exhaustion secretly excited Cheng Hao. He hadn't felt tired after training for so many years. This indicated that he had reached a bottleneck. Only when tiredness sets in can there be progress. Not only Cheng Hao thought so, many others also felt a great sense of relief. At this moment, General Lin arrived at the barracks. After getting off the car, he looked at the soldiers panting on the ground and chuckled. "Mr. Zhu, are these soldiers behaving themselves?" Zhu and smiled. They were disobedient at first, but later they behaved. General Lin laughed heartily. "I knew only Mr. Zhu could control them." General Lin intentionally came to see them. After all, this was a troop he had put a lot of effort into and had high hopes for. After inspecting them, General Lin had a conversation with Zuoan and was about to leave when a soldier hurried over. "General, there's a call for you." "Oh, who is it?" "It's Commander Hu calling." "Commander Hu?" When General Lin heard this name, his expression turned grim, but he still took the phone with a frown. A hearty voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey, little Lin, I heard your Phoenix battalion had a mishap and almost got wiped out, right?" General Lin sighed. "How do you know everything?" "Not only that, I know the Phoenix battalion is practically defunct now." "So, what about the military contests in 10 days? Are you just going to give up directly?" Commander Hu's voice was full of schadenfreude. General Lin frowned but sighed helplessly. "I've reformed a new unit, but time is definitely running out. So this year." General Lin was about to concede. Meanwhile, Zuoan, listening nearby, calmly said, "Tell him, in 10 days, we'll meet on the field of battle." General Lin was taken aback, then clenched his teeth and said, "Following Zuoan's lead, of course we will participate. We'll see you on the field of battle in 10 days. Commander Hu's voice sounded incredulous. "A newly formed unit wants to compete with my Liao battalion." Hey, General Lin, have you been drinking too much?" "I'm not drunk." "Good. We'll meet on the field of battle, but if you lose, don't forget to hand over those bottles of 30-year Mao Tai to me. Teal. And if you lose, I want that jar of 100-year-old cellar." After agreeing, General Lin hung up the phone and looked at Zuoan. "Mr. Zhu, isn't the 10-day time frame a bit tight?" Zuoan smiled faintly. "Don't worry. I said we'll win, so we'll definitely win." Meanwhile, Commander Hu, on the other end of the phone, furrowed his brow in suspicion. How could General Lin suddenly change his mind? Regardless, unless he summons a deity, there's no way he can build a qualified special forces unit within 10 days. That night, the barracks echoed with cries and howls as many people were too sore to fall asleep. Cheng Hao also felt that his training for the day had reached its limit. Strangely enough, the more tired he was, the more he needed to sleep. Otherwise, his body wouldn't recover, and the next day would be even worse. Surprisingly, the next morning, Cheng Hao was astonished to find that his strength had slightly increased all over his body. This discovery made him ecstatic. He hadn't felt this sense of becoming stronger in 3 years. Not only him, but everyone felt the same way. So on the second day of training, everyone went crazy and trained like madmen. Zuoan watched from above. Every time someone neared their limit, he would stop them. This kept everyone on the brink of collapse, making the training extremely effective. By nightfall, everyone was lying on the ground, completely drained of strength, not even able to move a finger. Cheng Hao stood on a pile of ruins in the city, his face filled with horror. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard in the distance. Instinctively, Cheng Hao hid in a corner. Approaching were a group of soldiers whose identities were unrecognizable, each exuding a powerful aura, obviously elite. Cheng Hao held his breath and concealed himself in the corner, trying not to make a sound. However, just as these individuals passed by Cheng Hao, a few soldiers suddenly turned their heads and lunged towards him. Cheng Hao was startled. These people's skills were incredibly fast. Cheng Hao rolled on the ground to narrowly avoid a blow, then got up, his face solemn as he utilized the Taizu long fist. However, these individuals were clearly martial arts experts. Dealing with one was challenging enough, let alone two. But there were 24 of them. After a few moves, Cheng Hao was kicked to the ground, and then someone approached to stab him. Cheng Hao screamed and woke up. He saw Zuo, and sitting in a chair, looking coldly at him. Lost. Cheng Hao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, only then noticing that his comrades were all lying in bed, sleeping in pain and surprise. Cheng Hao was about to ask something when Zuoan shook his head. Continue. As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Hao felt his vision darken, sinking into the dream once again. The same city ruins, the same group of soldiers. Cheng Hao wanted to cry but had no tears. Despite learning from the previous experience, he preemptively hid in a more discreet location this time. This time, he went unnoticed, but just as he relaxed, several black-clad men emerged from the shadows and charged towards Cheng Hao. What the hell is this? Cheng Hao cursed angrily and met them head-on. After a few moves, he was once again naughtily wounded. However, this time, he didn't wake up but restarted once more. Meanwhile, Sun Ling found himself in the swampland rainforest of the Amazon. Snakes and insects were everywhere, and the mud pits emitted a strong odor. Sun Ling dared not move, staying hidden in a very secluded patch of grass. This was his 18th death. The first 17 times, he died in this place, struck down by an unknown master hiding somewhere. Even more revolting was that each death was different, sometimes stabbed through the heart, sometimes a blow exploding his head. But the pain and fear of facing death were always the same. Sun Ling adjusted his breathing slowly, trying to match his body temperature with the surroundings. Over time, even a poisonous snake mistook Sun Ling for a piece of deadwood and slithered past him, unnoticed. Sun Ling scrutinized the opponent's movements bit by bit. Suddenly, he noticed some unusual bubbles floating in a fetid pool not far away to his left. Holding his breath, he observed intently. Yes, there was definitely someone hiding inside. A glimmer of joy flickered inside Sun Ling. The humiliation of dying 17 times had made his eyes bloodshot. He crept towards the water ever so slowly. Finally, as he approached, Sun Ling leapt, plunging his knife into the fetid water. To his surprise, it was empty. Sun Ling was shocked, and before he could turn back, he felt the chill down his spine, and everything went black. Another failure. As Cheng Hao and Sun Ling struggled in their dreams, Zhou Danu and Zuyi formed an alliance in theirs. After another resurrection, Zuyi grimaced as he touched the spot where he was stabbed in the last death. Damn, what the hell is this? Why is it so real? Zhou Danu shook his head. I don't know. I wasn't saying you did know. Zuyi retorted irritably, pondering his next move while squatting on the ground. Fine. Fine. There's no point talking to you. Zuyi stood up and paced back and forth on the grassland. This time, I'll infiltrate first. You pretend to be caught on the outskirts. Then, Zuyi adjusted the plan once again. Throughout the night, they and the others struggled in their dreams. By morning, Zuoan clapped his hands, and everyone woke up, looking bewildered. Zuoan spoke coldly. How was it? Did you execute the mission well? His words shook many, Zu, and continued. I observed you all night. Not a single one completed the task. If this were a battlefield, you would have been annihilated 800 times over. His words made many hang their heads. Some were still defiant, saying, but a battlefield wouldn't be like this. Zuoan smiled. True, the battlefield in your minds would naturally be different, but you are a special forces unit, and in the future, you will be the sharp edge to deal with certain individuals. If you can't even pass this simple test, you will all be eliminated, Zuoan declared coldly. The following day, these individuals continued their intense training. Zuoan watched them, contemplating. What they experienced last night was not a dream, nor an illusion, but a type of secret technique Zuoan once acquired. The Mind Demon Body Refining Technique. This technique was used by the followers of the demon sect to train their dead warriors, transforming an unknowing mortal into a battle-hardened soldier at minimal cost. This was the confidence Zuoan had when he mentioned participating in the martial arts competition 10 days later. As night fell, Cheng Hao once again found himself in the city ruins. This time, instead of hiding in a corner, he quickly stripped the dead body of its clothes, blended in with the soldiers, and kept persevering through relentless deaths. Finally, after another reset, he ingeniously set a trap and blew up the soldiers. Sun Ling had a similar experience, dying over 100 times before outsmarting his opponent in the swamp. Zuyi and Zhou Danu successfully used a subterfuge plan, turned one of the target's bodyguards, and executed the target after infiltration. That night, almost 90% completed their tasks. When they woke up the next day, they faced another round of brutal training. But when they entered the dream world at night, they realized they were all together in one shared dream this time. The venue for the military competition this time was selected in a mountainous area in the outskirts of Jiangdu. The command center was set up in a hotel at the foot of the mountain. When General Lin and Zuoan arrived, Commander, who had already arrived, accompanied by a tall and blonde foreign woman with blue eyes standing beside him. General Lin, if you didn't show up, I would have thought you weren't coming to compete this year. Commander Hu chuckled. General Lin replied coldly, of course I'm coming. Not only am I coming here, but after winning this competition, I plan to send my troops to participate in the World Special Forces competition abroad. Commander Hu smirked. Ambitious indeed. But with only 10 days, what can you achieve? General Lin was left momentarily speechless. He didn't know how well the Phoenix Squad had trained. Before coming, he wanted to ask Zuoan, but Zuoan simply smiled and reassured him. At that moment, the foreign woman smiled slightly and spoke in fluent Mandarin. Commander Hu, not just in 10 days, a true Special Forces unit cannot be honed in less than a year. Turning to General Lin, she extended her hand. Hello, General Lin, I am Susanna, a special military advisor from country, and also the chief instructor of Commander Hu's Laoya Special Forces. General Lin's expression darkened as he shook Susanna's hand. He knew of Susanna, known as the most authoritative expert on special forces in the Far East, who had developed many special forces training materials. He was surprised that she had been invited by Commander Hu and appointed as the chief instructor of Laoya. General Lin, when I was in country, I heard a lot about your deeds and greatly admire you. But this time's competition, your approach seems a bit reckless. No one will be a match for Laoya, especially since your unit has only trained for 10 days, Susanna said with a faint smile. General Lin's expression darkened. At that moment, Zuoan sighed slightly. Sometimes weakness and ignorance are not the reasons for failure. Arrogance is. These words made Susanna slightly change color. She then looked curiously at Zuoan. And who might you be? Zuoan smiled faintly. Hello, I am the training instructor for the Phoenix Squad. Just an ordinary civilian. This introduction caused many to cover their mouths in surprise. Susanna smiled and asked, I'm sorry, my Chinese is not very good, but were you mocking me for being too arrogant just now? Zuoan nodded. Not mocking, just stating a fact. Commander Hu's expression turned somewhat unpleasant, saying somewhat dissatisfied. General Lin, I know you don't intend to win, but do you really need to give up like this? You hired a civilian as a training instructor. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Before General Lin could respond, Zuoan shook his head with a light laugh and held up a finger. I bet 1 hour. What 1 hour? Susanna asked in surprise. Within an hour, my unit will finish the battle and take first place, Zuoan said calmly but with strong confidence. This statement made the people in the room look at each other, some unable to help laughing. Commander Hu's face was about to split with a big smile. Great. Great. General Lin, I admire you for finding such a person as an instructor. Quite bold. Susanna, on the other hand, frowned. She thought Zuoan was intentionally saying things that sounded impressive but lacked substance to get her attention. She had seen many such tricks and couldn't help showing a hint of disdain in her eyes. Zuoan paid no attention to the looks of these people, instead looked up at the clock. When does the competition start? It has already begun. All troops have been deployed into the mountain. Someone said. Zuoan nodded. All right. 1 hour later, the results will speak for themselves. Meanwhile, the members of the Phoenix Squad had descended through parachutes into the vast mountains. After landing, Sun Ling immediately found the nearest tall tree and climbed up like a monkey. Soon, he noticed that some trees on a nearby hillside were slightly different in appearance. This was the signal they had agreed upon beforehand. Sun Ling climbed down and began stealthily sneaking towards the hillside. At the same time, almost all members of the Phoenix Squad had seen the signal and were converging on that location. Cheng Hao was the one who made the signal. After 10 days of hellish trials, Cheng Hao unquestionably became the captain with his strong leadership. In these 10 days, each of them might have died for each other several times. This camaraderie forged in blood and fire was the strongest. At that moment, a slight noise in the distance caught Cheng Hao's attention, and almost instinctively, he stealthily moved to a concealed location. A three-person team approached in a zigzag pattern, keeping alert and searching for any suspicious activity. But Cheng Hao's hiding ability, honed through hundreds of near-death experiences, was so perfected that they didn't even notice his presence. The three men relaxed. "Hey, I heard there's a unit that's only been formed for 10 days joining in this time, intending to boost their performance." One of them chuckled. "Maybe, and I heard it's called something like the Phoenix Squad. Why not call it roasted chicken instead?" The three began to mock and jeer. Cheng Hao remained expressionless in the corner. In his eyes, the behavior of these three was not about tactical skills, but about seeking their own death. Cheng Hao silently approached. Suddenly, he leapt into action. In the astonishment of the three Special Forces soldiers, he directly kicked one to the ground, then delivered an elbow strike to another, and finally, before the last one could react, Cheng Hao punched him. If it weren't for remembering that this was a competition, not a battlefield, and restrained some of his strength, Cheng Hao's punch could have taken this person out. 3.5 seconds to end the battle. Cheng Hao estimated his time, and was satisfied. He then bent down, removed the communication devices from the three men, crushed them, and the command center's computer screen showed 3 fewer dots of light. Report to General Lin, casualties have been confirmed. While sipping tea in the hotel lobby, Commander Hu, wearing a self-assured expression, laughed. "Heh, how about that? General Lin, you are too trusting in certain martial charlatans. How could a unit trained for 10 days possibly? Confirmed casualties, 3 members of the Laoya Special Forces killed. Perpetrator, member of the Phoenix Squad." Commander Hu's smile froze on his face. Could it be a mistake? Someone whispered. "Confirmed. Correction of information. Casualties in the Liaofang formation increased to 8. The killers are members of the Fire Phoenix." Another casualty report made the atmosphere tense. Commander Hu's face turned red and then green, and after a moment, he forced a few laughs, saying, "The competition has just begun. Some casualties are inevitable. Let's continue watching. After all, only those who laugh last are the winners." It seemed as if he was trying to confirm his statement. The lights on the big screen suddenly started decreasing rapidly. Continuous reports of casualties filled the command hall. Confirmed report, 18 casualties in the Liaofang Special Forces, killers, Fire Phoenix members. Confirmed report, 27 casualties in the Rattlesnake Special Forces, complete annihilation, withdraw from the competition, killers, Fire Phoenix members. Among these reports, there were over 20 light spots moving like sharp blades on the battlefield. No one could match their skills. Wherever they went, no one could stand against them. Susanna's face changed drastically as she rushed to the command post, looking at the rapidly decreasing lights on the big screen. In Russian, she murmured, "How is this possible? Even the most elite special forces of country cannot annihilate all their opponents so quickly." Then Susanna abruptly turned to face Zuoan, who looked indifferent. "Did the Fire Phoenix bring any prohibited weapons?" Susanna asked sternly. Commander Hu stood up, full of anger, and demanded, "That's right, General Lin. Did your people bring any prohibited weapons?" General Lin raised an eyebrow, coldly responding, "If you can't handle losing, just admit it. Stop slandering others." "But how?" Zuoan interrupted at this point, then stared at Susanna, saying, "Since you don't believe, when the fallen soldiers come down, you can ask them. That will bring clarity, won't it?" "Okay," Susanna replied with clenched lips. Soon, the fallen soldiers exited the competition area. When Susanna saw them, she couldn't help but freeze. These soldiers all looked as if they had come down from a real battlefield, with faces full of dullness and horror. Commander Hu sternly asked, "What happened to you? Why were you annihilated at the very beginning?" After a moment of silence, one soldier tremblingly said, "They are not human, they are real demons. No, even scarier than demons." Susanna frowned, then looked at a skilled soldier from the Liaofang forces, someone she had once valued highly and frequently trained. What happened exactly? The skilled soldier from the Liaofang forces shivered all over, his pale face revealing, "The people from the Fire Phoenix seemed like battle-hardened warriors from a real battlefield. Our forces had no chance against them. We were directly slaughtered." A gasp ran through the crowd. Battle-hardened warriors from a real battlefield. Only those who had been in battle could understand the terror these people wielded. But was this possible? In 10 days, even if they were sent to the Middle East, they couldn't have fought 100 wars. Susanna's face turned pale. Then, at that moment, all remaining light spots on the big screen extinguished one by one, followed by a voice announcing, "Competition over. Liao Fang's Special Forces, Complete Annihilation. Rattlesnake, Complete Annihilation. Night Shadow, Complete Annihilation. Over a dozen of Special Forces teams, none left alive, all fallen." Everyone was in shock. Meanwhile, another voice echoed through the room, "Victors, Fire Phoenix Special Forces. Casualty report, 0 casualties." A hush fell over the entire venue. "Oh my god, how is this possible?" Susanna muttered in disbelief. Zuoan smiled slightly, as achieving this result had long been within his expectations. Over the past 10 days, the Fire Phoenix had fought countless battles in the trial of the mind. Every tactical coordination had been honed through blood and fire, brutal yet effective. In contrast, those special forces trained solely from textbooks posed no threat in front of them, like sheep to the slaughter. General Lin couldn't contain his glee, turning to Commander Hu with a taunt. "How about it, old Hu? Should I send my men to fetch your century-old mine jar, or are you bringing it to me?" Zhu, and glanced at the time, calmly stating, "It took a total of 45 minutes, less than an hour." His words reverberated in the silent command center. Those who had mocked him hung their heads in shame. Susanna, still in shock, was present, only coming to her senses after hearing Zuoan's words. She then walked solemnly towards Zuoan, suddenly bowing deeply. "Mr. Zhu, I apologize for my attitude earlier. You are the true powerhouse. I acknowledge my defeat. In the military, the strongest always command respect." Zuoan remained nonchalant. At that moment, Susanna Roseanne looked at Zuoan with a pleading gaze. "Mr. Zhu, I have one more request. Can I witness the Fire Phoenix, a force that annihilated over a dozen teams, without suffering any losses?" The atmosphere became a bit awkward. Commander Hu rubbed his hands nervously, somewhat embarrassed. "General Lin, I'll send over that century-old wine jar shortly, along with 10 bottles of 20-year-old mutai. But could we please witness your troops as well?" General Lin didn't respond, instead looking towards Zuoan. Amidst the many gazes, Zuoan smiled faintly. "Sure." As the Fire Phoenix descended the mountain, Cheng Hao calmly analyzed the recent battle. Sun Ling did well, but his timing was a bit early. If he had waited a few more seconds before forming the encirclement, the competition time could have been shortened by 3 minutes. Sun Ling nodded. "Yes, Captain." Ziyi was too impulsive. He nearly got spotted by the enemy. "If Big Bull hadn't intervened, you would have been done for." Ziyi awkwardly scratched the back of his head and lightly punched the numb-looking Zhou Danu. "Are you stupid? With so many enemies, you rushed out. What if you were taken out?" Ziyi's face showed a mix of concern and anger. Zhou Danu chuckled but remained silent. Throughout the journey, Cheng Hao summarized everyone's issues and shortcomings, a habit they had developed during their trials in the mine. Each time, they identified problems and weaknesses in battle, then worked on improving them. When this army, exuding a fierce aura, appeared before Susanna's eyes, she was completely shocked. Such momentum, she had only seen it on the old veterans who had participated in the National Defense War. But nowadays, where could there be such brutal wars? Susanna looked towards the figure of Zuoan not far ahead. How did he manage to train a newly formed Special Forces unit into this in just 10 days? The doubt in her heart made Susanna more curious about Zuoan. At this moment, everyone from the Fire Phoenix stood in front of Zuoan. They all gazed at Zuoan with almost fanatical eyes, then suddenly collectively saluted. In this battle, a total of 372 enemies were killed, and all members of the Fire Phoenix returned unharmed. "Please instruct us, Commander." The sound shook the surroundings, and the imposing manner was so strong that it made many people change in complexion. Zuoan smiled faintly, nodding slightly. "It's passable, I suppose." This statement left many people dumbfounded. Was such an extraordinary achievement considered only passable? And General Hu stared at this unit with a fascinated look, as if a pervert had seen an extraordinary beauty, wanting to devour it in one gulp. As for the defeated soldiers, they all looked at the people from the Fire Phoenix with envy and respect. Armies only worship the strong. The Fire Phoenix had proven with absolute strength what it means to be strong, naturally attracting the admiration of many. The outcome of today's competition spread at a terrifying speed, and for a moment, the reputation of the Fire Phoenix soared. General Hu repeatedly tried to invite Zuoan to join his ranks, and even guaranteed that as long as Zuoan agreed, he wouldn't dare say a word, and a colonel would not be a problem. But Zuoan remained unmoved, shaking his head and declining. His intervention this time to help General Lin was merely due to admiration for the man's courage and loyalty. If he got too entangled in military affairs, it would go against Zuoan's intentions. In the end, General who had to leave disappointed. Before departing, Susanna specifically looked for Zuoan. Mr. Zhu, you are an extraordinary military strategist. I hope we can meet again this year's Special Forces competition. With that, Susanna smiled and reached out her hand. Zhu, and smiled. I'm afraid there won't be that opportunity, as I'm about to leave the Fire Phoenix. Why? Susanna was taken aback, because being an instructor was just a favor for a friend. The Fire Phoenix has already risen from the ashes, and they can now walk their own path, Zuoan said, indifferently. Susanna's expression gradually became solemn, and she suddenly stood at attention and saluted Zuoan. Respected sir, you are a true soldier. When the news of Zuoan's departure spread to the Fire Phoenix, Cheng Hao and others were all stunned. Instructor Zhu is leaving. Why? I'm not sure. But that's what people are saying. Is it because some people see our accomplishments and are deliberately trying to push Instructor Zhu away? Zhu Yi said with a face full of hostility. This statement was like a spark that ignited the Fire Phoenix's powder keg. Cheng Hao and the others bristled. If anyone dares to push Instructor Zhu aside, we'll turn the world upside down on them, right? Except for Instructor Zhu, we won't acknowledge anyone else. The crowd was nosy and ready to go out. But as soon as they opened the door, Zuoan was quietly standing at the entrance. Instructor! Everyone stood up and called out in unison. Zuoan smiled. What? Planning to play rough with someone? Everyone was stunned. Zuoan then calmly stated, leaving the Fire Phoenix is my decision, and no one will interfere. Why? Instructor, if there is anything that displeases you about us, you can punish us as you please. Why leave? Sun Ling said excitedly. Zhu, and shook his head. You've done well. I take back what I said about you being trash in the beginning, but leaving is certain. After all, I have my own matters to attend to. The mood of the group hit rock bottom. Indeed, in these 10 days, Zuoan had never shown them any favor. But these 10 days had also been transformative for them. Many people may never have made progress in a lifetime, yet under Zuoan's guidance, they had once again challenged themselves. At this moment, Zuoan softly said, do you know why I named you the Fire Phoenix? Everyone listened solemnly. Because you are not an ordinary Special Forces unit. In this world, there exist many things that ordinary people cannot imagine. Normally, they are restrained by societal powers and may not dare to act out, but if one day, those restraints disappear, they will commit all sorts of atrocities. And you are the sharp blade placed on the necks of these beings, that is, immortal slayers. Zuoan's words made the members of the Fire Phoenix shudder. However, a few who had more exposure to classified information, like Cheng Hao, knew that what Zuoan said was true. Your current abilities are good, even to the point where no other unit in this world can compare to you. But that is far from enough. So now, I will give you another gift. With that, Zuoan waved his hand, and additional information appeared in their minds. Each person received different information tailored to their individual circumstances. Zuoan had customized techniques based on their personal situations. For example, Cheng Hao, as the leader of the Fire Phoenix, upright and just, received the 9-star Emperor's Tyranny. Sun Ling, suited for stealthy assassinations, received the Shadow Assassin technique. Zhou Danu, with a strong physique and a foundation in martial arts, received the Indestructible Vira technique. Initially confused, they became excited upon discovering what they had received. Especially Cheng Hao and Sun Ling. They knew how precious the techniques Zuoan had bestowed upon them were. Simply put, if one of these techniques leaked out, it would lead to endless bloodshed. I have no use for these things sitting around. Practice with them, Zuoan said with a faint smile. Cheng Hao and the others were now solemn, taking a step forward together and bowing their heads. We, the members of the Fire Phoenix, will always be disciples of the instructor, and if anyone disobeys, heaven and earth will not tolerate it. Their voices reverberated. Zhu, and chuckled and shook his head. All right, I'm leaving. With that, Zuoan turned and left. At the same time, in a distant building, General Lin stood with his hands behind his back by the window. General, this person has such high prestige within the Fire Phoenix. It's feared that he may, someone whispered behind him. General Lin turned to look at the person. May what? It's feared that there may be changes. General Lin's lips curled up. When did you start working by my side? General, It's been a year. Very well, you need not come any more from now on, General Lin said, ignoring the sudden change in the follower's expression and gazing back at the Fire Phoenix count in the distance, his eyes flickering slightly. Dad, this thing looks like chocolate. Zuoan held Zuoan's vermilion bird star in her hand, turned it over and over for a while, and then said, Zu, and chuckled, oh really? Why don't you eat it then? Zuoan, who was focused on watching TV, turned around. Dad, who said she didn't eat it? She took several bites earlier. If I didn't stop her, she probably would have bitten it off. And Yin looked at the father and daughter, who were not behaving properly, feeling a bit amused and helpless. How could you let Nan hold such an important thing? What if she damages it? And Yen tenderly took the star-covered din saliva from Zuoan's hand and said, somewhat reproachfully, Zu, and chuckled, Nan likes it, so I let her play with it. It's not something extraordinary, after all. And Yen carefully wiped the star clean. Of course it is extraordinary. This is my husband's medal. There are countless people outside who want it but can't get it, and you are so indifferent. She proudly held the star in front of Zuoan. So handsome. In the future, my husband will be a general, and I will be the general's wife. And Yen said foolishly, Zu, and laughed and suddenly leaned down, whispering softly in her ear, so in the future, will you have to address me as general? And Yen blushed and said with some embarrassment, just think about what Nan and Xian would see. Zuoan waved his hand, then smiled. They can't see us now. Under Zuoan's gaze, and Yan's face gradually turned red to the roots of her ears. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, Zu, and let go of her hand, then said seriously, tomorrow, take Xian and Nan. Let's go out and have fun as a family. Okay. And Yen nodded seriously. The next day, Zuoan declined the offer of a car from the Chen family, and instead took Yen and the two little girls to tour the sights of the capital. This family, with extremely high looks, attracted many curious eyes wherever they went. The two little girls, in particular, had a stunning charm that was simply astonishing. Since leaving home until now, no less than 10 groups of people had approached Xian and Nan for photos. Especially, when they visited the Ji Palace, many foreign tourists looked at Xian and Nan with astonishment, muttering to themselves, oh my god, while madly pressing the shutter button. Also, when they visited other places, Xian and Nan always received various kinds of preferential treatment, like the doting looks from the gatekeepers. All these made their trip relaxing and enjoyable. On this day, Zuoan took her mother and daughters to visit many famous historical sites in a whirlwind tour. By the afternoon, the two little girls were tired, so Zuoan took one in each arm and brought them to the entrance of a university, the Y University. This was the alma mater of Zuoan and Yan, and also where they had met and fallen in love. Why are we here? And Yan asked in confusion. Zuoan smiled faintly, to revisit our youthful memories. Isn't it meaningful? The family entered the university. To Yan, who had left only 5 or 6 years ago, there was not much sentiment. But for Zuoan, returning here after more than 3,000 years, was somewhat emotional. Do you remember this playground, Zu? And stood on the roadside, looking at the playground behind the wire fence, and chuckled lightly. Of course. This is where we first met. And Yan said softly. That year, Yan became the new school flower as soon as she entered school. Many boys surrounded her like flies, much to her annoyance. So she often came to this secluded playground to relax. And then she noticed Zuoan, who also often came to the playground to read. Unlike other boys who would deliberately approach her, Zuoan would always sit quietly and read, never giving her an extra glance. Over time, Yan could not resist her curiosity and approached him with a few words, which marked the beginning of their acquaintance. Thinking of this, Yan playfully pinched Zuoan's waist with a hint of blame and anger. You bad guy. I thought you were a good student who loved studying, but you were actually reading romance novels. Zu, and smirked, not just romance novels. At that time I read all sorts of miscellaneous books from ancient times, including strange tales and romantic stories, and, Zu, and bent down mysteriously and whispered in Yan's ear, actually, I noticed you back then, but I was too shy to approach you. Besides, I read in books that beautiful girls like you are pursued by many suitors, so I didn't want to bother you. As long as I remained aloof, you would be curious and eventually take the initiative to speak to me. and Yan couldn't help but laugh and scold. You bad guy, you've been fooling me for so long. Luckily, Xian and Nian were already asleep on Zuoan's shoulder, or they would also be witnessing this sweet moment. Just as the two of them were bantering, a voice full of surprise came. Are you, Zuoan? Zuoan looked up and saw a man with glasses, bookish and full of energy, looking at him with surprise. Are you, Chia led, Zu, and hesitated for a moment, but finally recognized the man. Chia Le rushed over, laughing heartily. I thought it was you from behind, and was not sure until I saw sister-in-law that it was indeed you. You rascal. Then Chia Le nodded at Yan. Hello, sister-in-law. At this moment, Zuoan felt a warm flow in his heart. This man was his former roommate, and one of his best friends in college. Chia Le, it was unexpected to me, after so many years. What are you doing here, Zu? And asked. I returned to the school as a counselor. Wow, you have children now. Chia Le laughed heartily and then took out his phone. You've been out of touch for 4 years, and Big Jia and Little Jia and I were so worried about you. Now that you're back, we brothers have to get together. Chia Le said as he started making calls. Old Jia and his child are also in the capital. Zuoan was first surprised, then asked. Yes, they arrived a few days ago. Chia Le replied, Zu, and nodded, feeling a little happy. Their dormitory had 4 people in total, and their relationship was the best. Dig Jiao was Zhao Zuhui, second was Zuoan, third was Chia Le, and fourth was Yanbin. At dusk, the summer breeze couldn't blow away the hot and dry heat. In such weather, the best thing to do is to sit at a roadside stall and enjoy some lamb skewers. Around Yanqing University, there is a street full of barbecue stalls. Today, one person at a barbecue stall stood out. It was because at this table, there was not only an extremely beautiful woman, but also a pair of delicate and lovely little girls. At this moment, Zhao Zuhui picked up a glass of beer and said to Zuoan, Laowa, don't say anything. Just drink this glass first. Zuoan smiled and took the glass, raised his head, and downed it in one go. Oh, Laowa seems to be able to hold his liquor well. The eldest brother laughed. Zuoan also let down his guard at this moment, because these 3 people had given him so much warmth during the 4 years in university. He remembered a time when Zuoan had no money for living expenses and hadn't eaten all day in bed. Because of his pride, he just said he didn't want to eat. The 3 of them didn't say anything either, but by evening, the eldest brother came in with a takeout bag and said, in distress, Lao, I ordered takeout for Lao-san, but that kid already ate. Can you help me out and finish this? Zhao Zuhui then put down the takeout and left. Zuoan didn't think much at the time. He picked up the takeout and was about to eat it. Lao-san Chiao Le also walked in with takeout and said, Second brother, I bought takeout for big brother, but he went out drinking, so you eat it for him. After saying that, he left as well. Zuoan was stunned. Later, Lao Xiangbin came in sweating with a KFC meal. Second brother, Lao-san said he wanted KFC, so I bought it but he won't eat it. You eat it. After putting it down, he hurried out as well. That night, Zuoan ate 3 meals with tears in his eyes. These 4 years. Zuoan poured another glass of beer and was about to speak. Zhao Zuhui waved his hand. Don't say any more. Brothers, as long as you come back safely, that's all that matters. Zuoan was taken aback, then smiled. Okay, then today, we won't return until we're drunk. And Yan had been quietly watching on the side. When the alcohol was finished, she refilled the glasses. When there was no more food, she went to order more. She was obedient and gentle, making many bystanders envious. At this point, aside from Zuoan, the other 3 were starting to feel a bit tipsy. Brother, I always said that you and your wife would definitely make it. Look, the child is so big now. You're so impolite, you didn't even invite us to the wedding. Chiao Le said. Zuoan smiled. We haven't had the wedding yet. Zhao Zuhui frowned and nudged Chiao Le, who realized his mistake and was about to say something apologetic. Zu, and waved his hand and chuckled. The reason we haven't had the wedding is that I want to give her the most unique and romantic wedding in the world. I want her to be the happiest bride. And Yan's eyes shimmered with tears at Zuoan's words. But the 3 brothers didn't take it too seriously, thinking Zuoan had drunk too much. Cheers to brothers reunite. The eldest brother stood up and raised his glass. All right. Everyone responded resoundingly and drank together. Just as the atmosphere was getting lively, a taxi stopped by the roadside, and a flashy-looking woman got out. The woman looked around and, when she saw Yong Bin, she walked over. When Yong Bin saw the woman, he quickly stood up, looking very happy. Luo Jia, you're here. Luo Jia frowned slightly, nodded coldly, and then sat down. Yong Bin smiled at Zuoan. Second brother, this is my girlfriend Luo Jia. Luo Jia, this is my second brother. Luo Jia glanced at Zuoan and said, indifferently, I thought it was someone important. I spend so much time doing my makeup. The atmosphere became awkward. Yong Bin's face turned pale. Zuoan just smiled slightly, not taking it seriously. Zhao Zuhui and Qiao Le exchanged glances and then started to liven up the atmosphere. Come, second brother, let's have a drink, Qiao Le said with a smile. As the atmosphere at the table gradually returned to normal, Luo Jia's phone rang. When she saw the call, her face lit up with a bright smile. Hello, Wan Xiao. Why do you have time to call me? Oh, it's your birthday party tonight. Okay, I'll come right away. After hanging up, Luo Jia proudly said to Yong Bin, take me to Capital KTV now. It's Wan Xiao's birthday today, and he invited me to join. Yong Bin looked embarrassed, but right now, oh, what's the use of drinking useless alcohol all day long? That's Wan Xiao. You can make more useful friends by going there, Luo Jia said, impatiently. Yong Bin's face turned grim. Zhao Zuhui quickly said, all right, Lao Si, go and take your little sister there. If you can come back later, we'll be waiting for you. It's not safe for the younger sister to go alone on a late night like this. Yong Bin looked apologetically at Zuoan. Zuoan smiled faintly. Big brother is right. Go ahead. Yong Bin nodded hesitantly. Okay, then you guys wait for me. Tonight, we brothers will return until we're drunk. After Yong Bin and Luo Jia left, Qiao Le slammed the table a bit angrily. I really can't stand this anymore. What's so great about that woman? Look how she's enchanted Lao Si. He's lost his mind. Zhao Zuhui sighed. Alright, Lao San, everyone has their own aspirations. Lao Si's family conditions are lacking, and this Luo Jia was his classmate since high school. Lao Si spent several years chasing her. Of course, he spoils her. Is this spoiling? Look at that woman's attitude, as if someone owes her tens of thousands. Qiao Le was still angry. Zuoan just smiled. The eldest brother is right, since Lao Si is willing. What else can we say? The three of them continued to drink and chat. Just as they were getting into the conversation, Zhao Zuhui's phone rang. Hello, Lao Si, what's up? After a moment, Zhao Zuhui suddenly stood up, his face serious. Okay, I'm coming over right away. Qiao Le was also shocked. Big brother, what's going on? Lao Si got into a fight with those people at the banquet. Zhao Zuhui said with a dark expression. Damn it, how dare they bully my brother? Qiao Le grabbed a beer bottle from the table and was about to leave. Zhao Zuhui stopped him. Lao San, calm down first. The other party is Wang Ka. Upon hearing Wang Ka's name, Qiao Le also felt a bit discouraged. So what do we do? Are we just going to watch Lao Si being bullied? Zhao Zuhui was full of anxiety, trying to figure out how to rescue Lao Si. At that moment, Zuoan put down his glass of beer and calmly said, Who is Wang Ka? Second brother, this Wang Ka was the former student council president of our school, and now, relying on his family's power, he's been doing well and is quite well known in capital. Qiao Le explained. Zhu, and nodded, smiled slightly, and said, No wonder the name sounded familiar. Let's go. Zuoan stood up. Where are we going? Of course back home. Zuoan said calmly. The capital's KTV. Wang Ka sat on the sofa with a poker face. Yong Bin, with a swollen face and bruised nose, was pressed down in the corner squatting. At this moment, Luo Jia persisted, saying, Young Master Wang, calm down. He's just impulsive like that. Look, we are all classmates here. Let's give him a pass this time. Wang Ka glanced at Luo Jia, indifferently saying, Let him go. Hey, weren't they for people? Claiming to be the four notorious students of the university. Today, I want to see what these former big shots from our school have become. Wang Ka's friends burst into laughter. Luo Jia looked at Yong Bin with frustration, full of anger. She brought Yong Bin here to try to introduce him to these high society people, but unexpectedly, Yong Bin didn't get along well with them and ended up fighting after a few words. Wang Ka stood up and walked toward Yong Bin, looking down on him with a smug smile. Weren't you all arrogant back in school? What happened now? Scared? Let me guess, is your big brother worrying about how to rescue you? Yong Bin looked up at Wang Ka, defiant. And your second brother, Zuoan. A hint of coldness flashed in Wang Ka's eyes. Back in the day, he managed to date the campus beauty. And what happened? Disappeared? I bet his body has turned to rot by now. Wang Ka sneered. So, in this society, nothing else matters. Only power and money are important. Seeing Yongbin's increasingly hopeless face, Wang Ka felt extremely satisfied. At this point, even Luojia began to look down on Yongbin. From her perspective, Yongbin lacked both skills and money, had a stubborn temper, and couldn't compare to the wealthy and powerful Wang Ka. If she could climb up to Wang Ka, she would enjoy a luxurious life in the future. As the banquet continued, Yongbin was pressed to squat in the corner while his so-called girlfriend was happily chatting and drinking with the wealthy second-generation attendees. Yongbin felt his heart sinking deeper and colder. In the midst of the lively atmosphere, the private room's door was pushed open, revealing Zhao Zuhui and Qiao Le entering. Seeing the two of them, Yongbin couldn't help but get excited, wanting to stand up, but he was held down and couldn't move. The music stopped, and Wang Ka, with his legs crossed, leisurely looked at Zhao Zuhui and Qiao Le. What's this? Planning on saving someone? Wang Ka chuckled. Zhao Zuhui, with a forced smile, said, Young Master Wang, our little brother has a bad temper. For my sake, could you let him go this time? For your sake, Wang Ka repeated. His companions laughed at the situation. Do you really think you have any say here? Qiao Le couldn't hold back and angrily said, Mr. Wang, what do you want? Wang Ka, with sarcasm, smirked, what do I want? As long as you kneel down and beg me, then I will let your brothers go. How's that sound? Yongbin was completely angered by Wang Ka's words. Brothers, don't listen to him. If he has the guts, let him try to kill me. Zhao Zuhui took a deep breath. If I kneel down, will you spare him? Yes. All right. As Zhao Zuhui took a step forward, ready to kneel, a voice echoed from outside the door. Such arrogance for a mere Wang family. The lazy and indifferent voice stunned everyone. A handsome man then walked in. Zhao Zuhui and Qiao Le were left dumbfounded. Elder brother. Coming in was Zuoan. He smiled at Zhao Zuhui and Qiao Le, who were in shock. What? Thought I went home for good. After talking about going home from the barbecue stall, Zuoan had indeed left by taxi. At the time, Zhao Zuhui and Qiao Le couldn't help but feel a bit regretful, with no resentment towards Zuoan. They understood that Zuoan had a wife and child now and needed to be careful in his actions. This sudden reappearance surprised them. Two little girls were tired, so I sent them home first, then rushed over, Zu, and glanced at Yongbin in the corner. Who did this? Zuoan asked indifferently. The room fell silent. Zuoan pointed at the injuries on Yongbin's face. I'm asking, who did this? Wang Ka let out a sigh, leaned back on the sofa, and mockingly said to Zuoan, if I'm not mistaken, you must be Zuoan, right? Hey, didn't expect you to survive after disappearing for 4 years. Zuoan turned to look at Wang Ka, his calm gaze making Wang Ka slightly uneasy. But soon, Wang Ka regained his composure, looking at Zuoan defiantly. Zuoan then chuckled. You're the one who hit my brother, right? Wang Ka nodded arrogantly. He brought it upon himself. You can ask his girlfriend. Luojia, with disdain on her face, warned Zhao Zuhui and Zuoan. Young Master Wang is right. I suggest you leave quickly. If young Master Wang gets angry, you won't be able to leave. Seeing Luojia's contemptuous expression, Yongbin finally gave up all hope, closed his eyes in despair. However, Zuoan ignored all this and continued to look at Wang Ka with a calm expression. The one who made my brother kneel is also you, right? Wang Ka furrowed his brow. Zuoan, don't play the big shot with me. Let me tell you, it's not the school days anymore. I speak, and it matters here. Understood? Zu, and nodded. Good that you admit it. With that said, Zuoan stepped forward, grabbed Wang Ka by the collar, lifting him up from the sofa. Wang Ka, lifted in the air, finally showed a hint of panic on his face. What are you going to do? Zuoan, nonchalant, reply. Since you're the one responsible, it's only right to send you on your way. Wang Ka, who had been planning to say a few words, was stopped in his tracks as he looked into Zuoan's eyes. Zuoan's calm and terrifying eyes nerved him. It was this look that sent shivers down Wang Ka's spine. No, you can't kill me. I'm a member of the Wang family. Wang family. A smile played on Zuoan's lips. Wang Ka, nearly scared out of his wits, suddenly remembered something and stammered. And, I'm also a member of the Phoenix. If you kill me, be prepared for retaliation from the Phoenix people. This statement made Zuoan pause. What did you say? Wang Ka breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared he was scared too. He then sneered. Didn't hear it clearly. I'm a member of the Phoenix Special Forces. If you dare touch me, be ready to be hunted down by the Phoenix people. The room quieted down. Everyone's eyes turned to Zuoan. Zuoan raised an eyebrow slightly and said casually, Fire Phoenix. Exactly, the Fire Phoenix, who defeated all opponents in the military competition in the barracks without any casualties, now ranked number 1 domestically in the Fire Phoenix Special Forces. Wang Ka looked smug. Upon hearing Wang Ka's words, Zhao Zuhui couldn't help but change his expression and stepped forward. Brother, let Wan Xiao go. With a bang, Zuoan let go. Wang Ka fell on the coffee table, splashed with alcohol. Zhao Zuhui approached. Wan Xiao, my brother just arrived in the capital. He doesn't understand many rules. Please don't lower yourself to his level. The Wang Ka remained silent, only looking at Zuoan with resentment. Zhao Zuhui felt anxious, turning to Zuoan. Brother, apologize to Wan Xiao, and signaling Zuoan with his eyes. However, Zuoan stood there indifferently, lost in thought. Wang Ka's friends started to shout, Damn, who is this fool? How dare he offend Wan Xiao? Apologize, otherwise, you'll regret it today. Amidst the clamor, Wang Ka sneered, Apologize. Even if he kneels down, it's useless. I just spoke with Sun, from the Fire Phoenix. They happen to be nearby having dinner. They'll be here soon. Wang Ka's face twisted into a malicious smile. I'll give you 5 minutes. Zuoan suddenly interrupted Wang Ka. The room gradually fell silent. Wang Ka raised an eyebrow, staring at Zuoan as if looking at a dead man. Give me what? I said. I'll give you 5 minutes. If in 5 minutes, those people you mentioned don't appear, then I will send you on your way. Zuoan revealed two beautiful fangs, smiling menacingly. Meaning, I'll kill you. Doom. Zuoan's words hit like a bombshell, leaving many with astonishment. Is this guy a fool? Meanwhile, Wang Ka's expression fluctuated before finally sneering. Fine, since you seek death, I'll show you that in the capital, some people are not to be trifled with. At this moment, someone released Yong Bin, and the 3 brothers approached anxiously. Yong Bin one said with red eyes, Second brother. Zuoan waved his hand, smiled lightly. It's okay, I'm here. Chiao Le silently stood by Zuoan's side, his hand hidden in his sleeve gripping an axe. Zhao Zuhui gritted his teeth, whispering, If things escalate later, I'll hold back. Second brother, you have a wife and child. Take the opportunity to leave the capital overnight. Do you understand? Zhu. And Fel touched and patted Zhao Zuhui's shoulder. Don't be so nervous. Things aren't so bad. Zhao Zuhui sighed. How could things not be bad? I have family members serving in the military, and I've heard enough about the Fire Phoenix recently. They are true elite fighters. If this Wang Ka truly knows them, then this situation. Zhao Zuhui's expression worsened as he spoke. Yong Bin one remained silent, his face full of killing intent as he glared at Luo Jia not far away. Luo Jia noticed Yong Bin's gaze, stood up, walked over and sneered. What? Feeling dissatisfied. You prostitute. Yong Bin squeezed out these words through his teeth. Luo Jia's expression changed, then coldly said, I may be a prostitute, but you're not even worthy of that. Humph. With that, she turned and left without a second glance. Zuoan sat calmly on the sofa, waiting. 5 minutes passed quickly. Finally, rapid footsteps were heard outside the private room. Wang Ka's face lit up as he stood up. A group of people entered through the door, with Sun Ling at the front. Upon seeing him, Wang Ka hurried over. Bowing. Brother Sun, you're here. Sun Ling nodded, then said sharply, You said someone is causing trouble here? Yes, that guy. Wang Ka pointed at the figure sitting on the sofa. Sun Ling's face darkened, about to approach and see who it was. Then, a calm voice cut through. I taught you martial arts, and you use it to act like lapdogs for aristocrats. This sentence made Sun Ling and the others' faces pale. Wang Ka started babbling. Kid, you're going to die soon. How dare you? Crack. A crisp slap shut Wang Ka up. The forceful slap swelled half of Wang Ka's face. He was bewildered, covering his face and staring at Sun Ling with a pale complexion. Brother Sun, why? Sun Ling didn't even acknowledge him, leading the others a few steps forward. Then bending down 5 steps away from the sofa, they respectfully said, Sun Ling and the Fire Phoenix team, Pay respects to the instructor. This declaration shocked everyone into silence. Only the figure on the sofa remained unmoved. A long moment of silence ensued, freezing the atmosphere. Sun Ling, sweating, with his head bowed, said, "Am I right, Sun Ling?" Zuoan turned around, leaned against the sofa, and looked at Sun Ling and the group with playful eyes. Sun Ling trembled and said, "Instructor, this Wang Ka said someone is causing trouble and slandering the Fire Phoenix unit, so I came to annoy." Zuoan waved his hand, and Sun Ling immediately fell silent. Zuoan lightly tapped the armrest of the sofa with his slender fingers, a sound that shook everyone's hearts. Then, he gazed at Sun Ling, his eyes full of amusement. "As I said, true strong individuals never stoop to explanations. They admit their faults, yes." Sun Ling lowered his head. Wang Ka and Luo Jia were horrified. Even a fool could see that Zuoan's identity was extraordinary. Standing up, Zuoan walked toward Sun Ling. "Normally, I should deprive you of your power. Are you okay with that?" "I am." Sun Ling shuddered, and patted Sun Ling's back, then smiled. "Forget it. Since it all started with Wang Ka, I'll give you a chance." Sun Ling straightened up, resolute. "Instructor, please tell me." And pointed to Wang Ka shivering in the corner, face pale, and gave a faint smile. "Kill him." Without hesitation, Sun Ling rushed towards him. Wang Ka let out a deafening scream. "Brother Sun, spare me. Mr. Zhu, have mercy." Sun Ling had never felt such hatred towards someone. Because of this person's instigation, Sun Ling almost lost his abilities, so his eyes turned red. With a single blow, he severed Wang Ka's hands. Lying in a pool of blood, Wang Ka crawled towards Zuoan, crying in fear, "Mr. Zhu, please spare me. I won't do it again." The whole field was in awe. No one dared to speak. Not even a single person dared to look Zuoan in the eye. After Sun Ling killed Wang Ka, he stood up respectfully again. Zuoan nodded slightly. "Not bad. But if I find out in the future that you and the members of the Fire Phoenix are colluding with these young masters, you know the consequences." As Zuoan's tone turned cold towards the end, Sun Ling trembled. "Yes." Then Zuoan looked at Wang Ka's group of friends, as well as the girlfriend of Laosi, Luo Jia. At this moment, Luo Jia could hardly stand on her two legs. As soon as she saw Zhu, and looking at her, her legs went weak and she knelt down on the ground. "Please, spare me," Luo Jia stuttered. Zuoan smiled slightly and looked at Yong Binyi. "Laosi, how do you plan to deal with this woman?" Upon hearing this, Luo Jia's face lit up with hope, and she turned to Yong Binyi. "Binyi." In the past, Yong Binyi used to look at her affectionately, but now, all Luo Jia could see in Yong Binyi's face was disgust. Crawling over, Luo Jia pleaded in a quivering voice, "Binyi, please give me a chance. I won't dare anymore. I promise to be honest at home, and be your girlfriend. Okay." As she reached the end, Luo Jia grabbed Yong Binyi's sleeve and looked at him with pleading eyes. But Yong Binyi heartlessly shook her off, took a few steps back, and looked at Luo Jia coldly. "Second brother, spare her life, Zhu," and nodded. Then Yong Binyi coldly said, "I don't want to see you again. Go." Luo Jia's face gradually paled. "Binyi, go. If you keep babbling, I'll kill you now." Yong Binyi roared. Trembling, Luo Jia stood up, looking at Yong Binyi with deep regret. She was truly regretful now because she was well aware. With friends like Zuoan, Yong Binyi was destined for greatness in the future. If only she hadn't been so short-sighted in the past, then the person standing by Yong Binyi's side now would still be me. Thinking about this, Luo Jia felt like dying. When Luo Jia left, tears rolled down Yong Binyi's cheeks. Jia Zuhui sighed, patted Yong Binyi's shoulder. "Big brother, I'm fine. I'm happy. Because I finally see through a bitch. Ha ha." Yong Binyi smiled bitterly. Just then, the security guards at the KTV rushed in. When they saw the dead body on the floor, their faces turned pale. "Who killed Wang Shao?" the security captain asked solemnly. Sun Ling stepped forward and said coldly, "I killed him." The security captain's face was full of arrogance. "All right, dare to kill someone here, and it's Wang Shao. None of you can leave today." Sun Ling sneered, about to speak. Suddenly, a voice came. "Is it Mr. Zhu?" Zuoan looked up and saw an old man walking in from the door. Frowning, Zuoan asked, "Who are you?" The old man bowed respectfully. "I am a steward from the Chen family, responsible for this area. When I heard that Wang Ka had died, I hurried over. Never thought Mr. Zhu was also here." Zhu, and nodded. So you are the Chen steward. I dare not ask, may I inquire, Mr. Zhu, about this Wang Ka? My person killed him. Any questions? Zuoan said lightly. The steward from Chen's face broke into cold sweat and smiled faintly. So that's it. Then it's fine. Fine. Jia Zuhui, Xia led, and others who were extremely nervous before all looked puzzled. Just fine with someone dead, Zhu, and nodded. In that case, I'll leave the rest to you all. Mr. Zhu is too kind. Please. The steward politely said. After Zuoan and his people departed, the security captain muttered under his breath, Old man, who was the man just now that made you so scared despite your status? The steward wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and took a deep breath. Who? Ha ha. That's the true dragon among men, a figure above the 9 heavens. Compared to him, Wang Ka doesn't even count as a loach. Send the body back to the Wang family and warn them not to think of revenge, otherwise the Chen family won't spare them either. Yes. The security captain trembled all over and hurriedly replied in a low voice. Once outside the KTV, the fresh air refreshed everyone's spirits. Thinking back, everything that had just happened seemed like a dream. Sun Ling and others bid farewell to Zuoan respectfully and returned to their camp. The 4 walked in silence on the midnight streets for who knows how long. When they looked up, they found themselves standing in front of their alma mater. By then, it was already morning, so they simply went to the university canteen and had a meal of their old favorite dishes. As they ate, Zhao Zuhui and the others joked that the food at the canteen hadn't changed much over the years. Zuoan just smiled peacefully throughout. After the meal, Zuoan looked at Zhao Zuhui and the others and said softly, Aren't you curious? Zhao Zuhui shook his head. Honestly, we were curious at first, but not anymore. Qiao Le took the last sip of porridge, sighed, and said, No matter what kind of big shot you become, I only know that you're still my second brother, and that's enough. Exactly. Yong Bingi nodded. Zuoan laughed heartily. His laughter drew many curious glances. Then he said calmly, Since we're brothers, I'll give you all a chance to achieve great wealth and prosperity. Great wealth and prosperity. Qiao Le and the others looked at each other, not understanding what Zuoan meant. Zhao Zuhui chuckled. We have no capital now, no connections, so where would this great wealth and prosperity come from? Zhu. And smiled and wrote 2 words on the table with his wet finger. Eternal life. Zhao Zuhui exclaimed in surprise. Zhu. And nodded. Not real eternal life, but it can stimulate a person's potential, prolonging life for at least 20 years. Hissing sounds of surprise filled the room as Zhao Zuhui and others were stunned. Nowadays, with advanced medicine, no one dares to claim they can extend life by 20 years. If this were true, it would be like having a money printer. While this might be challenging for others, it was too simple for Zuoan. Just by creating a simplified version of the elemental pill could achieve this effect. However, Zhao Zuhui furrowed his brows. Little bro, I don't doubt what you're saying, but with such huge benefits, relying on just us, won't it be? Zhao Zuhui's meaning was clear. Such huge benefits could drive any organization crazy. Depending on just them few would be nothing but suicide. Zuoan smiled. Of course, it won't be just you few. You can't handle it. I can get the Chen family and the military to assist you. The Chen family. Zhao Zuhui trembled. That Chen family. Zhu. And nodded. The 3 looked at each other, seeing the hope in each other's eyes. Damn it. Let's do it. Second brother is so successful now, we can't fall too far behind. Qiao Le cursed. Country our Yaki shrine. Keiko Takeuchi sat cross-legged in front of the Yaki god statue, her beautiful face filled with raging demonic energy. Several elderly men stood solemnly in the distance. Finally, a black energy surged from the Yaki serpent statue. The elderly men knelt excitedly on the ground. A vague but majestic voice sounded. Mere mortals, what have you summoned me for? A elderly man in black with gold trim crawled a few steps, saying reverently, Yaki, this is the earthly substitute we have found for you. A snake head faintly appeared in the black energy, looking down at Keiko Takeuchi, chuckling oddly. Very good, a natural-born demon body. Well done. Thank you, sir. The elderly men were moved to tears. The black energy suddenly enveloped Keiko Takeuchi, her face contorted in agony, blood starting to drip from her mouth and nose. Suddenly, the black energy disappeared. Keiko Takeuchi slowly opened her eyes, her diamond-shaped pupils filled with indifference and coldness. All the elderly men knelt in utmost reverence on the ground. Greetings, sir. I am very satisfied with this body this time. Therefore, I will gather the other heads and then condense the demon body. Keiko Takeuchi said coldly. Yes, as for now, Keiko Takeuchi turned and walked to the shrine, pulling out a knife beside the god statue. As soon as the knife was drawn, the whole room darkened. A fierce and chilling aura rose from the knife. Keiko Takeuchi grinned menacingly. The aura of the Huaxio swordsman has vanished. Now there is only Lin Da Zhang left. Once I slay him, the entire Huaxio will be powerless against the might of my demonic blade. Keiko Takeuchi was hesitant at the beginning of her speech, but as she continued, she became more fluent. The elderly men were filled with horror at this moment. Normally, it would take several months for a perfect fusion of the Yaki reincarnation, but this time, it was completed in such a short time. It was even faster than the previous reincarnation of Ito Natsuki. Keiko Takeuchi turned to look at the people kneeling on the ground. You have done well. When I gather my demon body again and reign over this world, I will transform all of you into immortal demon bodies to enjoy eternal life. The elderly men nodded their heads loudly, tears of excitement streaming down their faces. Spread the word. Half a month later, I will cross the Eastern Sea and avenge Lin Da Zhang's sword. Yes, Zuoan had been staying at home for the past few days because he wanted to simplify the Puandan as much as possible. After all, many medicinal ingredients were very precious, and if produced according to the original version, the price would be too high for many people to afford. At the same time, these techniques had to meet the requirements of assembly line processing, otherwise, if all done manually, the output could not be guaranteed. That day, he received a call from the eldest brother, Zhao Zuhui. Hello, second brother, I just contacted a pharmaceutical factory that is willing to sell at a very cheap price. Do you want to go take a look? It would take at least a year to build a pharmaceutical factory from scratch, so Zuoan's suggestion was to try to buy an existing one. Okay, I'll come over in a while. When they arrived at the meeting place, Zuoan found that the three of them were now all dressed in suits, looking like successful people, which made him smile. Brother, are you going in that? Xiaoyue asked. What's wrong with this? Zuoan looked down at his slippers. Oh, nothing. I have put on the clothes I bought for blind dates. It's really damn hot. Xiaoyue wiped the sweat off his face. Then Zhao Zuhui waved his hand. Let's go. This time, in order to bolster their appearance, Zhao Zuhui gritted his teeth and rented a BMW. Zuoan sat in the back, watching the three of them excitedly discussing their entrepreneurial plans, and his mood improved a lot. These three good friends of his were very ambitious and didn't rely on him for everything. Zuoan merely provided suggestions, and then they went ahead and did the work. Moreover, the three of them made it clear that half of the company's shares belonged to Zuoan. Zuoan just smiled at this. If he wanted shares, wouldn't it be simpler to start his own company? When they reached their destination, Zuoan looked up at the very spacious and modern pharmaceutical factory. Hello, are you Mr. Zhao? A secretary who had been waiting in front of the door approached. Zhao Zuhui nodded. Yes, I am. Please follow me. Our chairman is waiting in the office for all of you. After passing through the spacious courtyard, they arrived at a brand new office building. Please wait. Our chairman is meeting other guests first. Zhao Zuhui and the others sat on the sofa, whispering about the upcoming meeting. And stood quietly by the window, listening attentively. Although there were several walls between them, Zuoan could still hear the conversation inside if he wanted to. I'm telling you, even if I sell this factory at a low price, I will not yield to you. A female voice said angrily. Hey, Director Shu, do you think that by offending our CHE family, anyone dares to take over your factory? Said a proud male voice. I'd rather dismantle the factory myself than hand it over to you. You're on your own, but let me remind you, in Zhongdu, what our CHE family says is law. The male voice said coldly. After footsteps faded away, it seemed like these people had left. After a long silence, the muffled sound of a woman weeping could be heard. And felt a stir in his heart. It seemed that this factory did have other issues. After a while, the secretary approached, saying, Sorry for the wait, please follow me. Zuoan took the lead, walking ahead, and the secretary couldn't help but glance at him. After all, Zuoan was dressed casually, in casual attire, wearing sandals, as if he were going shopping. When they walked into the office, a well-dressed lady stood up, smiling slightly. I am Shu Liu, the chairman of this pharmaceutical factory. I'm sorry for the delay just now. Please have a seat, Zhu. and glanced at the woman's face and noticed her eyes were slightly red, indicating she had just been crying. Hello, I am Zhao Zuhui. This factory occupies a large area. How are the facilities and procedures? Zhao Zuhui had clearly done his homework, asking questions that were very professional. The two of them began to discuss the various aspects of the situation. Zuoan stood by, expressionless, listening attentively. The facilities, equipment, and various procedures of the pharmaceutical factory are all complete and flawless, and the selling price was very affordable. Zhao Zuhui was very satisfied in the end. Shu Liu's face turned bitter. Then he whispered, "Because." Zuoan calmly said, "Is it because of some dispute?" As soon as these words were spoken, Shu Liu was shocked, then looked at Zuoan with an astonished expression. In the beginning, Shu Liu thought Zuoan was just a driver, so she didn't take him seriously. But now it seemed that he was the real decision-maker. Shu Liu sighed and nodded, a pained expression flashing on her face. Yes, there is indeed a dispute, and it's with the Xie family. Xie family. This name made Zhao Zuhui and a few others slightly change their expression. Xia Le was particularly displeased. Chairman Shu, this is not fair. After talking for so long, it turns out you want to trick us into it. Shu Liu blushed, lowered her head in shame. I'm really at a loss now. Many people have come to inspect the factory in the past few days, but as soon as they heard about the Xie family, they all ran away. I had no choice but to conceal it. After speaking, Shu Liu closed her eyes in pain, sighed lightly. If you think it's not feasible, then forget it. Zhao Zuhui and Qiao Le exchanged a glance, then stood up and said, "Sorry, I think we don't need to discuss further. After all, the Xie family." Their intention was clear. The Xie family is a prominent and influential family, and it seemed that Shu Liu had offended more than just ordinary members of the Xie family. Although the factory was cheap to acquire, after taking over, they would have to face the hatred of a noble family, which wouldn't be worth it. Shu Liu nodded palely without speaking. Just as Zhao Zuhui and the others were about to leave, Zuoan put down the pen he was fiddling with, looked at Shu Liu, and said casually, "If I take over and let you manage this factory, would you dare?" After hearing this, Shu Liu, who was already in despair, showed an expression of disbelief on her face. "Sir, I've made it clear just now, there is a direct conflict between this factory and the Xie family. You." Zuoan waved his hand. "I know, but I don't care." Although his words were plain, the implied dominance made Shu Liu stunned. This young man seemed unremarkable on the surface, so why did he exude such strong confidence? "I'm asking you, do you dare or not, Zhu?" and stared at Shu Liu. After a moment of hesitation, Shu Liu nodded. "Of course, I dare." Zuoan leaned back and said lightly, "All right, let's draft the agreement now." "What?" Shu Liu thought she misheard. "So soon?" Zhao Zuhui was also surprised. Zuoan smiled slightly. "It's not a big deal. Once we agree, let's sign it." But Zhao Zuhui furrowed his brows, wanting to advise Zuoan. Although he knew Zuoan shouldn't fear the Xie family, why insist on acquiring this pharmaceutical factory and making this woman a director? Could it be that his younger brother has eyes for this woman? It can't be. Although this woman looks good, she pales in comparison to his sisters. At the same time, Shu Liu was also somewhat suspicious. Why was he doing this? Could it be lusting after my beauty, Zhu? And said, indifferently, "When I came here, I was very satisfied with the factory. I can see your dedication and responsibility. So regardless of the grievances between this factory and the Xie family, I'm taking over this factory." Shu Liu felt her face redden, feeling ashamed of her thoughts just now. She stood up, showing great respect. "Thank you. May I ask for your name, sir?" "My surname is Zhu." The agreement was quickly signed, and Shu Liu felt a sense of disbelief as if she was in a different world. "Mr. Zhu, what do we plan to produce next?" "Currently, we are running out of raw materials. If we intend to produce, we need to replenish the materials as soon as possible." Zuoan shook his head. "Certainly not to produce these ordinary medicines. What we are going to produce is a miraculous elixir that can extend life by 20 years. This statement immediately changed Shu Liu's expression, and she looked at Zuoan sharply. "If that's the case, then I won't sell this factory." "Why?" "Oh, you're quite funny. We just signed the contract, and you're having second thoughts." Qiao Le couldn't help but speak. Shu Liu said coldly, "Even if I have to destroy the factory, I won't let you produce deceptive fake drugs." This statement first stunned Zhao Zuhui and the others. Then they shook their heads with bitter smiles. This was not the first time they had encountered such a situation. When people heard that they were going to produce an elixir that could extend life by 20 years, the first reaction was always skepticism. At this point, Zuoan smiled slightly. Do you think we are scammers? Shuliu looked at Zuoan coldly. I don't think. I know, Zu. And nodded and then took out a small glass bottle from his pocket. Inside was a pale golden liquid. This is the elixir that can extend life. Looking at this, Shuliu's face showed a hint of ridicule. Do you think I would believe it, Zu? And stood up, placed the glass bottle on the table. I'll give you a night. Try it yourself. After saying that, Zuoan turned and left. Zhao Zuhui and the others looked at Shuliu before all leaving the room. Alone in the spacious office, Shuliu looked at the small bottle on the table, her expression changing constantly. How could there be a miraculous elixir that could extend life by 20 years? Even if it existed, it wouldn't be something that could be achieved under current medical conditions, right? With this thought in mind, Shuliu walked up to pick up the small bowl, ready to throw it in the trash. At that moment, the phone rang, and a voice on the other end sounded urgent. Shuliu, hurry, your grandfather is in critical condition. Shuliu's face changed dramatically, and she immediately rushed downstairs. Coincidentally, she casually placed the small bottle into her pocket. When she arrived at the hospital's intensive care unit, Gao Shengnan was waiting outside. As soon as she saw Shuliu, she anxiously asked, "How is my grandfather?" Gao Shengnan's expression turned serious as she shook her head. The situation is very bad. My father is currently treating him inside. Upon hearing this, Shuliu breathed a sigh of relief because she knew who Gao Shengnan's father was. He was the renowned miracle-working doctor in Zhongdu and even in all of Huaxia. Gao Wenyuan. Hearing Gao Wenyan's words, Shuliu's tears burst out. Then what should I do? Gao Wenyan sighed softly. A doctor treats the illness, not fate. Prepare yourself mentally. After saying that, he left first. As Shuliu's good friend, Gao Shengnan naturally stayed behind to accompany her. All right. Life and death are destined. Grandfather is not young now. Don't be too sad. Shuliu looked up at Gao Shengnan, her face full of sorrow and anger. Grandfather is still alive, but the people from the Qi family are already making aggressive moves. If he's gone, what should I do? Upon hearing this, Gao Shengnan couldn't help but sigh. The Qi family's actions indeed go too far. Shuliu walked into the sick room full of sadness, looking at her only family member in the world who was now unconscious on the bed. Tears fell from her eyes. Approaching the bed, she leaned down and whispered softly in her grandfather's ear, "Grandfather, if you leave, what should I do?" It seemed like the old man heard her, his body trembling slightly, a tear forming at the corner of his eye. Shuliu prepared to take out a handkerchief from her pocket to wipe her grandfather's tears. Suddenly, she felt the glass bottle in her pocket. A thought flashed through her mind. She remembered the group of people she had seen today, and the man with a calm face who spoke about a miraculous medicine that could extend life by 20 years. Could such a medicine really exist? Normally, Shuliu would have scoffed at such an idea, but now, with her dearest about to pass away, she was disoriented. Should she give it a try? Trembling, Shuliu took out the glass bottle and gently opened the lid. A strange fragrance wafted out, bringing a sense of peace. With determination, she poured the liquid into her grandfather's mouth. 5 minutes passed, no reaction. 10 minutes, still nothing. An hour later, Shuliu looked at her grandfather, who appeared as usual, and felt utter despair. She was foolish to believe in such a thing. Shuliu mockingly smiled, then sat by the bedside, preparing to accompany the old man on his final journey. The exhaustion of recent days and the heavy pressure from the Qi family had worn the girl out. Unaware of when, Shuliu lay down by the bed and fell asleep. She had no idea how long she slept. She suddenly felt someone gently stroking her hair. The warm man comforting touch felt familiar, just like when her grandfather used to caress her hand when she was a child. Suddenly, Shuliu woke up. Grandfather, how was he? She looked up and saw her grandfather sitting on the bed, his complexion healthy, smiling at her. Shuliu was stunned. Was this a dream? It must be a dream. She must be too tired lately. While still dazed, Shuliu softly shook her head and laughed. Silly girl, what are you staring at? Tears streamed down Shuliu's face. Grandfather, is this a dream? Are you leaving? Gao Sheng wiped the tears from Shuliu's face and chuckled. I am your grandfather. This is not a dream. I am really awake. Shu Liu initially did not believe it, but after pinching her own cheeks, she realized it was real. Overjoyed, Shu Liu embraced her grandfather, crying. At that moment, Gao Wenyan and his daughter arrived outside the sick room. Hearing the crying from inside, Gao Shengnan's expression changed. Father, has Mr. Shu passed away? Gao Wenyan sighed. I saw it when I checked his pulse yesterday. He wouldn't make it through today. Per Shu Liu. Gao Wenyan's words were cut off because he and his daughter were stunned by the scene inside the room. Yesterday, Shu He, diagnosed by Gao Wenyan as terminally ill, was now sitting on the bed with a healthy complexion, nodding and smiling at them. Gao Shengnan thought he was seeing things. Gao Wenyan frowned, wondering if this was a temporary recovery. Shu Liu stopped crying, stood up, and bowed to Gao Wenyan. Uncle Gao, my grandfather said he's fine now, but I'm worried. Can you check on him? Gao Wenyan approached and checked his pulse, his expression changing drastically. Uncle Gao, how is my grandfather's condition? Shu Liu asked anxiously. Gao Wenyan shook his head. Your grandfather? He's completely fine. His current health is even better than mine. This statement shocked everyone in the room. Shu He was also surprised. Gao Wenyan's gaze was sharp as a knife, fixed on Shu Liu. Little Liu, tell me, what did you give your grandfather to eat? Shu Liu was shaken, recalling the small glass bottle and Zuoan's words. She nodded and briefly recounted what happened. Gao Wenyan's eyes sparkled with excitement, a reaction even Gao Shengnan had never seen from his father. Where is that bottle? Show it to me. I threw it away after feeding my grandfather last night. Where did you throw it? Gao Wenyan urgently asked. In the outdoor trash bin. Before she could finish, Gao Wenyan had already rushed out. It was lucky he left early, otherwise, the morning cleaners would have taken all the garbage. With utmost seriousness, Gao Wenyan picked up the glass bottle and sniffed it. Then he closed his eyes, remaining silent. Uncle Gao, what's wrong? Shu Liu asked. A tear fell from Gao Wenyan's eye, then he suppressed his inner excitement. Little Liu, tell me, will those people come back today? This question reminded Shu Liu that the man had told her she had only one night to consider. Quick, call them, Gao Wenyan shouted hoarsely. When Shu Liu called Zuoan, Gao Wenyan snatched the phone and, taking a deep breath, respectfully said, Senior. Senior? This title changed the expressions of everyone present. Gao Wenyan was highly respected in the capital city, and no matter how powerful a clan leader was, they had to show respect to him as no one was exempt from illness. Gao Wenyan had always been indifferent, never showing surprise or excitement, but today, he acted like a schoolboy meeting his idol. Meanwhile, Zuoan on the other end of the call just smiled faintly. Oh, have you seen the results? Gao Wenyan grunted, then respectfully said, Senior, do you have time today? Little Liu, Mr. Shu, and I would like to see you. When Zuoan and his associates returned to the pharmaceutical factory, as soon as they entered, Gao Wenyan rushed over, almost running, straight toward Zuoan. As he got closer, Gao Wenyan humbly bowed. Apprentice greet Senior. Zuoan looked at the elderly man, nearly in his 60s, and smiled slightly. Master Gao. Gao Wenyan wryly smiled. In front of you, who in the world dares to claim the title of Master Physician? Zuoan reacted with a calm smile, neither confirming nor denying. At that moment, Shu Liu and Shu He both stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Zuoan. Thank you for your gift of medicine, sir. Zuoan responded lightly. Do you trust me now? Shu Liu blushed and humbly replied. Mr. Zhu, I apologize for my ignorance and rash behavior. I'm truly sorry. Gao Shengnan stood by, observing Zuoan with curiosity. She had expected Zuoan to be an elderly man or a scholarly gentleman, but she was surprised to see that he was so young. This sparked a strong interest in Gao Shengnan. As the group was about to enter the factory, an Audi drove up and arrogantly parked directly in front of the gate. A middle-aged man dressed impeccably and with a proud demeanor stepped out of the car. Upon seeing him, Shu Liu's expression darkened. The man glanced at everyone present before fixing his gaze on Shu Liu. Miss Shu, have you made up your mind? Remember, with each passing day, our offer to the Chu family will decrease by 5%. Time is money. Shu Liu coldly snorted in response, while Shu He frowned and stepped forward. Are you not afraid of facing consequences for the actions of the Qi family? The man looked at Shu He and sneered. Who are you? Consequences? In Zhongdu, the Qi family is the consequence. Shu He, infuriated, retorted, I am the founder of this factory. Shu He. The man seemed taken aback for a moment. Aren't you on the brink of death? Shuhi sneered. Even on the verge of death, I can still be provoked by the actions of your Qi family. The man chuckled arrogantly and said, even if you are Shuhi? So what? Let me tell you, our Qi family has its eyes on this factory. It's best for you to leave as soon as possible, otherwise both you and your grandson will face ruin. Shuhi trembled with anger. At that moment, Zuoan walked forward. Are you from the Qi family? Yes, I am the steward of the Qi family. My name is Qi Shai, the man proudly declared. Zuoan nodded. Indeed, as the name suggests. The others couldn't help but stifled their laughs, causing Qi Shi's expression to darken. Prat, I hope you understand who you're talking to. Zuoan nodded. I am well aware, and I have something to tell the young master of the Qi family. What is it? I'm taking over this factory from the Shu family. It doesn't matter who comes, I've made the decision, Zuoan stated calmly. Qi Shi's face darkened, and he sneered. Who do you think you are, kid? Leave now, and I might spare you. Otherwise what? Zuoan tilted his head slightly, asking calmly. Otherwise, I won't spare you now, Qi Shi said coldly. Zuoan smiled, unperturbed. Very well. Zuoan nodded. Some people only understand respect when they see blood. Qi Shi's face was full of disdain. As he was about to say something, a gust of wind passed by, and he suddenly felt a chill on his head. When he touched it, he realized his ear had been cut off. Qi Shi trembled in pain and spoke. Zuoan said lightly, if you don't leave now, every 10 seconds, you'll lose another body part. Understand? Qi Shi jumped up, got into his car like he was flying, stepped on the gas, and drove away quickly. After he left, Shuliu and Shuhi breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Zuoan with reverence. Only Gao Wenyan was unfazed by the events. Someone who could create such a miraculous elixir wouldn't be ordinary. Back in the office, everyone gathered around. Zuoan turned to Shuliu and said, now, this factory is under our control, and the money will be deposited into your account shortly. Shuliu glanced at her grandfather Shuhi, who nodded slightly. They all stood up respectfully and said, Mr. Zhu, after discussing it, we do not want the money. Oh, Zuoan raised an eyebrow. Shuliu stepped forward. Mr. Zhu, would you consider us becoming partners in this factory instead? There was a long silence. Shuliu and Shuhi's expressions kept changing, especially Shuliu, who was nervously biting her silver teeth. Finally, Zuoan nodded. Agreed. Shuliu was overjoyed. At that moment, Gao Wenyan stood up, his expression serious. If that's the case, I, from the Gao family, would also like to participate. Zuoan looked quietly at Gao Wenyan. Gao Wenyan continued, of course, I won't join without reason. Although I have wasted decades, I have significant knowledge in medicine. I'm willing to contribute all my secret recipes for free. Gao Wenyan's voice trailed off as Zuoan looked at him with a playful gaze. Gao Wenyan blushed, of course. I'm just curious about the composition of this miraculous elixir. Gao Wenyan then solemnly said, Mr. Zhu, please rest assured, although I may not be skilled, my character is upright. I'm simply curious about how this elixir was created and will absolutely not divulge any secrets. If I break my oath, may the heavens strike me down. Zuoan lowered his eyes. A look of disappointment flashed across Gao Wenyan's face, but he still respectfully bowed. I understand now, I was rash. Before he finished, Zuoan nodded. Accepted. Gao Wenyan was taken aback. Not only him, but everyone present was stunned. Leaning back in his chair, Zuoan casually played with a pencil in his hand and smiled. This thing may be precious to you, but to me, it's just bricks. Knowing it, does it really matter to you? With that, Zuoan wrote something on a piece of paper and tossed it to Gao Wenyan. Gao Wenyan looked at it as if he had found a treasure, but upon reading it, he looked up at Zuoan in disbelief. Zuoan chuckled. Does it seem ordinary to you? Gao Wenyan nodded. Zuoan stood up, walked to the window, and said calmly, do you know why I chose this factory? Because there is a vein of yin energy here. In Zhongdu, at the Qi family residence, Qi Change listened to Qi Shi's complaints while leaning back on the sofa, lost in thought. After a while, he waved his hand. Understood. You may go now. Qi Shi left in tears. Qi Change raised his head, eyes filled with resentment. Zuoan, it's you again. Are you deliberately opposing me? Qi Change. You've already taken an yen away from me, and now you want to take this factory as well. Do you think the Qi family has no one left? Qi Change's expression fluctuated. He went into the inner room, or an old man resembling a demon set in meditation. Qi Change knelt respectfully and said, "Master, there has been a change of plans." The old man slowly opened his eyes, a deep fiery light gleaming within. "What happened?" "Someone has taken away the medicine factory that you valued." Qi Change explained the situation regarding Zuoan. After listening, the old man chuckled sinisterly. "He's just a martial artist with some skills. It so happens that I'm in need of fresh blood. If he seeks death himself, then I won't be to blame." Upon hearing the words of the old man, a flash of joy appeared in the eyes of Qi Change. He knelt down on the ground, trembling as he said, "Sir, are you saying that?" The old man replied, "Underneath that pharmaceutical factory, there is a yin vein that would greatly benefit my cultivation. So, acquiring this pharmaceutical factory is a must for me. Since Zuoan dared to sabotage my plans, I will turn him into a copper corpse, avenging you, Qi." The old man spoke in a sinister tone. Qi Change was startled. "Sir, you knew all along." The old man laughed heartily, his voice hoarse and unpleasant. "I am a member of the demonic sect. How could I not see through Kai's intentions? Rest assured, once I heal my injuries through this yin vein, I will help you perform the soul reversal technique, making the woman you love be your lifelong puppet." Qi Change was overjoyed, knocked his head on the ground repeatedly. Meanwhile, in the pharmaceutical factory, Gawain asked in confusion, "What is a yin vein?" Standing with his hands behind his back, Zuoan replied calmly, "In this world, there are various incredibly mysterious things, and the yin vein is one of them. It is formed by the gathering of yin energy in the world. To the strongest, it is a passage to the netherworld." As everyone's faces turned fearful, they whispered softly, "Netherworld." Zuoan shook his head, but this particular yin vein clearly does not reach that level. It has not fully formed yet, still mixed with ghostly energy. "It seems." Zuoan looked at Shuhe. "When you built the factory here, was this place a graveyard?" Shuhe nodded solemnly. "Yes. Originally this was a vast graveyard, but mostly unmarked graves." Zuoan smiled. "That's right. Unmarked graves over time naturally generate yin energy. And when you built the factory and employ a skilled feng shui master, turning this place into a site to converge wind and gather energy, it gradually formed into a yin vein." Zuoan's explanation made everyone nod in understanding. Jia Zuhui couldn't help but ask, "What does this have to do with our medicine?" The three brothers were no longer surprised by anything. Zuoan said, "Even if he were to claim to be an alien from Ultraman, they would believe him. Dr. Gao has seen the prescription, and the medicine itself is nothing special. Its ability to revive the dead is solely because I infused it with spiritual energy during the refining process. However, I can't be constantly refining medicine alone. If there is a yin vein, we can use the continuous yin energy from it." "Can yin energy and spiritual energy communicate with each other?" Ga Shengnan suddenly asked. She didn't quite understand the terms, but saw the difference between yin and spiritual energy. "Of course they can't communicate, but in my hands, impossible doesn't exist," Zuoan said calmly. His expression exuded extreme confidence and dominance. Ga Shengnan couldn't help but feel stunned. Even when they left, her heart was still racing. As they were driving back, Gawain spoke softly. "Shengnan, I just asked. This Mr. Zhu is already married." Gao Shengnan was taken aback, then forced a smile. "Father, why are you telling me this?" "Nothing. Just a passing thought. And his wife happens to be from Zhongdu. You must have heard about the incident at the Yin family celebration a few days ago." Gao Shengnan was shocked. The one who caused havoc at the Yin family celebration and invited the Chen family and General Lin was him. Gao Wen nodded. Gao Shengnan lowered her head. Gao Wen sighed at her reaction but said nothing more. That night, Zuoan stayed in the office of the pharmaceutical factory. Initially, when he declared that he wasn't leaving, it surprised everyone, especially Shuhe, who first trembled, then his expression turned joyful as he discreetly looked at his granddaughter, Shuliu. Shuliu blushed, feeling a bit awkward, and remained silent. However, Zuoan's next words shattered many people's fantasies. "Everyone else can leave, just leaving me alone in this factory." All the others were dismissed. The once bustling pharmaceutical factory now had only Zuoan. The moon hung in the sky, and sat on the rooftop, drinking. After a while, a fierce wind suddenly enveloped the area, obscuring the sky. The moon's light dimmed, making the night even darker and denser. And remained unfazed, calmly sipping his drink. Sand and wind began to swirl around the building. Zuoan raised his head and said lightly, Since you have arrived, why not show yourself? With those words, a person emerged from the sandstorm with a cold sneer. Underestimating you would be a mistake. Reaching the level of perfect Che cultivation, you are considered skilled. However, for me, it's of no use. With that, an old man with a terrifying appearance stood on the rooftop. As the wind subsided, the old man stood proudly, his eyes filled with dark ghostly flames locked onto Zuoan. Zuoan looked at him and smiled faintly. I never expected to encounter someone from the demonic sect in this world. The old man's expression changed slightly. Kid, you also know about the demonic sect, Zu, and nodded and asked, did you come for the yin vein located here? The old man chuckled oddly. That's right, kid, you keep surprising me. You even know about the yin vein. Zuoan chuckled. Not only that, I can also see that you were fundamentally injured, which is why you urgently sought a yin vein to heal. Am I right? The old man's face turned grave, his eyes flickering. I'm Gong Xingfa of the Demon Corpse sect. Who are you? Gong Xingfa was afraid that Zuoan was a descendant of some prestigious sect, so he probed first. Zuoan shook his head. There's no need to inquire. I'm not a descendant of any major sect. With that, Zuoan took another sip of his drink. Gong Xingfa breathed a sigh of relief. To him, Zuoan's martial arts prowess was commendable, but the better Zuoan was, the more excited Gong Xingfa became. This meant that if he could turn Zuoan into a demonic corpse, it would wield more power. Kid, your mistake lies in knowing too much while lacking the ability, Gong Xingfa said coldly. Zuoan clapped his hands and chuckled. Indeed. But that's exactly what I wanted to tell you. Gong Xingfa snorted, and the demonic energy behind him suddenly obscured the moon overhead. Despicable and tyrannical, this was Gong Xingfa's most potent killing move. He had used it to directly kill several cultivators before, leading to trouble with members of Kunlun sect. After being pursued by Kunlun practitioners and having nowhere to hide, he was forced to seek refuge in Zhongdu, barely saving his life. Now, to ensure a sure kill, he unleashed his most powerful strike. Within the area shrouded in demonic energy, all martial techniques were temporarily disabled. Gong Xingfa trembled with excitement, thinking that the next moment, Zuoan would be drained, turning him into a corpse to be refined into a demonic entity. However, reality often contradicts imagination. As Gong Xingfa felt his demonic energy connect with Zuoan, an indescribable prestige and dignity emanated from Zuoan, reaching into the sky. This sudden attack scared Gong Xingfa so much that his liver and gallbladder quivered, and he cried out in shock, "Are you a scattered immortal?" A calm voice replied, "Scattered immortal? I kill scattered immortals as easily as swine and dogs." Then, a slender and exquisite fist pierced through layers of black energy and directly struck Gong Xingfa's chest. A powerful force rushed forth, causing Gong Xingfa to be knocked back hundreds of meters. Without a word, he then transformed into a black light and attempted to flee. A hint of amusement appeared on Zuoan's lips. "Do you know why I'm waiting for you here? Because your demonic body after death is the most suitable for being the formation I have this yin vein. So, die." Zuoan raised his fist. By this time, Gong Xingfa had already run a good 10 miles away, still trembling with fear. This man was simply too terrifying, especially the majestic aura emanating from him, which Gong Xingfa had only seen in some ancient martial arts practitioners. But fortunately, he ran fast enough. Gong Xingfa wiped away his cold sweat, but before he could even catch his breath, a figure appeared above him, and then coldly said, "Move heaven and earth." Doom. Gong Xingfa didn't even struggle, and was directly obliterated by this fist. Only a set of demonic bones remained standing. The mouth of the skeleton was still moving. "You can keep the demonic bones. Please spare my life, sir." Zuoan couldn't be bothered to respond to him, so he waved his hand. The demonic bones gradually shrank and flew into the palm of his hand. As for Gong Xingfa's soul attached to it, Zuoan casually wiped it away. With this, Gong Xingfa, a demonic disciple who had been elusive for many years and avoided by even the Kunlun immortal disciples, was completely destroyed. Zuoan returned to the medicine factory, stood on the rooftop, closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, and then threw the demonic bones in his hand down. "Listen, heaven and earth, reverse yin and yang." Doom. The demonic bones instantly disappeared into the ground, Zu, and utilized the path of yin to birth yang. So, after a while, a faint spiritual energy floated up. Zuoan nodded satisfactorily, then arranged a spirit summoning formation for the convenience of making medicine later on. After finishing all the tasks, Zuoan looked into the distance. Chi change, eh? It's a capital offense to accept a demon as a teacher. Yet you dare harbor ill intentions against an Yan, so I shall send you on your way. With that, Zuoan leapt into the darkness and disappeared. At this moment, Chi Change was carousing in a bar. The joy of his rival's imminent death made him extremely jubilant, so he beckoned to the waiter and said a few words, after which the waiter respectfully withdrew. Shortly after, the DJ at the front desk picked up the microphone and shouted, "Tonight, Chi Gonzi treats everyone. Let's party." The whole bar erupted with excitement. Many people raised their glasses in toast towards Chi Change at his seat. Chi Change laughed heartily and drained his drink. Just as he put down his cup, someone sat down on the couch next to him. Chi Change furrowed his brows, as he detested people getting too close to him, and was ready to lash out. But when he lifted his head and saw Zuoan's indifferent face, he couldn't help but freeze. "Surprised, aren't you, Zu?" and said calmly. Chi Change stiffened all over, his face turning pale. You. How am I still alive, Zu?" and chuckled coldly. "Unfortunately, your so-called demon master was just too weak." Chi Change trembled all over, then exclaimed in extreme fear, What do you want? I am the young master of the Chi family, and I don't know what you're talking about." Zuoan looked at Chi Change, shook his head gently, and said, "I'm curious. Why do all of you people have such similar reactions before death?" Chi Change was about to yell for help. He was on the brink of terror. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his chest. Lowering his head to look at the wound in his chest, he gazed blankly at Zuoan. "You really dare to kill me, Zu?" and stood up, and said, indifferently, "There is no one I wouldn't dare to kill. Remember to investigate your opponent's background before choosing your opponents in your next life." With that, Zuoan disappeared into the bar. Blood flowed profusely, quickly staining the sofa below Chi Change. It wasn't until moments before his death that Chi Change realized he had offended the wrong person. His body was only discovered over an hour later. The entire bar was in an uproar. The bar owner was on the verge of losing his mind. That was the young master of the Chi family. Now that something had happened on his turf, he was doomed to. Shortly after, people from the Chi family cordoned off the scene. "What happened?" Chi Changshan asked with a dark expression. "Master, it was a short energy wound. One blow, fatal and clean," replied the Chi family servant. Chi Changshan gritted his teeth. "A short energy wound? Who would dare to kill members of my Chi family in the capital?" But this anger was futile. They could only carry Chi Change's body back home first. Upon their arrival, Chi Weiyang rushed back after hearing the news. When she saw her brother's tragic death, she wept uncontrollably. After wiping away her tears, she said angrily, "Father, I find someone suspicious." Then, Chi Weiyang recounted everything about Zuoan. After hearing her out, Chi Changshan's gaze flickered. He was aware of the incidents at the Yin family banquet. An old lady in the Yin family had become a laughingstock in the capital, but he never expected his son to have such a feud with Zuoan. "All right, I understand. This Zuoan, I will not let him go." Chi Changshan gritted his teeth in resentment. The next day, when Shuliu arrived at the factory early in the morning, she noticed that something was amiss. In the past, the factory always had a layer of mist above it, which, while not a big deal, was normal. But today, the entire factory was unusually clear, giving people a refreshing feeling upon stepping in. She wasn't the only one who noticed this, others felt the same way. However, nobody dared to ask about it. Zuoan had made arrangements for the events below and provided separate training for the three brothers. Over the next few days, Shuliu and the others busied themselves with the process of making medicine. With Gao Wenyan's help, everything proceeded smoothly. Soon, the entire production process was determined. Zuoan then taught the Zhao Zuhui brothers the method of converting spiritual energy. When the day came for the potion to be brewed and infused with spiritual energy, everyone watched excitedly. "How should we test this?" asked Shuliu. Gao Wenyan spoke in a deep voice. "Let me handle it." With that, he picked up the small bottle of potion and drank it in one gulp. 10 minutes passed, then an hour. Finally, Gao Wenyan felt a burning sensation in his abdomen, frowning from the scorching feeling. Suddenly, he felt the clarity in his body, which had previously been somewhat obscure, now flowing smoothly. With this, the longevity potion was successfully developed. Zhao Zuhui and the others were ecstatic and were about to inform Zuoan of the good news. The news of the newly appointed Ghost One Blade's imminent arrival in the Eastern Sea spread throughout the entire Huaxia. Faced with this sudden news, some people are happy and some are worried. On the forum of martial arts, many people are frantically refreshing the page, all to cheer for their idol, Lin Da-Zhan, the first military Ga of Huaxia. However, there are still many who are not so optimistic about this battle. After all, Lin Da-Zhan has been famous for 30 years, fought many battles, suffered numerous injuries, and there are rumors that his strength is not what it used to be. Under these circumstances, facing the new ghost god from our country, the outcome is really hard to predict. Meanwhile, the prominent families in the capital city have varied reactions. The Yin family. After hearing this news, the elderly Lady Anne, who had not been seen for several days, was invigorated and immediately called together her two sons to discuss the matter. And Zhu was the first to speak. This battle is crucial for the next decade of power distribution. Lin Da-Zhan will definitely give it his all. And since this new ghost god from our country is a woman, I believe Lin Da-Zhan will emerge victorious. And Chang shook his head. Lin Da-Zhan has been famous for too long. His true strength is now a mystery. That the information I paid a hefty sum for from our country indicates that this new ghost god is incredibly powerful. Qin Jiran sat in her chair, her face dark, and after a while, she spoke coldly. Regardless, if Lin Da-Zhan loses this battle, then Zuoan and Yan will become rootless weeds. I will make them understand the consequences of betraying the family. The Qi family was also having a similar discussion at this moment. Qi Changshan gritted his teeth. If Lin Da-Zhan falls, the Chen family alone won't be enough to protect Zuoan. I will avenge change at that time. Meanwhile, an advance envoy from our country had arrived in Huaxia. Respected General, may I inquire if you have received the challenge from my master? A man dressed in traditional attire, with a proud demeanor, spoke loudly. Lin Da-Zhan sat on a chair, expressionless as he looked on, furrowing his brow slightly. The new ghost god from our country is actually a woman. The man's face changed, then he sneered. Respected General, I hope you understand that my master is like a godsend from above. So mind your words. This statement caused the people in the room to change their expressions, and Qing stepped forward, her expression cold. Lord Matsushima, I hope you also understand that this is Huaxia, not your our country. Matsushima Nanako looked at Qing mockingly, then turned to Lin Da-Zhan and said, is this the quality of your country's military personnel? And King's expression changed drastically. Lin Da-Zhan waved his hand, signaling her not to speak, then spoke softly, so how should I mind my words then? Respected General, I hope you and others will add the word respect when mentioning my master. Matsushima Nanako's eyes were full of reverence. In the eyes of a member of his Eight Bridges Shrine, the medium possessed by Kiyoko Takeuchi was a current deity, and criticizing her was not allowed. Lin Da-Zhan smiled, then turned to the attendants next to Matsushima Nanako and said, tell your ghost god that in 10 days, I will kill her on the Mingfang mountain 20 miles north of the city. Matsushima Nanako was startled, then enraged. General, are you deliberately insulting the warriors of our country? Lin Da-Zhan suddenly drew his sword, and a sharp sword split Matsushima Nanako in half. Blood spattered on the floor. Lin Da-Zhan then said coldly, in Huaxia, it's not your turn, clowns like you, to act arrogantly here. Everyone was stunned, then looked at Lin Da-Zhan with reverent eyes standing proudly. Only in King's deep gaze, there was a hint of worrying. On that day, news of Lin Da-Zhan cutting down the our country envoy spread, shaking everyone's spirits. Many hot-blooded individuals on the martial arts forum praised Lin Da-Zhan, believing that this was the true action of an iron-blooded soldier. The previously pessimistic atmosphere surrounding Lin Da-Zhan also eased slightly. Zuoan led Yan and their daughter to the medicine factory, accompanied by Chen Zhu and Chen Rushi, the grandfather and granddaughter. When they saw the bottle of pale gold liquid produced, Chen Zhu was dumbfounded, unable to speak. Mr. Zhu, are these the miraculous elixirs you mentioned and that can extend life by 20 years? Zhu, and nodded. I call them Qianyuan. Qianyuan. Chen Zhu muttered to himself, then sighed heavily. Mr. Zhu, when you first mentioned this, I thought it was impossible, but I never expected that in just a few days, you have already produced it. Truly admirable. Zuoan smiled and looked at the brothers who were busy nearby, saying lightly, I simply push things along. Many people are handling the specifics. At this moment, Gao Wenyan walked down the production line and greeted Chen Zhu with a salute. Master Chen. Chen Zhu was surprised. Dr. Gao, what are you doing here? Gao Wenyan was extremely popular in Zhongdu, and Chen Zhu, of course, knew him. Gao Wenyan chuckled. Of course, I am here to help Mr. Zhu produce medicine. After saying a few more words, Gao Wenyan turned back to continue his work. Watching Gao Wenyan's back, Chen Zhu couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Zhu's methods are truly astounding. Even someone like Dr. Gao is willing to work for you. Chen Zhu knew Gao Wenyan's temperament very well. Although this esteemed doctor was very polite in his interactions, he was actually quite arrogant. If he didn't think highly of you, even if you knelt down and begged, he wouldn't treat you. Zhu, and smiled, then changed the subject abruptly. Do you know why I called you here? Chen Zhu's expression became serious, and he bowed, saying, Mr. Zhu, please speak. Qian Yuan is out. I plan to gather all the prominent families in Zhongdu for a press conference. Zuoan said casually. Chen Zhu was taken aback, then said solemnly, with my humble status, this is not difficult. But Chen Zhu paused, then continued, now that the new ghost god from our country is about to arrive, everyone is watching Lin Dazhang. Both you and I are already in the whirlpool. If we suddenly release this now, isn't it too risky? Chen Zhu's meaning was clear. Countless eyes were now on them, and the benefits associated with Qian Yuan were too astonishing. If they were to announce it now, there would surely be unexpected developments. Chen Zhu was not the only one thinking this way. Chen Rushi also looked anxiously at Zuoan, not understanding why he was doing this. Zuoan chuckled. That's exactly what I aim for. Have you heard a phrase? What phrase? Chen Zhu was puzzled. To bait the golden turtle with fragrant hoax, Zuoan said lightly. Chen Zhu trembled, a look of shock in his eyes. Do you mean? Chen Rushi foolishly looked at the men, emitting a strong aura from head to toe, feeling a mix of emotions in her heart. But before she could express her thoughts, Zuoan pointed at the small bottles on the assembly line, drooling, and asked, Dad, is this thing tasty? Hearing this, Zhu Xiang sighed like a small adult, then crossed his arms and said, Zuoan, you are such a glutton. But Dad, this item looks really delicious. Zhu Xiang also added with some loaning. Zuoan chuckled and casually picked up 2 bottles. Give it a try. The 2 little girls took them, and just like drinking a beverage, they quickly finished the Qian Yuan in the bottles. This scene left many people stunned. It's noteworthy that the production cost of a bottle of Qian Yuan is about 1 million yuan, yet Zuoan casually gave it to his daughters as a beverage. After the 2 girls finished drinking, they both squinted their eyes. Is it tasty? And Yan asked at that moment. Yes, it's sweet and sour, just like juice. Zuoan said. No, I think it tastes like coffee. Zhu Xiang chimed in. Have you ever drunk coffee before? Zuoan looked incredulous. Why wouldn't I? When Aunt Juana made us drink Banlangen back then, she said it tastes like coffee. Zhu Xiang argued reasonably. The 2 girls began debating whether Banlangen and coffee tasted the same. Zuoan then picked up another bottle and handed it to Yan. You have a taste too. And Yan shook her head. You said my current condition won't benefit from any elixir, right? Let's not waste it, Zhu. And laughed. Your old man can afford to waste it. And Yan blushed and took a small sip from the bottle, then handed it back to Zuoan. You drink too. This scene made the people around look envious. Chen Rushi lowered her head, staying silent. In her heart now, there was only envy and blessing. Because from Zuoan's eyes looking at Yan, she saw a gentleness that was enough to make someone drown in it. If a woman can encounter a man who treats her like a daughter, that would be such a lucky thing. Chen Xuang moved quickly. The next day, news of an upcoming press conference by the Chen family spread throughout the central city. The already restive central city was once again in turmoil due to the imminent battle. The Chen family is holding a press conference, and at such a critical moment, what does Chen Xuang intend to do? Many people were filled with doubts. On the day of the press conference, the hotel under the Chen family was already filled with all kinds of luxury cars. Many people gathered to quietly discuss the upcoming event. Just then, Jin Jiran, dressed in a key palan escorted by her 2 sons, gracefully walked in. The crowd made way for her. Sun even respectfully called out, Madame Anne, good luck. Jin Jiran nodded arrogantly, then entered the venue. After she left, people began to talk among themselves. Madame Anne is truly powerful. Well, you haven't seen the grandeur of the An family when they were at their peak a few years ago. Their outings were like emperors leaving the palace in ancient times, so powerful. But wasn't she publicly humiliated at the recent birthday banquet a few days ago? Someone remarked sarcastically. Heh, the Yin family is now on the decline, but a camel is still bigger than a horse. Let's just sit back and watch the show. When Zuoan arrived, the hotel lobby was already bustling with excitement. Zuoan didn't make a fuss, but as he was about to enter, he heard a surprised voice. Is it Mr. Zhu? And turned to see a somewhat familiar face. You are Chen Xiaoyi? Chen Xiaoyi was a female journalist who had interviewed Zuoan during his time in the provincial capital. Unexpectedly, she had come to the central city today and attended this press conference. Chen Xiaoyi was very pleased to see Zuoan. Mr. Zhu, I didn't expect to see you here. Zuoan smiled. He had a good impression of Chen Xiaoyi. Aren't you, Chen reporter, no longer in the provincial capital? No. I came to the central city with a friend for something, and coincidentally met this press conference, so I came to join in the fun, Chen Xiaoyi said, pointing to the girl beside her. This is my friend, Huang Xiangyan, Zhu, and glanced at Huang Xiangyan, who had the appearance of an average person, but was stylishly dressed, exuding a hint of charm, albeit with a very arrogant expression. After Chen Xiaoyi's introduction, she scrutinized Zuoan for a moment, then her eyes flashed with disdain, turned away, and said coldly, Xiaoyi, you talk first, I'll wait over there for you. With that, she walked away. Chen Xiaoyi apologized. Sorry, my friend is always like this to everyone, Zhu, and suppressed his amusement and gestured behind him. Chen Xiaoyi turned to look and only then realized that after Huang Xiangyan sat down, she was chatting with a wealthy young man next to her, displaying a stark contrast between her flattering demeanor and earlier indifference. Chen Xiaoyi felt extremely embarrassed. Mr. Zhu, do you know that Miss Fan has gone to Hollywood in the United States? Chen Xiaoyi suddenly mentioned. Zuoan was taken aback. I didn't know. When did this happen? I just heard about it too. I heard she terminated the contract with her original company, turned down many big film offers, and went to Hollywood alone. Many people say she's gone mad. Chen Xiaoyi sighed. When Zuoan heard this, a soft spot in his heart was touched, then he sighed lightly. I really didn't know about this. Chen Xiaoyi nodded. I guess Miss Fan has her own thoughts. As everyone took their seats, Chen Xiaoyi thought Zuoan didn't have a seat, so she warmly invited, Mr. Zhu, come sit next to me. This seat has a good view. Zuoan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He intended to inquire about Fan Mengshu in detail. Chen Xiaoyi seemed very pleased, and as they sat down, she was chatting enthusiastically with the rich young man next to her, which caused Huang Xiangyan to furrow her brows. She then mockingly remarked, since Mr. Zhu wasn't invited, why sit here? Zhu, and shook his head. I wasn't invited. There was a sneer on Huang Xiangyan's face. If you weren't even invited, why sit here? Chen Xiaoyi's face darkened. Xiangyan. Huang Xiangyan coldly laughed. Xiaoyi, you have to be careful. Some people, relying on their looks, swagger around all day, deceive women for money. Beware of them. This remark even made Zuoan chuckle. Huang Xiangyan seemed to have overlooked herself when speaking, right? But Chen Xiaoyi's face turned livid, clearly angered. Seeing this, Huang Xiangyan sneered inwardly. Chen Xiaoyi always considered herself superior, but now it seemed she was just a foolish woman. Huang Xiangyan wouldn't make such a mistake. She had worked hard to get an invitation to this press conference, all for the chance to hook a big fish. For her, money was the most important thing. Mr. Zhu, I'm really sorry. Chen Xiaoyi was full of apologies and wanted to say something. Zhu, and waved his hand and said calmly, no need to say anything. It's fine. Zuoan's attitude made Huang Xiangyan even more disdainful. In her eyes, Zuoan was clearly being cowardly. The rich second generation, who was being flattered by Huang Xiangyan at that moment, smirked arrogantly. Miss Huang, don't bother about some messy people. After the press conference, I will introduce you to some truly important figures. Huang Xiangyan's eyes lit up. Really? Young master, you are so amazing. The rich second generation smirked proudly. Of course, my family has a deep connection with the Chen family. My father even worked with Master Chen in the past. Now, when Master Chen sees me, he will nod in acknowledgement. The Chen master that he mentioned naturally referred to Chen Shu. Huan Xianyan's eyes sparkled with interest, becoming more flattering and obsequious. It was at this moment that a group of people walked up onto the stage, each of them holding a tray covered with red cloth so that the contents inside were not visible. Then Chen Rushi stepped forward. Her appearance caused a slight stir in the crowd. Many young masters and misses from prestigious families brightened up when they saw her. Miss Chen, hello. Sister Rushi, hello. Greetings were exchanged continuously. Even the rich second generation who had been flattering Huan Xiangyan continuously raised his hand excitedly and said, Miss Chen, hello. In their eyes, Chen Rushi was like a goddess. Huan Xiangyan envied Chen Rushi on the stage, thinking about how enjoyable it would be if she could reach that level one day. However, Chen Rushi just nodded slightly in acknowledgement and then stood to the side with her hands down. At this moment, Chen Shu walked up slowly. His appearance caused a great commotion. Whether willingly or unwillingly, everyone in the room stood up and shouted loudly, Greetings, Master Chen. Chen Shu smiled slightly. Please be seated, everyone. After everyone had sat down, Chen Shu said mildly, I have invited you all here today because there is something I would like to announce. However, Chen Shu paused for a moment, then continued, However, I am not qualified to speak about this matter, so I would like to invite a gentleman to come up on stage and speak. After saying this, Chen Shu also stepped to the side and stood. There was a moment of confusion among the audience, wondering who the gentleman was that even Chen Shu respected so much. At this moment, Zuoan stood up. His movement caught the attention of everyone around him. Chen Xiaoyi was surprised and whispered, Mr. Zhu, where are you going? Zuoan smiled faintly. It's fine. I'll just go up front for a moment. Huan Xiangyan sneered. How interesting. Do you even know where this is? How can you just walk around so casually? I don't even know how you got in. Chen Xiaoyi couldn't bear it any longer and angrily said, Huan Xiangyan, you are going too far. Huan Xiangyan was stunned by Chen Xiaoyi's outburst, then sneered, Chen Xiaoyi, don't think too highly of yourself. Let me tell you, this Zhu guy is nothing but. She didn't finish her sentence, because Huan Xiangyan saw a scene that left her speechless. Zuoan walked to the front and slowly made his way onto the stage. This action naturally drew the attention of everyone in the room. Chen Xiaoyi was also stunned. When Zuoan reached the front of the stage, Chen Shu and Chen Rushi stood beside him, showing great respect. Huan Xiangyan's expression was blank, murmuring softly, Oh my, I must be mistaken. At this moment, Chen Xiaoyi recovered from his shock and remembered the many miracles Zuoan had achieved in the provincial capital. A smile crept across his lips. Any miracle was possible with this man. Zuoan rested his hand on the table, surveying the room. The room gradually quieted down. Zuoan then spoke calmly. Many people are curious about who I am. Let me introduce myself. I am Zuoan. Zuoan. This name caused a stir. The rich second generation that Huang Xiangyan had been trying to flatter shuddered and looked at the stage with fearful eyes. He is Zuoan. Huang Xiangyan turned pale and asked in a low voice, Is Zhu and very powerful? Powerful? He not only put the top level in family in Chengdu under his feet, he is also. The rich second generation said, with a trembling voice. At that moment, he regretted deeply, getting involved with this foolish woman. Nah. He had made a mistake. He had actually mocked Zuoan earlier. Realizing this, the rich second generation trembled. As for Huang Xiangyan, her face was as white as a sheet, filled with regret over her words and actions. She then forced a smile and said to Chen Xiaoyi, Xiaoyi, could you help me apologize to Mr. Zhu later, please? Chen Xiaoyi snorted coldly, completely ignoring her. At that moment, Zuoan waved his hand, and when everyone quieted down, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Many of you are curious why this press conference is being held. It's simple, I am here to do one thing only. With that, Zuoan pulled off the red cloth covering the trays. Several delicate bottles appear, all emitting a charming light under the spotlight, dazzling the onlookers. What is that? Perfume? Many people wondered. Zuoan smiled faintly. This is what I want to tell you all today. A medicine called Chuanyuan that can prolong life by 20 years. Doom. A commotion erupted throughout the room that could no longer be suppressed. Prolong life by 20 years? What was that concept? Considering the current medical conditions, it was not even guaranteed to extend an old person's life by a year. Many people shook their heads, full of disdain and doubt. Zuoan quietly watched. He only spoke again when the crowd quieted down. I know many of you may not believe it, but that's okay. I have someone here who can verify it. With that, Gao Wenyan also stepped onto the stage. When he appeared, there was a low murmur from the audience. It's Dr. Gao. Why is he here too? Gao Wenyan smiled at the audience. Everyone. What I want to say today is, if you don't believe it, you can look at me. At this moment, many people finally noticed that Gao Wenyan was different from before. Formerly, although Gao Wenyan was well preserved, his age still showed on his face, with wrinkles and an air of aging. But now, he looked vibrant and seemed to be in his 30s. That sight made many people slightly intrigued. After all, Gao Wenyan had an excellent reputation in Chengdu. He wouldn't deceive people, right, Zhu? And spoke again. Furthermore, Qianyuan not only extends life, but it also keeps one eternally youthful. This statement made the women in the audience light up with excitement. No woman can resist the temptation of eternal youth. If there is, then she certainly is not a woman. Zuoan's words caused a huge sensation. However, some people still remained skeptical. After all of this sounded too unbelievable. At this moment, Zuoan pointed down to Chen Xiaoyi. Miss Chen, please come up. Chen Xiaoyi was startled and pointed to herself. Are you talking about me, Zhu? And nodded. Then Chen Xiaoyi stood up and walked up to the stage in a daze. Quan Xuanyan's eyes were filled with jealousy and frustration, but there was nothing she could do but watch. After Chen Xiaoyi got on stage, Zuoan smiled at her. Miss Chen, today I invite you to try this Qianyuan. Chen Xiaoyi, who was around 30 years old, usually had a plain face and often stayed up late writing drafts, so her skin looked terrible and she seemed a bit weary. Chen Xiaoyi looked bewildered. It wasn't until Zuoan handed her a bottle of Qianyuan that she understood. This is very expensive, right, Zhu? And nodded and softly said, probably over 10 million. Chen Xiaoyi's hand trembled, almost dropping the bottle to the ground. Gritting her teeth, she drank the entire bottle of Qianyuan. Zuoan watched silently. This could also be considered a gift to Chen Xiaoyi. Moreover, this Qianyuan was an enhanced version, with the effectiveness kicking in much faster. 5 minutes passed. Chen Xiaoyi blinked her eyes, feeling no difference. There was a gradual commotion in the audience. Many people were smirking slightly, thinking that Zuoan's trick had failed. Some individuals with medical backgrounds even stood up to accuse Zuoan of being a fraud. Just then, a miraculous scene unfolded. Wrinkles on Chen Xiaoyi's face began to disappear visibly, and her skin tone became fairer. Even the excess weight on her body quickly reverted to a youthful vigor. In a moment, the woman who had looked like she was in her 30s was now restored to a state of 18 or 19. The audience fell into dead silence. Everyone stared in disbelief, especially the women, who were all left dumbfounded. Oh my goodness! Finally, a woman whispered in amazement. Soon, the atmosphere in the room ignited like a spark had been lit. Mr. Zhu ... How much is this? I want 10 bottles. A wealthy old woman shouted. Mr. Zhu, I'm very interested in your product. I would like to collaborate with you. Here's my business card. A man wearing glasses, presumably a pharmaceutical company representative, said respectfully. Mr. Zhu, does this world-class technology have any side effects? Someone asked, voicing the concern of many. Zhu, and shook his head. Although many find it astonishing, this Qianyuan has no side effects. At this moment, many women rushed forward, almost devouring Zuoan with their eager gazes. Zuoan smiled. Today, I can let everyone try it, but it only lasts for a month. With that said, Zuoan took out the prepared sample kits, all diluted Qianyuan with an effectiveness lasting a maximum of 1 month. The women couldn't wait to get their hands on them and guzzled them down one by one. After a while, these women, who were once old and obese, became noticeably younger. The palpable effects finally made everyone drop their pretenses. Some women even resorted to physical altercations to grab the sample kits. Meanwhile, more malevolent gazes were set on Zuoan and the Chen family behind him. After all, everyone could see that Qianyuan represented massive wealth. Who wouldn't be envious? Zhu, and watched this scene with a slight smile on his face. This was the effect he wanted. Concurrently, Zuoan noticed a gaze filled with resentment. He turned to look and locked eyes with Jin Zhirong sitting far away. Jin Zhirong was trembling all over, her teeth grinding audibly. She was not a fool. She naturally deduced that Zuoan must have produced the Qianyuan. What did this mean? It meant that Zuoan possessed technology potent enough to make him the world's richest man. Yet, he had never revealed it. This realization filled Jin Jirong with regret and rancor. If only she hadn't been so domineering in the past, if she had been more amiable, then Nan's technique would have belonged to the Yin family. But it was too late. Jin Jirong could only gaze at Zuoan with resentment and animosity. When Zuoan turned to look at her, Jin Jirong was taken aback. Zuoan's eyes were indifferent and cold, like a supreme emperor scrutinizing wayward subjects. This made Jin Jirong pale. Many who knew the situation chuckled to themselves. The Yin family had become the laughingstock in many people's eyes. Mr. Zhu, when do you plan to put this on sale? Was the question most people asked. Zuoan smiled. It's already in production. As for when it will be available for sale, maybe after General Lin's gambling event ends. Zuoan's words stirred something within the audience. It seemed that Zuoan was gambling, betting on General Lin's victory. Amid the eager and envious gazes, a woman sat elegantly in a wheelchair, looking at Zuoan with a puzzled expression. What are you up to? The divine-like man in my cousin's mouth, Zuoan. And so, the press conference ended amidst shock. The subsequent impact completely overturned the entire city. Everyone understood the significance of Qianyuan. So, once Zuoan returned to the Chen family, his phone rang incessantly, invitations piling up. Zuoan's response to all this was simple: ignore it. He then took his wife and children out to play. Just as Zuoan had predicted, Qianyuan stirred out everyone's desires, with countless greedy eyes fixed on the Chen family and himself. In the Yin family estate, the servants remained silent as a grave. Because of a trivial matter, Jin Jirong had already punished for maids. Now, she sat on a chair, seething with anger, and Chong said with a wry smile, "Mother, calm down." How can I calm down? Qianyuan was originally ours, but now it belongs to the Chen family. How can I not be angry? Jin Jirong's face was full of resentment, and Chong shook his head. Mother, the key now is to hope that General Lin loses. As long as he loses, Zuoan will have no support, and only the Chen family won't be able to handle this hot potato. Jin Jirong nodded thoughtfully. So, you mean? Let's wait and see. But someone is bound to lose their composure soon. Just as Chan had predicted, Country M, a serious-looking Caucasian man holding a top-secret document, solemnly said to the special agent below, "We have just received a special mission. Someone in China has developed a drug that can extend life by 20 years. The information is confirmed, and the country urgently needs all the details of this drug." Saying this, the man passed the document down. It detailed character charts. The first one prominently displayed was Zuoan, with a danger level assessment of SS. Leader. Is this a mistake? Someone exclaimed in surprise. The man shook his head solemnly. This is the conclusion determined by the system. Then he said, in a low voice, according to our intelligence system, countries R, H, and E have all started taking action. This is a war among special agents, and our country M must not lose. Yes. The crowd responded thunderously. Heather. Stay here, the man said, after everyone dispersed, leaving a charming woman with black eyes and yellow skin behind. Heather. This is a mission just for you. This is your new identity. Heather took a look and saw a name written on the new identity. Yuan Zhao. There was only one piece of paper for the mission, with information on a man. Yong Bingi. Male. 23 years old. Unmarried. With one failed relationship experience, sensitive but impulsive in character. Rated C by the system, easily penetrable. Heather nodded. Understood. The central location was a place of fierce battles among various fractions, Zhu, and revealing this thing called Qianyuan was like throwing a piece of me into an arena, making everyone turn red-eyed and start tearing at each other. Today, Zuoan sat in his office chair, leisurely sipping tea. There were 2 deep bullet marks on his desk in front of him. As for the person who fired the bullets, they had already been killed by Zuoan's sword energy from a distance. It felt quite strange. It was like playing with children. Zuoan even treated it as a game. Man found himself enjoying it. The pharmaceutical factory was officially renamed Qianyuan Pharmaceutical Factory. Numerous prying eyes lingered around Zhu and remained calm and composed, presiding over the situation. Zhao Zuhui walked in. Second brother. Another attack. Zhu. And nodded. Yes. And it was a low-skilled assassination attempt. Now I have to replace another desk set, causing more trouble. Zhao Zuhui frowned. Continuing like this isn't good. Zuoan smiled. It won't last forever. This is like a mutual probing. They don't know my background, so they try to find out this way. The more they do this, the more confused they become. Indeed, as Zuoan had said, several intelligence heads from countries H, R, and E were grim-faced at the moment. Many personnel had been lost during this period, but no one who set foot inside the factory had returned. They still had no clue about what was happening inside, a humiliation to all factions. Later, people referred to this operation as the battle of intelligence between various factions. Tonight, Yong did not go to the factory because he had some trivial matters to attend to. After finishing them, he was preparing to leave in his car. He felt a bump from behind and, upon getting out to check, found that a pink car had rear-ended his. Yong furrowed his brows, then saw a apologetic-looking girl stepping out of the car. The girl was not exceptionally beautiful, pleasant to look at, and she kept apologizing to Yong. "Sorry, I didn't mean to." Seeing that it was a girl driving, Yong furrowed brow relaxed a bit. "It's fine. Let's exchange insurance information," Yong said. "Oh, let's just forget it. I've had too many accidents this year." The girl playfully stuck out her tongue. "I'll compensate you directly with money." Yong did not suspect her and gave a price, to which the girl responded, "I'll add you on WeChat and transfer the money. If there's anything, you can contact me." Yong nodded. They exchanged WeChat contacts, and the girl transferred the money, smiling. "My name is Yuan Zhao. May I ask for your name?" "I'm Yong Bingy." Yong didn't want to appear too serious, so he smiled as he responded, "I'm sorry for the trouble. It's okay." After saying this, Yong left. Yuan Zhao watched his car drive off into the distance and then, with her smile fading, softly said, "The unexpectedly smooth first step. It seems this mission isn't challenging after all." The next night, as Yong was about to eat in the cafeteria, his phone rang. Looking at the screen, he saw a WeChat message from Yuan Zhao. It featured an apologetic smiley face, followed by a voice message. Yong heart raced a bit as he pressed play. Yuan Zhao said, "I'm very sorry about yesterday. If you have time tonight, I'd like to invite you for dinner." Yong took a deep breath and replied with a message, "Okay." That night, at a mid-range restaurant in capital, Yong looked at Yuan Zhao, who had changed into an elegant outfit and looked dazzling. He couldn't help but feel a bit stupefied. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Yuan Zhaoxia's cheeks blushed. "Out. Sorry. I was just amazed by your beauty." Yuan Zhaoxia's eyes sparkled, and she chuckled. "Is this how you usually talk to your girlfriend?" Yong shook his head. "I don't have a girlfriend." "How is that possible? You're such an excellent young man. How could you not have a girlfriend?" "Well, to be precise, I had one before." Yong smiled wryly. Yuan Zhao nodded, then laughed. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked." The two of them made and chatted, getting along better as they continued. After dinner, slightly tipsy, Yuan Zhao walked out of the restaurant. "Can you take me home?" Yuan Zhao said softly. Naturally, no one would refuse this request. Yong hailed a cab and sent Yuan Zhao home. On the way back, Yuan Zhao fell asleep with her head leaning on Yong shoulder. When they arrived at her place, Yuan Zhao was still in a daze. Yong had to help her to the doorstep before she managed to open the door in a half-conscious state. Once inside, Yong placed her on the sofa and was about to leave when Yuan Zhao grabbed his arm. "I'm all alone at home, and I'm really scared. Can you stay with me?" Yong sat down in silent agreement. Yuan Zhao began to ramble, then suddenly lay on Yong. "Don't you like me?" Yuan Zhao asked with a coquettish look. On such a night, with a beautiful woman in his arms, even a strong-willed man would feel his heart flutter, especially with Yuan Zhao being so passionate at the moment. But the next moment, her body stiffened. Yuan Zhao still had a drunken look on her face, laughing lightly as she said, "Are you drunk? You must be drunk." Yong paid no attention to her words, just saying lightly, "No female driver can drive a manual car. That's your biggest flaw." This sentence made Yuan Zhaoxia's expression darken, her eyes no longer showing any signs of intoxication. "I underestimated you, but have you ever thought about the consequences of angering a well-trained special agent?" Yong chuckled softly. "Have you ever thought about the consequences of offending someone who runs a pharmaceutical factory?" Yuan Zhao suddenly felt dizzy. "How is it possible? I have been careful all this time. How could you have drugged me?" Yuan Zhao exclaimed in fear. Yong looked at her, a hint of mocking smile appearing on his face. "There is no drug in the drinks. but there is one placed in the taxi by me. Yuan Zhao wanted to say something else, but then fell into a deep sleep, knowing nothing at all. When Yong Bin brought Yuan Zhao back to the pharmaceutical factory to meet Zuoan, others had also arrived. Seeing a beautiful female special agent, Chiale couldn't help but feel somewhat annoyed. Why is it that your side has a beautiful female agent, while I only have burly men? Yong Bin smirked. Second brother, how are you planning to deal with these people? Jia Zuhui felt somewhat troubled. After questioning, just let them go, Zuoan said calmly. Let them go? Yes. What else can we do? But rest assured, sending these people back will only bring more trouble to the other side. It's more advantageous than killing them, Zuoan said with a faint smile. Indeed, as he said, after releasing these people, everyone's memories became confused. This shocked all the interrogators. In just a few days, all these elite operatives had been completely changed. It seems that this pharmaceutical factory is not that simple. Due to this intimidation, for a while, no one dared to casually probe for intelligence. The Qianyuan pharmaceutical factory was also referred to by various parties as an intelligence black hole. As for the forces in Zhongdu, they had all quieted down at this moment, because everyone was waiting for the long-anticipated big battle, which had finally arrived. Mingfang Mountain was not particularly high or beautiful, usually with few tourists, but today, since early morning, there had been a continuous stream of vehicles pouring in. By midday, various types of vehicles had filled the base of Mingfang Mountain. Almost all of Zhongdu's prominent families had gathered, just to witness this century's battle. However, those of low status had to wait at the foot of the mountain, as only those with a certain level of status and position could go up the mountain. At this moment, a woman was slowly pushing a wheelchair up the mountain. Sitting in the wheelchair was a graceful woman. When they moved away, some people whispered to each other, "Who is that woman? Why is she pushing a wheelchair? Haven't you recognized her?" The one pushing the wheelchair is Master Wei Ryan. You mean the Master Wei who loves flowers? Yes. And the one being pushed is the only genius left in the Wei family for a century, known as the living martial arts encyclopedia of the present age, Wei Rulin. Some gasped in surprise, because Wei Rulin was well known in Zhongdu, and many knew her as the living martial arts encyclopedia. The fact that she turned out to be a mischievous girl was unexpected. At this moment, Wei Ryan pushed her cousin up the mountain. As they walked, the two sisters chatted casually. Sister, I still can't understand why Zuoan chose to announce Zhanyuan at this time. Wei Rulin looked puzzled. Wei Ryan smiled. I don't know either. There couldn't be a worse timing than now. Everyone knows he's with General Lin, who is currently facing a life and death battle. Shouldn't he lay low at this time? But instead, he did the opposite, showing off Zhanyuan. Now, all eyes are on him. If General Lin loses, things will get interesting. But what if General Lin wins? Wei Ryan smiled. Impossible. In my estimation, General Lin will undoubtedly lose. Oh. Why? Because he killed the envoy, showing that his power has decreased to the point where he needs such means to maintain it. Clearly not a good sign. Hearing her cousin's words, Wei Ryan couldn't help but show a hint of worrying in her eyes. She trusted Wei Rulin's judgment because many of Wei Rulin's predictions had been proven correct. As they reached the top of the mountain, many people were already waiting there. Wei Ryan saw many familiar faces among them. After finding a place to sit down, Zuoan arrived. When he appeared, many people were stirred. Especially many of them looked at Zuoan with unfriendly eyes. Zuoan didn't make any comments on this. It was Wei Ryan who smiled lightly and pointed, Mr. Zhu, over here. Mr. Zhu smiled and walked over. Wei Rulin continued to watch Zuoan with a playful look in her eyes, and only after a while, she softly said, Mr. Zhu, don't you think what you did a few days ago was too impulsive? Wei Ryan frowned. Lanner. Wei Rulin smiled. Sister, I was just curious to ask. I think Mr. Zhu won't be angry, right, Zhu? And smiled. Of course, I'm not angry, but I don't think I did anything impulsive. Wei Rulin frowned, and her evaluation of Zhu gradually lowered in her mind. To her, Zuoan's actions were nothing but foolish. Someone who only knows how to use force without a brain is not worth considering. So Wei Rulin's eyes showed a hint of disdain. Then she turned her head and said no more. Around this time, many people started to arrive one after another from below the mountain. Most of them were martial arts experts. Among them, the majority were from Huaxia. After all, This time it was another challenge for Huaxia's General Lin against their kingdom. As citizens of Huaxia, they naturally cared a lot about it. It was close to noon. People had been waiting on the mountain for 2 to 3 hours, and they were starting to feel tired. Some were whispering, "I heard General Lin has been in seclusion for a few days. Looks like he's preparing himself. Shh, here they come." Just then, a group of people dressed in kimonos walked up from the foot of the mountain. Leading them was a girl carrying a large sword that was almost half her size. She walked slowly in wooden clogs, with a solemn and indifferent expression. People began to stir. Some exclaimed, "Is that the one-blade goddess of the Earth Kingdom? She's actually a young girl. Hey, it looks like our General Lin has already won." But many martial arts experts had a solemn expression. They could see that this woman was extraordinary. Zuoan furrowed his brows slightly. This woman, there was something strange about her aura. Seemingly human yet not quite human, demonic yet not quite demonic. Quite intriguing indeed. Zuoan watched quietly as Takeuchi Kiyoko and the people from the Yatagami shrine stopped on the other side of the mountain top, with Kiyoko beginning to meditate with closed eyes. The people of Huaxia, or whispering quietly among themselves. Chi Chongshan's lips curled up in a smug smile. Last night, he secretly made contact with the people from country R. As long as General Lin dies today, the future capital city will belong to the Qi family. Sharing the same thought were the Yin family and their followers. However, they decided to wait and observe, ready to switch sides at the critical moment if needed. The sun gradually rose overhead, its intense rays making heads swim and eyes dazzle. Suddenly, Kiyoko opened her eyes and spoke in a strange Huaxia accent. "They're here." A person was seen flying from the foot of the mountain, swiftly arriving at the mountain top in an instant, causing a commotion among the crowd. "It's General Lin. General Lin has arrived." General Lin stood on the mountain top, nodding slightly at the crowd before turning his gaze towards Kiyoko. "I didn't expect the newly appointed ghostly general to be a woman." A wicked smile appeared on Kiyoko's once beautiful face. "General Lin, 10 years ago, you struck me down with your sword. Today, I will avenge that sword." General Lin's gaze turned cold. He knew that the ghostly general position in country or was a hereditary one. However, he never expected memories to be passed down as well. 10 years ago, I could kill you. 10 years later, it will be the same. With that, General Lin drew his sword with a sudden motion. The sword energy spread all around, causing the onlookers to retreat over 100 meters, standing halfway down the mountain. At this moment, Wei Rulin shook her head with a sigh. "General, this battle is becoming more dangerous. To strike first and reveal your intentions may have already dulled your edge." Zuoan, who was listening from the side, smiled slightly. "It seems you are not hopeful for General Lin's success." Wei Rulin snorted coldly. "That's right. In my opinion, General Lin is bound to lose. So publicly announcing his intentions in advance is simply a foolish move." "Rulin, quiet." Wei Yin frowned and whispered softly, "Is it not? Wait and see the outcome later." Wei Rulin looked coldly towards the scene. At this moment, General Lin held the sword in his hand, his momentum rising steadily, breaking through the realm of a scatter, immortal and entering a mysterious realm. The martial artists in the crowd were all in awe. This sword is called Flowing Light, left behind by the immortals of Huaxia. "Today, I wield this sword to defeat you on Mingfang Mountain." Kiyoko chuckled wickedly, and her kimono fluttered without wind, her eyes gradually turning black, a chilling darkness that made viewers shudder. "Very well, once I kill you, there will be no more immortals in the vast Huaxia, and I will be able to rule freely." With Kiyoko's emotionless voice, her aura suddenly soared. Everyone was shocked. "She's a transcendental being." "No, she seems to be even more advanced than a transcendental being." General Lin's expression also became serious. He then calmly said, "Earth Lord." The flowing light sword suddenly became heavy, as if weighing 1,000 caddies, and Kiyoko's delicate fingers were instantly cut off. The sword energy surged like a mountain, sending Kiyoko flying dozens of steps away. There was a low murmur from the crowd, with many showing smiles of satisfaction. But as Kiyoko slowly got up from the ground, her body bore scorch marks from the sword energy, yet her face retained the cold smile. "Come again," her voice echoed. Many people began to look tense. General Lin remained calm, as if nothing had happened, softly saying, "Heaven's way." This was one of the strongest swords among the 3 laws. The flowing light vanished, and General Lin was now swordless. But suddenly, swords appear everywhere within a radius of 100 meters. Kiyoko initially showed a trace of seriousness on her face, but continued to stand nonchalantly. Heh. This is getting interesting. Suddenly, a sword pierced out from Kiyoko's chest. Everyone gasped, but the Huaxia crowd exhaled in relief, thinking that the general had finally defeated this half-human, half-demonic figure. Only Wei Rulin and a few others grew more serious. Kiyoko looked down at the sword in her chest, shook her head, and smiled softly. You've managed to make me feel a hint of pain. That's quite an achievement. She then grasped the blade with her hand and slowly pulled it out from her chest. Not a drop of blood spilled. With a smirk, she said, General Lin, 10 years ago, when I first arrived in this world, my body was too weak, so I was injured by you and had to leave. Now, this body fits perfectly with my demonic nature. Do you really think you can defeat me with these worldly tricks? These words left the people of Huaxia pale. General Lin slowly lowered his head. Many were in disbelief. Then suddenly someone exclaimed, General, he. As soon as this statement was made, Wei Rulin, who was seated in a wheelchair, immediately paled. How is this possible? Is there really this impossible fourth sword? Wei Rulin muttered to herself, her eyes filled with shock. The three laws of heaven, earth, and man's swordsmanship, known as the unparalleled mastery of the current age, was the renowned skill of General Lin Da. However, there were rumors of a last sword, known as the impossible sword. Unexpectedly, today General Lin Da actually displayed it. If this is true, the general might really have a chance of winning. Wei Rulin's heart clenched together, her expression becoming serious as she looked on. Meanwhile, within 100 meters of General Lin Da, everything came to a halt. The wind stopped blowing. The sword jet hanging in the air stopped as well. Even the surprised expression on Junai's face froze. It was as though someone had pressed the pause button. The might of this sword had almost reached the level of the Tao, beginning to interfere with the operation of the laws of heaven and earth. Doom. Suddenly, everything within the range of the sword's momentum accelerated to more than 100 times its speed, like igniting a bomb, and everything explosively scattered. The force was so strong that everyone took several steps back, then stared in disbelief at Junai, who was enveloped in smoke. Gradually, everything returned to calm. Only the smoke had not yet dispersed. Many people had a hint of a smile on their lips, thinking victory was assured, because no one could survive under such a powerful sword force. Wei Rulin's face suddenly turned grim. He has never drawn his sword from beginning to end. This was the most fearful point for Wei Rulin. Even facing the sword that General Lin used at the cost of his life, Junai did not draw the divine sword. Sure enough, just when the people of Huaxia thought they were going to win, the smoke cleared, revealing Junai, covered in injuries, standing before everyone. Heh. Junai let out an extremely unpleasant laugh. General Lin Da, I admire you. To kill me, you burned all your essence and blood to use this sword. Unfortunately, this sword, powerful as it is, still can't kill me, because I am the invincible eight-forked demon. Everyone's complexion changed drastically. At this moment, General Lin Da could barely stand, his figure swaying, clearly about to fall. Many people shed tears at this moment. General, retreat. Amidst the cries of the crowd, General Lin Da shook his head. There is only the fallen Lin Da in Huaxia, and no surrendering general. Then General Lin Da looked at Junai, who was exuding demonic flames all over. Let's fight. And at this moment, Enzu finally couldn't help but step forward to compliment. Lady Junai's skills are indeed outstanding. Anne's family admires you. As soon as these words came out, many people couldn't help but look serious. Anne's family, how dare you betray? Enzu sneered. How is this a betrayal? I simply admire Lady Junai's cultivation, so I offer my congratulations. Junai laughed heartily. Good. In Huaxia, there is a saying that those who recognize the situation are the heroes. Rest assured, I will not treat you unfairly. Then Junai turned to General Lin Da and said, You are a worthy opponent, so I will send you on your way with the divine sword. With those words, Junai slowly drew her sword, and before the sword was completely unsheathed, a terrifying demon spirit surged straight into the sky. It even engulfed the sun at noon, making it seem like night had fallen. People were frightened. General Lin Da sighed faintly and closed his eyes. Defeat was defeat, and he was already at his limits, with no strength left to fight. At this moment, Wei Rulin shook her head with a bitter smile. I said this battle would be difficult to win. Indeed, no miracle has occurred. She then glanced at Zuoan, thinking that he would be speechless now. Once General Lin falls, the Chen family is sure to weaken. Then Zuoan, who holds the fate of the sky, will be torn to pieces by the various major families in the capital. That as she saw Zuoan still maintaining a calm expression, she couldn't help feeling even more contemptuous. Even at this critical juncture, can't he see the situation? He truly is a brainless person. However, at that moment, Zuoan suddenly raised his eyebrows, eyes bursting with a sharp light, and shouted coldly, "You seek death." Wei Rulin was surprised, not understanding whom Zuoan was addressing. Then she saw Zuoan striding towards the mountain. His action immediately attracted everyone's attention. Some recognized Zuoan but didn't know what he intended. Wei Rulin was even more dumbfounded, before shaking her head and saying to her cousin, "Wei Ryan, cousin, is this the otherworldly man you spoke of?" Her tone was full of disdain. In her eyes, Zuoan was clearly seeking death. Wei Ryan also looked bewildered, not knowing what Zuoan intended to do. At that moment, as Junai was about to act, she noticed someone approaching and couldn't help but turn to look. Hey, kid. What are you doing here? Planning to die? General Linda also saw Zuoan and couldn't help but speak anxiously. Mr. Zhu, please step back. This is a private conflict between her and me. It has nothing to do with you. But Zuoan continued walking forward, ignoring everyone's words. Qi Chongshen and Jin Jiran exchanged glances, eyes filled with joy. If Zuoan could die at the hands of Junai, that would be even better. Junai frowned slightly, about to say something, when Zuoan looked up, his eyes filled with anger and killing intent. Very well, it's you. Ha, a mere low-level demon. Daring to do such a thing, you all deserve to die. These words left everyone confused, not understanding their meaning at all. At the same time, Zuoan suddenly raised his head, and an extremely chilling killing intent soared into the sky. It directly dispersed the demon spirit that had just covered the sky. The whole scene was shocked, especially Wei Rulin, whose expression changed drastically. How is this possible? This kind of momentum? Junai was slightly stunned, then sneered. Where did this madman come from? Babbling nonsense. Before she could finish her sentence, Zuoan had already swiftly approached and directly smashed her head into the ground without anyone seeing how he moved. Zuoan then emitted a terrifying killing intent that could freeze the soul, and punched again. Doom. The whole Mingfang mountain trembled. The ground had already been blasted into a large pit. As for Junai, her upper body had already been crushed into a pulp. But Zuoan didn't stop there. He continued to raise his fist and strike. Everyone watched in horror at this scene. Some who were more faint-hearted even felt their legs shaking. Finally, a dark shadow, looking disheveled, drifted out of Junai's corpse, stood in midair, and shouted angrily, "Kid, who are you? Why did you strike without saying a word?" Zhu, and turned his head, looked at the dark shadow with a snake head revealed in midair, his eyes full of a chilling killing intent. Why strike? Ha, you sealed my wife's roots, and now you ask me. Why strike? Seal the root of your wife. The shadow that should be called the virtual image of the Orochi demon wrinkled its brow, then shook its head. What a mess. But since you dare to offend me, the Orochi demon, be prepared to die. With that, the half-body already turned into flesh mud on the ground. Kiyoko Takeuchi began rapidly regenerating. In the blink of an eye, she returned to normal. Then all the demonic flames condensed within her. And when she raised her eyes, they were filled with a dark magic. Kid, today is the day of your death. With that, Kiyoko Takeuchi finally drew the ghostly divine sword. The demonic flames rose, and everything within 100 meters began to disintegrate and shatter under such immense pressure. Lin Da-John's face was somewhat pale. This Kiyoko Takeuchi was much stronger than Ito Natsuki 10 years ago. But faced with such earth-shattering momentum, Zuoan remained indifferent. A low-level demon, and just a remnant body, yet you have such a big mouth. These words made Kiyoko Takeuchi's face extremely unpleasant. Kid, prepare to die. The godly sword raised high in flames, then came down fiercely. The endless demonic flames distorted the air. This astounding blow made everyone's faces turn pale. Lin Da-John's face changed drastically. Then he gave a slight bitter smile and closed his eyes. In his view, Zuoan was doomed, because this strike even surpassed longevity, already touching the edge of half-step golden immortal. Wei Rulin couldn't help but let out a sigh, lowering her eyes and saying, "Cousin, he's quite powerful, but too reckless. It shouldn't have happened. The rest of her words were left unsaid, as a shocking scene unfolded. Zuoan casually raised his hands and effortlessly caught the strike, and at the moment the demonic flames touched Zuoan, they suddenly extinguished. Kiyoko Takeuchi's eyeballs nearly popped out. How is this possible? This was the most powerful strike infused with the power of a demon god, yet this man easily caught it? At that moment, Zuoan looked at Kiyoko Takeuchi coldly and said, I told you, you are just a low-level demon. Haven't you realized it yet? Kiyoko Takeuchi was about to say something when Zuoan's eyes flashed with a profound and supremely noble aura. Kiyoko Takeuchi trembled all over, her face suddenly turning ashen. You are, Zu, and nodded. Yes, I am. The surrounding people all wore puzzled expressions. What was happening? But Kiyoko Takeuchi, at this moment, didn't even dare to resist, and simply knelt down in deep fear, saying, So it's you, sir. I didn't know it was you here. Please forgive me. This silenced the whole place. Lin Da-jon, who had resigned himself to death, slowly opened his eyes, finding himself stunned as well. As for Wei Rulin, she was even more dumbfounded. Who was he? Why did he make this our country demon so scared? One thing was certain. Zuoan was tougher than General Lin. General Lin was defeated, but Zuoan easily overcame him and even made Kiyoko Takeuchi kneel in supplication. It was no wonder he had been calm and composed all along. He was always prepared. How foolish to think of him as a brainless, reckless person, even mocking him. With this realization, Wei Rulin couldn't help but feel ashamed. And the rest of the people were even more shocked. Only Chishin and Enzu's expressions changed drastically, all silently retreating. Zuoan looked at the trembling Kiyoko Takeuchi on the ground and asked, Where are your other remnants, sir? They're all sealed at various locations in our country. Kiyoko Takeuchi said respectfully. Zuoan's face remained murderous. He was infuriated to find that the aura emanating from Kiyoko Takeuchi bore some similarity to an Yan's seal. This made him furious. Through divine sense, he had just discovered that this Orochi's remnants were unaware of this fact. There was only one possibility left. The other remnants of Orochi must be involved. With this thought, Zuoan walked closer to Kiyoko Takeuchi. She was trembling all over, not daring to resist at all. Just moments ago, he felt an aura on her so shocking, even surpassing the demon emperor Orochi he had seen before. Zuoan suddenly reached out and placed his hand on Kiyoko Takeuchi's head, then lifted it abruptly. A dark shadow was pulled out. Sir, please spare me. I can help you find the other remnants. A snakehead in the shadow pleaded and wailed. No need, Zuoan said coldly, crushing it with one hand. At this point, all the remnants worshipped in the Orochi shrine vanished. Kiyoko Takeuchi, on the other hand, slumped to the ground in a faint. The battle was over. Zuoan turned his gaze towards the crowd, then walked over to General Lin. General Lin's skin was peeling off piece by piece. Zuoan looked at him with a hint of respect. Anyone who defies death anytime, anywhere, was worthy of respect. General, do you have any last words? Zuoan asked calmly. The general chuckled. I just ask that Sir protects our Huaxia and does not allow foreign countries to bully us. The sound of weeping could be heard in the crowd. To the very end, General Lin cared for Huaxia. Zuoan nodded. Rest assured, with me here, Huaxia will be as stable as a rock. Then, I shall go. After General Lin spoke, his whole body turned into fragments, dissipating in the wind. Only the luminous sword on the ground proved his presence and his bow. Zuoan bent down, picked up the sword of light, then turned around to face the Chijia and Anjia people who had shrunk to the back of the crowd. Now, it's time to settle things with you all. Chishin turned and ran. He was now filled with overwhelming fear. Zuoan was more terrifying than a demon god. But Zuoan didn't even glance at him, dissolving him with one sword strike. The sword energy chased him down, cutting Chishin into several pieces, even shredding his soul. Zuoan then looked at the pale faces of the Yin family members and smiled slightly. Do you remember what I said before? The Yin family members were shocked. Zuoan continued in a calm tone. I said that one day, you would kneel before me and beg. As soon as he finished speaking, Zuoan and Chan knelt down, banging their heads on the ground. Sir, please spare us. Please spare us. Especially Chan, who crawled forward, begging, Sir, this matter has nothing to do with me. It was all due to this old witch and Enzu. Please spare me. Zuoan looked at him with lowered eyes. Nothing to do with you. And Chan nodded. Yes, sir. It really has nothing to do with me. Meanwhile, Anne's old lady Jin Jiran was trembling all over, and upon hearing An Chan's words, she couldn't help but burst into anger. You disobedient son. You. Zuoan frowned. Kneel. Sout. Jin Jiran also knelt on the ground, her face showing signs of unwillingness. With her voice, Anyan walks up the mountain. As soon as she appears, An Chan sees her as a life-saving straw and quickly shouts, Yanner, please save me. They did everything in the house, and I. Before An Chan could finish his sentence, Zuoan slices him with a sword. An Chan's head shoots into the sky, and in midair, he manages to finish the last word. Guan. His head then falls to the ground, with a final trace of horror frozen on his face. Zuoan says indifferently, so nosy. Then looks up and smiles at Enyan. Why did you come? Enyan brushes aside her hair by the ear and smiles brightly. I was worried about you, so I came to check on you. Zuoan nods and points his sword at Jin Jirong and Enzu. They. Enyan lowers her head, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. There are no family members in Zhongdu who have defected to the enemy. This sentence finally shatters Jin Jirong's composure, and she collapses on the ground, a scent of urine emanating. She was so scared that she peed herself. Yanner. I know I was wrong. Please spare me. Jin Jirong pleaded in despair. Enyan glances at her, lowers her eyes, and softly says, Rest in peace. After saying this, Zuoan strikes with his sword. Splat. The heads of Jin Jirong and Enzu both fall. Blood splatters all over, and the corpses tumble down. With this, the high-ranking members of the An family are gone, vanishing into thin air. A complex expression flashes across Anyan's face. Zuoan tenderly drapes his arm over Anyan's shoulder and softly says, It's done. They deserved it. Don't dwell on it. Let's go to our country in a couple of days. Sure. Why are we going to our country? Because there, we can find a way to lift the seal on you. Just then, the unconscious Takeuchi Seiko gradually wakes up and, seeing the surroundings, is filled with fear. Zuoan walks over and smiles faintly. Hello, Princess Hidao of our country. The confusion fades from Takeuchi Seiko's face, replaced by immense as she gazes at Zuoan. Although possessed by a demon god and limited in control over her body, her consciousness remains intact, allowing her to witness the events outside. Therefore, she saw everything that just happened. Sir, Takeuchi Seiko speaks fluently in Mandarin. Please don't be afraid. I'll take you home, Zuoan says calmly. Zuoan's warm smile gradually calms Takeuchi Seiko down. Just then, Wei Ryan approaches with her cousin. Mr. Zhu, I'm sorry for my short-sightedness. Please forgive me. Wei Ryan apologizes sincerely. She is a straightforward woman, admitting when she's wrong and offering apologies naturally. Zuoan smiles faintly, nodding without comment. Mr. Zhu, what are your plans next? Wei Ryan, however, is highly intrigued by Zuoan. Zuoan casually says, settle the accounts that should have been settled long ago. With that, Zuoan turns to look at the various expressions of the people. The general is gone. From now on, Huazia has me. Whoever dares not to comply shall meet their end at this mountain. Zuoan raises his sword. A surge of unyielding sword intent shoots straight into the sky and then swiftly slashes downward. Doom. This sword, unstoppable in its momentum, cleaves Mount Mingfang in half. Even the residual force of the sword severs a small river in front of Mount Mingfang. This earth-shattering sword strike leaves everyone in awe, except for Wei Ryan, whose eyes shimmer with admiration. This is truly a decisive man. Zuoan then leads Anyan down the mountain. Wei Ryan watches Zuoan's departing figure and murmurs softly, Cousin, you were right. He truly is like a deity. Wei Yanli sighs softly, her eyes complex with no word spoken. Zuoan wishes he could fly to her country immediately to unlock the seal on his wife as soon as possible. However, before leaving, he must take care of matters. Drawing much information from the shattered remnants of Yamada no Orochi's consciousness, it is not enough. Our country has many hidden shrines. Who knows where those remains are hidden? It seems many things will need to be solved with the help of local forces. But this Takeuchi Seiko, Zuoan looks back at the girl following behind him with a dazed expression. Although she is from the Hidao family of our country, she is timid and not valued by her family. Zuoan arrives at the Qi family first. Initially, Qi Change attempted to harm Zuoan by serving the witch but ended up being killed by Zuoan. However, Zuoan did not want to harm innocent people, so he did not deal with the others. However, it turns out that Qi Chanshan had secretly conspired with people from our country, inviting his own doom. Zuoan arrives at the Qi family's gate and strides in regally. "What are you here for?" A security guard quickly steps forward to block him. Zuoan glances at these people, causing them to freeze in place. The gaze of Zuoan was just too terrifying. Zuoan walks into the Qi family and calmly says, "People of the Qi family, come out and meet your death." His voice reverberates throughout the Qi family. After a moment, an enraged voice comes from the backyard. Where did this madman come from to disrupt the Qi family? A senior immediately leaps over and attacks Zuoan. Zuoan doesn't even blink, gives a light shout, "Leave." This powerful heavenly realm expert is instantly pulverized as if hit by a huge cannon, reduced to nothingness. This scene terrifies the followers of the Qi family charging from behind. Who are you? Why have you come to my Qi family?" A trembling elder of the Qi family asks. Zuoan softly says, "My name is Zuoan." Zuoan. The expression of the crowd changes drastically. "I'm here this time to send your Qi family on their way, as your family head is already waiting for you up ahead," Zuoan says calmly. The Qi family's elders turn pale and try to run, but Zuoan shakes his head and swings his sword. Under the sword's might, all the Qi family members perish. Zuoan then looks towards the back courtyard and says, "Come out." Qi Weiyan walks out pale-faced. Zuoan gazes at her and asks, "Why didn't you run?" Qi Weiyan's eyes show anger. "Why should I run?" Zuoan. "Tell me, why did you wipe out my entire Qi family?" "Because your Qi family conspired with foreign enemies. You all deserved it." And, Zuoan says softly, "I had no intentions of wiping out your entire Qi family. For example, I don't want to kill you." Qi Weiyan is taken aback. You're not going to kill me? Aren't you afraid I might seek revenge in the future?" Zuoan chuckles. "My judgment on killing lies within me. Since you haven't done anything wrong, why should I kill you? As for seeking revenge, I have never cared." With that, Zuoan disappears on the spot. Qi Weiyan stares blankly. She vaguely knows about what the Qi family has been up to all these years. "Settle down." And English Shand and Meng's faces change color, and they heard the news. And Meng's face turned ashen, trembling as she said, "Brother, what should we do? Should we run away?" "Run away?" And Ying chuckled bitterly. "Do you think there is anywhere in the world we can hide from him? This all started because of the foolishness of the older generation. I have advised many times, but no one would listen." And Meng shuddered. "Then, what should we do?" "Just wait. I think he will come soon." And Ying's eyes flickered. Indeed, by evening, Zuoan, and Yan, and Ching arrived at An's house. Looking at the towering gate of An's house, and Yan's face was complex, and Ching looked downcast. After all, Lin Dazhang's death was a huge blow to the military. Zuoan smiled faintly and casually waved his hand. Doom. The grand gate collapsed to the ground. Dust rose, shaking the surroundings. "Darling, I know you don't like this gate, so I've demolished it for you." Speaking, and Ying and others hurried over. Upon seeing Zuoan, and Ying respectfully said, "Mr. Zhu." Zuoan looked at Ying. The impression this young man gave him at the beginning was good, so he smiled and said, "Call me brother-in-law." And Ying's face changed slightly upon hearing this. This matter has nothing to do with you. I am not a bloodthirsty person," Zuoan said lightly, then looked at the pale-faced Meng. When Meng saw Zhu, and looking at her legs trembled in fear. "Sister, brother-in-law, Zhu," and frowned. This woman mocked Yan and did foolish things, which Zuoan disliked very much. Sensing Zuoan's disgust towards her, and Meng tearfully said, "Sister, brother-in-law, I know I was wrong. I didn't know anything back then. Please give me a chance, I promise." Zuoan waved his hand. "All right, then." Leading Yan and others, he stepped inside, and Meng stood still, not understanding what Zuoan meant. At this moment, Ying sighed lightly. "All right, brother-in-law won't pursue it further, but you need to be careful in the future. If you go against it, I'm afraid nobody can save you." And Meng shivered and nodded. The power structure of An's family was cleared out, and with Ying and King's return, it was only natural for them to take control of An's family. No one had any objections to this. Jokes aside, anyone with objections had already lost their heads. Who would dare to speak out? There were even many people secretly relieved. After all, Jin Jirong was cruel and ungrateful, making him unpopular. And when Yan was the young lady of An's family, she was famous for her loyalty and honesty. Of course, now, no one dared to play tricks in front of Yan. After all, the god of killing is here. Many past servants secretly looked at Zuoan, who sat in the hall with a calm expression. At this moment, Zuoan was questioning Takeuchi Kiyoko. So you're considered an abandoned child in the Takeuchi family, Zu, and asked mildly. Kiyoko Takeuchi's face darkened, and she whispered, yes, otherwise I wouldn't have been sent to the Yada shrine to become a body for the demon god, Zu, and nodded and then smiled slightly. But your Chinese is quite good. Kiyoko Takeuchi whispered, my mother is Chinese. Good. Tomorrow, I will take you back to our country. Kiyoko Takeuchi trembled. Sir? Zuoan looked at her. Kiyoko Takeuchi bit her lip. I know what Sir wants. As long as Sir helps me ascend to the position of family head, I will do my best to help you find it. Looking at Kiyoko Takeuchi's full of hatred, Zuoan smiled slightly. Do you hate those people? Kiyoko Takeuchi's eyes were full of bitterness. Originally, it should have been my sister, Takeuchi Haruko, who was sent to the Yada shrine, but she was greatly favored and let me take her place. If I hadn't met Sir, I would have been trapped in my body, a puppet for life. Thinking of the time she was trapped in her body, only able to see everything outside but unable to control her body, Kiyoko Takeuchi shuddered. Zuoan smiled. Good. Meanwhile, everything happening on the Phoenix Mountain spread across the central capital and the entire Huaxia at terrifying speed. Lin Dazhang's death made countless Huaxia people cry, and everything Zuoan did on the Phoenix Mountain became a legend in countless people's mouths, overpowering the demonic beings of our country, making them kneel in supplication, destroying the powerful families colluding with foreign enemies, establishing dominance in the Phoenix Mountain with his sword. Each of these achievements was so inspiring. Therefore, after Lin Dazhang's death, the momentum of Huaxia not only did not decline, but became even stronger. As for the various powerful families in the central capital, after a moment of silence, they all flocked to En's house, trying to show their goodwill. But Zuoan ignored all of this and only told the Zhaozuhui brothers, the fate will be available for sale. As for those watching from the shadows, they quietly kept their distance at that moment. In the M country, damn, is this man even human? A white-haired white man stared in disbelief at the video captured by satellite. The man in the video was unstoppable, especially the shocking final strike that left the white man's eyes wide open. His staff member, at that moment, said solemnly, Chief of Staff, the system has just assessed his combat power, and handed the man a paper. Colonel Edward, the Chief of Special Intelligence of the M country, took the paper and his face went blank, because on the paper were 3 bright red S's. Oh my god, an SSS-level monster, Edward murmured to himself. Then he looked up. Damn, go and gather all the information on him. Remember, I want everything, even if he had constipation for a few days as a child. I want to know. Yes, sir. In the country, Maxim was drinking vodka, while looking at the computer, when he saw Zuoan's sword. The drink in his mouth sprayed out, and he quickly grabbed the phone in a panic. Quick, gather everyone. When everyone arrived and watched the top-secret video, Maxim said solemnly, Gentlemen, I want to ask, if such a person appears in our capital, do we have any means to deal with him? The people below looked at each other, and one person whispered, Our super soldiers. Even our most powerful super soldier now would not be a match for this man. He is too powerful, and almost has no weaknesses. Someone marveled. Maxim slammed the table. So you mean, if he appears in the capital, apart from using damn nuclear weapons, we have no other way to deal with him? Possibly. That's the case. The room fell silent. Such scenes were unfolding simultaneously in various countries. Zuoan's shocking sword strike made many countries nervous and quickly formed research teams to study where Zuoan's abilities came from. While all these discussions were taking place outside, Zuoan was on a plane flying to her country with Yan, his 2 daughters, and Kiyoko Takeuchi. In the capital of country R, Tokyo, at the Yayorozu Shrine, 3 shrine priests opened their eyes in confusion. Why can't we feel the presence of the Yayorozu kami suddenly? One of the elderly priests, Takeoka Masaki, said with a deep frown on his face. We have served the kami for a long time, and the kami's power is immeasurable. This time, going to Huaxia to fight General Lin should be no problem. Another priest, Furutani Kazumo, said. That's right, The kami's power is formidable. There must be some temporary issue. All we can do is wait here until the kami returns and transforms us into immortal demon bodies," excitedly exclaimed Nakata Yuchi. The three nodded in agreement, filled with anticipation for eternal life. "By the way, the Takeuchi family just called, hoping we will attend their daughter's engagement party tomorrow." Furutani Kazuma added, "Then let's go. Let's consider it as a perfect tribute to the demon lord from the Takeuchi family," Takeoka Masaki said in a solemn tone. Meanwhile, Zuoan was already standing outside a mansion in Tokyo. "Sir, this is the mansion where my mother and I live alone. Please follow me inside," Takeuchi Kiyoko said respectfully. Upon entering the mansion, although not luxurious, the interior was very elegant. The whole courtyard exuded a natural beauty. Takeuchi Kiyoko's face showed a hint of pride. "This is the residence we set up with my mother's own hands." Zuoan smiled, not particularly impressed by this small yet exquisite beauty. As they heard a commotion in the courtyard, a dignified woman with gray hair, but a graceful demeanor opened the door. Seeing this lady, Takeuchi Kiyoko choked up and said, "Mother." The woman was surprised, then exclaimed, "Is that you, Kiyoko?" "Mother, it's me. I'm back." Takeuchi Kiyoko stepped forward. The woman embraced her daughter and burst into tears. After crying for a while, she wiped her tears and apologetically smiled at Zuoan and the others. "I'm sorry for losing control earlier. This gentleman is..." Takeuchi Kiyoko respectfully explained. "Mother, this is Mr. Zuoan Zu, a great figure from Huaxio." Upon hearing about Huaxio, the woman's eyes lit up. Then she bowed respectfully and said, "Mr. Zu, hello, I am Song Anjin. Thank you for taking care of Kiyoko." Zuoan nodded slightly, looking at this graceful woman. Song Anjin then invited Zuoan and the others into the room. Zhu Xian and Zunan curiously observed everything in the room. This was their first trip abroad, and everything seemed new to them. Song Anjin lovingly looked at the two young girls and said with envy, "Mr. Zu is truly blessed to have such beautiful daughters." Then, Song Anjin's expression turned serious. "Kiyoko, what's going on?" Takeuchi Kiyoko briefly explained the situation, and Song Anjin's eyes glistened with tears. "Kiyoko, it's all my fault that I've burdened you." Takeuchi Kiyoko shook her head, gritting her teeth. "Mother, you have always been too kind from childhood to now, but you have been taken advantage of by them. Now that I am back, I will reclaim those debts." A look of sorrow crossed Song Anjin's face. "Kiyoko, tomorrow is the engagement party of your sister, Takeuchi Genko, with the young master of the Inoue family. You are late in returning." Upon hearing this, a fierce look flashed in Takeuchi Kiyoko's eyes. "I just left, and Genko was so eager to marry with Inoue Yusuke." Song Anjin sighed, partly because of this reason, and partly because Yusuke actively pursued Genko. Hearing this, Takeuchi Kiyoko's face turned pale. How could this happen? Then she gritted her teeth, turned to Zuoan, and bowed. "Sir, tomorrow is an important event for my family. Important figures will be present, and this is the perfect time for you to attend." At that moment, in the Takeuchi family, the servants were busy preparing for tomorrow's engagement party. Takeuchi Genko was trying on the clothes for the ceremony. As she looked at herself in the mirror, the beautiful young woman smiled with self-satisfaction. She probably thought that the fool Kiyoko Takeuchi must have already met her demise. After all, none of those offered as tribute to the demon lord had survived. If not for her slight manipulation, she might have been the one given up. At that moment, a tall and handsome man leaned against the door frame and said lightly, "Genko, father is calling for you." The speaker was the young master of the Takeuchi family, Takeuchi Yo. Genko nodded and walked to the back, holding the hem of her dress. "Father, did you call me for something?" The head of the Takeuchi family, Takeuchi Masao, looked at his daughter and smiled faintly. "Tomorrow, the 3 shrine priests from the Yaoyorozu shrine will also be present. You need to be prepared." Genko was startled. What about Kiyoko? She has already gone to Huaxia and may not return for a while. And now, she is no longer Kiyoko, but the demon lord of the Yaoyorozu shrine. Takeuchi Masao said calmly. Only then did Genko relax, nodding. "Yes, father." The next day, the Takeuchi family was one of the prominent Yakuza families in the Tokyo area. Now, the eldest daughter of the Takeuchi family was hosting her engagement party, and the groom was the young master of the Inoue family, a prominent figure in the business world. The event was naturally grand. From early in the morning, various vehicles filled the wealthy district where the Takeuchi family resided. Many men dressed in black suits, wearing exquisite badges, were scattered around, responsible for security. By noon, all the big shots had gathered there. The hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Chenko and Yusuke exchanged engagement rings, and the people below began to applaud and wish them well. The 3 shrine priests from the Yayorozu shrine stepped forward to bless the couple. It was ironic that the Yayorozu kami was a demon god, yet they were now offering blessings to the newlyweds. At that moment, Zuoan and Takeuchi Kiyoko arrived outside the venue. Their appearance did not attract the attention of the outer security personnel until Kiyoko walked into the main hall. It was then that the servants noticed her and exclaimed in horror, "Miss Kiyoko." Kiyoko remained silent and cold. Zuoan followed her slowly, carrying his 2 daughters in his arms, discussing where to eat later. With a bang, Kiyoko kicked open the door to the hall and walked in with her head held high. The atmosphere in the room suddenly quieted down. Chenko turned to look, her face turning pale. Many people also recognized Kiyoko and began to whisper, "Isn't that Kiyoko? Wasn't she sent to the shrine?" Kiyoko showed a cold expression, looking at Genko and Yusuke with cold eyes. "Are you surprised that I've regained consciousness so quickly?" Kiyoko gritted her teeth and sneered. "Genko, do you think you can be brazen with 3 shrine priests present?" The 3 shrine priests of the Yayorozu shrine were also shocked, and then their faces changed drastically. They sensed no trace of the demon god's aura from Kiyoko. "What's going on?" Takeoka Masaki, a shrine priest at the Yayorozu shrine, stepped forward and asked in a deep voice. "Nothing much. It's just that I've killed your demon lord." With a calm tone, Zuoan walked into the venue. When the first word was spoken, the Japanese was still very awkward, but as it continued, it became more and more fluent. By the time the last word was spoken, there was no difference from a native our country speaker. This discovery also shocked Takenuchi Kiyoko. Could it be that with supernatural abilities, learning Japanese was this fast? At this moment, the whole hall fell silent. Many people furrowed their brows slightly. "Who is this guy? He looks like a person from Huaxia." Takenuchi Yoichi furrowed his brows and walked forward to scold Takenuchi Kiyoko first. "What are you doing? We have an important family gathering today. Why did you bring a stranger here?" With that, Takenuchi Yoichi raised his hand to strike. This had become a habit. Over the years, Takenuchi Kiyoko and her mother were like punching bags at home. As a legitimate male heir, Takenuchi Yoichi held a high position, and hitting her was not a rare occurrence. But as he raised his hand today, about to strike, he felt a tremendous force coming towards him, which sent him flying dozens of meters away, smashing a few tables before falling unconscious to the ground. This move was astonishing, shocking the whole hall, and the one who struck, Zuoan, shook his head, too weak to withstand a gust of wind. "I just flicked a finger and he flew away." Many people angrily shouted and rushed forward. Takenuchi Masao stopped them and then looked coldly at Zuoan. "A warrior from Huaxia," Takenuchi Masao coldly said. Zuoan smiled. "You also know about Huaxia warriors?" Takenuchi Masao sneered. "Not only do I know, I have even killed one with my own hands." "So, what are you here for, Zuoan calmly said. "I don't want anything. I just think you all are being unfair to Takenuchi Kiyoko, so I want her to become the head of the family." Takenuchi Masao became enraged and looked at Takenuchi Kiyoko. "Kiyoko, what do you want to do?" At first nervous, Kiyoko relaxed and lightly laughed. "What do I want to do? Of course, as the sir said, become the head of the Takenuchi family. You are seeking death." Takenuchi Masao raged, then turned to 3 priests and said, "This person is disrespectful. Punish him." The 3 priests had long wanted to ask what was happening. Why did the demonic energy around Takenuchi Kiyoko suddenly disappear? Zuoan claimed he killed it, but the 3 priests didn't believe him. The 3 walked up in a triangular formation. Kiga Masaki coldly said, "Your martial arts may be good, but haven't you heard? No matter how strong, martial artists are afraid of spell practitioners." Zuoan shook his head. "I haven't heard, but you can try." "Do you think I'm scared?" Zuoan's indifferent attitude angered the 3. They shouted and a demonic aura emanated from them. Everyone in the hall retreated in fear. Takenuchi Gentaro sneered. "It seems my sister really doesn't know her place, bringing a Huaxia warrior here. The result is still the same." Inoue embraced Takenuchi Gentaro's shoulder and smiled slightly. "I knew she was foolish, That's why I proposed to you." These words made Takenuchi Kiyoko's face turn pale. Inoue had once pursued her aggressively, but as soon as she had trouble, he eagerly courted Takenuchi Gentaro, humiliating Kiyoko. She was also worried. After all, Zuoan's martial arts prowess was formidable, but the three were spell practitioners. "Summon the Shikigami." With a shout from the three shadowy figures appeared in the hall. Many people gasped. They can actually summon Shikigami. The three priests from the Yotsurugi shrine are truly powerful. Inoue's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Go." The three gestured towards Zuoan, and the Shikigami rushed towards him. Shikigami were a kind of spell unique to their country, usually formed by souls of warriors or other beings after death, and were quite powerful. Especially the ones worshipped by Hida Masaki were the Yotsurugi demons, making their Shikigami exceptionally potent. However, just as the three Shikigami approached Zuoan, his eyes flashed, and he calmly said, "Be gone." The Shikigami let out a pain cry and dissipated immediately. This not only dumbfounded the three priests, but also left everyone in shock. What kind of technique was this? To dispel Shikigami with just a word. At that moment, Zuoan smiled lightly. "Is that all you can do?" He then pulled his two daughters in his arms to close their eyes and lie down. Zuxiang and Zunan obediently followed his instructions. Zuoan revealed a few white teeth, smiling coldly. "Now it's my turn." With that, he suddenly appeared among the three priests, and with a wave of his hand, Himari Masaki didn't even have time to scream before turning into a mist of blood. Kotani Kazuma was so scared he turned pale, and he quickly turned around to run. Zu, and exhaled, and his breath turned into a sword, slashing across and beheading Kotani Kazuma. Only Nakata Yuichi remained. Trembling all over, Nakata Yuichi finally believed what Zuoan had said. The Lord of the Demons was likely killed by this man. So when Zuoan's gaze fell on him, Nakata Yuichi's legs gave way, and he knelt on the ground. "Lord, spare me, Zu," and ignored him, and turned to the pale-faced Takenuchi Masao and others. "Do you have anything else to say?" Zuoan said lightly. Takenuchi Masao gritted his teeth. "Shoot him. I don't believe he can dodge bullets." The public order in their country was still alright, and even in families like theirs, there were only a few guns. That as a few gunmen stepped forward, the situation took a turn. Takenuchi Masao said, with a cold smile, "I admit you are a warrior, but so what? It's no longer the time when warriors were supreme. No matter how strong you are, can you withstand bullets?" Zu, and calmly reply, "Then you can try." "Do you think I'm afraid?" "Kill him." Takenuchi Masao gave the order. As a seasoned figure in the underground world for decades, he had the decisiveness required. Although using firearms would alarm many, at that moment, there was no room for such considerations. Bang, bang, bang. Submachine guns and pistols started firing. But then, a scene straight out of a sci-fi movie unfolded. The bullets seemed to slow down as if entering glue, eventually stopping midair. Zuoan lightly commanded, "Go." The bullets then flew back at 10 times the speed they had come, piercing through and causing over a dozen gunmen to fall to the ground. The force of the bullets was so strong that they broke through the back wall before coming to a stop. This move finally instilled fear in Takenuchi Masao. Zuoan slowly approached, with each step causing the men to step back. When he stopped, the men had retreated as far as they could. Zu, and paused and said calmly, "Now, do you agree to make her the head of the family?" Chikuchi Yasushi screamed, "No, even if it means death, I will not agree." Zu, and nodded, "Fine. Then go ahead and die." With that, Chikuchi Yatsushi's head exploded, splattering blood all over the people around. This ghostly method made everyone horrified. Inoue trembled and forced a smile. I agree." Zuoan turned to look at him. Inoue groveled, saying, "Sir, your cultivation reaches godhood. Your words are like the emperor's edict. I naturally agree." Then Inoue kept smiling obsequiously at Chikuchi Seika, but she remained as cold as ice, not even looking at him. Zu, and nodded, "Very well, since you agree. So." Zuoan casually waved his hand, and a fine bloodstain appeared on Inoue's throat, blood gushing out as he desperately covered his neck with his hands, looking at Zuoan puzzled. "Why? Kill even if one agrees." Zu, and said flatly, "I asked who agreed, but didn't say agreeing means you won't die." Inoue made a choking sound in his throat, looking angrily at Zuoan, then unwillingly fell to the ground and passed away, silence prevailing. Many present were long-time big shots in Tokyo's underworld, but seeing Zuoan casually take to lives without warning shook them to the core. And once again surveyed the room. Now, anyone else have any objections? Just then, a man and a woman walked toward the Inoue residence. The man was elegant and dignified, with a remarkable demeanor, while the woman, in her teens, followed behind with admiration on her face. Upon entering the Inoue residence, the man's expression turned grave. The woman asked respectfully, "Master, what's wrong?" The man replied, in a deep voice, "Such powerful killing intent." The man strode across the entire courtyard, entered the house, and his arrival brought hope to the despairing gangsters from country. Chikuchi Masao was tearful with excitement, shouting hoarsely, "Sword Saint, please save us. This man is a devil." Chikuchi Seiko's face paled, her heart sinking, as the man who had arrived was Kagayama Ichio, Sword Saint of the Mirror Intelligence School from country. The country our swordsmanship included techniques like the North Pole sword style, the Aritachi style, the Mirror Intelligence style, the Edo draw technique, and the Divine Mindlessness style, among others. The most powerful practitioners were known as Sword Saints. The dojo of the Mirror Intelligence School was in Tokyo, so Kagayama Ichio was invited and arrived at the Chikuchi residence. Kagayama Ichio gazed at Zuoan, his expression growing serious. "A warrior from Hua country, and nodded, indifferently asking, "And who might you be?" "I am Kagayama Ichio. As a martial artist, why do you have to ruthlessly harm these ordinary people?" Kagayama Ichio questioned coldly. "Ordinary people?" A cold smile appeared on Zuoan's face. "You consider them ordinary?" Kagayama Ichio's expression was inscrutable, unable to fathom Zuoan's true strength. Though the man's aura seemed ordinary, his eyes were as deep as the sea. What was his level of cultivation? A trace of doubt crossed Kagayama Ichio's mind before he regained his composure and said sternly, "Even if they are from the underworld, is such brutality necessary? Are Hua country warriors so barbaric?" And shook his head lightly, chuckling, "To me, life and death are decided in an instant. More words are useless. Since you claim to be a sword saint, then stay and witness today." With that, Zuoan gave a cold smile and suddenly appeared in front of Kagayama Ichio, without using his own cultivation, relying solely on physical strength to spar with Kagayama Ichio, achieving a stalemate. At this moment, Kagayama Ichio's eyebrows were furrowed, shouting, "Thousand Mountain Sword Slash!" A brilliant sword aura appeared, dazzling and captivating, leaving Chikuchi Masao and the others in awe. But Zuoan just glanced up, flicked his finger lightly. Snap! The seemingly magnificent sword was shattered. Kagayama Ichio stepped back, his face showing astonishment, then gritted his teeth, withdrew the real sword from his waist. Many were moved, even the girl accompanying Kagayama Ichio was stunned. Her master hadn't drawn a sword in 10 years, yet now he was forced to unsheath his true blade. Kagayama Ichio looked solemn. "This sword is named Great Dream. That you forced me to draw it is an accomplishment in itself." Zuoan smiled coldly, raised his fist slowly. "Come at me." With that, he punched. Kagayama Ichio bristled, yelling, "Great Dream." The sword disappeared, reappearing behind Zu. And next moment, thrusting fiercely, Chikuchi Seiko screamed in fear, and Chikuchi Masao and the others grinned triumphantly. Sword Saint had won, or so they thought. At that moment, the Great Dream sword stopped just before Zuoan's back. Zuoan, holding his hands behind his back, used two fingers to clamp it and snapped it. Kagayama Ichio's face was full of shock as he hastily retreated. Zuoan shook his head, entertaining, "But unfortunately, you're still not strong enough." With that, a majestic aura surged from Zuoan, making Kagayama Ichio appear like a small boat in front of a potential overturning wave. How is this possible? Chikuchi Masao and the others widened their eyes. Why was this man so powerful? Kagayama Ichio's expression turned serious as he drew a dagger from his chest, pierced his palm, and a blood sword formed in his hand. "Blood transforms into sword," the girl whispered, her face pale. This was the Mirror Intelligence School's ultimate move. With a loud sound, the blood sword in the hands of Kainshin Yi shattered. The supreme pressure made Kainshin Yi unable to resist, and he was crushed into a pulp. "Sword Saint, you are dead." The whole scene fell into dead silence. The female disciple who came with Kainshin Yi, Kyonyizan, was trembling all over. In her mind, Her master was like a god and was invincible, but who could have imagined that she couldn't even last a minute in front of this man before tragically dying on the spot? At this moment, Takeuchi Masao's cold sweat dripped down his face. When Zuoan lifted his head to look at him, he quickly stepped forward, speaking with extreme humility. "My lord, I am willing to let Qingzi become the head of the Takeuchi family." Zuoan smiled and looked at Takeuchi Seika. "He's yours now." Takeuchi Masao trembled all over, panic-stricken, saying, "My lord." And Takeuchi Seika, with a face full of murderous intent, walked over. Seika, after all, I am your father. You." Takeuchi Masao tried to play the emotional card. Before he could finish his words, Takeuchi Seika grabbed a dagger and stabbed it into Takeuchi Masao's chest, then gritted her teeth and said, "In your eyes, am I not even as good as a pig or a dog?" With that, she pulled out the dagger and stabbed him fiercely again. After several stabs, Takeuchi Masao had been stabbed into a sieve. But Takeuchi Seika was still not satisfied. Tears streaming down her face, she continued to ruthlessly stab him. Zuoan slightly furrowed his brow. "Enough." Takeuchi Seika then released her grip, tears already wetting her cheeks, then turned and knelt in front of Zuoan. "My lord, Qingzi is willing to be your servant and serve you for life." Offering oneself as a servant. This is the highest respect a woman from country can show to a man. Zuoan just gave a faint smile. Non-committal. These people. Zuoan glanced at the remaining people. All of them fell silent, quickly bowing in reverence. "Miss Qingzi has personally avenged her enemies. Congratulations. We congratulate the new head of the Takeuchi family." A smile played on Zuoan's lips. It seems that clever people are still many. Even if not clever, they can learn to be clever in the face of blood and death. There was still one Takeuchi-yo left unaccounted for, but when Takeuchi Seika wanted to go find him, she realized that Takeuchi-yo had already disappeared at some point. Only a large pool of bloodstains remained on the ground. Takeuchi Seika felt a bit worried, but Zuoan just smiled. "If you ran away, do you really care about the life or death of an ant?" Then he turned to Nakata Takeshi, who was still kneeling on the ground, not daring to move. "My lord, have mercy." Zuoan stepped forward and gently stroked his head, directly scanning his soul and memories. Many images inside made Zuoan slightly furrow his brow. These three priests had relied on the power of the Yaso shrine to commit many crimes that incurred the wrath of heaven and man. For example, kidnapping young girls for sacrificial rituals. Therefore, he directly waved his hand, turning all three of them into nothingness. Thus, the centuries-old Yaso shrine in Tokyo came to an end. That night, the destruction of the Takeuchi family and the killing of the Sword Saint Kainshin spread throughout Tokyo. Zuoan's supreme authority made all the underground families tremble. Even the territories that had been occupied by other families quietly retreated, not daring to have any thoughts of intrusion. Many people were quietly discussing Zuoan's origins, filled with endless curiosity about this mysterious and powerful man from Huaxia. While the outside world was in an uproar, Zuoan was soaking in a hot spring. It must be said that the members of the Takeuchi family knew how to enjoy life. They had even managed to carve out a hot spring in the Tokyo area. Zuoan had originally wanted to enjoy a hot spring bath with Yan, but Yan was shy and refused. So Zuoan had to enjoy the hot spring's beauty by himself. Just then, Takeuchi Seiko's voice came from outside the door. "Master, I have news about the things you asked me to investigate." Since the battle at the venue, Takeuchi Seika always referred to Zuoan as Master Zu, and corrected her several times, but Takeuchi Seika refused to change, and Zuoan just let it be. "Very well," Zuoan responded. However, Takeuchi Seika unexpectedly drew back the curtain and walked in. At that moment, Takeuchi Seika was wearing a maid outfit, with a short hem that revealed her slender, fair legs. "Master, let me massage your shoulders," Takeuchi Seika whispered softly. Zuoan's expression remained calm, as he nodded slightly. Takeuchi Seika approached the edge of the hot spring pool, knelt on the wooden board with her knees together, and gently massaged Zuoan's shoulders. Zuoan slightly squinted his eyes and asked, "What did you find out?" At this moment, Takeuchi Seiko's heartbeat sped up. She could see Zuoan's body submerged in the hot spring, wearing only shorts. Unlike those overly muscular bodies from exercising, Zuoan's body was exceptionally proportionate. Whether losing or gaining weight, he always looked good. His skin was fair, but under that skin lay a nearly explosive strength. The muscle lines seemed to be etched out like knives, exuding a stunning beauty. This impact caused Takeuchi Seika, who was still a virgin, to blush and her heart to accelerate. She forgot to inform Zuoan about the news she had discovered. It wasn't until Zuoan asked that she came back to her senses. Master, I just found out some information. In the Tenjin Shrine on Mt. Kumotori in Saitama Prefecture, there seems to be a demon god enshrined. Some strange incidents have been witnessed there, and in recent years, many people have gone missing near Mt. Kumotori. I find it suspicious, so I came to inform you, Zu, and nodded after hearing this. You may leave. I'll get dressed. Takeuchi Seika stopped the massage and respectfully said, Master, let me help you change clothes. Zuoan smiled. No need, but as a servant, it's my duty. Takeuchi Seika insisted. Zuoan shook his head. When I say no need, there's no need. Takeuchi Seika could only disappointingly nod and say, Yes, Master. When Zuoan finished dressing and walked out, Takeuchi Seika was still waiting outside. Is there anything else? Takeuchi Seika lowered her head and softly said, Master, Madam has already taken the two young ladies to bed. Would you like me to attend to you? Zu, and felt somewhat amused but also exasperated. He waved his hand, saying, That won't be necessary. You may go. Takeuchi Seika looked up, a hint of confusion on her face. Master, I am still pure and virtuous, far from being a fallen flower. In the night, a beautiful girl in her 20s telling you she's pure and virtuous, offering to attend you. This kind of temptation is hard for most men to resist. But Zuoan was not like most men. He gave a faint smile. I said no need, so there's no need. You may leave. Yes, Takeuchi Seika replied, and turned to leave. When she returned to her room, she felt dejected. Her mother, Song Anjen, sighed when she saw her expression. Qingzi. Mother, I've told you. This Mr. Zu is not an ordinary person. Your methods won't work on him. The Cloud Take Mountain is located at the border of Tokyo and Saitama Prefecture, and is a famous scenic spot. Although Takeuchi Kiyoko repeatedly expressed her desire to come along, Zuoan still refused. He wanted to take this opportunity to go on a trip with his wife and children. After getting off the car, he looked up at the towering mountains and his mood instantly improved. Daddy, this mountain is so high, Zu exclaimed in surprise. Daddy, this mountain looks like ice cream. Zuoan immediately thought of food. Zuoan couldn't help but smile. With an altitude of over 2,000 meters, the Yong mountain peak is covered with snow all year round, making it look like a giant ice cream cone. And Yan nervously asked, Honey, is the thing you mentioned here? Zu, and nodded. It shouldn't be wrong. But this Yamada no Orochi is obviously very cunning and cannot be detected by spiritual sense. And Yan nodded and took Zuoan's arm. The family walked up the mountain, attracting the attention of many tourists along the way. However, due to the wrong season, there were not many tourists here. In front of a small shop at the foot of the mountain, Zuoan was buying ice cream for his two daughters. A gentle voice said, in Japanese, Wow, these two little girls are so cute. Zuoan turned his head and saw a man and a woman standing not far away. The woman had a beautiful face, smiled, squatted down, and greeted Zuoan Zuoan. These two little girls were getting more and more beautiful. Their charm appealed to both young and old, and it was rare for anyone to resist their cuteness, especially in the culture of the flourishing, our country. Which one of you is the older sister and which one is the younger sister? The woman asked gently. This was already a standard opening line, but Zu and Zuoan were obviously impatient, their eyes fixed on Zu, and buying ice cream. At this moment, the man frowned, then smiled flatteringly at the woman. Miss Han Chao, we should hurry up and leave, or we won't make it to Tenachi Shrine. At that moment, Zuoan returned with an Yan, holding ice creams. The two little girls happily took the ice creams and started eating. The woman stood up, envyingly said, Sir, you are really lucky to have such beautiful daughters. Zuoan just smiled faintly without saying anything. Nice to meet you, I'm Benchao Meika. The woman reached out her hand, smiling. Zuoan didn't shake hands, just nodded slightly. Xiong and Nyan. Let's go. The woman's face showed a hint of surprise, seeming astonished that Zuoan didn't recognize her. The man next to her sneered. He's actually from the Hua country. Zuoan furrowed his brows and looked at the man. What did you say? The man was taken aback, then lowered his head to Benchao Meiko. People from the Hua country are so uncivilized. Miss Benchao, let's leave quickly. Then Meika raised her eyebrows slightly. Yin-san, it seems you are also from the Hua country, right? Why are you demeaning your own country like that? Yin Huahui's face stiffened, then awkwardly touched his head. I don't count as a person from the Hua country. After all, I have applied for naturalization and been approved. So in the future, I will be a citizen of your country. Zuoan shook his head with a soft smile, then said to Yan, see, this is what is commonly referred to as a foreigner. Let's go. The term foreigner made Yin Huahui's face extremely ugly, staring at Zuoan with a fierce gaze. But Zuoan couldn't be bothered, and led his wife and children up the mountain. Then Meika looked at Zuoan's back, her eyes showing some curiosity. At that moment, Yan whispered to Zuoan, honey, that woman just now seems to be a female celebrity from your country. A female celebrity? Zuoan's mind immediately started to wander. Is she the kind of movie star that can be acted by 2 or 3 people? Zuoan smirked, and Yan was first surprised, then understood, blushing as she pinched Zuoan's waist. You wicked man. Pervert. What's so perverted about me? Zuoan protested. But the things you think about are quite perverted. And Yan said with a red face. Zuoan leaned in and whispered to Yan, how do you know what I'm thinking about? And Yan spat. Faft, I'm telling you something serious. I've been idle at home these days, so I've been watching TV all day, and it seems that woman appears on TV frequently. A star is just a star. What does it have to do with me? Zuoan said, indifferently. Hehe. Yesterday, did that Kiyoko come to find you? This time, it was Yan who whispered to Zuoan. Zuoan froze for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Wife, I really didn't do anything. Humph, I believe you wouldn't dare. And Yan tried to look fierce, but after a moment, she burst into laughter first. It makes me so mad. Why can't I get mad at you? Zuoan chuckled. No way, because I'm handsome. Ask Xian and Naya. The 2 little girls, who were eating ice cream, looked up at the same time and said, in unison, yes, Dad is the most handsome. Zuoan burst into laughter, full of pride. But not far behind them, Yin Huahui, hearing the laughter, showed a very unpleasant expression. The Tenachi Shrine is located halfway up the Yong mountain. The environment here is quiet, the scenery is beautiful, and sometimes there are clouds and mists floating, making it look ethereal. When Zuoan arrived, the gate of the Tenachi Shrine was tightly closed, and there were no tourists outside. Zuoan didn't rush in, but looked at the terrain here. The person who chose to build the shrine here was obviously knowledgeable about Chinese feng shui, as the surrounding area gathered energy, making it a good place. However, Zuoan noticed some unusual signs from small details, such as a faint resentment floating above the shrine. This was obviously caused by someone dying unjustly, and the lingering resentment was hard to dispel. While Zuoan was observing, Yin Huahui and Meika also approached. Yin Huahui courteously invited Meika. Miss Benchao, it is said that the god bell of Tenachi Shrine is the most efficacious. Why don't you ring it? Outside our country shrines, there are often strings of wind chimes hanging on the eaves. There is a rumor that ringing them can bring good luck. Meika nodded, but smiled at Zuoan before stepping forward to ring the wind chimes. Yin Huahui looked at Zuoan coldly, feeling disdain in his heart. Calling for a doorbell? Yin Huahui couldn't help but burst into laughter. Who doesn't know the Tie temple has strict rules? Unless it's an important VIP, the door is rarely opened under normal circumstances. Haven't you seen that even Benchao has to wait outside obediently? It's probably some ignorant country bumpkin. Yin Huahui sneered on the side. He wanted to see how Zuoan would make a fool of himself later. At this moment, Benchao also noticed Zuoan walking up to the door and couldn't help but say with a smile, Sir, Tie temple rarely opens its doors. It's best if you don't ring the doorbell. Zuoan smiled back at her. If others ring the doorbell, it won't open, but if I ring it, it will definitely open. Oh, why is that? Benchao asked curiously. Because. Zuoan pressed his hand against the heavy wooden door. This is how I ring a doorbell. With his words, the immensely heavy wooden door suddenly shattered. The door swung open. Zuoan turned to look at the astonished Benchao and Yin Huahui. See? Isn't that simple? Benchao was too shocked to speak. She never imagined that this seemingly gentle man would be so violent. Meanwhile, Yin Huahui sneered, All right, now you're done for. You dare to break the door of Tie temple. Yin Huahui gloated on the side. At this time, the temple priests inside Tae temple heard the commotion and hurried over. Who did this? Demanded a priest with a grim face. Yin Huahui pointed at Zuoan. Your Excellency priest, it was this man. You can't let him go. The priest looked at Zuoan, furrowing his brow. Sir, for needlessly destroying our temple gate, what do you want? Zuoan had been sizing up this priest all along. Upon hearing his question, he smiled faintly. Well, it seems like I've come to the right place, Zu, and sensed a faint and subtle demonic presence from the priest. Sir, what exactly do you want? The priest felt a bit scared by Zuoan's gaze and asked in a deep voice. Zuoan gestured to his daughter to step back, shielding the three of them, then took a step forward, appearing in front of the priest in an instant. This ghostly speed startled everyone present. The priest was taken aback, realizing it was not good, and was about to act. Zuoan reached out, grabbed the towering priest, and slowly lifted him into the air. What? What do you want? The priest was terrified because he found that his skills were ineffective in front of this man, Zu, and calmly said, Serving the demon lord. What do you think I want to do? With those words, the priest's face, which had been turning purple, showed a flash of horror. Zuoan smiled. How would I know? Just ask in hell. The priest harbored deep resentment, showing his history of wrongdoing. Zuoan exerted force, snapping the priest's neck. The body fell, and a spirit emerged, heading straight for the shrine. Zuoan said calmly, thinking of running away. He effortlessly shattered the spirit and then turned to the speechless Benchao Meijia and Yin Huahui. Now, do you understand why I rang the doorbell? Yin Huahui suddenly felt a warm sensation under him, and a strong odor wafted in the air. Benchao Meijia, who gained her composure, wrinkled her brow in disgust, moved away from Yin Huahui without a word, and watched in astonishment as Zuoan walked proudly into the shrine. The man's strength was truly terrifying. The other priests in Tae temple were also alerted. Who are you? The shout rang out. Countless men in black completely surrounded Zuoan. 3 red-robed priests then stepped forward, exuding a dignified aura, indicating their formidable cultivation, Zu, and sensed even deeper demonic and vengeful energies from them. The lead priest asked coldly, Who are you? Why did you cause trouble here in Tae temple? Calmly, Zuoan said, Do you understand the crime of serving the demon? This statement caused a visible reaction in the crowd. The priest's face changed color rapidly. Then he sternly commanded, Kill him. Clearly, he had no intention of letting Zuoan leave alive. The black-clad men rushed forward, but Zuoan remained composed. With a sudden stomp, a shockwave emanated from him, causing all black-clothed men within 100 meters to collapse, their internal organs ruptured. This display of power sent shivers down the spines of the 3 priests. An immortal, Zuoan wasn't interested in exchanging words with these people and charged forward, delivering to swift punches. The 2 priests couldn't flee in time, and were instantly obliterated. Zuoan then looked at the eldest priest in the group. Now, lead me to the place where you worship the demon. The priest trembled all over before quickly nodding. Yes, Tae temple was huge, usually bustling with priests, but Zuoan's killings had left very few survivors. They arrived at a concealed room at the back, where the priest respectfully said, Sir, this is the place. Zuoan looked around and saw various ancient symbols covering the walls, runes. No wonder his divine sense couldn't detect it here. Stepping forward, he reached the door. Seeing this, the priest's face displayed a hint of malice and relief. Once the door opened, the demon lord Orochimaru would emerge, sealing the man's fate. Zuoan's hand pressed against the door, and with a bang, the sturdy door shattered. A dark cloud billowed forth, enveloping 2 intertwining snakeheads. One of the snakeheads coldly spoke, Who dares disturb my 1,000 years of slumber? The priest was overjoyed, kneeling and pleading, Lord Orochimaru, save us. This man killed my disciple. Please execute him. The snakehead opened its eyes and fixed its gaze on Zuoan. Mere mortals, daring to disturb my demon's rest, I shall roast your souls in hellfire for 10,000 years. Roaring with anger, Zuoan casually cleaned his ear, then shook his head. So nosy. He leapt into the air, reaching the 2 snakeheads with lightning speed. These were the 2 heads of the great Orochimaru, worshipped in Tae temple for an unknown period. Over the years, they had accumulated a lot of sin. As the snakeheads lunged at him with black flames, Zuoan extended his hand, dissolving the seemingly fierce attack into nothingness. Startled, the 2 snakeheads found themselves held by Zuoan, who commanded, Open. The snakeheads screamed in agony. Zuoan tore them apart, to snakeheads, growing together from ancient times, were ripped apart by Zuoan. As demonic blood spray and black flames rose, the scene was filled with a dark and intense atmosphere. Not just this priest. At this moment, the two heads of the Yamada no Orochi were also terrified. They were after all ancient demons for thousands of years, yet they were torn apart by this guy. How high was his cultivation level? When did such a powerful person appear in this world? Who are you? One of the snakeheads asked. Zuoan didn't say a word, just casually pinched. Bang! This head was crushed alive, disappearing into smoke and scattered ashes. Zuoan then looked towards the other head. Now, can you tell me, where are the rest of your demon bodies? If this head had a body, it would have probably wet its pants. The demon bodies are scattered all over various places in country R, and we can't contact them. Please spare us, mighty one. The snakehead quivered, and probed and found out that this seal was not their doing. Zuoan was also puzzled. The Yamada no Orochi was a low-level demon, although for this world, it was already a top existence, even stronger than a golden immortal. But in ancient times, the Yamada no Orochi had already been split apart, and the cultivation level of the remaining bodies was at most like an ascended immortal. With such cultivation, how could such a domineering seal be Seth? However, despite the doubt in his mind, Zuoan still felt that as long as he found all the demon bodies of the Yamada no Orochi, the questions would naturally be resolved. Talking or not, it's all the same, Zuoan said, then casually crushed the head. With this, 3 heads of the Yamada no Orochi were gone. Then Zuoan looked at the kneeling priest, who was stunned like a wooden chicken, seeking longevity in vain, committing heinous crimes. Today, your divine palace is destroyed. Zuoan had just seen many unspeakable images through the Yamada no Orochi's divine thoughts. It turned out that the reason the Tie divine palace worshipped these 2 heads of the Yamada no Orochi was only to seek longevity, by relying on the power of these 2 demon heads. For this, they harmed many innocents, thinking they could offer them to these demons as food. Zuoan was not a compassionate person, but such behavior was enough to disgust him. The priest was already extremely frightened, and after seeing the heads of the Yamada no Orochi being destroyed, he directly fainted. Zuoan took 4 steps in midair. With each step, a blood lotus would bloom under his feet. Then the blood lotus suddenly turned into flames and completely engulfed the Tie divine palace. By the time Zuoan reached the door, the flames were already high. And casually removed the seal, and Anyan saw her husband safe and sound, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. However, when she saw the burning Tie divine palace, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Husband, this," Zuoan calmly said, "all sins turn to ashes. Let's go." Zuoan led his wife and child away from there. Denchao Meijia and Yinhua Hui also understood at this time, quickly following down the mountain. Along the way, Denchao Meijia wanted to have a chat with Zuoan, but unfortunately, Zuoan and the others walked extremely fast and soon disappeared. Yinhua Hui approached. "Miss Benchao, this person has set fire and killed people. Shouldn't we report this to the police?" Denchao Meijia looked at him coldly. "You go report it then. Also, please don't bother me in the future." With that, Denchao Meijia left first, leaving Yinhua Hui standing there in embarrassment. It took him a great deal of effort to invite Denchao Meijia here to play. He hadn't expected such an incident to occur. But when he thought of Zuoan's almost godlike methods, Yinhua Hui shuddered all over, not even daring to mumble, and quickly ran away. The destruction of the Tie divine palace shook the entire martial arts community of country R. After all, it was a 1,000-year-old sect that was burned to the ground overnight, naturally shocking everyone. Daijinu Temple. Several top experts from the martial arts and shrine community of country are gathered here. Who is it actually destroying the entire Tie divine palace in just an hour? An elder spoke slowly, his voice imposing without being angry. Sakauta Guijin, a top expert who had been in charge of the Daijinu Temple for decades, was said to have already stepped into the realm of semi-immortality with 1 foot. There is a rumor that a warrior from the kingdom of Hua has recently arrived in the Tokyo area, strong and powerful. And then this incident happened. Could there be a connection? A flirtatious woman, scantily clad, with 2 towering peaks and straight legs, said sweetly. Sect master of the Ryuka, Sanji Faihua, another powerful figure, also known as the poisonous scorpion of the martial arts community of country R. She was extremely beautiful, but extremely ruthless in her actions, with nearly 1,000 men dead at her hands. Hey! A warrior from Hua. Do you think that a mere warrior from Hua can destroy a divine palace in the blink of an eye? A man with a gloomy face sneered. Oh, Jinsha, the head of the Yawao Shiro Shrine. These people who were speaking were the top figures. Sanji Faihua said, Jinsha, don't underestimate the warriors of Hua. It is said that this person killed Kainshin Yi of the Mirror Heart Mingi school with just one move. Kainshin Yi, Tate, just a defeated general, nothing to be proud of. Oh, Jinsha scorned, glancing greedily at Sanji Faihua. This woman was truly an exceptional beauty. Now, Sakata Guijin waved his hand and said, in a deep voice, what is this person's name? Zuoan. Sanji Faihua said, in a deep voice, Zuoan. This name seemed somewhat familiar. Everyone was puzzled. A person tremblingly said, could it be that? Zuoan, the one who destroys immortal gates with a single sword. Everyone was shaken. Sakata Guijin's eyes burst with two gleams. Is it really him? How did he come to Country R? And he even destroyed the Tiae Divine Palace. What does he want? His voice carried a hint of almost imperceptible panic. Yes. This top figure from Country R was also in a panic now. Sanji Faihua then looked at the somewhat embarrassed Oajinsha. Lord Oajinsha, now, do you think this person still fits your standards? Her voice was full of sarcasm. Sanji Faihua, you. Oajinsha was somewhat annoyed. He really didn't know it was Zuoan just now. It's worth noting that Zuoan's reputation had spread far and wide by now. Especially with those miraculous deeds he had performed, it had shaken the martial arts world. Though proud, when faced with Zuoan, he still felt somewhat powerless. Sakata Guijin turned to Sanji Faihua. Sanji, since you are closest to Tokyo, can you inquire about the news first? Sanji Faihua chuckled a few times, crossing her long legs unabashedly. Alright, I'm also very curious about this young warrior from the kingdom of Hua. I want to see what kind of person he is who can have such aura. The longsword emitted a series of trembling noises. The youth wiped the blade with his hand, and fresh blood gushed out, gradually calming the longsword down. However, the youth rapidly weakened, as if his life was being drained away. If someone familiar with the history of their country's Shinto were present, they would surely exclaim in shock, because the pale-faced youth was none other than the genius Onmyoji, Watanabe Kiyomi, who had disappeared mysteriously 100 years ago. At that time, Watanabe Kiyomi was known as the top Onmyoji who could communicate with ghosts and gods, but had vanished under strange circumstances. It was unexpected to find him in this remote mountain village, and moreover, he had not aged at all. The ghost festival is approaching. It seems I must go in search of blood once again, Watanabe Kiyomi said softly, his eyes gleaming with an eerie light. Tokyo, Disneyland. After returning from Mount Cloud, Zuoan spent the entire day here with his two daughters, playing crazily. It wasn't until dusk that Yen reluctantly convinced Zushan and Zunan to leave Disneyland. Look at you, all exhausted. Yen scolded Zu. And while redoing the two girls' hair, Zuoan, however, teased the two girls with a wink and then nodded silently. Let's go eat something delicious. The two girls burst into giggles, and Yen gave Zu a disapproving look. You, spoiling them like this will only lead to trouble. Zuoan chuckled. My daughters, who else would I spoil? Come, let's go eat. Seafood? Yen shook her head. Don't like it. Then steak. Zushan and Zunan shook their heads. Don't like it. Well, what should we eat then? Anything. The three women answered in unison. Zuoan smiled wryly, knowing that women always love to say anything. In any case, Zuoan led his family back along the road. After walking for a while, they came across a roadside stall selling oden and deep-fried skewers, known as yatai in the country. And Yan's eyes brightened. Let's eat here. Zuoan couldn't help but laugh. They came to our country and ended up eating skewers. However, since his wife liked it, Zuoan had no objections. The family sat around the table. The stall owner, a middle-aged man, quickly got busy as soon as customers arrived. The food at such roadside stalls was known for its strong flavors, meant to captivate your taste buds with the first bite. Yen and the two little girls were thoroughly enjoying their meal, while Zuoan watched with a smile. The stall owner covertly gave Zuoan a thumbs up, then whispered, Sir, you have an enviable family. Zuoan smiled. The family attracted many curious glances. After all, Yen exuded elegance, and the two young girls were charming and adorable. It was clear they were not an ordinary family, yet they were eating cheap food by the roadside, drawing attention naturally. Just then, A Mercedes-Benz slowly pulled over by the roadside, and a woman elegantly stepped out, attracting the attention of the entire street. She was dressed in a tastefully tailored evening gown that had a slit reaching to the roots of her thighs, revealing a pair of alluring long legs with each step she took seeming to make them tremble like lofty mountains. The men couldn't help but stare. The woman smiled as she walked up to the Italian, spoke in fluent Mandarin. "I'll have an order of Odin. Hold the Odin." The stall owner was dumbfounded by her request. The woman then turned to Zuoan with a smile and extended her hand. "Hello, Mr. Zhu. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Matsumoku Faihua." Zuoan looked at this enchanting woman with indifference. "You know me?" Matsumoku Faihua smiled. "Who in this world doesn't know Mr. Zhu, the swordmaster who shattered swords with a single strike and eradicated the immortal sect with one hand?" She then casually sat down beside Zuoan, gazing at him with silky eyes. "But I never imagined that Mr. Zhu would be so youthful and handsome. Truly heart-stirring." Her words were dripping with seduction. At least the stall owner blushed furiously, completely dumbfounded. Zuoan lightly shook his head. "Leave quickly before I lose patience, or else." Matsumoku Faihua chuckled. "Or else what?" Zuoan's gaze turned cold. "Or else, I'll send you on your way." Before Matsumoku Faihua could grasp the situation, a sword swept past her ear, slicing off her hair bun, and her dark locks cascaded down. Matsumoku Faihua paled in shock. "You." Zuoan lowered his eyes and said calmly, "There's no need to test me. I came to our country to find something, and once I find it, I'll leave. But if anyone dares to stand in my way, then I'll take on gods and devils alike." The overflowing killing intent in her words made Matsumoku Faihua shiver slightly, before hastily getting up and fleeing. And Yen set down her chopsticks, patted her stomach, and said contentedly, "Delicious, honey. Let's head back." It seemed she hadn't noticed everything that had just happened. Zuoan smiled. "All right, let's go back." Matsumoku Faihua sat in the car, still trembling slightly, watching Zuoan's retreating figure with a fearful gaze. This man may look refined and handsome on the outside, but he harbored the heart of a violent dragon. What stuck with Matsumoku Faihua the most was Zuoan's indifferent yet lofty gaze. In his eyes, she felt as if she had been stripped naked, with all her secrets laid bare. "Master, where to next?" the driver asked. "Back to Kyoto Club." Matsumoku Faihua gritted her teeth. Upon returning to the villa prepared by Takeko Takenuchi for herself, the two girls who had played all day were already fast asleep in Zuoan's arms. Zuoan placed them in bed and quietly left the bedroom. And Yen rested her hands on Zuoan's shoulders and coquettishly said, "Honey, you haven't eaten. Are you hungry now, Zhu?" And smiled. "What do you think? Then I'll make you a bowl of noodles." And Yen headed to the kitchen. Watching Yen bustling around, Zuoan couldn't help but feel a tinge of emotion. Back then, after finishing work at the construction site and returning home, Yen, despite being pregnant, insisted on cooking for him. At that time, their financial situation was tight, and the best they could afford was a bowl of noodles. But Yen always managed to sneak in a fried egg, the best thing they could have at the time. Thinking about this, Zuoan felt an infinite sense of guilt. This woman had sacrificed so much for him. The noodles were quickly cooked, and Yen even meticulously garnished them with chopped scallions. Zuoan took a big bite, savoring the familiar taste spreading in his mouth. "Honey, is it delicious, Zhu?" And nodded. It was the most delicious bowl of noodles he had ever eaten. Only those who had lived through it would understand the true taste of earthly joys. Ginza Clubhouse. At this moment, several major Yakuza families from Tokyo have all gathered here. In addition, the major Zaibatsu families such as the Inoue family and the Matsushita family are also present. It can be said that anyone in this room, if placed outside, would be considered a top figure. However, many people do not even have seats because those who can sit here are the most elite in country, or I have to say, this Wagwo martial artist, Zuoan, is simply too audacious. Since he arrived, the attitude of Takenuchi Keiko from the Takenuchi family has become even more arrogant. A gloomy-faced Yakuza boss said, "Exactly. Our family has also suffered many losses. This Zuoan must be dealt with." Someone chimed in. The people in the room began to discuss fervently, but the focus was on how to get rid of Zuoan. Just then, a cold voice came. "Miss Matsumoku, you look pale. What's the matter?" Everyone fell silent. A handsome, almost enchanting man was looking with interest at Matsumoku Faihua. Matsumoku Faihua blushed and shook her head, It's nothing, just feeling a bit unwell. The man leaned back on the sofa, faintly smiling. I heard that Miss Matsumoku had contact with this Zuoan, but I wonder what your opinion is of this person. All eyes in the room turned to Matsumoku Faihua, and some secretly swallowed their saliva. This woman is simply too captivating. Matsumoku Faihua shook her head with a bitter smile. I can't describe this man, but he himself said that he came to Country Art to find something, and once he finds it, he will leave. Oh, looking for something? What is it? The man furrowed his brow slightly. I don't know either. Matsumoku Faihua shook her head, her face somewhat pale, because she recalled that night, especially remembering Zuoan's gaze. The man smirked slightly. Don't know. Does that mean he won't leave until he finds it? Matsumoku Faihua dared not speak. This handsome man was Akashi Kaoru, who had ruled the underground world of Tokyo for 7 or 8 years. Matsumoku Faihua knew that this man was capricious, well-connected, and had dealings with several top swordsmen in Country Art, so even she dared not offend him. Akashi Kaoru looked at the photos on the table, a hint of sinister smile appearing on his lips. Country Wagwo has a saying, the strong dragon does not crush the local serpent. Since you are here, then I must entertain you well. Matsumoku Faihua couldn't help but speak up. Lord Akashi, this Zuoan is a top martial artist of Country Wagwo. Ordinary people cannot get close to him. Akashi Kaoru nodded. I am well aware of that, but I am prepared. See, the Bon Festival is coming soon, and families are busy making prayer flags to commemorate their ancestors. This seemingly nonsensical statement left everyone in the room puzzled. Akashi Kaoru continued, every year during the Bon Festival, practitioners of the Hakudo Itaru, Shinto Muninru, and Edo Batoto Society will come to Asakusa Temple in Kyoto for offerings. This year is no exception. Matsumoku Faihua trembled, a look of astonishment crossing her face. There is also Sakata Masami of the Winarakami Shrine and Ohara Takashi of the Kyuwa Shrine. I have invited them this year. A sickly excitement flashed across Akashi Kaoru's face. And during the Bon Festival every year, the major martial arts families of our country will also come to Asakusa Temple for offerings. When the talents of Country are gather, I don't believe this Zuoan has 3 heads and 6 arms, but even if he does, I will chop them off one by one. The people in the room couldn't help but show their excitement, nodding in agreement. Lord Akashi is truly unparalleled in strategy. Only Matsumoku Faihua's eyes flickered, with some doubts in her heart. Is it really going to be that simple? While the others were discussing, a young man carrying a pitch-black long knife walked into Tokyo under the moonlight. I haven't been here for so many years, and Tokyo has changed so much. Watanabe Kiyomi looked at the glittering skyscrapers, speaking softly. But behind the glamour of this city are corners exuding a dark aura. As if sensing this, the long knife was trembling slightly, seeming eager. Watanabe Kiyomi smiled. Lord Demon God, don't be impatient. On the day of the Bon Festival, I will make you drink blood and eat flesh. Master. Takanuchi Keiko entered the room and respectfully said, is there any news? Not yet, but tomorrow is the Bon Festival. According to tradition, every family will go to Asakusa Temple for offerings. In past years, it was my father who went. This year, Takanuchi Keiko showed a hint of difficulty on her face. After all, she had only recently taken over the Takanuchi family. Her power was not yet established, and she relied on Zuoan's prestige to impress everyone. This is considered a gathering of the martial arts families. She was worried that if she went alone, something might go wrong. And nodded. Tomorrow, I will also go. Thank you, Master. Takanuchi Keiko said, happily. Daddy, what is the Bon Festival? Is it fun? Zu asked. Before Zuoan could speak, Takanuchi Keiko cut in. Miss, the Bon Festival is a very important festival in Kyoto. On this day, every household makes prayer flags to commemorate the deceased, and the major temples will hold ceremonies to offer salvation to the spirits of the dead, as well as grand fireworks displays. It's very lively. Zu's eyes lit up after hearing this. Dad, can we go too? Of course, Zuoan said with a smile, and Yen hesitated a bit. Husband, those people are all fierce and sinister. Will we be a burden if we go? Zuoan smiled faintly. There is no beast I can't tame in my hands. Don't worry. Motohashi Mika has been absent-minded these days. Her colleague and good friend, Kawada Moami, noticed something amiss and couldn't help asking, Miko, what's wrong? You've been distracted these days. Motohashi Mika shook her head. It's nothing. Just feeling a bit down. Tomorrow is the Bon Festival. I heard that this year's fireworks at Asakusa Temple will be even grander. Let's go together to see the excitement and help you relax. Motohashi Mika hesitated for a moment, but Kawada Momi shook her shoulder. Come on, just treat it as accompanying me. Motohashi Mika smiled wryly. Okay, but I'll have to wear sunglasses and a mask. She didn't want to be recognized by fans. That would be too scary. Okay, Mika is the best. Motohashi Mika smiled, but the figure of that man appeared in her mind. The Zhonyuan festival has finally arrived. Starting from the morning, people had been coming to Asakusa Temple to offer incense and make offerings. Behind a wooden high-rise building behind Asakusa Temple, 3 men with exceptional looks are standing by the window chatting. Yoshinaga Taro, do you believe that the spirits can receive the incense burned by these people? The youngest man asked with a smile. The contemporary sword Saint Shindo non-Inryu, Yoshinaga Taro, shook his head. It's just a way to express grief. Another man, who was powder and perfumed, chuckled while covering his nose. It seems like Ono is a little scared. Ono glared. Akizuki, stop talking nonsense. Who said I'm scared? Oh. If you're not afraid, why ask such strange questions? You are after all the contemporary successor of swordsmanship. Ono's face darkened as he glared at the effeminate man. Hayato Akizuki, the head of the Hakudo Itoru, the one-blade style. These 3 men represent the highest level of swordsmanship in country. Are alright, Akizuki. Stop talking nonsense. We will need to work together to defeat Saku. Yoshinaga Taro said softly. Hayato Akizuki snorted. I don't believe he's that powerful. If he's not powerful, then how did Mirai Shinchi Ryoryu's Kain Shanyai die? Ono exclaimed coldly. Hehe, as warriors of country are, the most important thing is to have the belief in victory. Kain Shanyai was too conservative. He deserved to die. Hayato Akizuki said coldly. While the 3 were talking, Akashi Ket walked up the stairs, followed by Sakatao Giran and others. In particular, the appearance of Matsuki Iyaka made the atmosphere in the room relax. Seeing this scene, Hayato Akizuki couldn't help but sneer. What? With just these people here, even if Saku is considered immortal, he will be defeated here. What is there to fear? Ono couldn't help but close his mouth. As the night fell, Saku brought Yen and others to the outside of Asakusa Temple. At this moment, the open space outside Asakusa Temple was bustling with people, creating a lively atmosphere. Suddenly, a firework exploded in the sky. The dazzling fireworks made everyone gasp in awe. Daddy, look, the fireworks are so beautiful. Saku and Sakunan were excitedly watching. Saku smiled and looked up. They saw fireworks lighting up the sky one after another. At this moment, Motobashi Mika and Kawada Keiko were also looking up at the sky full of fireworks. It's so beautiful, Kawada Keiko exclaimed, then closed her eyes solemnly and made a wish. What are you doing? Motobashi Mika asked with a smile. Making a wish, haven't you heard? Wishing upon a shooting star will make it come true. But the ones in the sky are fireworks. The bright lights are all the same. Motobashi Mika shook her head helplessly, then hesitated a bit before closing her eyes gently. Perhaps she could still see him, but after making the wish, she couldn't help but laugh at how silly she was. How could that be possible? But as she slowly opened her eyes, she saw a familiar figure. Motobashi Mika couldn't help but freeze. At this moment, Kawada Keiko said, Mika, let's go inside. There was no response. Kawada Keiko was stunned, then followed Motobashi Mika's gaze. I didn't see anything unusual. Mika, what's wrong? Motobashi Mika took a deep breath. It's nothing. Just wait for me. With that, she gathered her courage and walked forward. At this time, Saku was listening to his 2 daughters arguing. This firework is beautiful. Nonsense, that one looks better. Hemph, I'll ignore you. Go ahead. You big glutton. Saku made a face at Sakunan. Sakunan blushed with anger but couldn't come up with a comeback. She ended up tearfully hugging Yen. Mom, sister is bullying me again. Yen couldn't help but smile and pretend to be angry towards Saku. Nyan, how can you be like this? Hearing her mom supporting her, Sakunan winked at Saku. But then Yen continued, even if she is, you can't say it out loud. Upon hearing this, Sakunan couldn't hold back her tears. Saku watched with a smile as a timid voice came from behind him. Hello, may I ask if... Saku turned around and saw the female celebrity he met at Yuntu Mountain, and couldn't help but be slightly surprised, then smiled. What a coincidence. Motobashi Mika's heart pounded as she stuttered. I also came here to see the fireworks and happened to see you. Saku nodded slightly. Motobashi Mika wanted to say more, but suddenly felt at a loss for words. After a few seconds, Enyen softly said, "Husband, let's go inside. Seika has already gone in." Okay. Saku left. Motobashi Mika stood blankly in place, feeling indescribable. At this moment, Kawada Keiko walked over and exaggeratedly said, "Mika, no wonder you seem distracted. You've taken a liking to a handsome guy." Motobashi Mika smiled bitterly. "Keiko, don't talk nonsense. He's already married." Kawada Keiko stuck out her tongue. "I saw it too. That lady has such grace." "Hey. What's his name? Is he the son of a big tycoon?" Motobashi Mika paled, shook her head. I don't know his name." "What?" Kawada Keiko thought she misheard. "You don't even know his name?" "I just happened to meet him that day," Motobashi Mika said softly. Meanwhile, Saku led his family into Asakusa Temple. The people inside the 1,000-year-old temple were sparse. Outside the side hall, however, it was filled with men in black clothes. Passing by, everyone unconsciously quickened their pace, wanting to leave as soon as possible. Saku climbed the steps. "Stop! This place is not open today. Visitors, please go elsewhere." A man blocked Saku's way, saying coldly, "Move aside." Saku said lightly. The man blocking his path frowned slightly. "I'll say it again. This place is not open to the public today." Saku looked at him. An invisible pressure made everyone around pale. The man blocking the way showed a trace of astonishment in his eyes. At that moment, a chubby man stood at the door and said, "Step aside." The crowd then backed off, and the man smiled coldly at Saku. "I suppose you must be Mr. Zu from Hua country, right?" Watanabe Saime stood on the rooftop of a tall building, not far from the bustling crowd in front of the Asakusa temple. "What an intoxicating smell. I can smell the strong blood energy of many warriors. Demon Lord, this time, you can finally be restored to your former glory." With that, Watanabe Saime slowly drew his long knife from behind. Suddenly, two ghostly flames appeared in his eyes, and with a soft drink, he slashed with his knife. A flame darker than the night floated in the air. The moon in the sky was gradually shrouded by dark clouds, as if unable to bear to witness the scene below. Hundreds of ghosts. Night parade. After Watanabe Saime finished speaking these four words, his expression became even more decadent, swaying as if he almost fell off the building. But as his words fell, figures emerged from the black magical flames. Headless Bone Woman, Great Tengu, Banshee, Unknown Fire. Many demons and monsters from the folklore country are emerged. They all headed straight for the crowd below, exuding a sinister aura. The atmosphere inside the Asakusa temple became extremely tense. Many members of the Heidao families and major financial consortium stood behind Akira Maki. Zuoan was seated at the other end. "Mr. Zuoan, I am curious, what exactly are you looking for in Country R?" Akira Maki said faintly. Unlike the imposing presence on the other side, Zuoan only had a few people behind him. However, Zuoan remained calm as ever. "Do you want to know?" Zuoan said lightly. "Of course. But the price of knowing requires your life to pay for it. Do you still want to hear?" Akira Maki's face turned unpleasant, finally snorting. "Mr. Zu, you are a warrior of Hua country, and I respect you, but you cannot disrupt the rules of our underground world in Tokyo." "Rules?" Zu, and chuckled lightly. "To me, what I say is the rule." This extremely arrogant statement made everyone's expression change. Many even snorted in anger, especially Makoto Inoue, who wished he could devour Zuoan. Akira Maki's face darkened as he suddenly looked towards Yanin and others behind him, saying lightly, "Mr. Zu, you are here with your family. Are you not afraid of implicating them? As long as you leave Tokyo, we will consider that nothing has happened. We will not trouble you." Zuoan smiled, shook his head lightly. "You still don't understand. That thing, I am determined to obtain. Whoever dares to stop me, I will kill them." Akira Maki finally could not contain himself and shouted angrily, "Attack!" With his command, the ceiling suddenly shattered, and a person with a sword rushed towards Zuoan. At the same time, another person burst out from the floor and aimed straight at Zuoan. It was the same outside the window. 3 people, 3 swords. With astonishing momentum, causing everyone in the room to feel the sharp pain from the swords cutting across their faces. And it was not over yet. Suddenly, Sakata Gui Renroar, Great Sun Tathagata's seal, a majestic and pure ore emanated from his body, heading straight towards Zuoan. Da Yuan Su followed suit, sneakily throwing several extremely poisonous sleeve arrows towards Zuoan. It was almost a deadlock. Akira Maki's mouth curled up in a smug smile. Even immortals could not escape from such a deadly scenario. This Zuoan was too arrogant. Among the crowd, only Song Mufaihua was pale, slowly stepping back, because she understood that nothing was as simple as it seemed. Sure enough, Zuoan, who had been sitting motionless, slowly raised his eyes, shining like stars. Very well, you have shown yourself. Akira Maki was stunned, not understanding what Zuoan meant. Zuoan waved his hand, directly smashed the sword of Akiyama Hayato, whose face showed a smile of triumph, and then flicked his finger. The head of this sword saint of the northern Big Dipper style was smashed. Then Zuoan suddenly slammed the table in front of him. The table shattered with a bang, and the splinters turned into the most terrifying weapons, shooting everyone approaching into sieves. And it was not over. Zuoan suddenly stomped, his eyebrows rising. I have said, in the face of absolute power, all schemes are in vain. So, all of you die. With that, Zuoan struck out with his fist. The world moved. The first move of the 6 killing styles of the god-slaying technique manifested again. Doom. The entire side hall was directly demolished. Akira Maki's face filled with great terror as he shouted, "No." The area behind him was reduced to rubble. Even this blow was so powerful that it directly leveled half of the Asakusa temple. Those who had carefully planned to kill Zuoan on the spot were all turned into nothingness. Only Son Mufaihua, who managed to hide quickly, luckily survived, cowering in a corner, trembling, because the moon in the sky was gone. The once bustling city was strangely silent, the only sound being the howls of evil spirits from hell. Night parade of 100 ghosts. As a person from country R, of course, the legend had a deep impression, but who could have imagined that one day they would witness firsthand? As for the crowd outside Asakusa Temple watching the excitement, the casualties were severe. Countless people became food for the demons and monsters. Hanjo Mika and Kawada Keiko were terrified, hiding in a corner. Not far from them was a child who appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old. A Yamayuba, a monster from the folklore of country R. The Yamayuba's mouth was bloody, searching for new prey. Hanjo Mika and Kawada Keiko dared not even breathe, cowering in the corner in silence. Suddenly, the Yamayuba noticed something and headed straight for the two. Kawada Keiko screamed in terror. Hanjo Mika closed her eyes in despair. He was probably going to die now. At that moment, a cold voice rang out from the air. Even as demons rise, do you truly think that in this world, no one can control you? This voice, so familiar. Hanjo Mika opened her eyes and witnessed a scene that she would remember for the rest of her life. Zu, and stood in the air, looking stern, like an immortal descending from the heavens. In the distance, Watanabe Saime, now half man half demon, cackled. Warriors of Hua country. Hod. Too bad. You are all too late. The demon lord has already consumed enough blood, and is about to dominate the world. All of you will die. Zuoan smiled lightly. I am looking for your demon lord. With that, Zuoan took a step forward, and a blood lotus rose beneath his feet. Then it turned into a blazing fire, engulfing all the demons and monsters below. As the words faded away, a monster with 5 snake heads slowly rose from the long knife behind Watanabe Kiyomi. An endless pressure intimidated everyone present. Watanabe Kiyomi knelt respectfully on the side, excitedly exclaiming, "Welcome, my lord." Yatsuhiki looked at Zuoan, his 5 pairs of coal and evil snake eyes filled with greed. What a beautiful body. If it were under my control, no one in the world would be my match. This scene also tore Matsuki Hibana's heart apart. Yatsuhiki, the demon god from Country R's legend, actually existed, and it seemed that he posed a threat to Zuoan. Takeuchi Sekai and others also wore serious expressions at this moment. Only Zuoan remained calm, his expression indifferent. I've been looking for you for a long time, and you finally show up. Yatsuhiki was slightly taken aback. Mortal, what do you want from me, Zu? And revealed a few white teeth and smiled coldly. Of course. I want your life. With that, Zuoan's figure turned into a stream of light, appearing directly in front of Yatsuhiki. He then grabbed one of the snake heads and forcibly twisted it off with a loud thud. Yatsuhiki screamed in pain. Mortal, I will grind you down bit by bit. Yatsuhiki roared, and his snake body suddenly split open, revealing an extremely sharp sword, the Sword of Heavenly Clouds. Matsuki Hibane exclaimed in shock. It was said that Yatsuhiki possessed the sword within him, the Sword of Heavenly Clouds. At this moment, Yatsuhiki gradually transformed into a human form, holding the Sword of Heavenly Clouds in his hand, chuckling eerily. Today, I will show you that the demon god is invincible in battle. With that, he swung his sword. The sharpness of the Sword of Heavenly Clouds even left a sword mark in the air, as if it had slashed through space itself. This powerful strike directly sent Zuoan flying. He then fell into the night sky, his fate unknown. Motohashi Mika was shocked, unable to suppress a cry, and Yan, who had walked out of the side hall, couldn't help but be astonished. Husband. Her cry made the haughty Yatsuhiki demon god look down. He then froze. You are. Yatsuhiki trembled all over, as if he had seen something terrifying. Zuexian and Zuinian waved their small fist at this moment, angrily exclaiming, You big octopus, dared to hit my daddy. In the eyes of the two little girls, Yatsuhiki seemed like a big octopus. Without waiting for Yan to speak, Yatsuhiki turned and ran. This shocked Matsuki Hibane and the others. What's going on? Why did this Yatsuhiki demon god flee at the sight of Yan? Even Watanabe Kiyomi was dumbfounded. Lord Demon God, why are you running? Yatsuhiki roared. I can't even save my own life if I don't run. Go. Just then, an earth-shattering momentum emanated, and a calm voice said, Want to escape? It's too late. With that, Zuoan's figure suddenly appeared in front of Yatsuhiki, grabbing several of his snake heads. With a crack, he ripped off 2 more heads. Enraged, Yatsuhiki raised his sword to strike. However, now Zuoan, without even evading, directly grabbed the Sword of Heavenly Clouds that was said to be invincible. He broke through? Matsuki Hibane exclaimed. That's right. Zuoan had finally broken through that last boundary and become an immortal, but his level of immortality surpassed the others by 100-fold. You talk big, but you're far inferior to divine artifacts like Zhuanyuan's sword, Zuoan said, indifferently, then exerted force. With a snap, the Sword of Heavenly Clouds broke. This sword was also a manifestation of Yatsuhiki's soul, and its breaking immediately weakened Yatsuhiki. Zuoan then kicked him to the ground. Watanabe Kiyomi was still in a daze at this moment, and Zuoan tossed him onto the ground as well. Upon landing, Yatsuhiki, upon seeing Yan, retreated in terror. With his hands behind his back, Zuoan stood calmly and said, Now, can you tell me why you sealed my wife? The humanoid form that Yatsuhiki had transformed into knelt on the ground, trembling as he spoke. My lord, how would I dare seal your wife? With another thud, another snake head was chopped off. Yatsuhiki cried out in pain. And stated calmly, no sealing. Then what about the demonic energy on her? Trembling, Yatsuhiki explained. My lord, I didn't seal her indeed. That day, I possessed the demon sword and followed Watanabe Kiyomi to Huaxia, and encountered her by chance. At the time, she was in a daze, so I had Watanabe Kiyomi capture her and bring her to Country R. However, a look of extreme fear flashed in Yatsuhiki's eyes. However, a terrifying flame suddenly rose from her body. Although I only got a little bit on me, it severely damaged my vitality. In the end, I had no choice but to temporarily seal her with all my cultivation. My lord, I speak nothing but the truth, Yatsuhiki said, in terror. It knew very well that in front of someone like Zuoan, one wrong word meant complete destruction of their soul. Moreover, it was now speculating about who this man was. Why was he so powerful and dominant? And Yan's face gradually turned pale, shaking her head at Zuoan. Husband, I don't remember anything from that day. Zuoan smiled tenderly. It's okay, you will remember one day. Meanwhile, Yatsuhiki took advantage of the moment to try to escape, knowing that if Zuoan wanted to break the seal, he would surely have to kill him. But now, after losing several heads and with greatly diminished strength, how could he be Zuoan's match? With one step, Zuoan directly appeared behind him, delivering a punch. The cry abruptly stopped. Yatsuhiki's demonic body was vanquished by that punch. Simultaneously, a mysterious aura disappeared from Yan's body. She felt a significant improvement in her overall condition. However, immediately after, A world-annihilating flame surged from Yan's body. The power was so great that Watanabe Kiyomi, who was nearest, didn't even have time to scream before turning into nothingness. Zuoan, with an unchanged expression, revealed a tinge of astonishment. The flame of world annihilation. How is this possible? And Yan remained unaware of this, and the flame vanished after a few seconds. A daunting seal appeared briefly on Yan's forehead. The flame gradually faded away. Zuoan's expression darkened, gritting his teeth. The Immortal King seal. At this moment, still oblivious, Yan walked over slowly, feeling slightly afraid. Husband, what's wrong? Zuoan took a deep breath, smiled slightly. Nothing. Holding Yan's arm, Zuoan probed her condition with his divine sense. These eyes occupy most of the sky, coldly overlooking Zuoan below. Mortal, this woman carries the supreme opportunity. She is a person with great fortune. I have sealed my law imprint on her. Leave quickly, otherwise, all of your souls will perish. The voice was indifferent to the extreme. It was also aloof to the extreme. At the same time, a huge pressure spread out, making people tremble. But Zuoan slowly raised her head, a cold smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Just a mere shadow clone, trying to intimidate me. And just an immortal king. Think of oneself as invincible. When Zuoan was an immortal venerable, she could kill an immortal king with one hand. Although her cultivation had not yet fully recovered now, the other party was just a shadow clone. And Zuoan was not afraid at all. Mortal, you have successfully angered me. Prepare to die. A hint of anger flashed in the huge eyes, then an extremely bright golden light shot straight at Zuoan. In this spiritual world, battles were purely a contest of divine thoughts. Once defeated, it meant the destruction of the soul. It was extremely dangerous, but facing the golden light attacking her, Zuoan remained indifferent, waiting until it was almost upon her before suddenly raising her fist and punching. I shall break through 1,000 methods with just one fist. Doom. The force of this punch directly dispersed the golden light. A trace of panic flashed in the huge eyes, then it attempted to attack again. Zuoan had already rushed to it, saying indifferently, no matter what kind of immortal king or immortal emperor you are, I will kill you. With that, a lotus flower blossomed, then it exploded into a blazing fire, directly swallowing the giant eye. No. I know who you are now. No. The giant eye screamed in fear a few times, then turned into nothingness. Meanwhile, in a magnificent palace millions of light years away, a woman who had been meditating for who knew how long slowly opened her eyes. The space seemed to tremble slightly under the woman's gaze. Someone actually destroyed one of my divine thought clones. That place, aren't there already no highly cultivated individuals left? Mentioning that place, a greedy and anxious look flashed in the woman's eyes. At this moment, Zuoan slowly opened her eyes. The first thing that came into view was the worried face of Yan. Husband, what's wrong? Zuoan smiled faintly. It's nothing. Just the seal on you. It was a bit troublesome, but now it's partially lifted. Enough for you to cultivate to the celestial realm. And Yan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. There's no rush with the seal, husband. At this time, Motohashi Mika stood up timidly and said, Mr. Zu. Zuoan turned to look at the female celebrity and smiled slightly. I am Zuoan. Mr. Zu, may I ask what's going on? Seeing Zuoan's smile, Motohashi Mika's initially anxious heart gradually calmed down. This man had a comforting presence, Zu, and glanced at the moon emitting a strange red light and waved his hand. The quiet and eerie scene suddenly disappeared, replaced by the familiar noises of the city. However, those who had died could not come back to life. This sudden change caused countless screams. Zuoan picked up the two little girls, let's go, and turned to leave. Motohashi Mika suddenly remembered something, took 2 steps forward, bowed in gratitude, and asked, Thank you for your help, Mr. Zu. Will we have the chance to see you again in the future? Zuoan smiled faintly. If it's meant to be, we will meet again. With that, Zuoan led his family away. Motohashi Mika watched Zuoan's departing figure in daze, feeling a mix of emotions. At this moment, Katani Keiko also approached, expressing envy. Oh my, I finally understand why you are so into this man. He's simply too powerful. Amazing. I'm fascinated too. Motohashi Mika forced a smile. Haven't you noticed that he's already taken? So what? The more powerful a man is, the less likely he is to have a woman by his side. Mika, you're so beautiful and talented, who wouldn't be attracted to you? Motohashi Mika shook her head, looking somewhat despondent. He's different. Soon, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department arrived at the scene and were shocked by what they saw. Corpses littered the streets, and Sensuji Temple appeared to have been through a massive battle, with ruins everywhere. Has a war broken out here? A chief inspector exclaimed in disbelief. Seal off the area, report immediately, ordered the police chief who had rushed there. Soon, the area around Sensuji Temple was heavily sealed off. The entire government of our country was shaken, with the top officials of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department getting out of bed to discuss the matter with a sense of panic. Photos of the deceased were laid out on the table, causing the elite of our country to look grim. Everyone, such a major incident has occurred, and we had no warning signs beforehand. I believe this is a blatant act of terror. It's a challenge to our grand empire of our. The police chief shouted with a stern face. That's right. The Prime Minister has just ordered that we must investigate this thoroughly. Just then, the door of the meeting room was kicked open. The police chief was about to get angry when a woman in tight leather pants and high heels walked in. This matter is no longer within the purview of your police department, the woman said, indifferently. Why, and who are you? The police chief asked, his face turning pale. The woman tossed over an ID badge. The police chief looked down and couldn't help but shiver. Special Intelligence Division? Yes. This matter will now be handled by our Special Intelligence Division. Do you understand? The woman said. The chief and his team bowed and retreated. The woman picked up the photos of the deceased from the table, her expression growing more and more serious. Night parade of 100 demons. Does our country still have such powerful onmyoges that once the demons start moving, they will not easily give up? Why have they suddenly disappeared? At that moment, a man gradually materialized in the air. Mika, you look even more beautiful today, the man said with a smirk. Seeing the man, Fujitami forced a smile. Seiya, Master said that ninjutsu is for use against enemies. You should remain hidden and patient during normal times. Why are you using ninjutsu to travel? Aoyama Seiya awkwardly scratched his nose and approached, saying, Oh, night parade of 100 demons. Miss Magia, I hope you can cooperate with our investigation. Fukudo Miki tried to keep herself as calm as possible. Hanhashi Magia shook her head. I don't know anything. It was like everything went black in front of my eyes, and when I woke up again, the streets were filled with dead bodies. Fukudo Miki looked at this big star from Country R and frowned. She had asked several times already, but this person just refused to say anything. Feeling helpless, she got up and went to another room. At that moment, Aoyama Hoshino was questioning Matsumaki Hanahana. Miss Matsumaki, I believe you know our methods, so for your safety, please tell us everything. Aoyama Hoshino said. Matsumaki Hanahana's face was pale, her eyes devoid of spirit, as if she didn't hear anything. Aoyama Hoshino frowned. Matsumaki Hanahana, oh. Matsumaki Hanahana suddenly startled. You are a top-notch martial artist in the martial arts world. What could possibly have scared you like this? Aoyama Hoshino leaned down, gazing at Matsumaki Hanahana, and spoke softly. A look of horror flashed in Matsumaki Hanahana's eyes. Don't ask. I won't say anything. Oh, it seems like you had underestimated the methods of us ninjas. A cruel smile appeared on Aoyama Hoshino's face. Matsumaki Hanahana's face turned pale, but she resolutely said, even if you kill me, I won't say anything. Matsumaki Hanahana knew very well what this special intelligence unit was capable of and understood that in Country R, ninjas were not to be trifled with. But if the other party was Zuoan, then she would rather offend these ninjas, because that man was a presence that even ghosts and gods would fear. Aoyama Hoshino's face showed anger, ready to take action. Fukuda Miki walked in, speaking coldly. Forget it. This investigation can be carried out without her cooperation. Aoyama Hoshino awkwardly rubbed his hands, chuckling. I just wanted to discipline her a little. Fukuda Miki looked at Matsumaki Hanahana. Matsumaki, I don't know what you've been through that has made you so afraid, but if someone dares to commit such atrocities in Country R, be prepared to face the wrath of our national ninja. Matsumaki Hanahana gently shook her head. Senior Miki, I know your reputation, but I still want to advise you not to investigate. That person is not someone you can provoke. Upon hearing this, Aoyama Hoshino chuckled. Can't provoke? I'm even more interested now. Are there people even the ancestors of our Wushun ninja school can't provoke? As he spoke, Aoyama Hoshino looked proud. Matsumaki Hanahana lowered her head and remained silent. Back in their home in Tokyo, Zuoan took out a specially made peyuandan for Yanner. This is the peyuandan I prepared for you when I was making it for Xian and Nyanian. You can take it now. Yan took the pill and swallowed it in one gulp, then blinked. I don't feel anything. Before the words were finished, Yan felt a scorching chest circulating in her chest, and at the same time, her aura began to rise continuously. Doom. A powerful aura spread out. In just a few breaths, Yan actually broke through a realm and reached the true human stage. If this progress were to spread out, it would be jaw-dropping. Zuoan was also surprised. How could Yan break through with just one peyuandan? Could his wife be one of those rare cultivation geniuses? Such a strange feeling. Yan looked down at her hands. It's like I have endless strength, Yan said, extending one hand and lightly twisting Zuoan's waist. Ouch. Zuoan felt a huge force and couldn't help but grimace in pain. Yan looked carefully, then quickly let go of her hand. Husband, I'm sorry. Does it really hurt? Zuoan rubbed his waist and smiled bitterly. What do you think? Hehe, you always pretended to be in pain when I twisted you before. Now, you don't have to pretend. Yan said with a smile. Zuoan could only smile wryly. Women ... are sometimes hard to understand. Husband, everything is done. Shouldn't we go home? Yan asked. Zuoan nodded. Tomorrow. We will leave tomorrow. But when Takeuchi Kiyoko came back, she brought back news that country R had just issued a ban and all airports were sealed off. Zuoan frowned. Did they have to fly back directly from country R with the whole family? Forget it. Since we have nothing to do now, let's consider it a vacation and stay a few more days. Yan suggested. Zuoan nodded. Over the next few days, Zuoan led his wife and daughters on a sightseeing tour. They visited all the fun places in Tokyo. Despite the big event that happened, Tokyo was still a bustling and lively international metropolis. While Zuoan was enjoying this rare warm family moment at home with his two daughters watching TV, Yan was happily playing games. She had recently become obsessed with the video games from Country R, especially various horror games. She was both scared and curious to play them. Oh my! Yan was startled again by a sudden appearance of a ghost in the game, instinctively grabbing Zuoan's clothes. Zuoan found it both funny and exasperating. If you are that scared, then don't play anymore. Yan shook her head firmly, saying, No, I have to see how scary this game can be. Then, in a pleading tone, she said, Husband, come closer to me. Zuoan had to move a bit closer. Just as the family was enjoying this rare moment of warmth, an untimely voice interrupted. What an admirable family indeed. Zuoan frowned and said coldly, Get out. Heh, why so angry? Isn't your Huaxian known for its etiquette? With that, Aoyama Hoshino's figure appeared out of thin air. The way he appeared made the two little girls excitedly exclaim, Is he a ninja? Aoyama Hoshino politely bowed to Zuxian and Zunan. To beautiful ladies, yes, I am a ninja from the great country R. Then he smiled at Zuoan. Mr. Zu, there are a few things we need your cooperation to investigate. Please come with me. Oh. What if I don't cooperate? Zuoan said calmly. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Kingshen Shinji sneered. At this moment, Yan suddenly stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Kingshen Shinji glanced at Yan, not taking her seriously, then turned back and continued. Although you are powerful, don't forget, this is the country of R, and I am a senior member of the Injinjanin clan. Now, I command you to come back with me for investigation, or else. Kingshen Shinji smirked slyly, but before the smile on his face could fade, Yan, with a determined look, grabbed a frying pan from the kitchen and rushed out, aiming the pan at the back of Kingshen Shinji's head. Whoosh! The frying pan came flying towards Kingshen Shinji with a gust of wind. Kingshen Shinji showed a hint of mockery on his face, slightly dodged the frying pan, then smirked self-contentedly. It's violent, but do you think you can defeat me with just this? I am a senior member of. Before he could finish speaking, Yan gritted her teeth, exerted all her strength, and hurled the frying pan at him. The throw was incredibly fast and caught Kingshen Shinji unexpectedly, hitting him on the head. Sout! The frying pan made intimate contact with Kingshen Shinji's head. It must be said that the head of this senior member was tough, as the frying pan deformed upon impact. Visible to the naked eye, a large bump quickly formed on Kingshen Shinji's head. All right. Using this method to attack me. You're all doomed. I will kill you. King Shinji was so angry that his whole body trembled, but just as he was about to erupt, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Don't move, Zuoan said lightly. King Shinji froze. Even though Zuoan just lightly rested his hand on his shoulder, King Shinji felt like his muscles were no longer under his control. A strong sense of impending danger surged through him, making him look at Zuoan in shock. Why did this man, who was just calm moments ago, suddenly display such dominance? Meanwhile, Anyan was still a bit angry. Breaking into my house, trying to take away my husband. Humph, I'll show you the power of a frying pan. Anyan was like a protective mother dragon provoked to the edge of anger. Zuoan chuckled. Okay, wife, don't be angry. I think this senior member should know he's wrong now, right? Looking at Zuoan's smile, King Shinji's blood ran cold, his face turning pale. Go back and tell your people that the incident in Asakusa Temple was not my doing. The culprit has been killed by me. No need for thanks, but also, don't provoke me anymore. My patience is limited, Zuoan said lightly. King Shinji trembled, nodded reluctantly, and then tried to leave. No matter how he tried, he couldn't use his earth escape technique. It seemed like the space around him was sealed off. Trembling with fear, King Shinji walked away. After he left, Anyan expressed her concern. Honey, will these people come back? Of course they will. Zuoan smiled lightly. What should we do? Anyan asked anxiously. Of course, we'll just keep knocking them out with frying pans. Zuoan joked. Anyan blushed and lowered her head nervously, saying, when I heard they were trying to take you away, I got anxious. Zuoan reached out and rubbed her head affectionately, saying, all right, these people won't learn without a bit of violence, and you did well. Really? Zuoan nodded. Of course. Anyan smiled shyly, a stark contrast to her violent image of wielding a frying pan just moments ago. When Miyuki saw her martial brother King Shinji, she couldn't help but be shocked. Brother, what's wrong with you? Why is your head suddenly so big? King Shinji grimaced and touched the large bump on his head, then smiled bitterly. I was hit with a frying pan. Also, the incident at Asakusa Temple is definitely related to that Zuoan. But this person is very strong. I think we need to inform our sect. How strong? Miyuki furrowed her brow. Indescribably powerful. I've only felt this terrifying aura from my master before. Miyuki's expression turned serious. I need to report this. We can't handle it on our own. Soon, Miyuki's report caught the attention of the government's top officials. The Prime Minister of R was in a panic, knowing the pressure on his shoulders after such a significant event. If he couldn't provide a satisfactory explanation to the public, he was sure to be ousted. So when Miyuki's report was presented, the Prime Minister was relieved to have found a scapegoat. He immediately accepted the suggestion and entrusted Miyuki to handle the matter. In R, ninjas were a peculiar presence. They had always hidden in the dark corners of history, only stepping forward in times of chaos or power struggles. It wasn't until entering modern society that these ninjas gradually emerged from the shadows and became an indispensable and influential force in R, capable of influencing power dynamics. At this moment, in a high-rise building in Kyushu, Tohashi Ryasuke was leaning on the sofa, enjoying a peaceful moment of the day. Suddenly, a bright white light began to appear gradually. Tohashi Ryasuke furrowed his brow slightly, picking up the white light with his fingers. It turned out to be a letter, a form of secret technique ninjas use to relay important information. After reading it, Tohashi Ryasuke closed his eyes, seemingly contemplating something. After a while, he opened his eyes with a solemn expression. Someone come. Several figures gradually emerge. My lord, issue an order for the sacred ninja Ayugami to go to Tokyo. Yes. Tohashi Ryasuke frowned, pacing back and forth in the room. Zuoan. This name stirred up a storm in his heart. In the recent days, the entire martial arts world in R had experienced a catastrophe of immense proportions. The sword saints of several major swordsmanship schools, Ikakushi and Itoru, Yedo, had all lost their lives, as well as several heads of the great day god palace and shrines. What exactly happened in Asakusa Temple had become a subject of curiosity for all the martial arts world in R, but one thing was certain. Zuoan was definitely involved in this. Thinking of this, a trace of killing intent flashed across Tohashi Ryasuke's face. Notify the heads of the other ninja schools. This time, that person who dared to challenge the warriors of the Greater Empire will pay the price. Yes. Soon, the heads of several major ninja schools received secret messages and sincere invitations from the Prime Minister. These assassins, who were accustomed to hiding in the shadows, started to emerge and reveal their sharp fangs. Tokyo, Akihabara. As the second dimension holy land of our country, every day here are anime fans from all over the world. On the streets, it's common to see people dressed in various cosplay outfits. Daddy, look, Ultraman. Zuoan excitedly pointed to a person on the street. As a little girl, she loved Ultraman the most. Zuoan, on the other hand, was gazing at a girl dressed as Sakura with sparkling eyes. Zuoan watched his two excited daughters and couldn't help but smile. So, what do you two want to dress up as? I want to be Peppa Pig, Zuoan eagerly said. Zuoan raised an eyebrow slightly. Then I'll just be George, but that's okay. Zuoan nodded as well. Okay, Daddy Pig? Zuoan shook Zuoan's arm, softly pleading. As an immortal who had experienced countless trials and reached the peak of countless realms, Zuoan considered his heart as firm as a rock, impervious to any disruptions. Furthermore, it was just a little girl's act of coquetry, nothing noteworthy. Therefore, Zuoan hesitated for only a second before nodding. Yay! Daddy is the best. Both little girls cheered, and Yan was watching nearby. Mom. And you too. Now you're Daddy Pig too, Zuoan said solemnly. And Yan's smile froze. Akihabara, as an anime holy land, even sold various cosplay props on the roadside stalls. Therefore, a few minutes later, a Peppa Pig family appeared on the main street of Akihabara. However, because this family had sufficiently high aesthetics, they attracted a lot of attention. The happier the two sisters, Zuoan and Zuoan, walked in front, the more embarrassed Zuoan and Yan felt trailing behind with pig ears hats on their heads. Xian, Nyan, are you tired? How about we find a place to eat ice cream? Zuoan pulled out the ice cream trump card, but Zuoan and Zuoan both shook their heads in disappointment, their little faces full of dissatisfaction. Daddy Pig, please call us Peppa and George. Zuoan. 3 hours later, the two little girls were finally tired of shopping. Zuoan and Yan couldn't help but sigh with relief. In these 3 hours, several people had come up to request photos. Even some talent scouts excitedly approached them, thinking Zuoan and Zuoan had great potential in the entertainment industry. Of course, all of this was promptly declined by Zuoan. Daddy Pig, I'm hungry, Zuoan said. And nodded. Let's go. To eat. Zuoan didn't move. Zuoan sighed. My dear Peppa, let's go eat, okay? Zuoan then smiled brightly. Okay, Daddy Pig. As night fell, the lights of Akihabara flickered on. Zuoan brought his family to a restaurant to have dinner. Although their tastes had been pampered by Zuoan, after a whole day, the two little girls were indeed famished, wolfing down their food, and sipped wine slowly, watching them with a smile. At this moment, the storm outside intensified, further highlighting the warmth inside. Suddenly, the door of the restaurant was pushed open, letting in a cold wind mixed with rain. Zuoan raised his eyes slightly, then saw a familiar face. Sorry, Mr. Edward, I am not interested in your splendid background, and now I am having dinner with friends. Please stop following me. Okay, Denchao Magia said with a hint of anger. Hetaiike also coldly said, Mr. Edward, Magia has made it clear, please do not follow us anymore. At this moment, a blonde, blue-eyed foreign man was smiling and saying, Miss Benchao, I've already checked with your company. You don't have any plans these days, so wouldn't it be better to have dinner together? Denchao Magia was furious. This Edward was a relative of the chairman of her company, who had come to Tokyo from M country to handle business. Unexpectedly, he saw Benchao Magia and had been following her like a shadow ever since. This made Benchao Magia extremely irritated. It was a hard-won opportunity to bring Hetaiike out for dinner, but this sticky plaster Edward followed them, as always. Hetaiike also looked very displeased. In turning her head, she saw and not far away, her eyes lighting up. Then she pushed Benchao Magia. Look over there. Denchao Magia turned to look, and couldn't help but be stunned. Hetaiike smiled cunningly and ignored Benchao Magia's reluctance, walking straight towards Zuoan. Mr. Hello. Hetaiike greeted opally. Zuoan leaned back in his chair, smiled faintly. Hello. He also saw what had just happened, so he looked at Hetaiike indifferently, wanting to see what she would do next. Hetaiike was typically fearless, but under Zuoan's indifferent gaze, she couldn't help feeling a bit uneasy. She didn't know what to say. In the end, Benchao Magia gritted her teeth and walked out. Mr. Zhu. What a coincidence, we meet again. Zhu, and nodded, then glanced at the Edward who was becoming increasingly gloomy. Looks like someone is not happy. Benchao Magia gritted her teeth and whispered, Mr. Zhu, please help me. This guy is too annoying. Zuoan smiled. Since he didn't need to interfere, Edward had already come forward. Who is this? Edward asked arrogantly. This is Mr. Zhu from HUA country, also our friend. Mr. Edward, it's raining outside. You should go back. Although she was extremely angry inside, since Edward was a high-ranking executive of the company, Benchao Magia tried to suppress her anger and said calmly. Edward's eyes flashed with a hint of maliciousness. HUA countrymen. Well, I didn't expect Miss Benchao to have friends from HUA country. It's quite surprising. Then Edward turned to Zuoan. May I ask which company's executive Mr. Zhu is? Zhu, and shook his head. I am not an executive of any company, just here to visit our country. Edward smirked knowingly. Oh, I see. He then didn't bother to look at Zuoan again, turned directly to Benchao Magia. Miss Benchao, this place has a poor environment. Why don't I take you out for a French dinner? Benchao Magia's face turned extremely ugly. She was about to say something when Ike, as if seeing a ghost, pointed outside the window, trembling. Oh my god, are people still cosplaying in the rain? Not just her. At this moment, most of the people dining in the restaurant also saw an amazing scene. A group of men dressed as ancient samurai, wearing wooden clogs and bamboo hats, slowly walked the streets of Akihabara in the rainy night. These men seemed to move soundlessly, not even disturbing the rainwater on the ground. As everyone was amazed, Zuoan raised his glass, took a sip, and said calmly, "A really annoying bunch." Edward exclaimed, "What is happening? Are they filming a movie?" But no one paid any attention to him. The silent group of men continued walking towards the restaurant. Even though they were separated by glass, the powerful aura of menace could still be felt. Many timid individuals were already trembling in fear. Edward forced a smile and joked, "It looks like these people are here to eat, right?" However, his joke seemed out of place at that moment. "Shut up," Benchao Magia coldly ordered. Edward awkwardly closed his mouth and turned to look at Zuoan. He wanted to see how this peculiar man from HUA country would react. At that moment, Zuoan slowly finished the wine in his cup, stood up, and smiled at Anyan. "Wait for me," Anyan nodded. Two young girls stopped eating and earnestly said to Zuoan, "Dad, good luck." Zuoan smiled. "All right, good luck." Edward didn't know what Zuoan was planning to do and was about to speak, when he saw Zuoan's hand pressed against the glass window. Bang! The glass shattered as if it had been hit by a bullet, instantly breaking and allowing the wind and rain to pour in, making Zuoan's sleeve rustle. Zuoan then calmly walked into the storm, looking at the group of men who had gathered around, and said, "I've said it before, my patience has its limits. Why can't you understand?" The leader slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of cold and inhumane eyes beneath his hat. "Kill." He uttered a single word. Suddenly, all the men disappeared. Meanwhile, on top of a tall building in the distance, Yuan Chaoyangji sighed softly. The water escape technique of Yushui Liu is truly unparalleled. A man next to him arrogantly smiled. The technique of the undying ninja is not bad either, but I am curious. Although Zuoan is formidable, why doesn't he run when faced with so many of us? Could it be that HUA country also has the foolish spirit of the warrior's way? As he spoke of the warrior's spirit, the man seemed quite disdainful. Yuan Chaoyangji smiled faintly. This should be what HUA country calls knowing when to act and when not to act. After all, he came here with his family. The head of the Yushui Liu, Fan Yiping, sneered disdainfully as he looked at Zuoan in the distance, thinking, "No one can survive an ambush by my hand. You will be the 300th expert to die at the hands of Yushui Liu." Fan Yiping was feeling triumphant. Zuoan stood in the storm and took a step forward. His feet were still in midair, and suddenly a person appeared beside him, launching a sword strike. The attack had reached its peak in terms of energy and speed. However, Zuoan didn't even glance at it, lightly placing his foot down. Tang, the ninja who had launched the surprise attack, was sent flying like a cannonball, shattering numerous rain curtains behind him. This sight shocked the people in the restaurant. Edward was stunned, muttering to himself, "Martial arts? Goodness, the people of HUAZia truly know martial arts." At that moment, the intimidating atmosphere grew stronger, as at least 20 swords and blades aimed at Zuoan's every direction above, below, and beside him, blocking all his paths. The onlookers on the tall building in the distance relaxed. Qingshan Shinji narrowed his eyes with a smug expression. In his opinion, Zuoan was doomed. However, at that moment, Zuoan, standing in the stormy night, suddenly raised his head. His eyes sparkled with a bright light, stunning Yuan Chaolianji and the others. Then, Zuoan softly spoke. In this world, there must be a 3-foot gleaming sword. As his words landed, a sword light shot up into the sky like a dragon, swirling around Zuoan's body. The 20-some swords aiming at him were shattered by the sword light, piercing through the throats of the sword wielders before they could even hum. Zuoan then continued to walk forward casually. With each step, numerous ninjas were slain by the dragon-like sword light revolving around him. Under the sweeping sword energy, no one could rival him. Fan Yiping watched in horror, exclaiming, "Sword immortal." Yuan Chaolianji's face darkened as he shouted, "Activate the Undying Ninja technique." The Undying Ninja, the most mysterious and formidable entity among the country ninjas, finally revealed its presence that day. Dozens of incredibly strong auras flew from all directions, all targeting Zuoan. However, under such a siege, Zuoan remained indifferent and calmly chanted, "To slay every demon is my vow." Doom. The dragon-like light sword suddenly split into 2, then 4, transforming into countless sword formations that directly massacred all the incoming and dying ninjas. Zuoan had taken 3 steps in the storm. All the ninjas who ambushed him had perished. Yuan Chaolianji and Fan Yiping turned and fled. Qingshan Shinji and others hadn't reacted yet, but seeing their masters run, they too turned to run. Zuoan squinted slightly. "As I said, my patience is limited. Since you dare to provoke me, then go to your deaths." With those words, the sword momentum surged, and Zuoan pointed forward. "Go." Doom. The surge of swords rushed like a flood of steel, heading straight for the tall building. The people were terrified and tried to escape using their techniques, only to find that their abilities were malfunctioning. Qingshan Shinji remembered the incident with Zuoan and turned tail, realizing he has sealed the surroundings. Countless sword lights reached the building, starting from the first floor and annihilating everything as they went up. Soon, the building seemed stripped bare, reduced to a concrete pillar. Yuan Chaolianji and the others were forced onto the rooftop. With no way to retreat, Zuoan lifted his foot, and the sword energy laid out a path for him. He took slow steps up to the rooftop, looking at the horrified people with a slight smile. "Sorry, I need to borrow your heads," he said. "No." Fan Yiping was about to shout. A streak of sword light flashed, heads flew into the air, and corpses fell to the ground. Yuan Chaolianji and the others watched in horror. Zuoan's gaze shifted to them. "Now, it's your turn." Qingshan Shinji was the first to break down, crying and saying, "Mr. Zu, I'm sorry. It's all because of me. Please spare my apprentice sister." Zuoan extended a finger. "I can spare her, but 1 life for 1 life. Understand?" Qingshan Shinji was stunned, then suddenly roared and committed suicide with a small knife. Miki Fujita looked dazed. Yuan Chaolianji couldn't hold back any longer and was about to engage, but at that moment, Zuoan calmly stated, "I said, they can exchange 1 life for another, but you can't." With that, a sword light shot straight towards Yuan Chaolianji. Startled, he grabbed Miki Fujita, trying to block the attacking sword light. But at that moment, a bloodstain appeared in his throat, gradually expanding until it eventually spurted out blood. He made a reluctant sound in his throat before falling to the ground. All the ninjas sent by country are to deal with Zuoan were wiped out. Miki Fujita suddenly felt very cold, a bone-chilling coldness. Zuoan looked at her. "I won't kill you, because your life was exchanged by someone else, but I hope you understand. My patience is limited." "Got it?" Miki Fujita shivered and nodded. Zuoan looked at the stormy Tokyo and said softly, "Since I have tolerated once, and you still refuse to give up, then this time, I'll give you all an unforgettable lesson." The sword light transformed into a huge dragon crawling at Zuoan's feet. Zuoan walked forward, heading towards Tokyo's tallest building, the Tokyo Tower, also known as the World Tree. As the sword light passed, it alarmed numerous experts in the streets of Tokyo. Many who were meditating suddenly opened their eyes in astonishment, looking up at the sky. Such a powerful sword technique. Who is this person? As a result, following Zuoan's sword light, countless figures soared into the sky. Zuoan's lips curled into a light smile. What he wanted was to show these people what true power is. The sword light stopped. Ahead stood the towering Tokyo Tower, Zu, and stood in midair, silent. Someone spoke loudly. Senior, why did you unleash such a shocking sword aura? At this moment, a thunderclap passed, and many suddenly saw Zuoan's face. Some exclaimed, Zuoan, he is Zuoan. Some did not know who Zuoan was, while others gravely said, this person is a powerful figure from Hua country. They say he was behind the incident at Sensoji Temple some time ago. Hushed murmurs spread, leaving many gasping in shock. Could it be that he was truly responsible for the carnage at Sensoji Temple? Zuoan then said calmly, I came to country art to find something, and now that I have found it, some of you dare to cause me trouble, so I'm prepared to show you what happens when you provoke me. With that, the dragon-like sword light suddenly surged, wrapped around the towering Tokyo Tower, and then abruptly constricted. Doom. The steel-cast tower, a landmark of Tokyo, collapsed into 3 sections under this strike and slowly toppled, crashing to the ground. A deafening bang echoed through the air. Rain and dust filled the air. The entire Tokyo was awakened by this thundering sound. The coming of these experts was even more taken aback by the shock of this strike, with some of them of lower cultivation falling to the ground directly. Zu, and stood in midair and said mildly, now, who still dares to defy? No one dared to speak. Only the sound of rain filled the space between heaven and earth. Zu, and nodded, very well, consider this your lesson. Dare provoke me again, and face such consequences. With that, Zuoan stepped onto his sword and flew away. It was only when he was out of sight that these people breathed a sigh of relief. How powerful is this person's cultivation? Someone exclaimed in shock. Regardless of his cultivation level, just based on his sword skills, he is already like a godly figure. In our country no one can match him. Someone sighed. Most others remained silent. Faced with such absolute strength disparity, all these proud warriors from country lowered their heads. When Zuoan returned to the restaurant, everyone looked at him with pale faces. Some even saw him as a deity. Honey, what just happened? Such a loud nose. And Yan asked. Zuoan smiled. It's nothing. Just felt uncomfortable, so I took down the Tokyo Tower. What? Then Xiaomeigia and Heiko Katita widened their eyes in shock. The Tokyo Tower, a tower made of steel, and he took it down alone. Even Edward was full of amazement, but Zuoan simply smiled then said, let's go. We're heading home. Probably tomorrow, we can return to our country. Really? And Yan was overjoyed. Zu, and nodded. Then he gave a slight smile to Ben Xiaomeigia and the others, saying, goodbye. Leading his wife and children, Zuoan left. Then Xiaomeigia stared blankly at Zuoan's departing figure, suddenly realizing that all her hopes and dreams were just wishful thinking. From Sensoji Temple, until today, this powerful and mysterious man had given Den Xiaomeigia an incredible shock. But it also made her realize how despairingly wide the gap was between her and Zuoan. Miss Ben Xiao, shall I take you home? Edward said with a forced smile. Den Xiaomeigia glanced at him, remained silent, and left alone with her friend, Heiko Katita. This night was bound to keep many people awake. When the first rays of morning sunlight shone into the room, Tokyo's prominent figures had gathered at the villa where Zuoan resided. As Zuoan descended the stairs, everyone stood up. Mr. Zu. Zuoan smiled slightly. What's up? Is something wrong? Although Zuoan was smiling, to those people, his smile was incredibly terrifying. Because of what happened last night, news had already spread beyond control. Everyone knew that the Tokyo Tower had fallen. But what the ordinary people did not know was that the cause of it all was this seemingly gentle and cultured man. The special envoy sent by country appeared pale, wiped away cold sweat, and said with a flattering smile, Mr. Zu, we've come to apologize to you. There might have been some misunderstandings between us recently, and for that, we deeply apologize. We hope. Zuoan waved his hand. There's no need to be so afraid. I did what I did last night because some of you repeatedly crossed my bottom line. Now that my business is done, I'll be leaving country soon. Zuoan's words relieved everyone present. The fact that this god of death was leaving was a relief. The special envoy was even more overjoyed. Mr. Zu, in that case, we will arrange a special plane to send you back. No need. I'll leave on my own when I decide. Why? You're so eager for me to leave. Zuoan's words made the special envoy break out in a cold sweat again. Leaning back on the sofa, Zuoan said lightly, and also, Takeuchi Kiyoko is under my command. You should know what to do, right? Yes. Everyone bent over and lowered their heads. These people might be above thousands in the outside world, some even from noble lineage, so-called aristocrats. But at this moment, they could only bow their heads to Zuoan, because in front of this man, they all understood one thing. Chikaoji Kiyoko's eyes were filled with tears as she reluctantly looked at Zuoan. Zuoan smiled. "Since you call me master, then I shall entrust this sword to you to keep it safe." With that, Zuoan handed the shining sword to Chikaoji Kiyoko. Chikaoji Kiyoko's expression was greatly shocked, and she exclaimed, "Master, this is absolutely inappropriate. Isn't this sword the one you always carry with you? If you give it to me, then what will you use? In my eyes, everything in this world is a sword, not confined to this object. Take it. Guard this place alone. Over time, someone might act out of line." Zuoan said lightly. Chikaoji Kiyoko looked solemn, respectfully accepted the shining sword, and said solemnly, "Master, rest assured, I will not disgrace the power of this sword." Zuoan nodded slightly, then turned and boarded the plane with Yen and others. Chikaoji Kiyoko stood there dazedly, feeling empty inside. In a corner of the airport far away, Motohashi Mika watched Zuoan's receding figure, clutching her clothes tightly, her knuckles turning white due to excessive force. As the plane slowly soared towards China, a fierce debate was taking place among the top officials in country. Are sending troops now? Just one shot can bring down the plane. It would be eliminating a big threat to our great empire of country. A stern-faced middle-aged man declared. But this Zuoan is said to have supernatural powers. Everyone saw what happened last night. If he's not dead, who can resist him? Another person countered. The people in the room were debating fiercely, and the Prime Minister, seated in the main position, turned to Fujita Mio in the corner. Normally, with her background, she had no qualification to be present at this meeting. However, because she was the only one who had witnessed Zuoan's actions and survived, she was allowed to participate in this meeting. "Fujita, what is your take on this matter?" Fujita Mio's eyes were vacant and dull as she was lost in thought. Upon hearing the Prime Minister's call, she suddenly snapped back to reality. Prime Minister, I don't know how to view this matter, but Zuoan said something to me." "Oh, what did he say?" "He said ... Fujita Mio paused, her eyes flashing with a fearful light. "He has only one bit of patience. If provoked further, what will happen? No one knows." The room fell silent. Even those who had advocated for shooting down the plane remained speechless at that moment. After a while, the Prime Minister sighed softly. "Forget it. Do not mention this matter again. Remember to completely block the news, or else it will damage the reputation of our great empire of country. Yes." The plane landed smoothly. As the family walked out of the airport lobby, and Ching was waiting at the entrance, the two little girls cheered and rushed over when they saw her. "Auntie." And Ching smiled and squatted down, carefully observing Shupsiu and Nyanyan, then nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, not thinner." "Auntie, why do you care if we're thinner or not?" Zu wanted to ask. "Because if you're thinner, it means Mom and Dad haven't taken care of you well, and then Nanti will be very, very angry." And Ching said, taking out a big bag of snacks from her bag. "Here, especially prepared for you two." "Thank you, Auntie." And Yan sighed helplessly. "You are spoiling them." And Ching chuckled. "If they're spoiled, I'll handle it." She then looked at Zuoan and gave him a thumbs up in admiration. "Brother-in-law, amazing." Zuoan smiled. "What's amazing?" TSK. Knocking out most of the martial arts masters in country are with one punch, defeating several ninja clans with a sword, and even collapsing the Tokyo Tower. Isn't that amazing? And Ching held a high position in the military now, so she knew many things that the outside world didn't. After hearing this, Zuoan chuckled. "In my opinion, the people of country are just too weak." Hehe. "That's also amazing." When they returned home, Chen Zhu and Zuoan's brothers all came rushing over. Qiao Le was excited. "Second brother, while you were away, our Qianyuan pills sold like crazy. Later, the demand was too high, we had to limit the supply, and now major forces from abroad want to buy them." Zuoan said, "We need to ensure the domestic supply first, but we can sell some slightly defective ones blended with water. Is that ... Is that okay?" Qiao Le widened his eyes. "Why not? They used to sell things to us that way. Now we sell it back the same way, just a bit less effective. It won't harm anyone." Zuoan said casually. "Great. That's a good idea. These foreigners are not good people at all. I understand now." Qiao Le was excited and rubbing his hands. After a long discussion, This group of people had dinner at Zuoan's place and then dispersed. Due to the time difference, the two little girls were already extremely tired and had Yan take them back to sleep. Zuoan lay on the bed, resting his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a tremor in the room. Zuoan immediately stood up. At that moment, Yan rushed in, looking frightened, and threw herself into Zuoan's arms. "Husband, what's wrong?" Zuoan quickly held Yan tightly. "I was falling asleep just now, and suddenly felt a tremor in my body. Then I had a strange feeling. What's going on?" Yan seemed scared. Zuoan's face darkened, thinking the seal was acting up again, but upon closer inspection, Zuoan couldn't help but smile. "It's nothing. You've broken through again." "Broken through?" Zuoan nodded, then said somewhat amazed, "Wife, it seems you are a cultivation genius. Most people may not break through to this realm even after years of hard work, and you break through in your sleep. If this gets out, many will be embarrassed to death." Indeed, Yan had advanced from the true person realm to the carefree realm. Such progress left Zuoan speechless. After all, unlike himself who had been reborn, Yan had started cultivating from scratch. It seemed that his wife had a bigger background than he had initially imagined. Zuoan's lips curled up into an enigmatic smile. At that moment, Yan let out a sigh of relief. As long as everything was fine. Then, Zuoan bent down and whispered softly in Yan's ear, "Wife, since your cultivation level is getting higher and higher, is it time for ... Yan didn't understand at first, but when she did, her face flushed instantly. "I'm not feeling well these days," Yan said in a soft voice. Zuoan laughed, "Just kidding. You silly girl." Yan breathed a sigh of relief and then suddenly twisted Zuoan's waist. "Ouch." Zuoan drew in a sharp breath. The next day, just as it was getting light, Ching couldn't wait and started knocking on the door. "Brother-in-law, sister, hurry up and get up." Zuoan didn't really need to sleep now, but out of habit, he still lay in bed pretending to be asleep. Hearing King's shouts, he furrowed his brows slightly. "What's going on?" When he got up to open the door, Ching grinned. "Brother-in-law, I'm really sorry, but I think you can't stay at home anymore." I should have told you yesterday, but you had just gotten off the plane, so I didn't say anything. The Phoenix team is going to participate in the World Special Forces competition. Normally, General would lead the team, but General is no longer here." With a somewhat melancholy expression, Ching continued, "So just now a new order was issued in the military for you to lead the team." "Me lead the team?" Zuoan was somewhat surprised. "Yes. I suggested it. After all, the Phoenix team was established by you. In terms of experience and prestige, you are the most suitable candidate." Ching said sincerely. Zuoan was a bit speechless. "It seems I'm not really a military person, so is this order not useful for me?" Ching smirked. "Didn't General confer the rank of Major to you before? Since then, you are considered a military person." "Zuoan, brother-in-law, don't be angry. This matter is really important." Zuoan waved his hand lightly and said, "Okay, if it was anyone else, I would definitely refuse. But you are an exception, especially since I promised General Lin to help take care of everyone. So, you agree?" "Haha, brother-in-law, you're great." Ching danced with joy. When the news that Zuoan would lead the team reached the Phoenix camp, all the members of the Phoenix team were excited. "The instructor is coming back." "Great. With the instructor leading, we are sure to win first place this time." Some new recruits at the rear were even teary-eyed. They had only heard of Zuoan's exploits, particularly how he had used the illusion realm to train the members of the Phoenix team, which made those who hadn't experienced it envy him greatly. Meanwhile, Zuoan was chatting with Yan and his daughter. "This time, I think I won't go. It's not convenient for both of us to appear in the military." Yan said. Zuoan nodded. "That's fine. I just checked. The venue for this competition is in Siberia, not too far from here. I can fly over quickly. It's just a day's journey." "Okay. Husband, please be careful out there." Yan said. Zuoan smiled and suddenly took out a finely crafted frying pan from his bag. "Look, this is the artifact I just made for you. Use it for self-defense." Yan was speechless, but found it quite handy after taking it. In fact, Yan didn't know that Zuoan had put a lot of effort into this frying pan. Although it may not have the power of a magical treasure due to the lack of rare materials, Zuoan used the highest level heart refining technique in crafting, giving the ordinary frying pan a touch of spirituality. This is most suitable for you to use, and no one will suspect its purpose. It can be used for cooking as well. Perfect, Zuoan said cheerfully, and Yan tried it out excitedly, then nodded in satisfaction. It feels good to handle, but I wonder if it's effective for fighting. Zuoan suddenly felt a shiver down his spine. Then with a serious expression, he said to Ching, I think we should leave now, or we might delay things and cause trouble. And Ching stifled a laugh and nodded. Yes. When Zuoan appeared on the military plane bound for Siberia, all the members of the Phoenix team stood up and saluted. Greetings, instructor. The loud voices attracted the attention of others in the camp. Zuoan looked at his former subordinates and nodded in satisfaction. He had given each of them a set of cultivation techniques in the past, and now, seeing their progress, he was pleased. All right, sit down. Everyone took their seats, and then Chang Hao and Sun Ling approached. Instructor, I heard we are going to Siberia this time, and I heard that this competition is the most challenging in recent years. Zuoan nodded. Yes, it's Siberia, but I'm not sure about the difficulty. Why? Are you scared? Chang Hao smiled. I'm afraid the challenge won't be enough, and winning first place wouldn't be fun. Sun Ling looked apologetic as he said to Zuoan, Instructor, about that day. Zuoan waved his hand. It's in the past. There's no need to bring it up again. During the flight to Siberia, Zuoan talked to these team members about their concerns. If they had any questions about cultivation, Zuoan would answer them one by one. So when they arrived in Siberia, the top performers among them, like Chang Hao, had subtly improved their cultivation levels. As they were about to get off the plane, a graceful figure quickly walked over and saluted Zuoan. Mr. Zhu. I didn't expect to meet you so soon. Zhu, and saw that it was Susanna, the country instructor commander who had hired before. In this male-dominated military camp, Susanna's presence was like a breath of fresh air, and everyone was excited. At least everyone around was staring at Susanna intently. Only Zuoan smiled calmly. What are you doing here? This time I am here on behalf of the country military. When I saw your name on the list of team leaders, I specially came to wait for you, Susanna said with a smile. At this moment, Chang Hao and the others glanced at Zuoan, then chuckled and left. Susanna envied them, saying, Your subordinates are so strong, it's really admirable. Just then, a cold voice came from behind. Humph, it seems nothing special. The boasting is quite impressive. With these words, a bald man slowly walked over. He had a ferocious appearance, dark complexion, and his triangular eyes gleamed with cold light, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. As soon as she saw this person, Susanna frowned. Instructor Black Snake, you're here too? Black Snake grinned, his eyes filled with possessiveness as he looked at Susanna. I came to see how formidable the famous Phoenix team really is, as well as to find out who this instructor, being praised as a godlike figure, really is. I guess. Black Snake's mouth curled into a cold smile. That's all there is to it. Susanna furrowed her brows, apologizing with a smile to Zuoan, indicating not to get angry. Zuoan, however, looked at Black Snake with interest and just smiled. Interesting, someone actually dares to belittle others. This remark caused Black Snake's expression to change drastically, and he was about to say something. After the Black Snake left, Susanna expressed some regret, saying, Mr. Zhu, this person. Zuoan calmly replied, just a bio-soldier. Susanna was startled, then looked at Zhu, and disbelievingly, how did you know? One can tell from the appearance. Probably one of old M's special forces. No one else would dare to be this reckless, Zuoan casually remarked. The Black Snake had genes implanted from pythons and other fierce beasts, enhancing his strength, becoming a terrifying weapon on the battlefield. But in Zuoan's eyes, he was simply trash. Human potential is the greatest, but if contaminated by the genes of these vicious animals, it can never be saved. Susanna nodded. Mr. Zhu indeed has a keen eye. Zuoan smiled. You're not bad with your idioms. I wonder if Mr. Zhu is interested in having a drink or two, Susanna asked with a smile. When this woman smiled, everyone around who had been secretly watching her was stunned. The training camp was located in the harshest area of Siberia. The ground was covered with snow for most of the year. Although it was only August or September, snow had already begun to fall. Despite the military presence, there was still a bustling town nearby. Of course, where there were many country troops, the streets were dominated by taverns. At this moment, in a modest little tavern, Susanna and Zuoan sat facing each other, drinking the local high-proof vodka. In simple terms, it was alcohol with a content of over 90%. Susanna watched Zuoan unwaveringly drink the vodka shot by shot, somewhat surprised. Is Mr. Zhu's alcohol tolerance this impressive? Zuoan smiled, knowing that he could even soak in a vat of alcohol without getting drunk. You seem to have a lot on your mind. Zuoan put down his glass and remarked calmly. Susanna paused, then sighed. Mr. Zhu, indeed, there have been some troubling matters recently bothering me. Zuoan continued to drink his vodka. A look of panic crossed Susanna's face. Mr. Zhu, do you believe in the existence of demons? Zuoan glanced at her before smiling. What's wrong? Recently, Susanna paused, then continued. Demons have been sighted near the training camp. Initially, I didn't believe it, but one time, I was patrolling with a squad, and we really encountered. Susanna's face turned pale. They were a pack of wolves walking upright, and they looked at me, their gaze possessing the intelligence only found in sentient beings. Zuoan remained calm and continued sipping his drink, and then, I asked the locals here. They said, there were indeed werewolves roaming this area. I would have scoffed at it before, but now, I am also puzzled. I reported it to my superiors, but they refused to believe. And now with the competition approaching, if something goes wrong, worrying filled Susanna's face. Zuoan smiled slightly. There is an ancient saying in Huaxio, when the enemy comes, the general meets them. When the water arrives, the soul blocks it. If there are werewolves, it might make this competition more exciting. I hope so. Susanna's face still held a lingering shadow of gloom, and at that moment, two heavily intoxicated countrymen, their chests exposed, approached with a grin. Naturally, they had to change out of military uniforms when leaving the camp, so Susanna was now dressed casually, her curvaceous figure attracting the attention of many men in the tavern. People from Huaxia, get lost! One man drunkenly shouted. Many in the bar chuckled, anticipating a commotion. After all, in many instances, people from Huaxia were the most bullied. Susanna's face darkened as she was about to respond. She was afraid that Zuoan might lose his temper and cause a scene. However, Zuoan gently shook his head at her. Did you hear me? Get lost. We want to have a drink with this chick. The man rudely insisted. And swiftly grabbed a fork from the table and impaled the man's hand with it. The fork pierced through his palm and deeply into the wood beneath. At first, the man didn't react, but after a moment, he started screaming in pain. Another man tried to rush forward, but Zuoan pressed him down on the table, grabbed another fork, and pinned him to the table by piercing his neck. Zuoan had perfect accuracy, avoiding major arteries and sparing their lives. He then spoke in Russian, calmly saying, remember, don't act so arrogantly towards people from Huaxia next time. Otherwise, you won't be so fortunate. The two countrymen, writhing in pain, nodded vigorously. Zuoan's decisive action stunned everyone in the tavern. Let's go. Zuoan stood up and said casually. Susanna gazed at Zuoan with astonishment. It was only after they walked outside that she remarked, I thought you were going to kill them when you acted just now. Zuoan smiled. Kill them? That would just dirty my hands. As Zuoan left, people in the tavern attempted to remove the two men from the table, but the forks were stuck deep in the wood and couldn't be pulled out. Eventually, they had to saw through the wood slowly to release them, only to find that the wood and fork had fused together. Several countrymen shivered at the sight. Just how formidable was that seemingly refined man from Huaxia? With a casual strike, he made the fork melt. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Black Mamba Special Forces base of the military, Black Snake wore a grim expression. He had just received news that Susanna and Zuoan had left disguised. This infuriated Black Snake, who had long coveted Susanna. That man from Huaxia, he must die. Despite rumors of his strength, Black Snake was overwhelmingly confident that he could tear Zuoan apart. After all, he still had many cards left to play. With a gloating expression, Black Snake caressed a pale blue vial, a specially imported highly stimulating drug from country. Once injected with it, his abilities would skyrocket 20-fold. What did that mean? Currently, Black Snake's punch carried the force of a ton. Multiplying that by 20, it was a power of 20 tons with a single punch, enough to send a train flying. This was why Black Snake was so self-assured. As for his subordinates, they all stood with closed eyes, like corpses, each attached to a nutrient tube. All of you are elite special forces from around the world, so I don't need to say much. The competition only has two requirements. First, kill the opponent. Second, win the victory. Good luck to all of you. A bearded military officer from country stood on a high platform and gave a very brief opening speech. Yes, casualties are allowed in the World Special Forces competition. This is also the reason for its authority. After he stepped down from the stage, the competition officially began. With more than a dozen Special Forces teams boarding helicopters, they would be randomly dropped within a radius of 20 kilometers in the mountain forests. In this vast forest, it's all about strength. The instructors all gathered in the hall. On the screen were dots representing each team. This was the only information they could see. Everyone had a solemn expression as they stared at the big screen, except for Zuoan, who was leisurely sitting on the sofa, casually drinking vodka. He had grown to like the taste, even treating it as water to drink. Then there was Aishi, sitting calmly in the distance, not even bothering to look at the big screen, seemingly very confident in his team. In another room, Chekhov was watching the monitoring screen in the hall, took a sip from his flask, and chuckled. Susanna, in your opinion, which team among these people will win? Susanna respectfully replied, General, in my view, it should be the Fire Phoenix from country HUA. Oh. Why? Chekhov was curious. Because the Fire Phoenix's instructor is very strong, Susanna said. Chekhov smiled, his gaze on Zuoan, who was drinking alcohol. I heard that you were defeated by him when you went to country HUA. Yes, but I think the outcome of this competition is unpredictable. After all, the Black Mamba from country N is also not to be underestimated, and this black snake was once a killer on the battlefield of country D. Chekhov said lightly. Susanna lowered her head and remained silent. Chekhov turned away from her, his eyes slightly flickering, then whispered, Susanna, remember, you are always a loyal warrior of country. Don't let personal relationships cloud your judgment. A hint of confusion flashed in Susanna's eyes, not understanding why the general suddenly said such words, but she still respectfully replied, Yes, to these brave warriors. Chekhov raised his flask towards the distant forest, a faint smirk appearing on his lips. 10 minutes after the start of the competition, the dots on the big screen began to decrease rapidly. The hall was filled with exclamations, and many instructors had a grim expression, because although the competition had just begun, it was already apparent that two teams were reaping the battlefield. Soon, the first team to be eliminated appeared, setting a record for the fastest elimination in the history of the competition. Amid the unsettled crowd, Zuoan remained calm because he had absolute confidence in his subordinates. Last night, to adapt to the harsh Siberian jungle environment, Zuoan deliberately had them undergo several trials to face their inner demons. Just as Zuoan expected, at this moment in the snow-covered forest, Ziyi was crouching and moving slowly. He was wearing a snow-white combat suit, making it hard to be noticed in the vast forest. Most importantly, Ziyi practiced a technique specializing in stealth assassination, which was given to him by Zuoan. Ziyi had been practicing fervently since then and had made some progress by now. Although not as skilled as Cheng Hao and Sun Ling, he had become quite a formidable fighter. Holding his breath, blending with the surroundings, Ziyi slowly approached a sniper hiding behind a snowdrift. 10 meters, 5 meters. Ziyi could even see the slight heat coming from the sniper's nostrils. Suddenly, Ziyi struck, his dagger plunging into the third and fourth vertebrae of the sniper's spine. The blade severed blood vessels and nerves, causing the sniper to be paralyzed without making a sound. Before departing, Cheng Hao, as the team leader, made it clear that this was war and there was no room for mercy. After killing an enemy sniper, Ziyi let out a sigh of relief and was about to resume his stealth. Suddenly, a strong killing intent came from the sigh. Without thinking, Ziyi instinctively leaned back. A dagger with a cold light flashed towards him from his previous position. Ziyi broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that if his reaction had been slightly slower, he would have been the one dead on the spot. It was then that Ziyi saw who the enemy was. It was a foreign devil with a cold demeanor dressed in a thin combat uniform. Damn, it's the Black Mamba. Ziyi recognized the opponent's uniform and couldn't help but feel a sinking sensation in his heart. The Black Mamba's Special Forces team was one of the strongest in this competition, and their leader Cheng Hao had mentioned that they were the real rivals this time. Especially hearing that these countrymen used biotechnology to turn every soldier into a killing machine. So seeing this opponent, Ziyi couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Just as he was about to evade, the Black Mamba team member's dagger changed its trajectory from a direct stab to a downward thrust. The sudden change left Zuoan on edge. He thought, I'm done for this time. But then, a robust figure swept past him, using his back to withstand the attack. A loud clash ensued, as if the man's body was made of steel rather than flesh. It was Zhou Danu. That simple-minded man had now become one of the top elite fighters in the team through practicing the Undying Vira technique bestowed upon him by Zuoan. He was also Zhu Yi's golden partner. Seeing Zhou Danu, Zhu Yi couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, the Black Mamba team member leapt up and the dagger in his hand fell straight down. Zhu Yi couldn't help but cry out, "Be careful." A look of disdain appeared on Zhou Danu's face, and he snorted, his muscles seeming to be coated with a faint golden light. With a crack, the dagger broke. Even the member of the Black Mamba team was shocked. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Danu turned around and sent him flying with a punch. Upon landing, the man's chest and stomach were ruptured, and he died on the spot. "Good job, Big Bull. Your Undying Vira technique has improved again," Zhu Yi said with a smile. Zhou Danu grinned. "There were some things I didn't understand, but the instructor explained them to me this time, so naturally, I've improved." "All right, as agreed. Let's meet up with the team leader. You stay at a 30-degree angle to my left hand and advance together," Zhu Yi said in a deep voice. Zhou Danu nodded. The competition has only been going on for an hour. 3 teams have already been eliminated, and the results are either death or disability. This cruel outcome of the competition has frightened many people. Some instructors from certain countries look pale and are angry, wanting General Chekhov to end the match. However, Chekhov just smiles faintly. "I've said it before, this competition is like a war. Once it starts, it can't be stopped unless there's victory or death." Chekhov's words caused a stir, and many people began to voice their outrage. But Chekhov couldn't be bothered to listen, so he just turned and walked out. These instructors were getting furious, but Chekhov paid them no mind, and instead turned his focus on Black Snake and Zuoan. From the beginning until now, the ones who have gained the most victories with the least losses are their 2 teams. Isn't the special forces of HUA country always known for their humanitarianism? Why have they resorted to such ruthlessness this time? A man with a dark complexion and a big belly roared, without even needing to ask about nationality. Just by the strong smell of curry emanating from him, one could tell his country. But his questioning didn't even make Zuoan raise an eyelid, as he calmly continued sipping his vodka. "Shouldn't you, people of HUA country, offer an explanation for this matter?" Another man with a grim expression said. Zuoan set down his glass, looked at these aggressive questioners, and a cold smile played on his lips. "General Chekhov is right. This is a battlefield, and if it were our forces that were weak, would you spare us?" Zuoan's words made these people's expressions turn grim. "But there's no need to be so brutal," a Y country instructor persisted. Zuoan nonchalantly said, "If you are behind, you'll get beaten. This is a family rule. Now it's your turn." These people gathered around Zuoan and wanted to say more, but then they heard a few screams behind them. Turning around, they saw several instructors questioning Black Snake lying decapitated on the floor. Blood soaked the ground, emitting a strong scent of blood. Everyone was stunned. You really dare to resort to such ruthlessness?" A pale-faced instructor trembled. Black Snake sneered, "If you lack strength, you don't even have the right to talk in front of me. Speak again, and these people will meet the same fate." Black Snake's ruthless methods shock everyone. He then turned his gaze towards Zuoan and casually remarked, "I underestimated you, Fire Phoenix, but do you think with this strength alone, you can compete with our Black Mamba?" Zuoan faintly smiled and said, "Let's not talk about victory or defeat for now, but at least, not a single casualty among my troops." Everyone was shocked, turning to look at the big screen. Indeed, only the Fire Phoenix Special Forces remained at full strength. Black Snake's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, he closed his eyes again. As he closed his eyes, a signal was sent to the chips implanted in the bodies of the Black Mamba members. Their indifferent faces suddenly changed, their eyes swiftly turning crimson, their aura increasing several times. Then, like death gods, they tore apart all the enemies in front of them, heading straight for the direction of Fire Phoenix. Everyone watched in silence as the 2 major forces on the screen were about to clash. Sunana's expression also became serious. Only Zuoan seemed unaffected by everything happening around him, calmly sipping his drink. In the jungle at that moment, all the members of Fire Phoenix were gathered. However, they had no time to celebrate because a powerful force was approaching. Now, there were only their 2 teams left on the entire battlefield. The others had either died or withdrawn. Sun Ling stepped forward and said, "Captain, it seems the opponent is quite tough." Cheng Hao replied calmly, "A special forces team supported by drugs and technology is destined to be our defeated enemy." With that, the Black Mamba members charged forward. They maintained a constant speed throughout their approach, with nothing, not even hills or trees, able to hinder their advance. Cheng Hao said solemnly, "Take them down. Give the instructors a perfect score." "Yes." The resounding response echoed through the valley, and the Fire Phoenix members charged forward without hesitation. If one were to look down from above at that moment, they would see the 2 teams, one black and one white, like 2 sharp blades, entangled in a brutal fight. Inside the hall, there was silence. One by one, the light points representing Black Mamba disappeared from the screen, while none of the Fire Phoenix light points extinguished. This sight made Black Snake's face turn grim. Zuoan, on the other hand, just smiled calmly, knowing this was only the beginning. With a bang, Zhou Danuo smashed a Black Mamba member with a punch and then said, in a deep voice, "Who's next?" Such fierce momentum startled the once apathetic Black Mamba members, making them involuntarily take 2 steps back. "Hehe, so you do no fear after all. I thought you were all robots." A voice came from behind them, and then a dagger, like a ghost, began claiming lives. Fire Phoenix gradually gained the upper hand. However, just at that moment, tremors echoed through the forest. Cheng Hao and the others were startled, thinking it was a reinforcement team from Black Mamba. But as they turned to look, they witnessed an unbelievable scene. More than 20 werewolves slowly emerged from the forest. These werewolves were about 3 meters tall, exuding a fierce aura with a hint of disdain on their faces. Cheng Hao and the others were dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? At that moment, one of the werewolves impatiently struck out, turning a Black Mamba strongman in their path into a pile of rubble with a single blow. Cheng Hao and the others gasped in shock and quickly retreated. "Humans, you are fighting in our territory, so we will make you pay with blood," the leader of the werewolves said coldly. As he spoke, the Black Mamba members were flattened like mounds of earth in front of a bulldozer. "Retreat," Cheng Hao said, feeling a chill, and gave the command in a deep voice. However, just as they were about to retreat in different directions, another squad of werewolves blocked their way. "The physique of these people is much stronger than that trash. Take them back, they can be our tried spoils of war," ordered one of the werewolves. Meanwhile, Fire Phoenix found themselves in a dilemma. Chaos erupted in the hall. The light points representing Black Mamba suddenly disappeared from the screen, causing Black Snake to stand up abruptly, his face filled with a menacing glare directed at Zuoan. Zuoan's expression suddenly turned solemn, and he got up and directly rushed out from the window, disappearing into the forest with one leap. Black Snake smirked for a moment and followed. With their departure, the atmosphere in the room became strange. The remaining instructors looked at each other, completely unaware of what had happened. Only Chekhov in another room, watching the 2 figures disappear into the distance, had a hint of a proud smile on his face. Susanna had just heard the howl of a wolf, so she trembled and said, in a shaky voice, "General, those werewolves we saw before. Yes, they are all real, and our empire is cooperating with these powerful beings," Chekhov said, indifferently. Susanna shivered, her face turning pale. "So, is this competition intentionally held here?" Chekhov turned to look at Susanna, his expression serious. "These powerful beings come from a wondrous world, but what they most desire are the souls of strong warriors. In order to exchange for what the Empire needs from their hands, we must do this." Susanna trembled all over, her face sometimes green, sometimes white. "But, no need to say, Susanna. You must remember, you are a loyal guard of country. For the benefit of the Empire, everything can be sacrificed, especially since those who die are warriors from other countries. This is the most favorable outcome for us, understand?" After Chekhov finished speaking, he walked past Susanna, lightly patting her shoulder. "The helicopter will come soon. When it arrives, we will evacuate from here, back to Moscow or wherever." Susanna remained silent with her head lowered. Meanwhile, Zuoan was running through the forest at this moment. He had just sensed a powerful aura, and within that aura, there was a scent that Zuoan was very familiar with. Demonic aura. At this moment, Black Snake caught up from behind. "Zuoan, you can't run away now. I will avenge my soldiers," Black Snake said sinisterly. Just then, Zuoan suddenly stopped in his tracks. Black Snake couldn't dodge in time and almost collided with him. Black Snake didn't finish his sentence because he, too, was stunned by what he saw in front of him. The ground was covered with blood and body parts. The strong smell of blood was nauseating. These are all my men. Black Snake's face turned somewhat pale. He muttered a few words to himself, then suddenly turned around, grinding his teeth in anger. Was it your people who did this? What sinister methods have you used? Upon hearing Black Snake's accusations, Zuoan raised an eyebrow slightly and snapped his fingers directly. Snap! Black Snake was sent flying by this snap, breaking dozens of towering trees before finally coming to a halt. Nosy. Zuoan's face was calm as water. Black Snake spurted out a mouthful of blood, looking somewhat shocked at Zuoan. Then gritting his teeth, he took out the light blue stimulant from his pocket without hesitation and injected it. A supremely strong aura rose, and Black Snake chuckled weirdly. Zuoan, you are indeed powerful, but it's useless. In front of me, before he could finish his sentence, Zuoan had charged forward and delivered a powerful punch. Crack! Half of Black Snake's body was shattered. Black Snake was in despair. He thought he could defeat Zuoan after injecting the stimulant, but he didn't even have the chance to block a single punch. At this moment, Zuoan said faintly, "Do you have the qualifications to fight me?" With that, he punched again. Tang! Before Black Snake could say a word, he turned into a mist of blood. After killing Black Snake, Zuoan looked around solemnly. He didn't find the bodies of Cheng Hao and the others, but within the range of his mental sense, there was no trace of them at all. It was as if these people had suddenly disappeared from the world. At this moment, Zuoan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said softly, "Do you really think I can't find such a small secret realm?" With that, Zuoan raised his left hand, pointing it like a sword, and said lightly, "One sword. To open the sky." A sharp sword energy slashed down. Snap! A dark crack appeared in the air. Zuoan stepped into it. The crack trembled a few times and then disappeared. It was a stretch of crimson-scorched earth. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. A group of werewolves were besieging several men. All the men were seriously injured and seemed to be on the brink of death. One of the men roared, rushed forward, and grabbed a werewolf's thigh, then emitted a white light from his body. Doom! After a loud explosion, this man embraced the werewolf, meeting his demise together. Third brother. Someone mourned. The remaining werewolves intensified their attacks. Just then, Zuoan suddenly appeared. The werewolves, as well as the men being besieged, looked at Zuoan in astonishment. Zuoan glanced around, slightly furrowing his brow. This secret realm was even larger than he had imagined. There were even indigenous inhabitants here. A secret realm referred to a space naturally formed or created by powerful beings. These spaces existed attached to the main world, hence they were also called secret realms. Secret realms could be small or large, some being as small as a single room, while others were even larger than the Earth. Zuoan had even seen a massive secret realm that could contain a galaxy, constituting a separate universe. Several werewolves looked at each other and spoke in a language. "Are you from the main world?" Zuoan didn't respond to the werewolves, but looked at the men being besieged. These natives were ancient clothing and their facial features didn't look Caucasian, but rather more like the people of Huaxia. "Are you the indigenous people here, Zuoan asked. The eldest man among these men stepped forward, his face filled with fear, and said, Who are you?" Standard Mandarin. Zuoan was intrigued, then smiled slightly. "I am here to find someone in this place." At this moment, the werewolf sneered, "So you're just another plebeian. Kill him." One of the werewolves closest to Zuoan rushed towards him. "Be careful," the men exclaimed, as the werewolf approached, grinning and reaching out to crush Zuoan's head. It missed. In the moment of the werewolf's bewilderment, Zuoan's voice came from behind it. "It seems that your hands are stained with the blood of the people of Wagwo." With that, Zuoan made a casual gesture, and the werewolf shuddered. The stench of bloody wolf's blood sprayed all over the ground. This move left all the men who thought Zuoan was doomed stunned. "Kill him." The remaining werewolves all charged forward. These few men were all dumbfounded. When these werewolves surrounded them, they didn't use their full strength, otherwise, they would have died long ago. However, the few werewolves that made them feel desperate couldn't even withstand a single move in front of Zuoan. Zuoan walked up to them with a slight smile. "Where are we?" The eldest man stepped forward respectfully and said, "Sir, This is Warwolf Valley. Warwolf Valley. Zuoan pondered for a moment and then asked, how big is this world approximately? Which is the nearest city from here? Just now, Zuoan used his divine sense to explore and found no boundaries within a radius of 100 miles. Hence the question. The man trembled slightly and his eyes showed a look of fear. This world is vast, but there are only a few cities, and they are all ruled by these werewolves. Zuoan felt a stir in his heart and then smiled faintly. Have you noticed anything unusual nearby today? No. Zuoan sighed. It seems that the people from the Fire Phoenix must have landed somewhere else. Not far from Warwolf Valley, there is a small mountain village. When these few men returned, the small mountain village erupted in excitement. Several men with bows and arrows jumped down from the crude walls one after another. War Elder, you're back. Wuqing nodded and then introduced solemnly, this Mr. Zhu here is the one who saved us. Without him, we wouldn't have been able to return. The crowd buzzed, and many people looked at Zuoan with amazement. Zuoan just smiled at this. On the way back together, Zuoan had a rough understanding of the situation in this world. The world is approximately half the size of China, dotted with many villages of indigenous people. But the true rulers are the werewolves. These werewolves live in the cities, relying on the livelihood provided by the indigenous people. Moreover, the indigenous people are divided into different classes, with the people from China being the most oppressed. Elder Wu, why hasn't my husband returned? A woman's voice trembled. Wuqing's face darkened. He sacrificed himself to delay those damn werewolves. The woman swayed a few times after hearing this and then fainted. Many villagers came forward to help, but most of them had numb expressions. For these people, death had become a common occurrence. They had even become accustomed to it. Zuoan initially planned to send these people back and leave, but because Zuoan was the savior of Wuqing, the highly respected martial elder in the village, the enthusiastic villagers blocked his way and refused to let Zuoan go. Moreover, many people here may have never left the mountain village their whole lives, and the only one who had been to a city was this martial elder, Wuqing. Zuoan planned to inquire about the route and then head to the nearest city. This world also has day and night cycles, and even the arrangement of stars in the sky is similar to Earth's. In essence, it seems like a small world attached to Earth. By nightfall, a bonfire was lit in the village, and a table was set with the most luxurious feast they could offer. Zuoan looked around and saw some wild beasts from the mountains and grains grown in the fields. There was also wine, but it was rough and crude fruit wine. Zuoan took a sip, smiled, and then took out a small flask from his arms. Try this. Upon opening the lid, the aroma of vodka wafted out. Wuqing was shocked and said with amazement, this is the fairy wine that only the rich in the city can afford. Zuoan smiled faintly. Oh, so you've seen this kind of wine before? Wuqing nodded. Zuoan's smile turned slightly cold. Country. Very well. You've colluded with these people and even intentionally held special forces competitions in Siberia. I bet this was all your design. You can have this flask, Zuoan saw how much Wuqing liked the intricately styled small flask and said with a smile. Wuqing was taken aback, but he eventually accepted the flask and carefully poured some vodka for everyone present to taste. For the villagers, who were used to rough fruit wine, a sip of vodka made them dizzy. The atmosphere at the banquet reached its climax. The children who had been initially wary of Zuoan now gathered around. Because of his daughter, Zuoan was very fond of these children. Unbeknownst to him, they chatted until late into the night. In the end, Zuoan decided not to leave the mountain village and settled there. Wuqing's daughter blushed as she cleared out a clean room for Zuoan and brought in a brand new set of bedding. Zuoan nodded in thanks, closed his eyes, and tried to contact the people from the Fire Phoenix with his divine sense. However, after a night of effort, he was unsuccessful. When morning came, as soon as Zuoan got up, he heard urgent drumming outside. Zuoan's heart skipped a beat, and he walked out of the house. He saw all the villagers with extremely grim expressions gathered at the village entrance. Zuoan walked over, and he saw an arrow shot on the city wall at the entrance of the village, with a Volfed insignia on its tip. Zuoan didn't know what was happening and was about to inquire when Wuqing, with a solemn expression, said, Mr. Zhu, I'm sorry. Something has happened in our village, and we can no longer accommodate you. I will send some people to escort you away now. Zuoan looked at Wuqing's panicked expression and couldn't help but smile. What exactly is going on? Wuqing shook his head. Mr. Zhu, it has nothing to do with you. It's better for you to leave and not get involved. At this point, Some villagers were already starting to sob quietly. Zuoan's gaze gradually turned cold. What's going on exactly? Wuqing sighed. You're better off not asking. Zuoan pondered briefly and then nodded. All right, then send me off. After a few young men escorted Zuoan away from the mountain village, a man who had returned with Wuqing came over and asked, Elder, this Mr. Zhu seems to be a capable person. Why did you let him go? Wuqing shook his head and smiled bitterly. Anyway, our village won't survive much longer. Why would we want to drag others down with us? No matter how capable he is, the other party is the Snowwolf King. The name Snowwolf King made all the villagers appear ashen-faced. Some women cried out in despair. A whole day's scene. The entire mountain village's walls were thickened significantly, and women and children all joined in, bringing out everything that could serve as a weapon. Then Wuqing brought out all the food supplies and prepared a fragrant dinner. However, no one could eat. Everyone stared blankly at the distant path. As dusk approached, the sunlight shone brightly on the path. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared on the horizon. Wuqing, who was patrolling on the city wall, tensed up, and upon closer inspection, his heart sank completely. From afar, a horde of more than 100 werewolves was rushing over. In the middle was a giant wooden cart pulled by 2 snowy white werewolves, with a fat white wolf sitting on the cart. It was the Snowwolf King. Such a formation was enough to raise the entire mountain village to the ground. At that moment, everyone in the mountain village saw the scene. Many people were scared and pale. Wuqing shouted with all his might, Don't panic. Even if we die in battle, we cannot kneel and let these beasts kill us. Yes. Many men's eyes began to turn red. When the wolf pack was some distance away from the mountain village, they stopped. The Snowwolf King looked at the simple mountain village and the determined villagers on the wall with disdainful laughter. What ignorant lowly people, thinking of resisting. The Snowwolf King was in a bad mood lately because it had been sent to this remote and poor place by the high priest and hadn't been back to the main world for a long time. Thinking of the colorful and luxurious world, the Snowwolf King couldn't help but salivate. When its mood turned bad, it would want to kill. Passing by this place, it decided impulsively to exterminate a village to vent its frustration. The resistance of Wuqing and others was seen by the Snowwolf King as a desperate struggle before death. That the more they resisted, the happier the Snowwolf King's mood became. Charge and kill everyone. Only bring back the leader. The Snowwolf King ordered. Yes. Several colossal wolves, about 4 meters tall, smirked as they walked towards the mountain village. Fire. Shoot the arrows. Wuqing shouted as the wolves were getting closer. Several burning arrows flew, but hitting the giant wolves was like scratching an itch for them. Gritting his teeth, Wuqing grabbed the finest bow made in the village, aimed at a giant wolf's eye, held his breath, and shot. The arrow shot precisely, shattering one of the giant wolf's eyes. The giant wolf howled in pain, and roared, I will grind each of you into meat paste. Saying this, the wolves charged towards them. The villagers shot their arrows, threw their spears, exhausted all their attacks. Despair filled every face, and some had closed their eyes, ready to meet their death. Wuqing sighed heavily, tossed aside the bow and arrows, drew his sword, preparing to commit suicide. But at that moment, a faint voice was heard. The moonlight tonight is perfect for killing beasts. With those words, Zuoan stepped forward like stepping on the moon. His appearance shocked all the villagers, especially Wuqing, who stared in awe as Zuoan walked out from under the moonlight. Mr. Zhu, why did you come back? Wuqing asked anxiously. And smiled faintly. If I didn't come back, wouldn't you all die at the hands of these beasts? That your return is of no help. The other side is the Snowwolf King. And there are so many of them. Wuqing was sweating profusely. Zuoan smiled. To me, no matter how many beasts, they are still just beasts. Hearing Zhu, and calling them beasts, the giant wolves couldn't bear it and all became enraged. Lowly humans, I will grind you down bit by bit and then swallow you whole. A giant wolf roared and leapt forward. Facing the oncoming giant wolf, Zuoan stood with his hands behind his back in midair and said lightly, Rise, sword. Doom. The gentle moonlight suddenly turned into countless sword energies and converged into a dragon shape, directly attacking the giant wolves. The frontmost giant wolf was so frightened and that it was on the verge of losing its soul and was about to shout something. However, the sword energy engulfed it, and after wriggling a bit, all these giant wolves turned into white bones. The astonishing strike made the cool and composed Snow Wolf King startle. But this was just the beginning. The sword energy, like the sea, continued its momentum and enveloped the remaining giant wolves. After several deafening howls, these giant wolves were all turned into bones. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially the villagers who could not believe their eyes. A single giant wolf that could normally wipe out a whole village was turned into bones with just one move in front of this man. How powerful was this man? At this moment, the Snow Wolf King stood up. It was taller than the other giant wolves, standing at least 5 meters high, resembling a small mountain. Zuoan floating in front of it appeared very small. Are you a warrior from the main world? The Snow Wolf King spoke solemnly. Zuoan looked at the giant wolf indifferently, and if I am, a look of surprise and respect flashed across the Snow Wolf King's face. In that case, you are an esteemed guest. It was a bit rude just now. Please forgive me. I will spare these villagers. The Snow Wolf King actually apologized to the man. This revelation stunned the villagers. Was this Mr. Zhu really that influential? That the Snow Wolf King's self-perceived humility only caused Zuoan to shake his head slightly. You are mistaken about one thing. What is it? It's not about whether you spare the villagers, but whether I spare you. This sentence made the Snow Wolf King think he had misheard. Then, he laughed scornfully. I respect that you're a warrior from the main world, but that doesn't mean I fear you. You won't spare me? Do you know who I am? I am the Snow Wolf King, the youngest son of the Wolf God. Before the Snow Wolf King's proud voice faded away, Zuoan revealed a few good-looking teeth, grinned coldly. Even if you are the son of the Wolf God, you are still just a beast. With that, the sword energy crouching at Zuoan's feet suddenly bloomed like a peacock spreading its tail feathers, and then rushed forward like a mercury torrent. First to bear the brunt were the Snow Wolf King's escorts. Before they could react, they were engulfed by the sword energy and, after wriggling for a bit, all these giant wolves turned into white bones. The Snow Wolf King was in a panic, then roared in anger, Wolf secret art. A radiant light enveloped the Snow Wolf King, enhancing its strength several times. Since you insist on opposing our Wolf God, then be prepared to die. The Snow Wolf King roared and charged forward. The sword energy couldn't pierce this layer of bright light, so the Snow Wolf King successfully reached Zuoan. Seeing the Snow Wolf King right in front of him, Zuoan remained calm. He raised his fist. One punch, to move the heavens and earth. Doom. The sky and earth reversed, all living beings overturned. It seemed as though even the moonlight was shaken by this fist. The Snow Wolf King, who was proud of his Wolf God bloodline and feared nothing, exclaimed, disperse. Before the word immortal could leave his mouth, the fist had already pounded into his forehead. There was no earth-shattering sound, no fresh blood. The Snow Wolf King, like ice and snow under the sun, gradually melted and turned into nothingness. The attendants and guards behind it all cried out in anger and shock. But after the Snow Wolf King was blasted into nothingness, the true power finally manifested itself. An invisible shockwave suddenly spread out, passing over the remaining giant wolves. These giant wolves were frozen in place as if under a petrifying spell. A gust of wind swept by, turning them all into powder. One fist. All these giant wolves were annihilated. The whole area fell into silence. Wu Qing and all the villagers looked on in astonishment. Zuoan landed on the ground, smiled faintly, and asked, where is the city of this Snow Wolf King? Wu Qing shuddered, then snapped out of his shock. It's more than 100 miles away, called Snow Wolf City, sir. What are you planning to do? Zuoan remained composed. Since these beasts are so quick to slaughter villages and massacre innocent people, I will let them taste the same fate. But there are so many giant wolves in the city, and you're alone. Wu Qing's face still showed concern. At that moment, several young men walked out behind him. Elder, Zhu is like a deity-like figure. With so many years of oppression, it's time for these beasts to pay the price. Yes, Elder. Don't hesitate anymore. The villagers below began to clamor. Wu Qing sighed and bowed to Zuoan. Sir, I also hate those Wolf people, but the Snow Wolf King is just a low-level Wolf King. Above it, there are higher-level Wolf Kings, Wolf Saints, and even Wolf Gods. Upon hearing Wu Qing's words, the voices of the villagers gradually dwindled. That's right. The Snow Wolf King was just a young low-level Wolf King, and there were many more formidable beings among the wolves. Zuoan looked at the worried villagers and spoke coldly. I ask you, after enduring years of oppression, is the taste of suffering bearable? The crowd fell silent, humiliation evident on their faces. These beasts look down on you, and with a displeased mood, they destroy villages and slaughter innocents, treating you as ants. Is this suffering bearable, Zuoan? And continued. Some people began to weep quietly, Zuoan, and shook his head. I understand that this suffering is unbearable. So, if there's no way out, why not rise up and resist? The reason I intervened just now was not because you are innocent people, but because I saw that even in the face of adversity, you dared to resist. The essence of being human lies in being the dominant among all creatures, in not submitting to the oppression of these beasts. Now, do you understand? The eyes of the people gradually cleared, determination shining on many faces. Elder Wu, you said you would rather die in battle than kneel and be killed by these beasts. We have endured enough over the years. Let's go with Sir to kill these bastards. Some young and hot-blooded men couldn't contain their excitement, shouting loudly, yes, kill those bastards. The crowd began to bowl with excitement. At that moment, Wu Qing's face was filled with tears. Zuoan's words reminded him of his own slaughtered family. For years, this hatred had been festering within him, thinking that he would never have the chance for revenge in his lifetime. Zuoan's appearance gave him hope. Taking a deep breath, Wu Qing bent down to Zuoan, offering a deep bow. Sir, your words echo our hearts. The people won't yield. We will accompany you on this journey. Even if we die in battle, we will show these beasts that humans are unbeatable. Doom. The crowd shouted in unison. We are willing to accompany you on this journey. Watching the excited villagers, Zuoan nodded slightly, feeling somewhat relieved. He alone could destroy a city, but what good would that do? If a race had grown accustomed to submission, even if he killed all their enemies, they would not rise again. What Zuoan desired was to make these people truly stand up for themselves. And blood debts could only be repaid with blood. That night, Zuoan did not act. Wu Qing had sent out many people to contact all nearby villages of innocent people, preparing to follow Zuoan. By dawn, the open space in front of the village was filled with innocent people. These people all looked ragged, thin, and worn out, clearly not living their best lives. When Zuoan appeared on the city wall, the crowd stirred. Is this the deity Elder Wu mentioned? He looks so young. I heard he destroyed the Snow Wolf King and many other giant wolves in a single punch. Many people looked doubtful. For example, an elder standing next to Wu Qing furrowed his brows. Elder Wu, this man may be skilled, but to attack Snow Wolf City. The meaning behind the elder's words was clear. Despite Zuoan's strength, the city was still inhabited by wolf people. Wu Qing remained steadfast. Trust me, Master and I have absolute confidence in Zu Sir. Master and I moved his mouth, then sighed slightly, saying no more. Zuoan silently observed the crowd below. Gradually, the crowd quieted down. Zuoan spoke in a deep voice. All of you are innocent people. I won't dwell on the oppression and humiliation of these years. This time, I will exterminate those beasts and avenge you. Doom. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Many faces showed expressions of disbelief. With a wave of his hand, Zuoan split a small hill in the distance in half with a sword light. The might of this singular strike silenced any voices of doubt. Master and I trembled all over, tears slowly streaming down his face. He remembered a legend he had heard from the elderly people when he was young. The people of Hua once had a sword, immortal, a single strike enough to move mountains and seas. At that time, he had thought, if such a sword, immortal came and exterminated those superior wolf people, how good would that be? But it was just a fantasy. Over the years, he had become despondent. But now, with Zuoan's appearance, he bit his lip. Even if it meant risking his old bones, he would follow this sword, immortal, and wipe out those beasts. Zuoan and pointed ahead and said calmly, let's go. Destroy Snow Wolf City. The crowd surged forward. The native people living in this secluded land had good physical qualities. Their sprinting speed was faster than that of horses. Zuoan and flew in the air, observing the vengeful, innocent people below with a faint smile. Snow Wolf City, a city located beneath the snow-capped mountains. Because this is where the giant wolves live, everywhere you look are towering houses. Of course, the tallest building there is the Wolf God Temple in the center of the city. At this moment, at the city gates of Snow Wolf City, several giant wolves are grumbling. Damn it, there's a lot less vodka than last time. It's really disappointing. A giant wolf with a hint of golden fur on its head said, Hey, do you really think it's less? The supplies delivered to each city are fixed. If it suddenly decreases, it must be those above skimming off the top. Another giant Wolf sneered. Shh! Keep your voice down. Be careful, the Wolf King hears you. He has the bloodline of the Wolf God. An older giant Wolf hurriedly advised. Humph! If this Mr. Snow Wolf were valued, he wouldn't have been sent to such a remote and poor place. Besides, isn't he out of the city now? Can't we just speak freely? The complaints of this giant Wolf resonated with many. After arriving, the Snow Wolf King began to extort from the people and skim off many supplies for his own gain, showing no mercy. At this moment, a group of humans passed by the city gates. Halt! A giant Wolf blocked their way. Sir, we are here to clean for the esteemed gentleman inside. A trembling old man leading the group said. The giant Wolf looked at the raggedy old man and the people behind him, somewhat disappointed, and waved his hand impatiently. Go on. Once this group entered the city, the giant Wolf sighed. Damn it, can't even get a little profit. It's really disappointing. While grumbling, a loud noise came from afar. Several guarding giant wolves looked up and saw a dense crowd appearing in the horizon, kicking up dust as they ran, creating an intimidating spectacle. The giant wolves were at first stunned, then filled with dread. By the Wolf God, are these commoners mad? Quick, sound the alarm with the bell. Several giant wolves started frantically ringing the warning bell. Since Snow Wolf City was small in scale, and mostly consisted of commoners in the surrounding area, there were only a few of them on guard duty. Just as the alarm bell rang, the swarm of people had already reached the base of the city walls. The giant wolves, who had calmed down from their earlier panic, especially when they saw that the crowd was armed with sticks, felt relieved. I thought something serious had happened. TSK. Turns out it's just a bunch of commoners. A giant Wolf sneered. To them, these commoners were as weak and helpless as lambs awaiting slaughter, not worthy of fear. I'll go down and kill them all. A giant Wolf leapt down from the tall city wall, wielding a massive Wolf-tooth club in his hand, charging towards the crowd with a menacing grin. This giant Wolf was over 3 meters tall, his aggressive charge causing a commotion among the crowd. Years of oppression had instilled great fear of these giant wolves, and faced with the charging Wolf, the people instinctively sought to avoid him. Release the arrows, quickly release the arrows, Wu Qing shouted. People raised their bows and crossbows, aiming at the giant Wolf and preparing to shoot. However, due to the fast speed of the Wolf, the arrows had not reached him before he plowed through the crowd. Hey, commoners, all of you can go to hell. The giant Wolf's eyes flickered with a cruel gleam as he raised his Wolf-tooth club to strike. Just then, a golden light streaked from a distance at incredible speed, circling around the giant Wolf once. The giant Wolf stood frozen in place, then his massive body slowly split into pieces. This scene elicited a huge cheer from the crowd. Meanwhile, the few giant wolves on the city walls were pale with shock. What's going on? What was that golden light just now? At the same time, the entire Snow Wolf City was in uproar as hundreds of wolves rushed to the city walls upon hearing the alarm bell. They had come in response. Seeing so many giant wolves, many of the commoners' faces turned pale. You lowly commoners, why are you causing a disturbance in our Snow Wolf City for no reason? A significantly larger giant wolf walked out slowly and demanded. With a moment of silence, someone in the crowd shouted, We are not commoners, you all are the beasts. Yes, we are not commoners. You all are the beasts. These shouts made the giant wolves visibly uncomfortable. The acting city lord sneered, Since you seek death, don't blame us. Kill all these commoners. With the order given, hundreds of giant wolves began slowly advancing. The earth seemed to tremble with each step they took. But in this moment, the commoners' eyes were red. They held every possible weapon against these giant wolves. They had placed their lives on the line. This fearless and determined aura made the giant wolves somewhat uneasy. Why were the once docile and submissive commoners suddenly united like this? Kill them all. The acting city lord's eyes showed a hint of horror, and he ruthlessly ordered. But before his words had barely settled, a flash of golden light suddenly appeared around his neck, gently wrapping around. His massive Wolf head soared into the sky. The Wolf's corpse fell from the city wall, sending dust flying everywhere. This scene left all the giant wolves stunned. What was that golden light? Yet the commoners erupted in a thunderous cheer. Someone shouted, The master is mighty. At the same time, Zuoan's figure appeared in the air before the crowd, facing hundreds of wolves alone, and calmly said, Today, I will let you experience the taste of being slaughtered in a city. With those words, countless sword lights rained down like a storm, directly aiming for the Wolf pack. Initially, the giant wolves did not take these hair-thin sword lights seriously, but in an instant, the torrent of swords overwhelmed them. Screams mixed with blood, staining the walls of Snowwolf City red. Watching the giant wolves, who usually held power and had the blood of commoners on their hands, fall one by one. Countless commoners wept. The leader Anai Jaiju was shaking with excitement. From childhood to adulthood, he had imagined this scenario countless times, and now it was coming true. A few moments later, the Wolf pack had all turned into a pool of blood, and even the city walls collapsed under this sword rain. The tremendous sound startled the enslaved commoners in the city, and then they witnessed a scene they would never forget in their lives. Countless sword rain fell, and the commoners were unharmed, but those tyrannical giant wolves were enveloped by the sword rain. After a few cries, they turned into pus and blood. All that remained were bones. For a moment, the smell of Wolf blood pervaded Snowwolf City. Thus, Zuoan slaughtered the city with a single sword. Its appearance made many people exclaim in astonishment. It's the Wolf God ritual. This is the Wolf God's mysterious technique. Zuoan stood in midair, his expression neither sad nor happy. Slaughter your people, Zuoan said calmly. When your Wolf clan exterminated my Hua people, why didn't you say that? The giant Wolf, standing 6 to 7 meters tall, looked at Zuoan in midair. A sword cultivator from the main world, it said, a hint of surprise and suspicion flashing across his huge Wolf face. Our Wolf clan and your main world have always had cooperation. Are you not afraid of angering us by doing this? The giant Wolf roared. Zuoan replied indifferently, I'm sorry. I will also hold them accountable when I return to the race you cooperated with. But for now, Zuoan raised his gaze to the giant Wolf. I have to exterminate all of you for beasts first. You are seeking death. The giant Wolf roared and charged. Its speed was incongruous with its size, almost as fast as a shadow. In an instant, the giant Wolf had already charged in front of Zuoan. Under its enormous body, Zuoan seemed like a tiny ant, very inconspicuous. Die. The giant Wolf roared, and a huge hammer appeared in its hands, smashing down towards Zuoan. This scene horrified many Hua people. Many couldn't bear to watch and close their eyes. That the expected cries of horror and impact did not occur. People slowly opened their eyes and looked up, only to see Zuoan standing in midair, lightly holding the giant Wolf's hammer. The scene was like someone holding up a mountain, giving a strong sense of impact. The Wolf God ritual felt horror in its heart. It gritted its teeth and exerted all its strength on the hammer, attempting to crush Zuoan to death. However, Zuoan remained calm, coldly saying, Is that all the strength you have? As he spoke, Zuoan slowly lifted his hand. The hammer slowly rose upward. Despite the effort put in by the Wolf God ritual, it couldn't stop the ascending motion. You struck me with a hammer, so I will retaliate with a hammer, Zuoan said, pulling the giant hammer out of the Wolf God's hands, then lifting the hammer handle and swinging the hammer. Swish! The hammer made a sharp sound as it flew straight towards the giant Wolf. The Wolf God ritual was terrifying, its Wolf spirit almost leaving its body. No! With a muffled sound, the Wolf God's body was completely crushed into a pile of mud by the unstoppable hammer. Thus, all the giant wolves in Snowwolf City were wiped out. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. The gentleman is formidable. The gentleman is invincible. Master and I and Wu Qing looked at each other, then suddenly knelt down. As they knelt, everyone else followed suit. The gentleman's great kindness, we will never forget, Zuoan stood with his hands behind his back, smiling faintly. He felt the gratitude of these people. He accepted the gesture without feeling unworthy. At that moment, a cluster of light dots appeared above the Wolf God ritual's body, then swiftly attempted to fly away. Zuoan reached out and directly grasped the cluster of light in his palm. It was the soul of the Wolf God ritual. The Wolf spirit trembled and kept bowing in fear in Zuoan's hands. Lord, spare me. I am just a humble ritualist and have never harmed the Hua people. However, its words triggered the anger of many. Never harmed anyone? Then how was my daughter offered as a sacrifice to the Wolf God? The Wolf spirit shivered in fear. Zuoan said calmly, Why do the souls of the killed wolves not exist, but only yours? The Wolf spirit trembled, seeming hesitant. Zuoan smiled. If you don't speak, I can search your soul for answers. The Wolf spirit hurriedly said, That's because all the wolves are descendants of the Wolf God. Once they die, their souls return to the Wolf God temple in the main city. We ritualists are different, so we have living souls. Zuoan nodded. Where is the main city? Zuoan's patience wore thin, and he crushed the Wolf spirit in his palm. With a crack, the Wolf spirit let out a mournful cry before being squashed, and the memories contained in its soul were extracted by Zuoan. The brutal and bloody images in the memory of this Wolf god ritual made Zuoan and snored in anger. It seemed his methods of killing these Wolf people were not cruel enough. Yet, he also found valuable information. For instance, the location of the main city and the secrets of the Wolf god. It turned out that this secret realm was not originally owned by the Wolf god, but was built by a powerful figure from ancient times in Huazia. Subsequently, the powerful figure and other strong individuals suddenly disappeared, leaving only some Hua people to survive and multiply in this land. Later, the founding ancestor Wolf god was relentlessly pursued by the Bright Church, having no way to ascend to the heavens nor descend to the earth. In a very fortuitous opportunity, it discovered this secret realm, which it regarded as a treasure and quickly made it its exclusive territory. After generations of breeding and thriving, the descendants of the Wolf god's offspring spread throughout this land, becoming the rulers and committing slaughter against the indigenous people. The Wolf god still slept in the Wolf god temple, while its descendants had established contact with the country in the main world, frequently collaborating. The country provided various strong souls, while the Wolf people offered the Wolf god's blood in return. As for the whereabouts of members like the Fire Phoenix, this Wolf god ritual was clueless. However, Zuoan had a premonition that they were all still alive. As Zuoan continued his slaughter in the Wolf War secret realm, tremors had already begun in the main world, on Earth. It was the 7th day since Zuoan and the Fire Phoenix troops had gone missing. The Siberian training camp was desolate. The other troops had already dispersed. Susanna stood on the rooftop, her gaze somewhat lost. Soon, a helicopter landed on the rooftop. Colonel Susanna, board the aircraft and leave. This place has been decided to be abandoned, a military officer said. Susanna remained silent for a long time, then nodded and boarded the helicopter. For 7 days, she had mobilized all forces available to search, but besides corpses and blood, she found nothing. Sitting in the helicopter, looking at the vast forest outside the window, Susanna silently prayed, "I hope you are still alive." In the city, the Yin family, Zhao Zuhui, as well as Qiao Liang and others, looked solemn with sadness in their eyes. Suddenly, the door opened, and Yin led her 2 daughters out. Brothers, sister-in-law. The 3 people quickly stood up, and Yin ran her fingers through her silky hair, giving a slight smile. "There's no need to say more. I understand your intentions, and I'm not worried at all because I believe he must still be alive. He will be back in a few days." "Yes, yes. My second brother is lucky, he will be fine." Qiao Len nodded quickly. After the 3 brothers sat for a moment, they got up and left. Once outside the household, Zhao Zuhui's expression turned serious. "We need to be prepared. With the second brother not here, some people may have ill intentions." "Understood. If anyone tries to harm the Yin family, we will risk our lives to protect the mother and daughters." Yong Bin and Qiao Le's eyes flashed with a cold light. Zhao Zuhui nodded. "Our main focus now is to manage the Tianyuan company properly. Chen family just called me. They will do their best to help us maintain the situation." "Old man Chen is quite righteous," Qiao Le remarked. Zhao Zuhui said, "He's a clever man. The relationship between the Yin and Chen families is well known in Zhongdu, so he knows what to do." After they left, Yin sat dejectedly in the room, her eyes filled with sadness. "Mom, what's wrong?" Zhu Xiang and Zuoan asked with concern. Yin shook her head. "It's nothing." "Is it about Dad?" Zhu Xiang asked with a tilt of his head. Yin's face paled slightly. "Mom, I want to tell you, we can both feel Dad's presence, so don't worry, he will come back for sure." Zhu Xiang and Zuoan, like young adults, comforted Yin. Yin nodded, sniffed, and smiled. "What would you like to eat?" "Mom will make it now." "Egg fried rice." "Okay. Mom will make it now." In the kitchen, before getting busy, Yin stared blankly at the pan. "Honey, are you safe now?" "Don't worry, I'll be here waiting for you. If anyone dares to bully Xiang and Nian, I'll do as you said, and use this pan to fend them off." Meanwhile, King's figure had noticeably slimmed down in the barracks. Her face, once chubby, had thinned out drastically. As she walked through the corridors holding documents, many whispered behind her back, "Did you see that? That's the person responsible for the team's deaths. Shh, I heard she even caused her brother-in-law's death this time. She's too afraid to return home." These whispers occasionally reached Shen King's ears, but she remained pale-faced, as if she hadn't heard them. When she returned to her office, she discovered an unexpected visitor. A casually dressed, tall and handsome man was leaning against the desk, looking at her with a playful gaze. "Miss N. Long time no see." Upon seeing him, and King's expression turned unpleasant. Liu Mingui. Liu Mingui grinned, and his eyes showed greed as he spoke. "And Ching, you're still the same. Nothing has changed, huh? Why are you here?" And Ching suppressed her anger. "Why? Well, I wanted to inform you that soon we'll be colleagues." "No. Let me correct that. Soon I'll be your superior," Liu Mingui said arrogantly, and Ching was taken aback. Liu Minghui's face carried a hint of mockery. After all, someone caused the deaths of so many elite soldiers. Well, it was covered up. Some responsibility needs to be taken. Don't you think? You're talking nonsense. And King's eyes blazed with anger. Nonsense? Heh. Why don't you take a look at this? Liu Minghui placed a document on the desk and walked away. As he passed by Ching, he smirked meaningfully. "Sorry, now that the general is dead, there's no one to support you anymore. In the end, the victory belongs to us, the Liu family. Everything you struggled to build will be mine. I look forward to the day you beg for mercy." After his departure, Ching stood in shock and looked at the transfer order on her desk. The battles between the Liuan and families for military power had been fierce, and Ching had managed to secure a position near the general in the end. That the covert rivalry between the two families never ceased, and Liu Minghui's desire for Ching was evident. Now, with the general deceased and Ching isolated, the Liu family struck at an opportune moment with their malicious intentions, and King's face was pale. Tears fell onto the paper, wetting the words. "Brother-in-law, where are you now?" The news of Zuoan's disappearance, though contained by Chen Shua's efforts, caused unease in the seemingly calm Zhongdu. At this time, a man and a woman appeared on the city streets. The man was tall and robust, with a golden complexion. The woman was dressed in white, elegant and ethereal. The two stood on the street, looking at an advertisement not far away. It boldly advertised the Chia Yuan elixir. The man sneered, "Senior sister, when a mere common elixir dares to boast so boldly, it's quite ridiculous." When Banmai's expression remained cold, as she said, "This time in Kunlun, the master asked me to see if there are any new developments among the common folk. This thing has caught my interest." Zhang Nubai chuckled. "In that case, let's take a look." When Banmai nodded slightly. After obtaining a bottle of Chia Yuan, they initially paid no attention. Zhang chuckled. "Looks pretty, but I wonder what's inside." He opened the bottle, took a sniff, and his expression changed abruptly. "How is it?" When Banmai asked, Zhang didn't speak but poured a small cup and drank. After a moment, his eyes widened in shock. "This thing is useful for us." "What?" When Banmai's face showed surprise, Zhang solemnly stated, "This thing actually has effects similar to a pill. After I drank it, I felt a slight increase in my cultivation." When Banmai, now unable to remain calm, tasted the Chia Yuan herself, and was also astonished. In the Kunlun realm, inhabited, cultivation-enhancing pills were reserved for true disciple heirs, and sparingly distributed. Even for the Kunlun immortals like them, resources were limited. Warwolf secret realm. Inside the main city's Wolf temple, an advanced Wolf king walked in. "Lord Wolf, just received news that the group of suddenly appearing HUA warriors has not been captured yet." "Useless." A giant Wolf with fur radiating silver light turned slowly, his eyes full of anger. "Tomorrow is the day my father awakens after 100 years of slumber. These powerful warriors make the best sacrifices, yet you still haven't captured them." After several days, all the wolves in the room lowered their heads, afraid to speak. The Wolf Lord paced back and forth in the spacious hall before saying, "Issue the order to send out the bloodthirsty werewolves. They must capture these people today." "Yes." The giant Wolf did not retreat. "Is there anything else?" "Lord Wolf, we've lost contact with Snow Wolf City suddenly." "Snow Wolf City?" The Wolf Lord frowned. "That unreliable Snow Wolf King must have run off somewhere again. Don't bother with it. When my father the Wolf God awakens tomorrow, it will be called back by his presence." "Yes." With the Wolf Lord's command, the elite fighters of the Wolf people, the bloodthirsty werewolves, set out. Meanwhile, on a mountain about 100 kilometers from the main city, Cheng Hao and the others had just survived another wave of attacks and were now taking a brief rest. Over these few days, They had faced numerous assaults from the Wolf people. These Wolf people were incredibly strong and intelligent. If it weren't for the advantageous terrain and the desperate resistance from Cheng Hao and his team, they might not have been able to hold out. Cheng Hao knew they were nearing their limits. The team had run out of combat rations they carried with them, subsisting now on foraged fruits and hunted rabbits. But this was insufficient for the intense fighting. Each member was visibly weakening. Despite this, their fighting spirit remained high. As Sun Ling put it, they were elite troops trained by instructors. They couldn't possibly lose to these beasts. Captain, have some food. Ziyi carefully handed over the last bag of rations to Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao shook his head. I just ate a roasted rabbit. I'm not hungry yet. In reality, Cheng Hao couldn't even remember the last time he had eaten. Ziyi was getting anxious. Captain, you have to eat. How can you command if you collapse from hunger? Cheng Hao was about to respond when the Wolf people below launched another attack. This assault was more frenzied than the previous ones. Cheng Hao calmly ordered his team to counterattack using the terrain to their advantage. Several Wolf bodies lay on the ground. At that moment, a giant Wolf charged towards him, its claws almost reaching Cheng Hao's shoulder. Cheng Hao tried to dodge, but his vision darkened, causing a slight delay in his reaction. The giant Wolf was exhilarated. The resistance from these commoners' troops was unexpectedly resilient, not bringing them down after 7 to 8 days of attacks. There were significant casualties on the Wolf side, which infuriated these arrogant Wolf people. Finally, they had the chance to catch this commander. Just as the Wolf was pleased, its paw suddenly shook, missing its target. Lowering its head, it saw Zhou Danyao glowing with golden light all over, roaring angrily, "Get lost." With those words, Zhou Danyao exerted all his strength, delivering a powerful punch to the giant Wolf's abdomen. Tang! The giant Wolf was sent flying dozens of meters away, wincing in pain. Zhou Danyao was panting heavily, almost toppling over. Cheng Hao quickly supported him. Danyao, Captain, I think I can't hold on much longer, Zhou Danyao weakly said. In the continuous battles, due to his practice of the indestructible Vira technique, Zhou Danyao often acted as the vanguard and main force, rapidly draining his strength. Although everyone reduced their food rations to ensure he was supplied, they were still on the verge of collapse. Cheng Hao felt a sinking feeling and said, in a deep voice, Danyao, rest for now. I'll take over. Ziyi, looking disheveled, returned as well. He had just tried to sneak up and kill a giant Wolf but failed. Danyao, are you okay? Ziyi cared more about his good partner than anyone else. Don't worry, not dying yet. Zhou Danyao grinned. After another wave of attacks from the giant wolves passed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and rested. However, within a minute of sitting on the ground, a huge commotion came from below the mountain. Confused, they felt the mountain tremble slightly, followed by a group of golden giant wolves larger than regular ones charging towards them. Cheng Hao felt a sinking feeling but shouted, all members, get ready. Everyone understood this was their last stand. Yet, not a single person felt fear. They all stood up, lined up, and faced the oncoming golden giant wolves. Ziyi placed his hand on Zhou Danyao's shoulder. Hey, Lao Niu, if I die, remember to bow to my parents when you get back. Zhou Danyao smirked. I won't go because I estimate I'll die before you. Ziyi laughed, hugging Zhou Danyao tightly. Good brother, let's fight side by side in the next life. Zhou Danyao nodded. Agree. Sun Ling approached Cheng Hao, his eyes flashing. Captain, we'll hold off these giant wolves. You break out through the small path down the mountain. Cheng Hao glanced at Sun Ling and smiled faintly. Don't run, Captain of the Fire Phoenix. Remember, if I fall, you take my place. With that, Cheng Hao exclaimed, all members, for the instructors, for the Fire Phoenix, charge in for the last counterattack. Even if it means death, these beasts will be buried with us. Yes, the team thunderously agree. At that moment, the bloodthirsty warwolves had already closed in. Members of the Fire Phoenix engaged with these foes in combat. The situation became deadlocked. In the distance, a proud golden Wolf coldly remarked, I don't understand what the Wolf Lord is aiming for. They should die, or my subordinates would have ripped these people apart long ago. The Wolf King is right, but I think these commoners can't hold out much longer. A silver Wolf nodded obsequiously. The golden Wolf grew impatient, taking a step forward, roaring angrily, Wolf divine technique, doom. All its subordinates were enveloped in a faint silver light. Whether in defense or attack, their strength doubled. Already exhausted, the members of the Fire Phoenix quickly fell to the ground. Although the wolves didn't kill them, Cheng Hao and his team understood they wouldn't be spared. So, they exchanged glances and discreetly drew out their knives. After this voice was heard, all the members of the Fire Phoenix were stunned because the voice was just too familiar. Meanwhile, many giant wolves looked up in confusion. They saw a figure rushing to the foot of the mountain at an extremely fast speed, and when he stopped, it turned out to be Zuoan, his face filled with killing intent. Instructor, Cheng Hao said in disbelief. Zuoan looked at these men, tough and wounded but determined in their eyes, and nodded slightly. Yes, it's me. I'm here. The members of the Fire Phoenix were overjoyed and terror streamed down their faces. They never expected to see Zuoan at the critical moment of life and death. Instructor, the 48 members of the Fire Phoenix held the top of the mountain for 7 days and nights, without a single casualty. Cheng Hao said proudly, in a tired voice. Zu, and nodded. Rest up. Leave the rest to me. The golden giant Wolf took a step forward impatiently and said, Where did these lowly people come from? Daring to obstruct the task of the Blood Wolf god. Kill him. Several Blood Wolf gods roared and rushed over. Zuoan's eyes were filled with killing intent. He had flown all the way from Snow Wolf City intending to head straight for the main city, but on the way, he suddenly sensed the presence of the Fire Phoenix group and immediately turned back. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Otherwise, all his subordinates would probably have died by their own hands. This filled Zuoan with anger, and once Zuoan gets angry, he will kill. So Zuoan couldn't be bothered to say anything else. He directly took a step in the air. Move heaven and earth. Doom. The several Blood Wolf gods rushing over turned into powder. The wolves were still bewildered. Zuoan took another step. Separate yin and yang. Doom. All the ordinary giant wolves on the mountain peak howled in pain, all shattered by the force of his steps. The consecutive power of two steps made the originally contemptuous Golden Wolf King greatly change his expression. Quick, retreat, it shouted, trying to make those Blood Wolf gods retreat, but it was too late. Zuoan's expression was solemn, taking a third step. Divide life and death. Doom. Everything seemed to freeze. Cheng Hao and the others could even see the infinite horror in the eyes of these Blood Wolf gods. It was as if these giant wolves had all been paused like someone pressed a pause button, completely out of sync with the surrounding environment. Crack. After a crisp sound, time started flowing again, and these golden giant wolves turned into dust. Only the Wolf King spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, barely saving its life, but it was already scared out of its wits, not daring to look at Zuoan, turning and running away. These Wolfmen always considered themselves a noble race, but when they ran for their lives, they still ran on all fours. But Zuoan evidently had no intention of letting any of them go. With a wave of his hand, a sword aura tore through the space, piercing directly into the back of the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King howled in pain but continued to run frantically. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Zuoan's mouth as he lightly snapped his fingers. Tang. The Golden Wolf King exploded as if a bomb had been planted inside it. 3 steps, 1 sword, all the giant wolves were annihilated. Zuoan turned to Cheng Hao and the others. Can you hold on? Cheng Hao and the others stood up one after another. Back to the instructor. No problem. Zhou Danu smiled foolishly. Strange, as soon as the instructor arrived, I feel like it's no problem to kill another giant wolf now. Zuoan smiled faintly. Very well. Follow me. Instructor, where are we going? Cheng Hao couldn't help but ask. Zuoan's eyes sparkled with killing intent. Slaughter the Wolfman's main city. Before leaving Snow Wolf City, Zuoan not only gave Wu Qing and the others a simple practice method, but also promised them that he would exterminate all the Wolfmen on this trip. Zuoan was well aware that this realm originally belonged to the Han Dynasty's powerful beings, and the Wolf God taking advantage of the situation to slaughter the native people of the Han Dynasty was not only outrageous, but also enraging. Zuoan would not let these beasts go. In the main city, the Wolf Saint stood on the high platform, looking up at the majestic statue in the temple, his expression very respectful and excited. Soon, his ancestor who had been asleep for 100 years was about to awaken. Once he awakened, he would be able to take his people to the main world to conquer. Thinking of this, the Wolf Saint couldn't help but feel excited. It was said that the main world was vast and full of delicate humans. If he could establish a Wolfman kingdom in the main world, how wonderful would that be? The Wolf Saint calculated in his heart. Meanwhile, the high-ranking wolfmen below were also discussing this matter. Great Wolf God is about to awaken. When that happens, our Wolf race will be invincible in the world. That's right, I heard that the main world has an abundance of delicacies and vodka, all of which will belong to us wolfmen. Unlike the Zuoan excitement of these wolfmen, the Hua people who had been oppressed as slaves all lowered their heads in humiliation. If the Wolf God awakened, the burden on them would be even heavier. Why haven't those sent out to capture the slave warriors come back yet? The Wolf Saint frowned at this. The Wolf Saint knew very well that compared to the soul of a wolfman, the warrior spirit of a slave is the best supplement. That's why he sent the Blood Wolf gods to capture these slave warriors. Why hadn't they returned yet? The Wolf Saint didn't even consider the possibility of failure. To him, that was simply impossible. After all, the Blood Wolf gods were elite warriors inheriting the blood of the Wolf god, each possessing formidable power. How could they possibly fail? Just then, it seemed like the sound of thunder and wind came from the sky. The Wolf Saint looked up and saw a golden light heading straight for the temple in the main city. The powerful aura contained within the golden light made him feel uneasy. Who is this? Why does he possess such a powerful aura? As the expression of the Wolf Saint changed, Zuoan had already stopped in midair, overlooking the imposing Wolf God temple and the group of high-ranking wolfmen. Is everyone here? Zuoan said casually. A giant wolf had already rushed up, roaring, "This is a forbidden area. How dare a lowly person like you set foot here? Get out!" But Zuoan just waved his hand, and a golden light pierced through the giant wolf's head. Tang, mixed with brain matter, blood gushed out from the back of the giant wolf's head. The wolf's face carried a bewildered look, and then the corpse collapsed to the ground. One strike can, everyone was astonished. At this moment, the members of the Fire Phoenix also arrived, standing neatly behind Zuoan. Though each of them was wounded, their faces were filled with excitement. Seeing these woman warriors, the Wolf Saint's face darkened. At that moment, Zuoan calmly said, "Who among you is the king?" The Wolf Saint's face darkened, taking a step forward and said, in a low voice, "Who are you? Why are you trespassing into my Wolf God's forbidden area?" A cold smile appeared on Zuoan's mouth as he said lightly, "And you are the king of these Wolf people?" The Wolf Saint was stunned for a moment, then nodded proudly. "Yes, I am the Wolf Saint." It wanted to boast a few more words, but Zuoan said, indifferently, "Since you are, then go to hell." The voice had not even fallen when Zuoan disappeared from midair. When he reappeared, he was already in front of this Wolf Saint, and then he threw a punch. The Wolf Saint at this moment also calmed down and sneered. "Lowly commoner, dare to act so arrogantly. Today I will make you understand the power of Wolf God's bloodline." As he spoke, the Wolf Saint's body was filled with silver light. His huge claws struck out, aligning perfectly with Zuoan's punch. Doom. After a muffled sound, an invisible shockwave spread from where the two fists collided, destroying all the surrounding buildings. Several nearby silver Wolf guards were also affected by the shockwave, but before they could even scream, they turned into flying ashes. The Wolf Saint at this moment was also filled with horror. It had thought that with one strike of its claw, it could crush this human into pulp. After all, in terms of physical strength, the werewolf clan was much stronger than humans. But unexpectedly, not only did it fail to budge the opponent, it was instead shaken to the point of blood surging, almost spitting out blood. Zuoan, on the other hand, remained calm, raising his fist slowly. "Come again." Doom. Another punch. The Wolf Saint was shaken, his silver radiance flickering all over, and he took a half step back. This shocked all the Wolf nobles in the audience. How is this possible, actually repelling the Wolf Saint Lord with physical strength? The Wolf Saint was trembling all over at this moment, his eyes filled with fear. What was the human's body made of? How could it be so strong? Zuoan did not pay attention to the outside shock, but revealed a few white teeth, giving a chilling smile. Again, saying this, Zuoan slowly raised his fist. Everything around him paused, and the chi of heaven and earth was also drawn by this fist. The Wolf Saint's expression changed drastically, roaring, "Wolf God's secret technique." Doom. The silver light on him suddenly surged, his body size increasing, and then his claws struck out, directly confronting Zuoan's fist. There was no sound, as if the two were just casually sparring. But in the blink of an eye, this tall and mighty Wolf Saint was sent flying, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood in midair. Zuoan retracted his fist, facing the horrified gazes of the wolves below, shaking his head gently, still too weak. Zuoan had knocked down this Wolf Saint purely with his physical strength, without using his cultivation. "Commoner, I will kill you, and then put your soul into the flames to burn forever." An extremely angry voice came from afar. Zuoan turned to see the Wolf Saint, who had been knocked down on the ground, slowly getting up, his aura gradually rising, his Wolf eyes turning crimson. Berserk. The Wolf Saint has gone berserk. The wolves below were in an uproar, many of them showing jaw on their faces. Berserk was a skill only possessed by high-ranking Wolf clans. Once in this state, all their potential could be fully unleashed, and they would not fear pain, fighting to the death. Rage of the Mad Wolf. The Wolf Saint roared, turning into a silver light and charging fiercely towards Zuoan. His speed was several times faster than before. Faced with this fierce attack, Zuoan sighed lightly. I told you, you're not good enough. Even berserking is useless. With that, Zuoan reached out slowly. Doom. The Wolf Saint, already in a berserk state, had an impact force strong enough to destroy a small mountain. Yet Zuoan simply extended a slender and graceful palm, pressing it against the Wolf Saint's turret, stopping the impact in its tracks. The scene froze. Confusion flickered on the Wolf Saint's face. Not just him. All the werewolves were bewildered, because this scene was too bizarre. Zuoan had his hand outstretched, pressing against the Wolf Saint's head, as if holding back a playful little wolf puppy. Now, it's my turn. Saying this, Zuoan's palm grabbed the Wolf Saint's head and swung it fiercely. Boom boom boom. The tall body of the Wolf Saint was lifted by Zuoan and ruthlessly smashed to the ground. The werewolves watched in horror. How strong was this man? Even the Berserk Wolf Saint Lord was not his opponent. Only the members of the Fire Phoenix remained indifferent. In their eyes, whatever Zuoan did was only natural. Zuoan stopped, the Wolf Saint already battered and bruised, looking at Zuoan with fear in his eyes. Zuoan gave a faint smile. Come, I'll send you on your way. With that, Zuoan took a step forward, stepping on the Wolf Saint's body with one foot, grabbing the Wolf Saint's head with his other hand, and shouted lightly, Rise, Doom. After a muffled sound, the Wolf Saint's head was forcefully pulled off by Zuoan. Blood sprayed out, and the Wolf Saint died. The werewolves gasped in shock, some of the faint-hearted even passing out. The invincible Wolf Saint Lord had been decapitated by a person, and as the Wolf Saint died, the temple began to tremble slightly, a terrifying aura rising. Who dares to destroy my Wolf God bloodline? A majestic voice rang out. Hearing this voice, all the wolves prostrated on the ground, their faces filled with ecstasy, because their god had awakened. Zuoan remained calm, casually tossing aside the head in his hand, looking at the magnificent temple, and said lightly, a mere monster also dares to claim to be a god. With that, Zuoan rose into the air, using his hand as a sword and fiercely cleaving down. Doom. Under this sword light, the massive temple was split in half as if it were tofu, and from the ruins came an extremely angry roar. With those words, the ground of the temple suddenly split open. A huge hand clamped the ground, and then an enormous wolf head rose slowly. All the wolves were bowing repeatedly. Zuoan just watched quietly. This giant wolf climbed out of the crack, standing over 20 meters tall, with fur as silver as could be, and eyes full of oppression and killing intent. The ancestor of the Wolf God had awakened. Sword cultivator of Huaxia, why do you intrude into my Wolf God's domain and have enmity with my Wolf God lineage? The voice resounded far and wide, the imposing aura enough to chill ordinary people to the bone. Zuoan's expression gradually turned cold as he listened to this. Your Wolf God's domain. This domain was originally created by a powerful being of Huaxia. Later, it was stolen by you and became your Wolf God's domain. You killed the people of Huaxia, but I am just letting you taste the same bitterness. Yet you say I have enmity with your Wolf God lineage. Indeed, beasts will always be beasts. Even if they become monsters, they are still beasts. Zuoan finished, while the enraged and shocked Wolf God roared. I am a deity, killing a few commoners. What harm is there? Zuoan's face gradually turned ice cold. Doom. The orb in Zuoan's hand emitted an incredibly dazzling light, suddenly bursting open. Countless sword energies shot out in all directions. The Wolf God did not dodge or evade but let the sword energies hit him, sneering, it's useless. I am a god. These sword energies have no effect on me. Oh. Is that so? Zuoan smiled faintly. These were not even meant for you in the first place. See for yourself. The Wolf God was horrifying and turned to look. On the square of the temple, all the werewolves were already dead under the rain of swords, their souls crushed. No. The Wolf God roared. Zuoan said calmly, these descendants are the source that sustains your divine power, right? Indeed. As these werewolves die, The Wolf God's aura weakened slightly. How did you know this? The Wolf God was finally shocked. This was its most core secret. The reason it wanted to produce so many offspring was to rely on their belief and bloodline to maintain its divine power. Zuoan shook his head. In the past, countless true gods like Tai have died by my hands, let alone a false god. Like you. The Wolf God's expression grew more serious. Who are you after all? A mere sword cultivator wouldn't know so much. Zuoan smiled. Who am I? You will find out once you're dead. The Wolf God calmed down at this moment, with a sinister smile. I underestimated you, but do you think that's enough? The reason why gods are gods is because they are invincible. As it spoke, the Wolf God's body once again grew larger. 30 meters, 40 meters, finally reaching 100 meters, like a giant towering into the sky. Then it bent down, looking at Zuoan with a playful look, like an ant to him. Seeing this scene, the members of the Fire Phoenix clenched their hearts. Although they firmly believed that Zuoan would win, the terrifying Wolf God was a formidable opponent. Zuoan, however, just looked calmly at the Wolf God and said softly, "Sor, come forth." With a command, the rain of swords that had filled the sky rushed towards Zuoan, condensed into a gigantic sword tens of meters long. At this moment, the Wolf God's claw came down, trying to crush Zuoan. Zuoan raised the sword high. Doom. The giant sword clashed with the Wolf God's claw, the tremendous force causing the temple beneath Zuoan's feet to crack and crumble. The Wolf God roared, trying to break the giant sword, but Zuoan shook his head. It's useless. I said I would kill you today. With that, Zuoan disappeared suddenly and reappeared in front of the Wolf God, the giant sword in his hand turning into a golden needle, aimed straight at the Wolf God's forehead. The Wolf God, in fear, retreated, trying to avoid the strike. At that moment, a voice rang down from the heavens, "This sword is invincible." The giant sword transformed into a brilliant stream of light, piercing the Wolf God's forehead at an unmatched speed. The Wolf God's expression stiffened, eyes filled with fear. Then, another sword energy burst out from behind it, blood and brain splattering everywhere. The massive body of the Wolf God began to shrink rapidly, reverting back to its original form in the blink of an eye. However, under this strike, the Wolf God was not dead yet but turned and fled. As it ran, it felt fear and anxiety in its heart. Who was this man? How could he expose its weakness with just one move? This man was even more terrifying than the bright church that had hunted it down years ago. With extreme fear in its heart, the Wolf God ran swiftly. But just as it had run a short distance, it felt a hand grab the back of its neck and heard Zuoan's voice. Now you want to run. Don't you think it's too late? The Wolf God immediately put on a submissive look. My lord, please spare me. I'll leave this place immediately and promise never to return. Zuoan said nothing but directly led the Wolf God back to the temple of the Wolf God. The temple was now in ruins, but in a corner, a glowing object caught Zuoan's attention. Approaching it, Zuoan found a blood pool emitting a powerful aura. The blood pool was a divine tool used by the werewolf clan to refine the blood of their werewolves. The Wolf God looked puzzled, unsure of Zuoan's intentions in bringing it here. Without waiting for the Wolf God's reaction, Zuoan extended two fingers and directly plunged them into the Wolf God's forehead, slowly extracting a dazzling crystal radiating a powerful aura. There was a crack on the crystal, evidence of the divine power that had just been pierced by Zuoan's sword. After removing the divine power, the Wolf God's body once again began to shrink, quickly turning into an ordinary grey wolf. Zuoan crushed the divine power and tossed it into the blood pool. The grey wolf let out a mournful cry but could say nothing. It knew that all its years of cultivation had been in vain. Would this be the end for me now? The grey wolf thought. But Zuoan had no intention of letting it go. With a swift sword strike, the grey wolf's head was severed, and its blood dripped into the blood pool, making the ore even more powerful and pure. Zuoan turned to look at Cheng Hao and the others. Although this is simple, the werewolf clan's self-recovery capabilities and physical strength are decent. By adding the divine power of the Wolf God, you can strengthen your bodies to varying degrees once you enter it. The benefits are immense. The members of the Fire Phoenix lit up and jumped into the blood pool without hesitation. In their minds, every word Zuoan spoke was unquestionable truth. Inside the blood pool, everyone closed their eyes, letting the power of the Wolf God transform their bodies. Zuoan watched from the side. With the death of the Wolf God, all the werewolves in the secret realm would lose their bloodline power and become ordinary wolves, so Zuoan had no interest in pursuing them further. One day later, The first person to emerge was surprisingly Zhou Danu, the man, naturally robust like a bull, now appeared even stronger, with his stature growing by a sizable margin. Instructor, Zhou Danu spoke respectfully, and nodded. Show me your skills. All right. Zhou Danu unleashed the indestructible Vira technique, enveloping his body in a faint blood-colored golden light, and casually waved a sword aura, ding. Instead of piercing through, it left a white mark on Zhou Danu's skin, and nodded, not bad. Zhou Danu grinned foolishly. Instructor, I feel like I could now kill a giant Wolf with just one punch. Siberia. Atop a snow-covered mountain peak, suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky, and Zuoan and the members of the Phoenix of Fire emerged from it. Instructor, where are we going now? Back to our country? Cheng Hao asked. Zuoan shook his head. Let's not rush back to the country yet. The high-ranking military officials of country have colluded with the werewolves. I need to settle the score with them first. Instructor, let us go too. If it weren't for you this time, we would have been wiped out. These countrymen are despicable. Cheng Hao gritted his teeth. Yes, we will go too. Sun Ling and the others echoed, each of them with a look of hatred on their faces. Zuoan shook his head. There is no need for you all on this matter. I alone am enough. Wait here, I will be back soon. With that, Zuoan soared into the sky, turning into a streak of light and disappearing into the horizon. Cheng Hao and the others looked up, marveling at the sight. Captain, has our instructor ascended to immortality? Zhu Yi exclaimed. Cheng Hao murmured softly. Whether he has ascended to immortality, I do not know, but our instructor has become stronger again. When Cheng Hao first met Zuoan, he didn't feel as powerful as he does now. It's hard to believe that in just a few months, Zuoan's aura has become as vast as the ocean, unpredictable. Moscow, the capital of country, a bustling yet desolate city, once the home of a vast and powerful empire. Now everything has changed, with only the white doves on red square bearing witness to the past glory. Zuoan landed directly on top of a tall building on the outskirts of the city. With a sweep of his divine sense, Zuoan detected many strong auras, one of which felt very familiar. A cold smile played on Zuoan's lips before he disappeared from the spot. Colonel Susanna, are you going home? Someone greeted Susanna warmly. Susanna smiled, then nodded before getting into her car. Just as she was about to start the car, a voice came from the backseat. Long time no see, Susanna. Upon hearing this voice, Susanna froze, then turned abruptly to see Zhu, and sitting in the backseat, looking at her calmly. Zuoan? Susanna seemed shocked, her face pale. Surprised. My dear friend, Zuoan said lightly, but the word friend was filled with mockery when it came out of his mouth. Susanna's face turned even paler, then she smiled bitterly. Indeed, very surprised. You should know how many people I sent out to search for your whereabouts, but Zuoan waved his hand, cutting off Susanna's words. So, you mean you know nothing about the werewolves? Susanna sighed deeply. If I tell you I only found out in the end, would you believe me? As she spoke, Susanna locked eyes with Zuoan. After a moment, Zuoan nodded slightly. Good. Now take me to meet the high-ranking military officials of your country. What are you going to do? Susanna's expression tightened. Zuoan said calmly, what am I going to do? Naturally, settle the score. Susanna, with a look of urgency, continued, Zuoan, I know what country did was wrong, but you must stay calm. After all, they control a huge force with their military high-ranking officials. You must not act impulsively. Zuoan shook his head. Because you did not lie, I still consider you half a friend. But my patience is limited. Please do not waste precious time on this. Understand? Susanna's face turned pale, and she gritted her teeth. Fine, but I advise you not to act rashly. The Empire's power is not something you can provoke alone. Zuoan smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. Susanna drove to the military headquarters building. As she was a colonel, the guards did not check her too thoroughly and let her through directly. In the elevator, Susanna said nervously, General Kekov and the other high-ranking officials are having a meeting on the top floor. With my position, I can't get in. Zhu, and nodded. It's okay, I know where to go. The 7th floor arrived quickly. As the elevator doors opened, a blonde, blue-eyed man in military uniform was about to enter. When he saw Susanna, his eyes lit up. Susanna, you're here? The man greeted warmly. Susanna looked very nervous and gestured subtly to the man to leave and go deliver a message to General Kekov and the others. However, the man was puzzled and did not understand. but he noticed Zu, and standing next to Susanna, and his expression darkened. Why is someone from the Hua country here? Susanna, who is this man? As he spoke, a hint of jealousy appeared in the man's eyes. He had been pursuing this Far Eastern military beauty vigorously, only to find out she had this Hua country man by her side. Susanna was frustrated. She had signaled for the man to leave quickly and go give a message to her superiors. She had a favorable impression of Zuoan, but she couldn't stand by and watch him cause trouble for her superiors. Susanna had a bad feeling about this indifferent man. He might be about to do something earth-shattering. Upon hearing the disdain in the man's words towards people from the Hua country, Zuoan's eyes grew colder, and he stepped forward, saying, "Move aside." The man was taken aback and then snorted, "I'm a colonel commander of the country military. I demand that you leave immediately, or I will." Zuoan had already sensed through his divine sense that there were many powerful figures on this floor, so he didn't bother wasting words with this man and simply waved his hand. Crack! The man's head was instantly chopped off. Blood spurted out, the corpse falling to the ground. Susanna was petrified by the scene. Did he just kill someone with a single strike? The guards on the floor also witnessed this and rushed over. Who are you? Zuoan said coldly. "I'm here to collect a debt." A sword light flashed, cutting these guards into two pieces. Then Zuoan strode towards the meeting room. Wherever he passed, bodies littered the ground, blood forming a river. At this moment, General Kekov and several high-ranking officials of country were having a meeting. They were discussing cooperation with the werewolves. Last month, we sent in 100 tons of vodka and exchanged them for 5 vials of Volfka blood, enough to create over 10 super soldiers. A military officer in a specialist uniform was talking enthusiastically. But it's not easy to find the souls of these soldiers. We can't keep organizing these special forces competitions forever. Someone frowned and asked. General Kekov smirked. Of course, we won't always need the souls of the soldiers. And using the lives of some foreign special forces to exchange for valuable items, isn't that worth it? He was indeed pleased with himself because he had orchestrated this whole thing. Are you? The instructor Zuoan of the Fire Phoenix of Hua. Whoa. Chekhov was shocked. Zuoan nodded slightly, with a faint smile. I'm glad you still remember me, Mr. Chekhov. Chekhov was greatly shaken. How could he suddenly appear here? And wasn't he taken away by the werewolves with the members of the Fire Phoenix? At this moment, everyone in the room turned pale. How dare you trespass into the military restricted area? Guards, take this person out. A general roared. But there was only silence in response. Zuoan smiled faintly. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. I have already taken care of the guards outside. What? Everyone's expression turned extremely ugly. Chekhov snorted. Zuoan, what do you want to do? Before he could finish his sentence, Zuoan waved his hand casually, and a sword cut off one of Chekhov's arms. With Chekhov's painful scream accompanied by blood, the whole room fell silent. Zuoan sat down on a large sofa, a faint smile playing on his lips. General Chekhov, I hope you understand that I am very angry right now. Extremely angry because your actions almost led to the death of all my subordinates. Chekhov's face turned ashen. Meanwhile, the military officer, an expert-like appearance, secretly pressed a button under the table. After a moment, the muffled footsteps could be heard from the outside. The officer's face showed a smug smile. Instructor Zu, I sympathize with what happened to your troops, but your actions are provoking the dignity of our empire. So, the officer paused. Oh, so what? Zu, and raised an eyebrow slightly. So we are ready to send you to hell. The officer grinned. Doom. The thick concrete wall behind Zu and was punched open, and then a huge hand the size of a fen reached in and swung towards Zuoan's head. The officers present let out a sigh of relief, thinking that this blow would crush the intruder's head. But their satisfaction lasted less than half a second before freezing. Zuoan had already grabbed the giant arm, saying calmly, Is this the super soldier developed by colluding with werewolves that you rely on? With that, Zuoan squeezed the hand. Crack! The immensely strong arm was crushed. A dull roar followed, and the arm tried to retract. You still want to leave at this moment? Isn't that too naive, Zu? And shook his head and exerted more force. Doom. A human-shaped hole was smashed in the wall, and a muscular warrior over 2 meters tall staggered in. Despite his arm being crushed by Zuoan, the warrior was still ready to charge forward. But Zuoan didn't even give it a chance. A sword flash passed by, and the warrior's head fell off completely. Then Zuoan said coldly, "Is this kind of trash worth your elaborate scheme to harm others?" Chekhov and the others watched in astonishment. From the moment Zuoan entered until now, in just a minute or two, Zuoan had brought them to many surprises. With the body of the warrior falling to the ground, Zuoan leaned on the table, surveying the pale-faced generals. "There's one more thing I want to tell you. The group of werewolves you rely on has been completely eliminated by me." "How is that possible?" Chekhov exclaimed. With a sword flash, Chekhov's head soared into the sky, his face still full of astonishment before death. He thought Zuoan was just here to vent his anger, and after venting, he would leave. Even if he cut off his own arm, he didn't dare to kill himself. After all, he was a high-ranking military officer of the Empire. "I said, I am very angry now, so when I speak, you'd better not interrupt, understand?" Zuoan said calmly. The remaining officers all nodded silently. "Very well. I think we can now discuss the matter of compensation." Zuoan smiled faintly. While Zuoan settled accounts with the military high-ranking officials of the Empire, in Huaxia, Zhang Nubing and Wen Banmai got off the car, looking up at the spacious factory gate. "To immortals, this is the Qianyuan Company," Liu Ryan said respectfully. Zhang Nubing nodded slightly. Excitement and greed glinted in his eyes. "Very good. The Liu family has done well." Praised by Zhang Nubing, Liu Ryan's face flashed with excitement. When Banmai furrowed her brow slightly, "It's strange. There seems to be a spiritual vein fluctuation inside." Zhang Nubing smiled. "Naturally, without the spiritual vein, the potion won't be effective, right?" When Banmai nodded, watching the two talking in front of her, Liu Ryan couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. She never expected the Liu family to have such great luck, encountering these two immortals by chance. As soon as they acted, they stunned everyone in the Liu family. Then, luckily, when Banmai saw something in Liu Ryan and made her a temporary guide. These days, the Liu family treated the two with utmost respect, especially Liu Ryan. She dreamed of becoming a disciple of Wen Banmai, so when she heard the two wanted to visit the Qianyuan Company, she eagerly volunteered to be the guide. "Let's go. Let's see what kind of place it is that can make such potions in the mundane world," Wen Banmai said calmly. With the two in the lead, Liu Ryan led several guards from the Liu family following behind. They soon arrived at the office building of the Qianyuan Company. "Who are you looking for?" the receptionist asked. Zhang Nubing and Wen Banmai rarely spoke, feeling that conversing with ordinary people was beneath their status as Kunlun immortals. Liu Ryan took a few steps forward and arrogantly said, "We want to see the person in charge here, quickly." "Miss, I'm sorry. Our chairpersons are in a meeting now and don't have time to see visitors." Before the receptionist could finish, Zhang Nubing and Wen Banmai walked past her. "Hey, you can't trespass like this," the receptionist anxiously shouted. When Banmai gave her a cold glance, the receptionist felt as if she was frozen all over and couldn't speak. Liu Ryan sneered, "Courting death," and then hurriedly led the group inside. At that moment, Zhao Zuhui, Xiao Led, Yong Bin, and Gao Wenyan, and a few others were in a meeting. "Who are you?" Xiao Le suddenly stood up, questioning angrily. Zhang Nubing sneered, surveying everyone present, then calmly said, "Are you the senior management of the Qianyuan Company? Who are you exactly? If you don't speak up, I'll call security," Zhao Zuhui sternly demanded. Zhang Nubing walked to the table, grabbed a chair and sat down, then said, "Who I am is not important. What's important is that you all hand over the Qianyuan manufacturing process and formula." Zhao Zuhui and the others exchanged a glance, feeling a sense of tension. "It's happening." Someone couldn't resist targeting Qianyuan. "Ha ha, who do you think you are, so bold? Let me tell you, if you leave now, I might let you off, otherwise." Xiao Le's words were cut off when Wen Banmai furrowed her brow and snapped her fingers. Doom. Xiao Le was blasted against the wall, blood spurted from his mouth, and he coughed in pain. "You scoundrels, I'll fight you." Yong Bin, seeing his brother being attacked, eyes reddened, grabbed a chair and charged forward. At this moment, Liu Ryan coldly remarked, "I advise you all not to act rashly. These two individuals are powerful immortals. Surrender the formula and process, and you might escape death." Shu Liu trembled. "You, or Miss Liu Ryan from the Liu family?" Liu Ryan smiled proudly. "Yes, I am Liu Ryan. Manager Shu, considering our past acquaintance, be obedient and I might spare you from the immortals." Shu Liu's face turned ugly, angrily saying, "What are you doing? Are you thugs? Gao Wenyan couldn't help but sigh heavily and said, "It seems like you both are not ordinary people, but acting so arrogantly. Aren't you afraid of retribution?" Zhang Nubing sneered, "Retribution? We Kunlun immortals are retribution. You have 10 minutes to hand everything over. Spare your lads, or else what?" A cold voice came from outside the door. Inside, everyone first looked surprised, then saw Yan entering the meeting room with Su Xian and Zunayan. Zhao Zuhui and his brothers, along with the others, all had a change in expression, especially Zhao Zuhui, filled with anxiety. Why did his siblings come at this time? In fact, Yan's visit today was purely coincidental. Tired of being home alone, and with Qing not returning, Yan knew her sister felt guilty and didn't dare visit her. Despite calling several times, Qing never picked up, Yan decided to visit Jianyu and company to ease her boredom and worries. When she arrived at the meeting room, she heard the commotion inside and understood the situation. Someone was trying to steal Tianyuan's formula and technology, enraging Yan. Tianyuan was her husband's creation, and now that he had disappeared for days, someone was already trying to snatch it away. When Zhang Nubing saw Yan, his eyes lit up. "A beautiful woman," before asking casually, "And who might you be?" "I am Zuoan's wife, a shareholder of Jianyu Company." "And Yan, your bullying ways, aren't you afraid my husband will come back and settle accounts with you?" And Yan spoke coldly. Zuoan's wife, settle accounts? Zhang Nubing and Wen Banmai exchanged a glance, then smiled at each other. They naturally knew the name Zuoan, the actual founder of Jianyu Company. His feats had been mentioned by the Liu family, known as one of the top young martial artists. Zhang Nubing and Wen Banmai, however, dismissed it with a casual smile. For these immortals to emerge from the Kunlun secret realm, worldly so-called experts were not worth mentioning. Zhang Nubing smiled faintly. "Oh, so you also know the Qianyuan formula? All right. Tell us, and we'll leave." "How about that?" "No way," and Yan sternly exclaimed. At this point, Liu Ryan stepped forward with mockery. "Missen from the Yan family has quite the arrogance. Unfortunately, your husband is not around, reportedly buried in Siberia. Yet, here you are, showing off. Why not reveal the formula, for everyone's benefit?" And Yan looked at Liu Ryan, her gaze turning cold. "Is the Liu family also stepping into this mess? Aren't you afraid of the military getting involved?" Liu Ryan smirked. "And Yan, I know what you're thinking. Unfortunately, your sister and Qing is in hot water. Truth be told, my brother has been transferred to her unit as her superior. Do you think the Yan family still stands a chance?" These words shocked Yan, explaining why Yan King's phone had been unreachable recently. Zhu Xiang and Zunan were confused, but being clever girls, they sensed Liu Ryan's malintent, clenching their fists and shouting, "Bad auntie, beware, my dad will come back and punish you." Their words made Liu Ryan's expression colder, snorting, "And Yan, with these two immortals present, I advise you." Before she could finish, Yan reached into her backpack and pulled out a frying pan, striking at Liu Ryan's face. Smack! A crisp sound echoed. Liu Ryan was sent flying until she hit the wall, her face visibly swelling. She screamed in pain, ordering her security, "Get her, put this despicable woman down." Several of the Liu family's bodyguards rushed forward, and Yan, usually gentle, now had a face full of killing intent, wielding the frying pan, enjoying knocking down one after another. Zhao Zuhui and Qiao Le were stunned at first. Who could have imagined that the usually gentle Yan would become so fierce and powerful, unprovoked? After a moment, everyone regained their senses. They couldn't let Yan fight alone. They all grabbed tables, chairs, and stools and rushed forward. The meeting room turned into chaos. Liu Ryan, touching her puffed face, walked to Wen Banmai. "Master, this woman is truly despicable. You must seek justice for me." Wen Banmai and Zhang Nubing, however, watched Yan with interest. This woman was, after all, a cultivator in the transcendent realm. During the time when Yan was wreaking havoc with a frying pan, Zuoan managed to obtain a substantial compensation from these morning e-country military officers. It included not only financial compensation, but also blueprints for various weapons and equipment which were urgently needed by China now. After Zuoan finished handling these items, he smirked slightly at these military officers and said, "There's one more thing I have to tell you. Despite using various despicable means, not a single casualty occurred from my Phoenix squadron. In terms of performance, we're still number one." Zuoan's words made the military officers' faces turn pale. This was truly hitting oneself with a rock. As Zuoan was being escorted out of the military headquarters building, Susanna's expression was extremely complex. This man was almost terrifyingly powerful. Even the Empire's pride and Zhou, the super soldiers, couldn't stand a chance, let alone the werewolf tribe considered top-tier forces by the higher-ups. Looking back now, the Empire should never have provoked this man. When they were outside the military headquarters building, Zuoan stopped, turned to Susanna, and gave a faint smile. "Thank you, Susanna." Susanna's face paled, not knowing how to respond. "I am a principled person. If someone is kind to me, I will surely repay the kindness. But if someone dares to target me in secret, don't blame me for being impolite." Susanna nodded silently. "This time, you barely met my satisfaction. But it's not enough," Zuoan said lightly. "Not enough?" Susanna asked in astonishment. Despite reaching this level of compensation and the Empire's dignity being trampled, it wasn't enough. What did he really want? Sometimes, being low-key is a wise choice, but always being excessively low-key, trying to play possum, will only attract greedy or hostile eyes towards you, Zuoan said, smiling slightly. "And if you want to completely eliminate those eyes, the best way is to make them fear your power." As Zuoan spoke, he slowly rose into the air. Many people witnessed this scene, feeling extremely surprised. "Oh my god, am I seeing things?" Many passers-by were shocked. Zuoan stood in midair, raised his hand as if holding a sword overhead. "Attack! Doom!" A sword light that cleaved heaven and earth descended directly onto the military headquarters building. With a rumble, the building, 7 stories tall and claimed to be impervious even to missiles, was split in half as if it were a fragile eggshell under this sword strike. A broad crevice appeared in the middle, with sparks from cables mingling with the screams of people inside the building, creating a scene that sent chills down Susanna's spine. This man, he was more terrifying than a deity. Zuoan glanced at Susanna and said, "Farewell, my friend." With that, Zuoan turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. This scene was recorded by many, and a storm of public opinion was brewing. Siberian training camp. When Cheng Hao and the others arrived, the place had already been abandoned and taken over by a gang of log poachers. When they arrived, these log poachers attempted resistance, but before they could even draw their guns, Cheng Hao and the others knocked them out and tossed them into the icy wilderness. At that moment, Cheng Hao and the team were waiting in the house for Zuoan's return. "Captain, how long do you think our instructor will take to come back?" Zuoan asked with a smile. Cheng Hao pondered for a moment. "I think it will take at least a day." "A day? It's over 3,000 kilometers from here to Moscow. Although the instructor can fly, can he make it in a day?" Zuoan was still skeptical, but as they were talking, Zuoan broke through the window and entered. "Instructor!" Everyone quickly stood up, filled with respect. Just a while ago, they were saying it would take at least a day, but who would have thought that in less than half a day, the instructor would return? Zuoan nodded. "This place isn't too far from China. Soon, I'll lead with a sword aura, and you follow me to fly back to China. Understood?" "Yes." The team replied excitedly. "Instructor, is it sword flight?" Zuo's eyes lit up, unable to help but ask. Zuoan smiled and nodded. "You could say that." As he was speaking, Zuoan's expression suddenly changed, and he turned to look in the direction of China. A chilling murderous intent soared into the sky. Cheng Hao and the others were all visibly disturbed, and those closer to Zuoan were directly pushed back by the murderous intent. "Instructor, what's wrong?" Cheng Hao and the others' expressions became solemn. Zuoan raised his hand, and a sword aura enveloped everyone. "Follow me." With that, Zuoan soared into the sky. Cheng Hao and the others followed closely. In their eyes, filled with anger and killing intent, they understood each other's feelings. Someone dared to harm the instructor's family. "Whoever you are, wherever you are, the Phoenix Squadron will eradicate you," Zuoan led, followed by Phoenix Squadron members. Dozens of streams of light streaked across the sky at incredible speed. Zuoan silently thought, "Wife, wait for me. When I return, I will eliminate all the bastards who have caused you harm." Around the same time, in the meeting room of the Qianyuan company, when Banmai stood up slowly, a hint of disdainful smile on her face. "Nice pot." And Yan remained silent with a serious expression. "But if you think that with your frying pan and your laughable freedom realm cultivation, you can stop us, that's just ridiculous." When Banmai said, indifferently, and Yan coldly reply, "You can try." When Banmai let out a cold sneer, and her aura started to rise steadily to the level of earthly immortal in no time. The pressure of this realm caused the ordinary people in the room, like Zhao Zuhui and Shu Liu, to pale, barely being able to stand against the wall. And Yan's face also turned somewhat pale, but she gritted her teeth and persisted. When Banmai looked surprised, her earthly immortal level of power didn't make someone like Yan, who was in the freedom realm, submit. At that moment, Zhu Xiang and Zhu Nian, like two little penguins, shielded Yan with their hands. "Dad, woman, you're not allowed to bully my mom." Zhu Nian spoke. "Right? If you bully my mom again, when my dad comes back, he will make you all disappear." Zhu Xiang added, "But they have no idea. Think about how from a young age, Zuoan used the essence of the immortal sovereign's blood to refine the Peiyuan pill that Fu Xiang and Nian have been taking. Moreover, Zuoan doted on these two daughters to an extreme extent, directly using his own essence blood to inscribe countless protective talismans on them. It can be said that even a long-lived strong person here might not be able to do anything to these two little girls. HMPH. When Banmai snorted coldly, she was not going to stoop to the level of two children. Only raising her head to look at Yan. "Miss N, you know nothing about the power in this world. If I wanted to, you would have already been lying dead here and now. But I don't want to do that. As long as you hand over the formula and craftsmanship, then I will let you and your children go. What do you say?" When Banmai said coldly. Liu Ryan also couldn't contain herself, rushing forward to say, "Yan, let me tell you, what the two immortal masters said is right. If you still persist in your ignorance, not only will you not fare well, but your sister will also be implicated. And do you still have hope that Zuoan will come back to save you? Let me tell you, don't delude yourself. I suspect that your husband's body has already been eaten by wolves." Liu Ryan sneered, and Yan couldn't hold back any longer, and she aimed the frying pan in her hand at Liu Ryan and threw it. It was unclear whether it was due to innate talent or a bonus to throwing frying pans, but when Yan threw the frying pan, it was incredibly accurate. With a clang, the frying pan hit Liu Ryan in the mouth. Blood immediately flowed from Liu Ryan's mouth, with all her teeth shattered. Liu Ryan howled in pain, muttering incomprehensibly, "Immortal Master, help me." When Banmai's expression darkened, and Yan dared to act in front of her, which made her feel embarrassed. Therefore, when Banmai stepped forward, saying coldly, "Since you're seeking death, don't blame me for being ruthless." With her words, a killing intent surged towards Yan, and a look of despair flashed in Yan's eyes. "Husband, where are you now? I can't hold on much longer." Zhao Zuhui, Xiao Lei, and others were oppressed to the point where they couldn't move a finger, with looks of despair on their faces. Just then, a cold voice came from outside the window. "Very well, you have successfully angered me." And Yan was taken aback. This voice. Afterwards, the glass wall of the conference room shattered, and Zuoan slowly walked in. His appearance caused Yan's tears to flow immediately. "Husband, Daddy." The two little girls also called out in unison, their cries filled with grievance and bitterness. Zhu, and felt a pang of heartache, taking a few steps forward to embrace Yan. All right, stop crying, I'm back, aren't I?" And Yan nodded slightly, feeling a little embarrassed. At that moment, a cold voice sounded, "So you're Zuoan." Zuoan's smile gradually disappeared as he turned to look. It was Wen Banmai speaking coldly. "You are Zuoan, the founder of Chuanyuan. Well, since you're back, then, hand over that thing, and I may spare your life." When Banmai's tone was full of arrogance, Zhu, and smiled, gently patting Yan's head before lowering his head to speak to think and Nian, "You to stay with Mom over there and remember to close your eyes." Okay. The two little girls obediently followed Yan to the side, Zhu, and stood upright, casually cleaning his ears. "I'm sorry, what did you just say?" "I didn't quite hear clearly." For some reason, when Banmai felt a sudden chill in her heart, but shortly after, she arrogantly raised her head. "Hand over the formula and craftsmanship, and I will spare your life." Just as she finished speaking, Zuoan's figure suddenly appeared in front of her, delivering a resounding slap with his hand. The slap was extremely fierce, sending Wen Banmai flying off the ground and spinning in midair several times before landing with a thud. When Banmai fell to the ground, half of her face bones shattered by the slap. Her once lovely face now appeared terrifying and grotesque. This slap also caused Zhang Nubing, who was standing nearby watching the scene unfold, to to stand up abruptly. His face darkened as he said, "How dare you lay a hand on her?" Zuoan didn't bother with any more nonsense, his figure suddenly disappearing and reappearing in front of Zhang Nubing, delivering another slap. Zhang Nubing fared slightly better than when Ban Mai, being sent flying, but at least his cheekbones weren't shattered, though he lost most of his teeth. Then Zuoan calmly said, "Remember, this is just the beginning." The room fell silent, many people watching stunned at the scene, especially Liu Ryan. She never would have imagined that the two immortal masters she held in such high regard would be directly disfigured by Zuoan. "You have provoked the two Kunlun immortals, you are doomed." When Ban Mai looked at Zuoan with intense resentment, then stood up and sent a fan flying out. A master stroke of Qianshan, the Thousand Changes fan, a supreme technique that is said to instantly kill below the level of an immortal. At the same time, Zhang Nubing was also uncontrollably furious, shouting as a brilliant light appeared in his hands, revealing a long spear. The Tyrant's Wrath Spear. The Tyrant's Gate signature supreme technique, said to be passed down from the ancient golden immortal, Xianyu the Tyrant. The combination of these two had an immensely terrifying power. All the tables and chairs in the room turned to dust under this attack. Shu Liu and others were all horrified, filled with worry. But in the midst of this turmoil, Zuoan's indifferent voice rang out, "I told you, this is just the beginning." With that, Zuoan tore apart the Thousand Changes fan with a single tug, kicked and broke the Tyrant's Wrath Spear, then advanced towards them. Clap, clap, two even more resounding slaps. Zhang Nubing and Wen Banmai were once again sent flying. After landing, their faces were already distorted from the beatings, blood flowing from their mouths and noses. Zuoan calmly said, "It's not over yet. Come at me." Both of them looked at Zuoan with absolute horror. How could this man be so incredibly strong? Clenching their teeth, they both directly utilized their most powerful secret techniques. Thousand Snow Beauties, Tyrant's Rage River Chop. The tremendous force of the two techniques merged into one. The ceiling of the conference room was blown away by this force. However, Zuoan remained calm, arms folded, watching silently. Zhang Nubing and Wen Banmai were delighted. These were the secret techniques of their respective sects, with great power, and the combined attack of two immortals was not something an ordinary half-step immortal would dare to face head-on. However, their joy lasted for less than a second. Zuoan raised his eyes, revealing a few pristine white teeth, and smiled chillingly. Still not enough. Zhang Nubing and Wen Banmai knelt on the ground, struggling for a few moments, only to find their knees shatter, unable to move at all. An expression of humiliation flashed across their faces. Then the two glanced at each other secretly and lowered their heads. "Zuoan, we admit that we underestimated you. Your cultivation is enough for us to respect. Let's let bygones be bygones. What do you say?" Zhang Nubing took a deep breath and said, in a solemn tone, "Oh, let bygones be bygones." Zuoan replied, indifferently, "That's right. We won't insist on the heavenly destiny elixir anymore. As long as you spare us, then this matter will be considered never happened." Zhang Nubing said, "Sounds good, but..." A cold smile played on Zuoan's lips. "You seem to have misunderstood one thing. From the beginning, I never intended to let you go." When Banmai and Zhang Nubing's faces filled with anger and shock, when Banmai sneered, "Zuoan, don't think too highly of your cultivation. Let me tell you, at Kunlun, your level is not even worth mentioning." Zuoan looked at Wen Banmai calmly until the end. Then he faintly smiled. "Finish speaking? If so, then perish." Zuoan waved his hand, and Wen Banmai felt a scorching sensation under her feet. Lowering her head, she saw a few white flames burning at an extremely fast speed. Zuoan, please spare me, or my sect will definitely tear you apart." Wen Banmai screamed. But this couldn't stop the flames from rapidly burning. After a moment, when Banmai's entire body was engulfed by the flames, her once beautiful face withered and cracked rapidly in the fire. When Banmai struggled in agony, then turned to ashes and disappeared. Zhang Nubing watched with horror beside her, never expecting Zuoan to be so ruthless. Zuoan turned his gaze to Zhang Nubing. "Before you die, do you have anything to say?" Zhang Nubing felt a chill in his heart but gritted his teeth. "We are disciples of Kunlun. If you kill us, you will bring upon yourself great trouble." Zuoan chuckled. "Trouble? I am least afraid of trouble." With that, endless flames once again enveloped Zhang Nubing, and after a moment, he also turned to ashes, completely destroyed. Seeing the two perish, Liu Ryan couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Not until Zuoan looked at her did she snap out of her daze and tremble. Please don't kill me, I am from the Liu family. Liu family, Zuoan shook his head. No, it will soon cease to exist. With that, a flash of sword-like pierced through Liu Ran's forehead, and her corpse fell to the ground. Zhao Zuhui and others stared in awe at Zuoan, especially Shu Liu and Gao Shengnan. At this moment, were almost petrified with fear. As soon as Zuoan returned, he acted like the god of death, ruthlessly attacking and cutting down several people. His demeanor was calm and ruthless, as if slaughtering chickens and dogs. Such an imposing manner made several women tail. Zuoan then approached Yan and smiled slightly. Wife, sorry for coming back a bit late. Yan brushed her hair and smiled radiantly. As long as you're back, Zhu Xiang and Zuoan excitedly said. Daddy, Mommy was so amazing just now, she scared those bad guys away. Zuoan chuckled, squatting down to touzle the hair of the two little girls. You two are amazing too. You actually know how to protect Mommy. When Zuoan returned, he just happened to see the scene of the two little girls standing in front of Yan. It was this scene that triggered Zuoan's anger. We're not afraid. Daddy said, if someone bullies us, we should fight back fiercely. Zhu Xiang clenched his small fists, looking resolute. Zuoan smiled with satisfaction. He didn't want his children to be delicate flowers because the path of cultivation in the future is full of hardships. He needed to make his daughters understand that if someone bullies them, they must retaliate tenfold. At this moment, Yan expressed some concern. As for Enqing, Zuoan stood up, nodded. I know, I'll go there now. As he spoke, dozens of streaks of light flew from the sky and directly into the meeting room. When they stopped, people saw that they were all tough-looking soldiers. Instructor, Cheng Hao and others shouted in unison. Zuoan rushed back in a hurry. Let's get these members of the Phoenix Fire away. It wasn't until now that they managed to rush back. Zuoan nodded, then said coldly, follow me back to the military camp. Saying that, Zuoan said to Yan, wait for me here. Then Zuoan flew straight into the sky. Knowing that Yan was the wife of the instructor, Cheng Hao and the others all nodded respectfully to Yan and then followed Zuoan closely. After they left, Zhao Zuhui, Qiao Le, and others looked at each other and sighed slightly. Second brother is becoming more and more powerful. Qiao Le sighed. Shu Liu and others looked at Zuoan's receding figure with complex expressions. This man always surprises people at critical moments. At this moment, in the military camp, Enqing lowered her head and slowly wiped the floor. Several women passed by in the corridor and whisper after passing by. Hey, has Enqing fallen so low as to mopping the floor now? Ha ha, the Phoenix Fire indirectly caused her death. Not punishing her is already lenient. What's the big deal with wiping the floor? I heard that there's a conflict between the new instructor Liu and her. These whisperings reached Enqing's ears, but she didn't look up, her face becoming pale. Hey, this floor is poorly cleaned. It's full of footprints. Clean it again. A fat woman with triangular eyes walked over, scolding arrogantly. Enqing looked up blankly at her. Can't you hear? Redo all the floors on this floor with your hands, and you have to do it with your hands, said the fat woman triumphantly. Based on military rank, she was much lower than Enqing, whom she used to salute before. But now that Enqing had fallen on hard times, she had become a joke in the military. Not taking this rare opportunity to step on her was simply a waste. What are you looking at? The new instructor Liu ordered this. The fat woman scolded with hands on hips. Enqing's expression changed, but after a moment, she still lowered her head and responded, okay. Humph. Before the fat woman could leave, a voice came from the other end of the corridor. I think even wiping with hands won't make it clean. The fat woman was taken aback but didn't turn around, just smiled a little amused. Then how should it be cleaned? I think it should be properly licked clean, if wiped with hands. The voice was calm, without a trace of disturbance. The fat woman smirked. That's a good idea. Enqing, did you hear that? Someone wants you to lick the floor clean. What do you think? Until this moment, Enqing only recognized the voice as somewhat familiar. When she looked up, she froze. Zuoan smiled faintly at her. I'm back. Zuoan's I'm back was like opening the emotional floodgate for Enqing. Enqing covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face, trembling slightly as if wanting to cry out all the grievances of these days. At this moment, the fat woman's face turned dark as she sneered. Who are you? How dare you act recklessly here? This woman is personally ordered by Instructor Liu to be strictly supervised. I advise you to mind your own business. Zuoan said calmly. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is You need to kneel down right now and lick the floor clean, bit by bit. The fat woman was enraged. The Denchi also froze, because from the other end of the corridor, a tough team was slowly approaching. The powerful momentum exuded by these people as they walked made everyone on the floor turn pale. Some sharp-eyed people exclaimed, "It's Cheng Hao and the others, members of the Phoenix Fire Special Forces. The Phoenix Fire has returned." This news was like a bomb dropped into the crowd, causing a huge commotion. At this moment, Cheng Hao and the others walked behind Zuoan, stopped, and shouted in unison, "Colonel An, Phoenix Fire has completed the mission and all are back in formation. Please review." Their voices echoed through the halls, silencing the entire room. Many people's faces turned pale, especially those who often spoke ill of Ching behind her back, trembling all over. And King's face gradually became rosier, with traces of terror still visible, but she smiled. "I am no longer a colonel now. In our hearts, you will always be our Colonel An," Cheng Hao said solemnly. Turning to look at the fat woman, Zuoan said lightly, "Now, I'll give you two options. Kneel down and lick the floor." Before Zuoan could finish his sentence, the fat woman shuddered and knelt down with a thud, trembling as she said, I'll lick. She then crawled on the ground and started licking the floor bit by bit because she knew very well that with the complete return of the Phoenix Fire team, the situation in this asterisk camp was about to change. This scene also made many people with guilty consciences shiver. Zuoan looked at the now thin Ching with a hint of anger in his eyes. "What about that person surnamed Liu?" And Ching said softly, "Today is the 60th birthday celebration of their Liu family said. They are having a birthday banquet at home." Zuoan was momentarily surprised at the news, then smiled faintly. "Very well, let's gather together. It's more convenient to wipe them out." Hearing this, everyone around was stunned, because Zuoan spoke casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. At this moment, the Liu family's house was brightly lit, with a festive atmosphere of singing and dancing. The head of the Liu family, Liu Jinyi, sat at the main seat, chatting happily with several big shots from other families. "I heard that the young master of the Liu family has just been promoted to colonel in the army. Congratulations," someone praised. Liu Jinyi was indeed proud of this achievement, but he remained calm and said, "Hehe, it's just a small achievement for now, nothing to boast about. The master of the Liu family is too humble." In today's Waxia, how many people at a young age like Minghui have achieved such high positions? Flattery filled the air. After all, the Liu family was currently on the rise. This naturally attracted a lot of praise, especially now that Minghui held an important position, heralding a bright future ahead. Liu Jinyi chuckled. "Come, let's all raise a toast to this." In his mind, it wasn't just because of his son's position, but also because of his connection to the Kunlun immortals, who were considered extraordinary beings. As long as his daughter could be accepted by the Kunlun, wouldn't the Liu family have a glorious future ahead? The more he thought about it, the more pleased Liu Jinyi felt. At another table, a group of men around Minghui's age were praising him at the main seat. "Minghui is truly mighty, rising to the rank of colonel as soon as he entered the military. With time, he could become a general." Minghui smiled faintly and said nothing. Hey, Minghui, I heard that the girl from the Yin family is now under your control. How is she? Have you had your way with her?" Some men who knew the inside story teased. Hearing this, Minghui's face showed a touch of satisfaction. "Hehe, it's not urgent right now. She's in my hands. What happens in the future is all up to me, isn't it?" Minghui said lightly. "Minghui is truly domineering." The men raised their glasses to toast Minghui. Just then, there was a commotion outside. Minghui frowned slightly. It was a day of celebration for the Liu family, so who dared to cause trouble? Just as he was about to get up and see what was going on, several Liu family bodyguards flew in from the doorway, smashing a few tables at the banquet before standing still. The people in the room were shocked. Minghui stood up abruptly, angrily asking, "Who is it? How dare they cause trouble at the Liu family?" At that moment, Zuoan walked in slowly. His presence caused a stir in the room as many people recognized him. "Isn't this Zuoan? Didn't he die in Siberia? How is he back?" In the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Zuoan looked at Minghui and said calmly, "Are you Minghui?" Minghui's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Zuoan, why are you causing trouble at my Liu family?" "Good. That's right. As for why I'm here, Zuoan chuckled, "Of course, to wipe out your entire Liu family." "What? Zuoan's words caused an uproar. Minghui was furious. All right, Zuoan. Just because of what you said, I can nobly kill you on the spot. You should know, I hold the rank of colonel. You. Zuoan leisurely took out the badge of a vermilion bird major general from his pocket and teased, a colonel being so arrogant, guess what about me? Minghui was dumbfounded, staring at the badge in disbelief. How is this possible? This is the badge of a vermilion bird major general, something that can only be obtained by someone who performed great deeds. Then Minghui gritted his teeth and said, even if you are a major general, so what? Can you just kill people at will? Zuoan nodded. You are right. Before he finished speaking, Cheng Hao and the others entered in an orderly manner behind him, exuding an overwhelmingly powerful aura. At this moment, Liu Jingyi could no longer sit still and stood up, shouting angrily, Zuoan, I don't believe you dare to kill anyone from our Liu family. You dare to be so audacious here in the capital. Be careful. Zuoan smiled faintly, cutting off Liu Jingyi's words. You are right, I am that audacious. Saying that, the sword aura rose gradually, hovering in midair and aimed at all the people from the Liu family. This scene caused Minghui and the others to turn pale. No, you can't kill me. My daughter is a disciple of the Kunlun Immortals. Liu Jingyi shouted in fear. Zuoan shook his head. I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you, your daughter, along with those two Kunlun Immortals, have all been killed by me. How is this possible? Liu Jingyi looked bewildered and disbelieving. The whole place fell into a dead silence. Looking at the blood and corpses all over the floor, everyone shivered in fear. No one had expected that Zuoan would actually dare to wipe out the Liu family. Zuoan just cast a cold glance at the remaining people before turning and leaving. As he walked away, Cheng Hao and the others followed suit. It wasn't until Zuoan's figure was no longer visible that the people at the scene breathed a sigh of relief. Many people's pants were wet, and the strong smell of urine filled the entire banquet hall. But at that moment, no one had the time to make fun of those who were scared to the point of wetting themselves, as they were all busy notifying their respective families. So in less than an hour, the news of Zuoan wiping out the entire Liu family had spread throughout the city. Upon hearing this news, Chen Shu was facing the mirror, playing with his few strands of beard. After the purification of Chuanyuan potion, Chen Shu's illness had been cured, and he had become much younger. At that moment, the chief steward of the Chen family rushed in frantically. Sir, something terrible has happened. What's the matter? Why are you in such a panic? Mr. Zhu has returned. What? Chen Shu exclaimed joyfully. I knew Mr. Zhu would be fine. Ha ha. Where is he? I'll go see him. But Mr. Zhu just returned to the city and wiped out the Liu family. Wiped out the Liu family? What? Chen Shu's face turned pale with shock. Which Liu family? Of course, the one in the city. Chen Shu's expression changed dramatically. Are you sure it's true? Of course, it's true. It's already spreading like wildfire outside. I heard that many noble families are preparing to unite and overthrow Mr. Zhu. After hearing the steward's words, Chen Shu's face darkened. Damn, these guys have been envious of the massive sales of Chuanyuan potion for a long time. This time, they want to cause trouble under the guise of the Liu family's destruction to gain some benefits. Chen Shu's gaze was sharp, naturally seeing through the crux of the matter. The Liu family was formidable in the city and had connections in the military. But now, with their entire family wiped out, their strength had dissipated like smoke. Therefore, these noble families just wanted to create trouble, demanding justice for the Liu family, using public opinion and general trends to pressure Zuoan to submit. Thinking about this, Chen Shu showed a hint of a cold smile. Those families accustomed to intrigue and sly tricks did not understand that Zuoan was not someone who could be coerced. Sir, what should we do? The steward asked. Chen Shu paced back and forth in the room, then said in a deep voice, wait and see how things develop. If necessary, the Chen family will be Mr. Zhu's strong backing. Yes. When Chen Rushi received the news, she was at the Wei family, chatting with Wei Ryan and Wei Rulin. When the news came in, all three women were shocked. Chen Rushi was particularly horrified, feeling as if she were ants on a hot pan, restless and anxious. Wei Ryan and Wei Rulin also wore expressions of shock. Rushi, calm down first. This matter is serious. You'd better go back and ask for Mr. Chen's opinion. Wei Rulin said solemnly. Yes, I need to leave right away, Chen Rushi said, then left in a hurry. Watching her rushing figure, Wei Ryan asked, Rulin, What do you think about this matter? Wei Rulin shook her head gently. I asked Rushi to go back to get Mr. Chen's opinion. After all, when this matter comes out, the situation in the city will change drastically. Many people who were already dissatisfied with Zuoan now have a perfect excuse to cause trouble. Cause trouble? What trouble? Wei Ryan asked. Wei Rulin said calmly. Qianyuan. Wei Ryan's face changed. Qianyuan? That's right. Though the man is blameless, the precious nature of Qianyuan's effect has attracted many covetous eyes, so the predicament he faces this time is going to be even more challenging than before. Wei Rulin said, looking into the distance and murmuring, you have always been domineering in your actions, even unwise. I wonder how you plan to solve this dilemma this time. To Ji family. Miss Ji. This is an extremely rare opportunity. Zuoan. This person is ambitious. He killed many of your Ji family members last time, and now he has wiped out the Liu family. There's no telling what even more outrageous things he might do in the future. Therefore, we have decided to band together to attack him. A man was talking incessantly, but Ji Weiyang remained silent, keeping her head down. Miss Ji. Many noble families have already joined in. As long as you approve, after our success, you will also get a share of Qianyuan. The man started to tempt her. However, Ji Weiyang lifted her head and firmly shook it. I'm sorry. There's only me left in the Ji family now. I won't get involved in this matter. But the man wanted to persuade further, but Ji Weiyang had already stood up and left. HMPH. Such an ingrate. The man left in anger. Behind the pearl curtain, Ji Weiyang watched the departing figures of these people and murmured softly, how could you know his terror? The news continued to ferment. The noble families in the city started to stir, and at a high-level military meeting, the patron of the Liu family was furious. Look, this Zuoan is so audacious, daring to wipe out an entire family in front of so many people. The general pounded the table and roared. The other generals also had dark expressions since Zuoan's actions were indeed too extreme. There was even a colonel among them. I propose that we cannot let this matter go unpunished. Zuoan must be held accountable. Accountable? Accountable for what? This Zuoan is so arrogant, relying on nothing but the Phoenix Army. Therefore, I propose stripping him of his position as a Phoenix Army instructor and handing the Phoenix Army over to someone else. As he said this, the general's eyes gleamed with greed. The room fell silent, and many people began to quietly discuss the matter. Meanwhile, the senior general smirked to himself. Zuoan, this is your own doing. Now that you have provoked public anger, let's see who can help you now. This Phoenix Army is a treasure. If it falls into my hands, he thought with satisfaction. That as he was reveling in his thoughts, a communication soldier walked in, looking agitated. Report. Idiot, can't you see we are in a meeting? He snapped. Sir, it's urgent intelligence, the communication soldier said, handing over a document. The general dismissively took it, but as he opened it, he froze. His face turned pale, and even the hand holding the envelope began to tremble slightly. Others looked on with concern. What's wrong? What has happened? Settle down. Today, the entrance of the Yin family is very lively. Various luxury cars are packed bumper to bumper, making it impossible to pass through. Almost half of the elite families in the capital have arrived. After getting off their cars, they exchanged glances and walked inside together, understanding each other without words. Along the way, they whispered to each other. There are so many people here today. The hosts, the Wangs, they've all come. Someone exclaimed excitedly. I heard this Zuoan is extremely ruthless in his actions, easily killing and wiping out entire families. I hope nothing happens today. Someone expressed concern. Hey, so what if all the elite families in the capital are here today? Even if he's ruthless, can he really kill all of us? Someone replied disdainfully. Look at this scene. Today, even Zuoan will have to yield. It's all because the chance he's holding is too tempting. Exactly. A guilty man bears a guilty soul. This chance isn't something that only his family can possess. Someone greedily remarked. As they chatted, they entered the Yin family, and Ying and men were at the front to receive them. These two young people had solemn expressions on their faces. After all, although there were no top-tier elite families present, the sheer number was intimidating. With so many people gathered together, their imposing presence was terrifying enough. They all entered the banquet hall of the Yin family, and then gathered in small groups to talk quietly. This coordinated movement of so many elite families naturally drew the attention of the entire capital city. The Chen family. After Chen Zhu and his steward received the report, Chen Shu's face turned serious as he ordered, "Prepare the car." Yes. The steward went to prepare the car. Chen Rushi anxiously asked, "Grandfather, is it just the two of us going? Who else do you think we should bring? Aren't we supposed to bring some of our Chen family bodyguards, considering the number of people on the other side?" Chen Zhu chuckled, "Silly child, even if you bring all of the Chen family bodyguards, what difference would it make? Me standing behind Mr. Zhu is more effective than bringing any number of guards." Chen Shu's words were true. Now that half of the elite families in the capital were in action, the other half were observing. As long as the Yan family, or rather Zuoan, showed any signs of compromise, these elite families would swarm in like sharks smelling blood, tearing a piece of flesh from the Yan family. But if Chen Zhu took a stand, it could deter a significant portion of them. Chen Rushia understood this, but she still felt uneasy. At that moment, the Wei family also received news. When Wei Rulin heard about the situation, she was playing chess under a tree with her cousin, Wei Yanyan. After hearing the news, Wei Rulin furrowed her brow slightly, then sighed softly. This situation is difficult to solve. Wei Yanyan remained silent. This time, let's see how you navigate this predicament. You can't just resort to killing. After all, those are half of the elite families in the capital. Wei Rulin muttered softly. When Zuoan appeared in the banquet hall with his wife An and Ching, all eyes were on him. The gazes held fear, disdain, but most of all, anger. Faced with the scrutiny of so many people, Zuoan remained calm and walked straight to the main seat to sit down. A maid from the Yan family quickly brought tea. Zuoan shook his head. "Bring me a bottle of liquor." The maid quickly exchanged the tea for a bottle of wine. Zuoan uncorked the bottle, poured a glass, and took a sip. The room was quiet. Everyone was watching Zuoan. Finally, someone couldn't contain themselves and stood up. "Zuoan, don't you have anything to say?" "What do you want me to say, Zhu?" And placed the wine glass down and calmly responded, "You wiped out the Liu family. Your methods were brutal and ruthless. Don't you feel guilty?" "Yes. You are a demon who kills." The crowd grew agitated. Many had been initially somewhat afraid of Zuoan's decisive actions, but seeing his current demeanor, they felt emboldened as he showed no sign of intending to harm anyone, and they began to criticize him. In the face of this situation, Zuoan remained undisturbed, simply observing. And Ching, unable to contain herself, stepped forward. "Is that enough? The Liu family has always acted villainously. The sins they committed are too numerous to count. Why don't you mention that?" "And who are you?" someone asked loudly. And Ching replying, "I'm En Ching." "Oh. So it's Miss En Ching. We don't know what the Liu family did, but once Mr. Zhu arrived in the capital, he first killed many of the Yan family, then nearly wiped out the Qi family. Now, the Liu family has also become souls under his hands. Isn't there some explanation for this?" The man talked confidently. "Yes, Lord Wang is right." Someone echoed. The person speaking was Lord Wang Qing of the Wang family, and also the father of Wang Ka, who was killed by Zuoan previously. Hearing the agreement of the others, Wang Qing became more elated. "Zuoan, don't you have anything to say?" Wang Qing said coldly. A meaningful smile appeared on Zuoan's lips. "Want an explanation? All right, what explanation do you want from me?" Upon hearing these words, the elite families all showed signs of approval. Indeed, faced with the pressure from so many of us, Zuoan must back down. "We just want one thing. Allow us to invest in your Qian's company," Wang Qing proclaimed. "Shameless." And King's face flushed with anger. They claimed it was an investment, but these people hadn't thought it through. At that moment, there was a commotion at the door, followed by Chen Zhu and Chen Rushi entering the banquet hall. "It's the Chen family. Chen family is here." The crowd stirred. Chen Zhu walked straight to Zuoan and bowed. "Mr. Zhu, the Chen family has arrived." Zuoan's eyes flickered slightly, then he nodded. Chen Zhu stood behind Zuoan, silently. The expressions of the many elite families turned less favorable. Chen Zhu was using his actions to demonstrate his stance. Zuoan paid no mind to the changes around him, pouring another glass of wine and drinking slowly. Seeing her husband, En Ching walked up and gently massaged his shoulders. Zuoan looked up, smiled at En Ching, but remained silent. This tender moment made Chen Rushi's expression dim. She lowered her head, silently contemplating. Was this akin to sleeping with the enemy? Zuoan, even with the Chen family backing you, we're not afraid. You must explain this matter today. Yes. The crowd began to clamor again. Zuoan's eyebrows raised slightly. A cold, murderous intent gathered between his brows. It's General Wang. Isn't that General Chen? And General Yong too. Heavens, how come all the generals have come? The crowd erupted into a violent commotion, and many faces showed a hint of excitement. With so many high-ranking military officials present, Zuoan was probably going to have a hard time this time. As all the generals arrived, the room was momentarily filled with a star-studded atmosphere. Wan Qing greeted with a big smile. General Wan, why have you come in person? The person addressed as General Wan had a serious expression and ignored him, walking past him straight. The room gradually quieted down. Everyone watched as these generals approached Zuoan, many feeling excited. However, Zuoan paid no attention to this. At this moment, he held a wine glass, pouring and drinking for himself. There was a hint of drunkenness in his eyes, with a touch of arrogance. Suddenly, all the generals stood in place, then bowed their heads in unison, saying respectfully, "Are you Mr. Zhu?" The sound reverberated through the room, shattering the smiles on many people's faces. What's going on? Many people could hardly believe their eyes. With so many generals, any one of them could command respect outside. Yet now they were showing such reverence to Zuoan. Could it be a mistake? Sun even recognized among the generals a familiar figure, General Yang Chong from the Liu family. Though his face was pale, he stood with utmost respect. The shock wasn't just among the prominent families, but also among Qing, Chen Zhu, and Chen Rushi, who were all taken aback. Especially Chen Rushi, who thought today's matter would be difficult to resolve, unless Zuoan resorted to extreme measures again. Little did she expect such a sudden turn of events. Zhu, and put down his wine glass, glanced at the generals and smiled faintly. "You are well informed." General Wan stepped forward, saying with a bitter smile, "Mr. Zhu, there have been many misunderstandings in these matters. I believe we should sit down and talk it over properly." Of course, we should talk, but why did the Phoenix Regiment disappear? Yet the blame shifted to Qing. Zuoan said lightly. This question made the generals stiffen, and then Zuoan added in a playful tone, "Do you think that with General Lin dead, and Qing alone, you can manipulate her at will?" The final hum shook the generals accustomed to grand scenes. Yes, we have been remiss in this matter. We will make amends." General Wang's face was beaded with sweat. This scene made many people mutter softly, "Heaven, am I dreaming?" Many already sensed that things were not as they seemed. Some discreetly took out their phones to contact outside, trying to find out what had happened to make these generals gather and pay such respect. Soon, news spread. As the people checked their phones, they were dumbfounded. The news online was filled with one headline: "Mysterious man strikes at country's military headquarters with a sword." And the man in the photo is none other than Zuoan, right? How could this be possible? Everyone felt a chill down their spine. Could one person conquer a whole country? Some people learned more detailed information through other channels, such as Zuoan killing several high-ranking officials in the country military and extorting a huge sum in compensation. When this news was presented to everyone, they were stunned. Some timid individuals trembled all over. No wonder Zuoan had been silent all this time. No wonder he dared to destroy the Liu family with a single move. Compared to slashing another country's military headquarters and forcing an empire to bow down and make reparations, wiping out a mere Liu family seemed like an insignificant matter, not even worth mentioning. At this moment, the generals also discerned the situation. Zuoan was clearly dissatisfied with Qing's treatment, hence they all surrounded her, comforting and immediately reinstating her to her former position. And Qing looked somewhat dazed at the important figures she rarely interacted with and gradually understood. They were all behaving this way because of Zuoan. With this realization, Qing's admiration for her brother-in-law grew stronger. Zuoan had no intention of doing anything to these generals. A bit of pressure was enough. However, as for the remaining individuals, Zuoan poured another drink, sipped slowly, then rose to survey the room. Who was it that wanted an explanation from me just now? No one dared to respond. Everyone tried to keep their heads down, afraid of catching Zuoan's attention. Wang Qing's face turned white as he shifted his feet subtly, Zhu, and said faintly, "To covet what you shouldn't have is greed." Therefore, Wang Qing heard this and felt a chill run down his spine. He gathered his courage and asked, "Zuoan, what do you want to do?" "I'm telling you, in front of all these people, I haven't done anything wrong. If you..." Before he could finish speaking, a flash of sword energy swept past his neck. The speed was too fast. Even after Wang King said sword into the air, his body lurched forward several steps before collapsing. The whole room was stunned. Even the generals hadn't expected Zuoan to actually kill someone in front of so many people. General Yang Chang's face turned pale, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. When Zuoan's gaze swept over him, he involuntarily took a step back and bowed deeply. As for the others, they also stepped back several paces under Zuoan's gaze, making generals beyond the world take a step back. This was invincible. Chen Rushi stared blankly at Zuoan's back, especially when she saw him effortlessly wield a shining sword aura to take a life. In her mind, a phrase without reason came up, waking the sword to kill. As for Chen Zhu, he stroked his beard and sighed lightly. He believed he had experienced many grand occasions in his life and encountered numerous outstanding individuals. However, never had anyone, like Zuoan, left such a powerful impact on him. This young man was truly unpredictable. Meanwhile, while still playing chess and waiting for news, Wei Rulin finally understood the situation. She picked up a chess piece, lost in thought for a while. Then she let out a long sigh and said with a bitter tone, "I was wrong." "What do you mean wrong?" Wei Yan asked. "I thought I had him figured out, but I underestimated the scale of his plans. I assumed he would need to struggle through this dilemma, but he didn't even need to make a move. His strength alone scared everyone away." As people dispersed, the night had already deepened. A waning moon hung on the treetops, casting a chilling, eerie moonlight. Chen Shu walked out of Anjia and glanced back at the banquet hall where the lights were still on. He knew that the military personnel were in discussion with Zuoan. As for the prestigious familists who had come with an air of aggression, ready to tear flesh from Anjia, they had slunk away by now. And Chen Shu knew that many people in the capital city would have a sleepless night tonight. "Grandfather, what's wrong?" Chen Rushi saw that her grandfather had stopped walking and asked. Chen Shu smiled slightly. "Nothing, just feeling a bit nostalgic suddenly." "Let's go." As the members of the Chen family left, Zuoan sat on the sofa in the banquet hall, lightly tapping the armrest with her slender fingers and gazing playfully at the group of people across from her. "Mr. Zhu, can you hand over the things you obtained from country to us?" General Wang said. "Why should I give them to you?" Zuoan said, indifferently. "Mr. Zhu, I know you're still angry, but this matter is important. After all, it concerns our country's big issues," General Wang said solemnly. "I will hand it over, but not to you." Zuoan looked at Ching-an through her USB flash drive. "All the information is in here, you deal with it yourself." And Ching caught the USB drive, looking bewildered. The other generals were also stunned. "Mr. Zhu, this, what? Do I need your approval to decide who I give the things to that I obtained? Besides, and Ching is also from the military. Do I have to give it to you guys before it's valid?" Zuoan said calmly. The group fell silent. Many of them felt disappointed and lowered their heads. They had come so urgently, hoping to get the information Zhu and had obtained from country. After all, country had been a powerful country, and this weapon data was extremely valuable, but they had not expected Zuoan to give the data to Ching. His actions were certainly understandable, and Ching had a military background and was also his niece. It made sense both emotionally and rationally. While these people were feeling frustrated about not getting anything after all the hustle and bustle, Zuoan said casually, "However, and Ching is alone in the military right now, she will definitely need a partner." As soon as Zuoan's words fell, General Wang was the first to jump up, his chest pounding. "Mr. Zhu, rest assured, I, Wang Dao, always keep my word. If Ching is willing to cooperate with me, she can name many conditions." Wang Dao was the first to speak out, and the other generals followed suit. "Mr. Zhu, I'm the same, and no matter what conditions Wang Dao is willing to offer, I'm willing to add an extra 10%. I'll add 20%. Hey, are you guys trying to pick a fight with me on purpose?" Wang Dao said anxiously. "What? Just because you agree, we can't speak. In terms of seniority and position, who can compare to me?" Wang Dao said coldly. "This is not about military ranks, that's useless. Miss N, my place has a good view, and there are many fun things to do. You will definitely like it when you come over. Get lost. Your place is human and sultry. What's good about it?" These high-ranking officials began to dig at each other in front of Zuoan. They even brought up embarrassing stories from each other's pasts, when they were just starting out. And Qing looked on in astonishment, suddenly realizing that these once high and mighty figures were also flesh and blood people in private. Just as they were fiercely arguing, Zuoan waved his hand. "All right, stop arguing." Everyone stopped and then looked at Zuoan together. Zuoan said calmly, "After all, we are all Chinese, and I don't want to show favoritism. How about this? You can all cooperate within Qing, but the condition is, whoever offers the most generous terms gets more information. How does that sound to you?" These seasoned veterans who had been through much knew that Zuoan had set a trap for them, but at the moment, they needed help from others, so they had to bite the bullet and jump into the pit. "All right, we will do as Mr. Zhu says." Zhu and nodded and then looked at the still dazed Qing. "And Qing, from now on, you will work with these senior officials. If you have any problems, you can ask me, but I think these senior officials will definitely be enthusiastic in helping you." "Yes, rest assured, and King's matters are on us." Zuoan looked at these military personnel whose eyes were filled with fervor and felt a tinge of emotion in his heart. No matter how fierce the fighting, the pure hearts of these soldiers were still evident. By pushing Qing out this time, he hoped that there would be a reliable pillar for the Yan family in the future. It could be foreseen that not long from now, Qing would become a new and influential force within the military. For this reason, Zuoan decided to add another layer of weight. "Also, do you want to know how the Phoenix Regiment came to be?" Zuoan's voice, tinged with indifference, was more shocking to these generals than any rhetoric. "Of course, we want to know," Wang Dao eagerly said. The current Phoenix Regiment had already become a legend in the country, and even in the world. In just over a month, they had transformed from a newly formed unit into a formidable force, winning first place in the National Special Forces competition. Then they moved on to the World Special Forces competition. Despite a few hiccups in the middle, their triumphant return still demonstrated their formidable strength. This kind of unit had long been coveted by Wang Da and others. And how they managed to train such a formidable force in such a short time, only Zuoan, as the instructor of the Phoenix Regiment, could answer. "They are all elites I carefully cultivated. Based on their individual conditions and qualities, I customized a set of cultivation techniques for each of them." Zuoan's words made these battle-hardened generals' complexion change drastically. Cultivation techniques were such precious things. Zuoan actually used them to train soldiers. In their days, Zuoan continued, "I can provide each of you with a simplified version of the cultivation techniques. Although it doesn't compare to custom-tailored ones, it can still greatly enhance the strength of your troops." Everyone's eyes lit up, especially Wang Dao. His gaze seemed as if he wanted to swallow Zhu and whole, but the precondition still depends on Qing. These generals looked at each other, and they saw unprecedented determination in each other's eyes. Only Yang Chong stood at the back, filled with regret, because he knew very well, based on the actions of the Liu family and what he had said before. When the news of Anjia spread, when people were shocked to find out that Zuoan was the one who slashed the people of country with a sword, the whole city seemed to be trembling slightly. The prominent familists who had attended the gathering were all hiding in their beds, shivering. Those who had not attended were secretly relieved. Meanwhile, on the internet, everything Zuoan did in country was spreading rapidly across the world. Many people dug up Zuoan's past deeds. It was at this moment that people were amazed to discover that Zuoan had actually done so many remarkable things. The danger level of Zuoan in various countries was also sharply rising. But it was only at this time that people realized there wasn't a single clear photo of Zuoan online. There were only stolen shots from a distance, or photos of his back or side profile. Even if someone had taken a close-up photo before, looking at it now, they would see that the head in the photo seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist, unclear and blurry, unable to see the true appearance. Many intelligence agencies were furious about this. In Country M, the head of the intelligence agency slammed Zuoan's file onto the person responsible for collecting intelligence. "I don't want to hear your damn explanations. Go send someone to take his picture now. I don't care how you do it. Even if you have to swim from the Pacific to China right now, I want to see a clear photo of him. Understand?" The intelligence officer looked aggrieved. They had clearly taken the photo, right? Why did it turn out like this? Not only in Country M. In Country R, the Prime Minister was furious, even slapping the intelligence chief more than a dozen times. Every time he slapped him, the intelligence chief would bow and say, "Hi, Baka, idiot, this Zuoan has caused such a big commotion in our country. and now not even a photo of him can be found. What have you all been doing? Hi. Go gather information from me now, or else commit seppuku. Hi. Scenes like this were playing out in countries like HNY as well. Zuoan was not aware of this. Even if he knew, he would just smile and shrug it off. The reason for this situation was that Zuoan's power was gradually growing stronger. Especially after becoming an immortal, he had partly broken free from the rules of this world. This led to the fact that as long as he didn't want to, no one could capture his true face in a photo. In these days, he was helping Ching with the business dealings with these big shots among the military. These big shots were now behaving like obedient nursery children, and they were offering all sorts of assistance to Ching as if it were free, constantly supporting her. Their purpose was to quickly obtain the cultivation techniques promised by Zuoan, and kept his promise. For him, creating a simplified version of cultivation technique suitable for military personnel was as easy as pie. But out of respect for the most adorable person in this land, Zuoan carefully organized and summarized the cultivation techniques he had collected during his travels across the heavens. In the end, he presented 3 decent cultivation techniques, providing the first 3 levels to these people. These people had all had some experience in cultivation, so they could all see the value of these techniques at a glance, especially when they returned and found that many soldiers with average intelligence were able to practice. These big shots all went crazy. This meant that the military strength of China might take a step up to a new level. Thus, Zuoan became a godlike figure in the eyes of these people, raising in king's status as well. And Qing had become an undeniable force in the military. As a result, the strength of Njia was becoming stronger and stronger. At least many prominent families in the city dared not speak ill of them behind their backs. After finishing all this, Zuoan disappeared from public view. In Njia, Zuoan played games with 2 little girls for a while before returning to the house with a smile. And Yan was sitting nervously in front of the computer playing games. She was becoming more obsessed with playing various horror games. However, her courage had not increased. For example, at this moment, when Zuoan appeared quietly behind her, and Yan happened to be controlling a character in a game, man entered an empty room. The screen went black, and suddenly, a woman in red clothes hanging upside down appeared in front of her. And Yan screamed in fright, and coincidentally, Zuoan reached out and touched her shoulder at that moment. And Yan felt as if she had been electrocuted, grabbed the frying pan next to the computer, and swung it abruptly. Snap! The computer screen shattered, and the momentum continued, swinging towards the back, aiming at Zuoan. Zuoan reached out to catch the frying pan, and Yan then realized that it was her husband, let out a sigh of relief, and patted her chest, saying, "You frightened me, Zu," and chuckled helplessly. "How many computer screens have you shattered in the past few days?" And Yan felt a little embarrassed and stuck out her tongue. "I was scared, Zu," and smirked. "If you want to smash it, smash it. I'm not attached to the screen, but I have something fun here." Zuoan then took out a specially made VR headset, and Yan was puzzled. "What is this?" "Try it and you'll find out. Come on. I'll put it on for you, Zu," and coaxed Yan, just like a strange uncle luring a little girl. And Yan always listened to Zuoan, so she obediently put on the headset. Zuoan turned it on and watched with a smile. And Yan was initially excited. "Wow, husband, this thing is so much fun. It's so lifelike." But after a while, Yan started to tremble. Husband, is this ... the horror game I was playing? Where are you?" And Yan reached out to try to touch Zuoan. Zuoan discreetly took a step back, and Yan panicked even more. As far as her eyes could see, all she saw was darkness, same as in the game she was playing. Just when she was feeling fearful, suddenly, a ghost jumped out. Thanks to the VR headset, this ghost appeared extremely real, and Yan was so scared that she shivered, screamed loudly, and grabbed the frying pan, swinging it. Just at that moment, Zuoan was in front. The frying pan struck Zuoan's head. Clang! The frying pan left a dent, and Yan quickly took off the headset and saw Zu, and rubbing his head, looking at her helplessly. "Husband, did I cause trouble again?" And Yan asked timidly. Zuoan showed his teeth, then suddenly stepped forward to pick up Yan, pretending to say fiercely, "Yes, you messed up again. Tell me, how should I punish you?" And Yan blushed as Zuoan embraced her, then slowly closed her eyes. "Husband, punish me however you want. Under the scorching sun, baking the earth, on such days, No one would want to go out. But in the inn residence, the two little girls, Zuxian and Zuoan, were comfortably lying on Zuoan's back, watching TV, and Yan was leaning on Zuoan's shoulder, playing with her phone. The house was cool and pleasant, without any hint of summer heat. As Yan put it, leaning on Zuoan's side was even more comfortable than being next to the air conditioner. Honey, and Yan suddenly shifted her gaze from her phone. Zu, and turned to look at Yan. Do you know what day it is? The day after tomorrow. And Yan said mysteriously, Zu, and furrowed his brow, thinking for a moment, World Water Environment Protection Day. An expression of disappointment flashed in Yan's eyes. What else? Celebrating the 40th anniversary of the Republic of Gandhi-Sha-Tan. And Yan's face became somewhat melancholy, but she still softly responded, well, I didn't expect you to know that too, Zu, and laughed. I know everything, astronomy and geography, the past and the future. How could such a small question stump me? Oh, and Yan's interest waned. After a while, Yanner, tomorrow, let's go out to the city's outskirts for a trip. Where? You'll see if you come with me. I've already arranged everything. We'll camp in the wilderness at night. What do you think, Zu? Anne's suggestion elicited strong excitement from the two little girls. Okay. It's so boring to watch TV all day at home. Zuxian was the first to agree. Zuoan frowned for a moment, then timidly said, can we bring a refrigerator with us? I'm afraid I won't be able to eat ice cream, Zu, and laughed, no problem. Seeing the father and daughter's excited expressions, Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of melancholy. Then she nodded. All right. The next day, a brand new RV was parked in the yard. It was arranged by the Chen family, who even provided a driver, but Zuoan declined. The family happily boarded the vehicle, and Yan was a bit worried. Honey, can you drive? Zu, and smiled. Come on. In all the realms, there's nothing your husband can't do. 10 minutes later, and Yan looked somewhat helpless, as the RV had just moved a few meters away. Honey, at this rate, by this time tomorrow, we'll just be out of the door, Zu, and felt a bit embarrassed by the comment. Haha, I find this thing fascinating and was just joking with you. With a determined look in his eyes, Zuoan relaxed and a powerful mind energy surged from his forehead. Under Zuoan's powerful mind control, the RV was deconstructed into its most basic parts. Then Zuoan directly used mind energy to start the vehicle. Fasten your seatbelts, ladies, we're ready for takeoff. With Zuoan's words, the RV shot out of the door like an arrow. Today's capital was as congested as usual. Traffic was moving slowly. However, in this situation, the RV driven by Zuoan was like a shark breaking out of the deep sea, dodging left and right among the traffic at an incredibly fast speed. Many drivers stared in astonishment. They never imagined that such a massive vehicle could travel at such a speed. The RV effortlessly moved through seemingly impossible gaps and made skillful evasions, making the drive feel graceful. Oh my goodness, who's driving? Schumacher, someone exclaimed. Inside the vehicle, Zuoan was leisurely drinking tea in the driver's seat. With his massive mind energy, he had a clear view of vehicles and the road conditions within a dozen miles, making driving a piece of cake. And Yang could only smile wryly. Was this considered cheating? But even if it was the most extraordinary form of cheating ever. Fragrant Mountain, a famous scenic spot outside the capital, surrounded by red maple leaves in the fall, creating a breathtaking view. However, it wasn't the season yet, so there were few tourists around. Zuoan drove the RV to the lakeside. After getting off the vehicle, a cool breeze blew through the valley, refreshing both body and mind. The lake is so beautiful. Zuxian and Zuoan were delighted to see the crystal-clear lake water. Zuoan smiled. Let's paddle on the lake. The Chen family had made meticulous arrangements, providing not only the RV but also a small boat parked by the lake. After the family boarded the boat, Zuoan didn't start the boat's engine but purely used his cultivation to maneuver the boat around the lake. It was nearing dusk, and the sunlight had softened, making the scene gentle. On the boat, they had prepared many premium ingredients, complete with facilities including a barbecue grill. So Zuoan grilled foo, while taking the family on a relaxing cruise on the lake. The two little girls ate barbecue meat and chatted about girly matters. Yesterday, you ate 2 more ice creams than me, so today you can only have 3. Zuxian counted on her fingers. No, I didn't. When it came to eating, especially their favorite ice cream, Zuoan's eyes would light up. No. Can you count? Zuxian criticized her unkindly. Of course, Watch this. 1 vanilla ice cream. 1 cream ice cream ... Zuoan started counting on her plump little fingers, and as she counted, saliva started dripping. All right, you can count, but you ate 2 more than me yesterday. What should we do? Then, can I let you have 2 bites today? Zuoan blinked her big eyes, sounding a bit aggrieved. Seeing the 2 little girls arguing over ice cream, Zuoan and Yan both chuckled. They sat at the bow of the boat, facing the mountain breeze, sipping beer slowly. A feeling of happiness filled the boat. So nice. And Yan sighed softly. Zuoan smiled slightly but remained silent. Soon, as the sun set, the full moon rose. Away from the hustle and bustle of the city, the moonlight here was clearer than anywhere else. Even the stars seemed more brilliant. The calm lake surface resembled an impeccable mirror reflecting the stars and the moon in the sky. It was as if they were traveling in the sky, not on the water. Even the 2 little girls instinctively lowered their voices, as if afraid of disturbing the beautiful scene. Watching Yan's sparkling eyes, seemingly enchanted, and listening to her softly murmur, after getting drunk, not knowing if the sky is in the water, full boat of clear dreams under the starry river. Such a beautiful scene. Zuoan smiled on the side, silently drinking his wine. As the night deepened, Yan took her daughters back to the RV to sleep, while Zuoan sat by the lake, took out his phone, and sent out a message. Ready. Today is the weekend, and the path leading into the mountains is bustling with tourists. When Zuoan and Yan appeared on the mountain path with their 2 daughters, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. The 2 little girls are so cute. Many people marveled at Zuoan and Zuoan. Of course, Zuoan and Yan also attracted a lot of attention. After all, the man is handsome, and the woman is stunning. This family with high attractiveness is already a sight to behold. Hey! Look, that guy over there is so handsome. Niu Yifei nudged Shennon with her elbow. Shennon turned to look and happened to see Zuoan and passing by, and she couldn't help but stare. How is that? Handsome, right? Niu Yifei said smugly. Shennon blushed and murmured softly. Their conversation, however, made Zuoan, who was standing nearby, look rather grim. He was a student from a nearby university. He had made great efforts to invite Shennon to visit Shanshan this time in order to find a way to win the affection of this campus beauty. However, not only did Shennon come, but Niu Yifei, who shared the same dormitory room with her, also came along. Zuoan was already quite angry, and after hearing Niu Yifei's words, he became even more infuriated. HMPH. So what if he's handsome? Look at his attire. Doesn't look like a wealthy man at all. And bringing children to climb the mountain. How uninteresting. Zuoan said contemptuously. Niu Yifei smiled and said, "Oh, does that mean you're a wealthy man then?" Zuoan smirked. "I wouldn't say I'm extremely wealthy, but I'm quite well off, with at least 1 or 2 billion. While saying this, Zuoan kept stealing glances at Shennon, but to his surprise, Shennon seemed completely oblivious, her mind seemingly elsewhere. Zuoan gritted his teeth in frustration, feeling extremely displeased. Coming from a city on the eastern coast, his family was indeed very well off, so in his years at university, he had managed to court quite a number of girls by spending money. However, Shennon always seemed aloof to his advances. He had asked around, and many people said that Shennon had some qualities of a female literary artist and longed for romance. Upon learning this information, Zuoan began to plot and plan this trip to Shanshan. Thinking about this, a smug smile appeared on Zuoan's lips. Soon, the people reached the summit of Shanshan. Shennon and Niu Yifei sat on chairs in the pavilion, looking exhausted, especially Niu Yifei, who grumbled, "This is no fun, bringing us along for the climb. It's exhausting." Shennon remained silent, only looking around as if searching for something. "Hey, over there." Niu Yifei nudged Shennon. Shennon felt embarrassed. "I wasn't looking for him. Hehe, even though he has a wife and kids, a handsome man is still a handsome man. There's no harm in looking." Niu Yifei chuckled. At that moment, Zuoan, with an excited expression, approached Shennon and said, Non, close your eyes." "Why?" Shennon furrowed her brow slightly. "Just close your eyes and you'll see." Shennon reluctantly closed her eyes. Zuoan signaled to a few men in the crowd. Several men came forward, took out large bunches of roses from their backpacks, and then arranged them on the ground in the shape of a huge heart. By this time, Shennon was getting impatient. "All right, Zuoan, what are you trying to do?" Niu Yifei, on the other hand, watched with a smile and remained silent. These men had quite a complete setup, not only roses, but also various decorations including sparklers. They quickly adorned the pavilion beautifully. Then Zhu Hao pulled out a small box, got down on one knee, and excitedly said, "Non non. Open your eyes." Shen Non slowly opened her eyes and was stunned by the scene before her. Zhu Hao opened the box, revealing a huge diamond ring inside. "Non non. I have liked you for a long time. I hope you'll agree to be in a relationship with me. I will treat you well." The well-coordinated group of men standing on the side shouted in unison, "Marry him! Marry him!" This scene also attracted the attention of all the tourists on the mountain top. At this moment, Shen Non's face gradually turned unpleasant. "Zhu Hao, I told you before I came that we can only be friends. I don't have feelings for you." Zhu Hao's face showed a flash of anger. Then he said, in a low voice, "Non non. Don't believe the rumors in school. I did have girlfriends before, but that's all in the past. Now I only like you." Shen Non sneered, "I have seen this diamond ring on the hands of at least 3 other girls. What? Did you break up with them just to reclaim the ring and reuse it?" As this remark was made, the onlookers began to murmur. Niu Yifei couldn't help but say, "Zhu Hao, isn't Shen Non's message clear enough? Get up quickly. Everyone is watching." Zhu Hao finally couldn't bear it. His smile disappeared from his face, and he said coldly, "Non non, if you don't agree today, I won't get up. And as for those watching..." Zhu Hao cast a chilling glance around. "I dare anyone to say another word." As soon as he finished speaking, a childish voice rang out, "Daddy, what is this man doing? Why is he kneeling on the ground and not getting up?" It was Zhu Xian speaking. This voice also drew the attention of the crowd. Zuoan smiled faintly. "Him? He's making a fool of himself." "Daddy, what does making a fool of himself mean?" Zuoan asked. Zuoan said calmly, "It means that even though someone doesn't want to agree, he still tries to force them to agree by kneeling down. What do you call that if not making a fool of himself?" Zuoan's words echoed the thoughts of many of the onlookers. Only Zhu Hao's face immediately turned dark, his gaze turning fierce. "Who are you? Is it your turn to meddle in this matter?" Zhu Hao said coldly. Zuoan smiled faintly. "Originally, it wasn't my place, but I'm afraid it is now. For I'm sorry, I need to borrow this place. Let me tell you, you better not interfere, otherwise you'll regret it." Zhu Hao said menacingly. With that, Zhu Hao turned back to Shen Non. "Shen Non, let me tell you, the woman Zhu Hao sets his sights on never escapes. If you don't agree today, you won't be able to leave either." This caused quite a stir. Shen Non turned pale, feeling somewhat afraid in the face of Zhu Hao's fierce expression. It was at this moment that Zuoan said casually, "I wonder how you intend to make me regret it." Shen Non made eye contact with Niu Yifei, then stood up and walked over to Zuoan. "Please help me," Shen Non pleaded. Zhu and nodded. "Stand behind me." Shen Non obediently stood behind Zuoan. Zhu Hao's face turned extremely ugly, and he sneered, "Who do you think you are? You dare to ruin my plans? Let me tell you." Zuoan raised his hand. "My patience is limited, so I advise you not to push your luck." Zhu Hao looked disdainful, wanting to say more. Zuoan gave a light shout. Scram! Zhu Hao stumbled out of the pavilion, as if struck by a hammer, his face finally showing a hint of astonishment. Turning to Yan, Zuoan smiled. "Yanner, close your eyes too." Upon hearing these words, Zhu Hao could not help but sneer out loud. "Heh. What? Want to play at romance with the roses I bought with money?" With that, Zhu Hao kicked the roses on the ground haphazardly, a look of satisfaction on his face. But Zuoan completely ignored him, quietly watching Yan. Yan's heart started beating faster, the somewhat melancholic mood he had been feeling starting to give way to excitement. Could he still remember? Yan obediently closed his eyes. At first, nothing happened, and everything around was silent. Many people had expressions of surprise and doubt on their faces. Zhu Hao snorted coldly, about to mock them with words. From the distant sky, a huge roaring sound could be heard. Everyone was stunned. Then, 5 helicopters were rapidly approaching from the distance. In the blink of an eye, they flew over Shanshan. The rotor blade stirred up a strong wind that made the trees sway. Many people were blown back a few steps, looking on in astonishment. Then the doors of the helicopters opened, and countless petals and balloons fluttered down, several banners unfurling slowly. When the words on the banners were put together, they formed a complete sentence. 8 years ago today, we met for the first time. Back then, I was in my youth while you were still a child, constantly making a fuss without a care in the world. But what you didn't know was, from the moment I first saw you, I wanted to kiss your cheek. Later, when you agreed to be my girlfriend, I was so excited I didn't sleep all night, and ran on the track until the morning light. Those days of being in love were simple and beautiful. In the blink of an eye, 8 years have passed. 8 years might be short for many, but for me, it's been a long time. In those countless long nights, the only hope that kept me going was you. And Yan, from now on, our path is together, never to part again. When Yan opened his eyes and saw the banners, he was initially stunned. Then tears welled up in his eyes and he cried uncontrollably. All the onlookers were deeply moved. Shen Non and Niu Yifei were dumbstruck. Shen Non muttered softly, "Is there really such a pure and beautiful love in this world?" Zhu Hao, on the other hand, paled at the sight but dared not say anything. Summoning 5 helicopters with a wave of your hand was no ordinary feat. At the same time, Zhao Zuhui, Qiao Le, Cheng Hao, and others peered out and shouted down at Zuoan. Second brother, instructor, Qianyuan Company, Phoenix Special Forces, wishing you both eternal happiness. Their shouts echoed throughout the valley. Many onlooking tourists couldn't help but applaud. And Yan blushed again, Zhu, and laughed heartily, embraced Yan, and with a wave of his hand commanded, the mountains turned red. With Zuoan's command, a spectacle unfolded before everyone. Suddenly, all the maple leaves on Shanshan turned red in an instant. What had been lush and green moments ago was now flaming red. This move left all the tourists dumbfounded. Zuoan then took Yan into his arms, led two little girls by the hand, ascended into the air, and disappeared into the sky. Everyone stared blankly at Zuoan's departing figure. As for Zhu Hao, he was now pale with fear, unable to utter a word. He had heard the shouts just now. Qianyuan Company, Phoenix Special Forces. Any one of them was not someone he could provoke. Thus, he didn't dare to linger, and left dejectedly. Only Shen Non and Niu Yifei continued to gaze into the distance, their eyes filled with envy and longing. Oh my! Handsome, wealthy, talented, loving, and faithful. Why can't I meet such a perfect man? Niu Yifei sighed. Shen Non remained silent, tears shimmering in her eyes. The banners had truly touched her. Before night fell, news of what had happened on Shanshan spread throughout the capital. It was then that many learned the person who had effortlessly turned all the maple leaves red on the mountaintop was none other than the renowned Zuoan. When the news reached the Chen family, Chen Rushi locked herself in her room for an entire day upon learning of it. Wei Rulin was slightly surprised, then shook her head and chuckled. Such an enviable pair. While the public was abuzz with discussions about the incident, Zuoan and Yan were enjoying peaceful days together. Darling, had you been planning this all along? And Yan asked, snuggled in Zuoan's arms. Ha ha, of course. Did you really think I forgot? Zhu. And laughed, and Yan blushed. I thought you really didn't care about it. She then snuggled deeper into Zuoan's embrace and whispered, Darling, I'm content now, truly satisfied. And thinking about you facing so many enemies alone while still thinking of me, it makes me want to cry. As she spoke, tears welled up in Yan's eyes once more. Zuoan gently wiped the tears away and softly said, No more tears. Follow me from now on. I will never let you cry again. Yes, yes. And Yan nodded. Zuoan had given her everything a woman needed. In that moment, Yan felt that even if she were to die, she would die content. Zuoan and Yan spent the night in the mountains and only returned to Yan's home the next day. As soon as they entered the house, Ching greeted them with a beaming smile, then looked at her sister and sighed. Sister, truly enviable. And Yan blushed again. Then her expression hardened. You naughty girl, what nonsense are you spouting? And Ching chuckled and retreated. All right, my bad. But now the entire capital knows about it. I wonder how many socialites are envious. And King's words were true. Those who had mocked Yan for eloping were now full of envy. Who would have thought that the ordinary youth from back then had grown into a true powerhouse? That evening, the family had a lively dinner together. Late into the night, as Yan prepared to sleep, her phone rang. It was an international number, and Yan was taken aback. Who would call at such a late hour? And from an overseas number at that. She answered the phone, and a cold voice came through. Yan, it's me. Upon hearing the voice, Yan hesitated for a moment before smiling. Meng Zhu. Why is it you? Yan, I wanted to inform you and Zuoan that I've won the Oscar Best Actress Award. and the ceremony will be in a few days. I hope you can make it." And Yan's eyes lit up. "Congratulations, Mengzu, we'll definitely be there." After hanging up, Yan felt some joy, but she didn't realize there was something unusual in Mengzu's voice. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ocean, after putting down the phone, Mengzu's eyes sparkled with an uncanny light, not quite human. "Dear Empress, why have you gone to such great lengths to deal with this Zuoan?" With the voice, a man in a well-fitting suit, meticulously groomed hair, emerged from the darkness. The man always wore a polite smile on his face, spoke with a cultured tone, like a gentleman. But if others were present at this moment, they would surely gasp. This man is known as Griffin, one of the Dark Triad in Sin City. He is called Griffin because he loves human bones and considers them the finest trophies in the world. His most glorious achievement is to remove a person's bones intact, and yet keep the person alive. This is a name that can give countless people nightmares. Feng Mengsu's eyes flashed with a hint of eerie red light as she lightly said, "Do I need to tell you what I'm going to do?" "Of course not, but dear Empress, I hope that after I help you kill Zuoan, you will keep your promise and help me take back Sin City to get the Fountain of Youth." Fountain of Youth. A hint of curiosity appeared on Feng Mengsu's face. Does this legendary thing truly exist? Griffin smiled. "Of course it exists, and it will appear in Sin City shortly." At this point, bitterness flashed in Griffin's eyes. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have been driven out of Sin City by old Belan the Poison Scorpion." Feng Mengsu nodded. "Understood. I will keep my promise. I hope you will also do as you say and leave." Griffin didn't budge. Feng Mengsu furrowed her brow slightly, then somewhat disdainfully extended her leg from beneath her kippah. Seeing this slender and straight leg, Griffin excitedly prostrated himself on the floor, but seemed hesitant to defile it, only daring to kiss Feng Mengsu's high heels and the floor she had stepped on with his mouth. And with an intoxicated expression, he said, "Empress, you possess the unparalleled pair of legs in this world. Griffin is willing to be your lapdog. Get out," Feng Mengsu said coldly. After Griffin left, Hanya walked in, once a confident gold-class agent, now with a submissive facial expression and devoid of human emotions in her eyes. "Madam, why are you so accommodating to Griffin?" Feng Mengsu looked out the window. "This place is the most prosperous film city in Country M. Although it was late at night, lights were still shining outside. I've changed my mind. This body is simply too perfect, even better than the body I previously possessed. I intend to use her for cultivation. But this person's soul power is very strong, and I haven't been able to eliminate it. And because of the rules, my true self cannot descend from Kunlun, so I have to rely on secular forces to deal with Zuoan together. Also, Griffin Mensch and the Fountain of Youth. If obtained, it will greatly benefit my true self's cultivation." At this point, greed flickered in Feng Mengsu's eyes. Han Yao respectfully lowered her head. "Zuoan, you killed my Night Demon Valley disciple, annihilated the Moon Palace. But little did you know, that was just an outer disciple of the secular world. The true powerhouses are in Kunlun. If it weren't for the limitations of the rules preventing my true self from descending, I would have crushed you to pieces with ease. But it's just as well ... to have possessed such a perfect body. Heh. When the time comes, I'll personally kill you. To be killed by someone who loves oneself, just thinking about it is exciting." Feng Mengsu looked at the bustling scene outside the window, with a touch of satisfaction on her lips. At this moment, Zuoan, and Yan, and others had just boarded the plane to Country M, and Yan was very excited. This was her first time going to Country M. Zuoan, on the other hand, remained indifferent. When Yan first mentioned Feng Mengsu's invitation, Zuoan felt that something was amiss. Why hadn't he heard anything about it before? That as long as his wife was happy, it didn't matter where they went. Moreover, Zuoan did want to congratulate his former classmate. Zuoan was in the first-class cabin, and the environment was very elegant. The two little daughters had headphones on, each holding a tablet, already engrossed. People were boarding one after another. Suddenly, a surprised voice came, "Sir, Zu," and turned to see the girl he met at Fragrant Hills yesterday looking at him with delight. "It's really you. Are you taking your family on a trip?" Shen Non said excitedly. "Zu," and smiled and nodded. "You left too hastily yesterday. I didn't have a chance to introduce myself. I'm Shen Non." Shen Non generously reached out her hand, her heart pounding. Zuoan's departure had left a strong impression on this girl. She thought she wouldn't meet him again, but unexpectedly they met again on the plane, causing her great excitement. Zuoan was slightly surprised, then glanced at Yan beside him. And Yan, of course, wouldn't be jealous over this. In her eyes, this girl was just a child. I'm Yan, and this is my husband, Zuoan. Yan introduced with a smile. Shen-non nodded, and her seat happened to be next to Yan's. After sitting down, a conversation began between the two women. Listening to their conversation, Zuoan finally understood. Shen-non turned out to be a rich second generation who kept a low profile. Her father produced Chinese films in Hollywood, and she had rushed back this time because something was going on at home. Upon hearing this, Zuoan couldn't help but feel some sympathy for the guy who proposed to her yesterday. He thought he could show off with a diamond ring, not realizing this girl's family background was even more superior. At least she had to fly first class just to go home casually. And being able to establish oneself as a Chinese in a place like Hollywood, it wasn't an ordinary family. When Shen-non heard that Zuoan and the others were also going to Hollywood, she became even more excited and eagerly invited them to her home. And Yan had a good impression of this girl, so she surprisingly agreed in the end. Angie, why are you going to Hollywood? Shen-non asked curiously. And Yan smiled, then glanced at Zuoan. A friend of ours is participating in the Oscars for a few days, so we're just going along for the fun. Shen-non suddenly understood. In recent years, the Oscars' influence had grown. Many Chinese people would go to see it when the time came. As for the friend Yan mentioned who could participate in the Oscars, it might be one of those female internet celebrities who paid to walk the red carpet. Shen-non thought to herself, not taking it seriously. Upon seeing this man, Shen-non slightly furrowed her brows and said, in a disapproving tone, Shen-jun, you've only been in the country of M for 2 years, and there's no one else here. You should speak in Mandarin. Shen-jun arrogantly smiled and replied, in my opinion, English is the most wonderful language in the world. I've decided not to speak Mandarin anymore. This statement was nauseating to hear. At that moment, Shen-jun also noticed Zuoan beside them. First he was stunned, then his expression darkened. Non, who is this? This is a friend I met yesterday and happened to meet again on the plane today. They are here to visit Hollywood, so I invited them to my house as guests. Shen-non explained. Shen-jun, in a disdainful tone, said, in Mandarin, friend, just happened to meet. Non, there are plenty of deceitful people in this world. You are still young, be careful not to be tricked. Shen-non's expression turned extremely unpleasant, and she angrily retorted, Shen-jun, you are just a distant cousin of mine. What right do you have to control me? Shen-chun's face fluctuated between anger and uncertainty, and he could only awkwardly respond, I just don't want you to be deceived. No need, and my friends don't need your input either. Shen-non coldly snorted, then turned to Zuoan and Yan to apologize with a nod. Sorry, this person is a distant cousin of mine, not very tactful with words. I sincerely apologize. Zuoan simply smiled in response. For him, Shen-jun was not even worth a second glance. Just like encountering a barking dog on the street, the normal reaction would be to leave, not to engage in unnecessary arguments. As they left, Shen-non shot Shen-jun a fierce glance before driving Zuoan and his family away. Shen-jun stood in place with a dark expression, his eyes flashing with hostility. The Shen family lived in a wealthy area of Hollywood, in a very grand villa. As Shen-non led Zuoan and the others into the house, they happened to encounter a few people from the country of M, but those people hurriedly left soon after. When they entered the living room, Shen-con, Shen-non's father, was sitting on the sofa with a worried look on his face. When he saw his beloved daughter walk in, a relieved smile appeared on his face. Non is here. Dad. Look, these are my new friends. Brother Zuoan and sister Yan. Shen-non introduced happily. Shen-kong nodded slightly towards Zuoan and said, nice to meet you both. Then he turned to Shen-non and asked, how have things been recently? Shen-non smiled and replied, pretty good. Dad, what were those M country people here for? Zu. And noticed the middle-aged man, who was beginning to bald, with a somewhat melancholic look in his eyes, as if he had something on his mind. Hearing Shen-non's question, Shen-kong shook his head and said, it's nothing. What about your cousin? Shen-non snorted, that Shen-jun is simply too annoying. He actually suspected my friend was a bad person, so I left him at the airport. Shen-kong chuckled, behaving like a child. Just then, Shen-jun walked in from outside. His expression was calm, showing no sign of anything unusual. Non, take your friend to the adjacent reception room. I need to talk to your cousin, Shen Kong said. Okay. Shen Non disliked her cousin and was eager to leave. Let's go to enjoy some desserts in the next room. Our pastry chef is from France, Shen Non said cheerfully. As they entered the adjacent reception room, Yan and Shen Non started chatting about girly topics, getting along very well. As Zuoan leisurely sipped his tea, he unintentionally overheard the conversation between Shen Kong and Shen Jun in the living room. How is it going? Shen Kong asked with a heavy tone. I've approached several companies, but no one is willing to take over. It seems like they all know about this matter and refuse to get involved unless the disputes are resolved, Shen Jun stated. Shen Kong sighed deeply and after a moment said, An country company just contacted me, but their offer is simply a robbery. I can't allow my hard-earned company of many years to be destroyed this way. At this point, Shen Jun lowered his voice and said, Uncle Shen, there's a company from our country very interested now. Do you consider it? Our country? Yes. Shen Kong fell silent for a while before reluctantly saying, Let's give it a try. Though I'm not willing to sell to those our country people, I can't let this matter ruin us. Understood. Hearing this, Zuoan roughly understood the situation. It seemed the Shen family was facing a big issue, even to the extent of considering selling the company. And those who were interested knew it was a tricky situation, deliberately offering low prices. However, he could sense the glee in Shen Chun's tone, suggesting he had some ulterior motive. As expected, Shen Jun, upon learning that his uncle agreed to meet the representatives from our country, felt a surge of joy in his heart, though he tried to maintain a calm exterior. All right, I'll contact them now and arrange a meeting as soon as possible. Shen Jun had come from the home country 2 years ago to seek refuge with Shen Kong. At that time, he was destitute and distant from Shen Kang's relatives, but Shen Kong, being sentimental, took him in. However, Shen Jun harbored ambitious intentions, especially since Shen Kong had no sons, only Shen Non as a daughter. Thus, Shen Jun constantly thought about how to win over Shen Non, so that everything in the Shen family would eventually belong to him. Unfortunately, Shen Non showed no interest in her unaccomplished cousin. Over time, Shen Jun grew increasingly frustrated, forgetting entirely who had sheltered him when he was at a dead end. Recently, Shen Kong had offended a powerful figure from the M country, leading their company into dire straits. Shen Jun saw an opportunity and deliberately contacted a company from the R country, conspiring with them to deceive Shen Kong. Seeing his goal about to be achieved, Shen Jun felt triumphant. Shen Non was completely unaware of this. She was happily discussing computer games with Yan. Surprisingly, Shen Non also enjoyed playing horror games. In this aspect, the two women found a common ground. Seeing them getting along so well, Zuoan smiled slightly and looked down at the little Zuxian and Zunan who had already turned into little stuffed cats from eating sweets. Is it delicious, Zu? And asked with a smile. Zuxian nodded repeatedly. It's really delicious. Zunan was too busy eating to respond, her little mouth stuffed full of the dessert, looking like a small hamster. The people from country arrived quickly as the door opened. Zuoan closed his eyes and observed everything in the living room through his mental energy. He saw a man from country coming in, followed by a female secretary. The man looked extremely arrogant, shook hands lightly with Shen Kong, and then sat on the sofa, speaking in a long passage of language. After the man finished, Shen Kong and Shen Jun looked at each other, not understanding the meaning. At this time, the female secretary spoke in English. This is the son of the president of our Chuani consortium. Our young master said that the company has been assessed by a professional accounting firm, and it is not of much value. Moreover, it has now offended some important figures and will require a large sum of money to settle. Shen Kang's expression turned ugly after hearing this. However, in business, praise and criticism are normal, so he suppressed his anger and said, the film and television company founded by my Shen family in Hollywood may not be the largest, but it is one of the best. Not to mention the hardware facilities, just the film and television copyrights alone can be sold for over $100 million. The corners of Chuani young master's mouth curled up with a disdainful smile, and he spoke another long passage of language. The female secretary said, our young master said he is not very interested in those copyrights, but since he is here, he can give you a sincere offer. With that, The female secretary took out a stack of contracts from her bag and placed them on the table. Shen Kang's expression changed drastically as he looked at the price given on the contract, which was slightly higher than those of the several country companies, but still far from the actual selling price. Shen Kong was caught in a dilemma. If he didn't sell, the deadline given by that important figure was fast approaching, and he could lose not only his money, but also the lives of his family. But if he sold, the loss would be too great. He turned pale, sweat beading on his forehead. Shen Jun discreetly exchanged glances with Chuni sitting on the sofa. This price is still too low. Could you increase it? Shen Kang's voice was resigned. Chuni smiled then gestured for the female secretary to speak. Mr. Shen, you should know that only our young master can offer this price now. As soon as you sign, the money will be transferred to your bank account immediately, and then you can take your family back to Huaxia to retire. Mr. Shen, you wouldn't want your daughter to be involved in this mess, would you? That last sentence completely crushed Shen Kong. He fell silent for a moment with a desolate expression, then picked up the pen. Okay, I'll sign now. Shen Jun couldn't contain his joy in his eyes. Just as Shen Kong was about to sigh, Zuoan stood up and slowly walked out of the reception room. His sudden appearance surprised everyone in the room. Shen Jun frowned and said sternly, "We are discussing business here. Please leave immediately." He naturally had a bad impression of Zuoan. Zuoan just gave a faint smile. "Mr. Shen, don't you think it's a pity if you sign now?" This statement was like a thunderbolt. Shen Chun's face changed drastically, and he angrily said, "I warn you again. Leave now or you'll obstruct our Shen family's big deal, and no one will be able to save you." Shen Kong also frowned slightly and felt annoyed. In his view, his daughter's friend must have overheard something and rashly intervened. Thus, he coldly said, "Mr. Zhu, you are Non's friend, so I hope you will show some restraint." However, Zuoan remained calm and walked straight to the young master of Chuni Consortium. The arrogant Chuni young master sitting on the sofa raised his head to look at Zuoan and spoke in a long passage of language. The female secretary wanted to relay it, but Zuoan waved his hand. "No need, I can understand." Then Zuoan lowered his head and questioned the Chuni young master in fluent language, Chuni Consortium. The Chuni young master was startled for a moment, then somewhat puzzled as he looked at Zuoan. "Do you know me?" Zuoan smiled faintly, shook his head. "I don't know you, but I know a few people in Tokyo." The Chuni young master arrogantly smiled. "Oh, do you know the women in the brothels or the hostesses in the bars?" Zuoan looked at him and slowly said, "Do you know Kiyoko Takeuchi?" Kiyoko Takeuchi. This name was like a thunderclap, causing the previously disdainful Chuni young master to be shocked and lose his composure. Do you know Miss Takeuchi?" The Chuni young master stuttered. It must be mentioned that Kiyoko Takeuchi is now the absolute queen of the Tokyo underworld. Not even he, the Chuni young master, or several top financial conglomerates in Tokyo combined could compare to a word from Kiyoko Takeuchi. Zuoan shook his head. The Chuni young master secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Not knowing her was good. But then, Zuoan calmly said, "Strictly speaking, I am her owner." Owner? Upon hearing this title, the Chuni young master almost slipped off the sofa. He had no doubt about the truth of this matter because no one would dare to impersonate this. The Chuni young master quickly stood up and respectfully bowed. You are Mr. Zuoan, right?" "Oh, you know me, Zhu?" and asked nonchalantly. The Chuni young master's heart was in turmoil. Indeed, it was him. Who in Tokyo doesn't know this name? Known as the Master of the Underground Empress, the mastermind behind the Asakusa Temple incident, the man who demolished Tokyo Tower with a single sword. Recently in Tokyo, this Mr. Zhu had caused chaos. Yet, the Prime Minister had to silently send him off, not daring to make a sound. Therefore, in the upper echelons and financial circles of Tokyo, Zuoan was also known as a fearsome individual. Faced with such a fierce and ruthless man, the Chuni young master deeply bent his waist and with cold sweat dripping down, said in a respectful tone, "Ha. I have heard of your exploits. Never thought you would be here." Zuoan said calmly, "I came here for something. I happened to overhear your conversation, and this Shen family can be considered a friend of mine." Ha. The Chuni young master bent even lower, almost touching the ground with his forehead, sweating profusely. "I really didn't know Mr. Shen was your friend. I'm sorry. Please forgive me." Zuoan shook his head. "Forget it. You don't know about this matter. I won't hold it against you." The Chuni young master breathed a sigh of relief, bowing repeatedly. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Chuni Dashao behaved as if he had received a royal pardon, scrambling to run away. At that moment, Shen Jun still didn't know what had happened. He only saw Zuoan say a few words in our language to Chuni. Then Chuni seemed to treat them as if they were royalty, bowing and nodding before leaving. Shen Jun approached, ready to ask what was going on. To his surprise, as soon as Chuni saw him, he flew into a rage. In Chuni's eyes, if it weren't for Shen Jun, he wouldn't have come to the Shen family and wouldn't have encountered this formidable foe. Fortunately, this formidable foe was in a good mood today, or he would have long been dead. How many wealthy tycoons and swordsmen in Tokyo had died at his hands previously? Compared to them, Chuni Corporation was nothing. So, Chuni raised his hand and viciously slapped Shen Jun across the face, cursing him. Shen Jun was stunned by the blow. Chuni then turned to Zuoan with a flattering gesture before quickly leaving. The atmosphere in the room became awkward. Shen Jun touched his swollen face where he had been slapped, his eyes flashing. Shen Kong was also dumbfounded. He didn't know what had just happened. This friend of his daughter, who had seemed so confident in the face of Chuni Dashao moments ago, now looked as if he had seen a ghost. Who was this man after all? Shen Kong looked at Zuoan with confusion. Just then, hearing the commotion in the living room, Shen Non and Yan also walked out. Dad, what's going on? Shen Non asked, astonished. Before Shen Kong could speak, Shen Jun coldly snorted. What's going on? Hey, little miss, you still don't know, do you? Know what? Shen Non looked puzzled. Shen Kong furrowed his brow. Shen Jun. Shen Jun couldn't help himself. Uncle, this matter can't be kept secret. Should we tell them? Shen Kang's expression changed. Then he sighed wearily and sat on the sofa in silence. Dad, what's happening? Shen Non's voice trembled. Shen Jun sneered. Cousin, our Shen family has made an enemy of a powerful figure now. The company is on the brink of bankruptcy. Shen Chun's words hit Shen Non like a bombshell, leaving her pale as a ghost. Dad, is what Shen Jun said true? Shen Kong sighed and nodded. Shen Non stood there, shocked. Shen Jun continued. The way the company is now, there's no one willing to buy it. Even if there is, the price offered is too low. I've managed to find a company from our country to negotiate the acquisition. But, Shen Jun pointed at Zuoan, full of resentment. This guy came out and ruined everything. The room fell silent. Shen Non stared for a long time before weakly saying, I think, Brother Zu must have meant well. Well-intentioned? Shen Jun chuckled. What good does that do? The company is on the verge of bankruptcy now. Once it enters bankruptcy proceedings, it'll be worthless. Although I don't know what he said to make our country company back out. I'm sure he wasn't well-intentioned. Shen Jun said bitterly, Zu, and remained calm, showing no emotion, just quietly observing Shen Non. He wanted to see how this young girl would react. Shen Non's emotions fluctuated, but she eventually grew resolute and said to Shen Jun, regardless, he's my friend. You have no evidence. Why accuse him like this? Accuse him? Shen Jun felt a bit uneasy, but he still retorted with a fierce tone, wanting to say more. A calm voice interjected, why did I stop the signature? You should know, you reached some agreement with our country people. Do I need to spell it out for you? With this remark, Shen Kong, who had been looking down, raised his head and looked at Zuoan. What did you say? Shen Kong asked. Zuoan smiled lightly. This, you should ask your nephew. Shen Chun's face turned pale, but he still insisted, Uncle, don't listen to his nonsense. How could I betray the Shen family? Now the key issue is, if no one is willing to buy our company, how are we going to get through this next challenge? Shen Kang's spirits visibly dampened, and he wearily nodded. If we really can make it, I'll sell to those people from the M country. With that, Shen Kong looked despairing. Shen Non felt a pang of sadness, tears starting to fall. She had never seen her father so powerless and despondent before. Suddenly, she turned to Zuoan, her voice trembling. Big brother Zu, can you help our Shen family? This was Shen Non's last glimmer of hope. Having witnessed Zuoan's miraculous abilities before, Shen Non regarded him as a kind of fairy tale figure, capable of anything. Since Su had prevented her father from signing and accused Shen Jun, she was convinced he could help the Shen family. Shen Chun's face was almost overflowing with disdain. Him? Hey, cousin, don't be naive. Do you know who we've offended this time at the Shen family? Shen Non looked at her father. Dad, who is trying to destroy our family. If you say it, Maybe Brother Zhu can help. Shen Kong shook his head with a bitter smile. It's useless. This person, even in all of the M country, there are only a few who can stand up to him. Shen Non's heart sank at this revelation, but she still asked with a glimmer of hope, but who is it? After a moment of hesitation, Shen Kong sighed. It's the Tang sect. The two words, the Tang sect, even though Shen Non didn't fully understand the social structure of the M country, made her face go pale. And the elder of the Tang sect, Han Jun. Shen Jun added, looking provocatively at Zuoan. I'd like to know, how did you, Big Brother Zhu, manage to handle the Tang sect? His tone was mocking. Shen Non lowered her head and fell silent. She knew that what Shen Jun said was true. In M country, the influence of the Tang sect was immense, and not even established families dared to provoke them. Upon hearing these words, Shen Jun was first dumbfounded, then couldn't help but scoff. It's really laughable, trying to settle scores with the Tang sect. Do you know who the members of the Tang sect are? Even the local gangs in country and dare not provoke them. Who do you think you are? His words were full of disdain. Zuoan raised an eyebrow slightly and gave Shen Jun a casual glance. Although he was not interested in confrontation, if provoked repeatedly, Zuoan would not mind exterminating an ant. Shen Jun, who had intended to continue speaking, was frozen in place by that gaze. The look in his eyes was simply terrifying. Zuoan of course knew who the members of the Tang sect were. Even the Tang sect elder Han Jun, who the Shen family had offended, he was very clear about. The elder Yuling of the Tang sect back then was actually a member of the Tang sect in country M. After he was killed with a punch by himself, this Han Jun did not dare to seek revenge, but instead leaked the information to the Yu family in Lingnan. Zuoan was well aware of these matters. That's why he said there was a score to settle with the Tang sect. Shen Kang's face was also full of disbelief at this time. After all, Zuoan had just arrived in country M from Huaxio. How could he possibly be a match for the Tang sect? Probably just bragging. As the Shen family members were filled with uncertainty, several black commercial vehicles drove up to the villa, followed by several burly Chinese men who got out first. Someone opened the car door, and a well-proportioned, dark-faced man slowly got out of the car. He first looked up at the Shen family villa, a cold smile playing at his lips, then walked straight in. The villa's gate was kicked open, and this group of people arrogantly entered. Seeing this group of people, Shen Kong couldn't help but pale in shock, then quickly stood up. Yun Zhou, you've arrived. Facing this man, Shen Kong appeared extremely respectful. This man nodded arrogantly. Mr. Shen, my master wants me to ask you, have you made up your mind? If you don't respond soon, don't blame me for being impolite. Shen Kong lamented inwardly. This Yun Zhou was called Zhou Lin. He was one of the Tang sect's Red Flower twin rods, and also Han Chun's closed-door disciple, known for being extremely arrogant. Today, he had personally come, indicating that this matter might not be easily resolved. Zhou Lin glanced around the room and his eyes lit up when he saw Shen Non. Then he said casually, Mr. Shen, your daughter is quite beautiful. Shen Kang's face changed drastically upon hearing this. Zhou Lin, my daughter is still in college. Zhou Lin grinned. I can see that, but Mr. Shen, if you cannot satisfy me this time, then your daughter might end up in some unspeakable place drinking with someone. You understand what I mean, right? Zhou Lin's arrogant tone made Shen Kong turn pale, while Shen Non looked panicked, unsure how to respond. Right at that moment, Zuoan, who was sitting on the sofa, chuckled lightly. Is this how your Tang sect operates? Hearing this, Zhou Lin abruptly turned around, staring at Zuoan with a fierce gaze, full of killing intent. Who are you? Don't know how the Tang sect operates. Outsiders, leave now, Zhu. And tapped the armrest lightly with his finger and calmly said, who I am is not for you to know. Zhou Lin became furious and sneered. Well, you've provoked me. Today, I will crush you. With that, Zhou Lin pounced forward like a tiger descending a mountain. Zhou Lin practiced the ancient martial arts of Huaxia, the 13 tigers. And he was quite skilled. Every move he made was like a true tiger, with a terrifying momentum. Shen Jun watched from the side, feeling a sense of schadenfreude. Now let's see how you'll handle this. But just as this thought crossed his mind, Zuoan looked up, his eyebrows slightly raised, and he uttered, "Get lost." This "get lost" was like a heavy hammer blow, directly hitting Zhou Lin in the chest in midair, sending him flying until he crashed through a wall before barely stopping. Zhou Lin spat out a mouthful of blood. This scene left Shen Jun, Shen Kong, and the others completely dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. The prestigious Tang sect's red flower twin rods couldn't even withstand a simple command to leave. At that moment, Zhou Lin's face turned ashen, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes as he understood the terror of Zuoan in that instant. This man who seemed harmless and refined had transformed into an invincible beast with just a lift of his head, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Who are you? Zhou Lin's arrogance subsided somewhat, but he still stared at Zuoan and demanded. Zuoan smiled faintly. Go back and tell your master that I haven't settled the score with him yet, and I'll give him 2 hours to come and make amends, or I'll destroy your Tang sect. Zhou Lin's face paled, but he nodded, saying, Fine, you wait. After that, he stood up and gave Shen Kang a deep look before hastily fleeing. In the room, the Shen family members looked at each other in surprise. In Shen Kang's heart, a glimmer of hope suddenly rose. Could it be ... that he can actually save our Shen family? Shen Nan let out a sigh of relief, believing that the matter must have been resolved, because she had a trust in Zuoan that was difficult to explain. She even felt that nothing in the world could stump this man. Shen Jun sneaked over to Shen Kang and whispered, Uncle Shen, this guy actually offended the Tang sect's red flower twin rods. We should make plans early, otherwise, we might also be implicated. Shen Kang hesitated at being told this, while Shen Nan angrily exclaimed, Shen Jun, what are you up to? Causing trouble here repeatedly. Would it benefit you if our Shen family falls? Shen Jun, his face alternating between red and white from the scolding, retreated to a corner, secretly sneering. To actually make the Tang sect elder come forward to apologize personally, this guy truly did not know the meaning of death. Half an hour passed. An hour and a half ... Outside, it remained quiet, with no movement. Shen Kang's face grew paler. Shen Jun grew more smug, thinking about how Zuoan would try to explain the situation. Only Zuoan sat there calmly, seemingly in no hurry at all. After 20 more minutes had passed, with just a few minutes left until the 2-hour mark, Shen Kang could no longer contain himself and was about to speak. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Shen Jun rushed to the window. He saw dozens of black commercial vehicles arriving, with many Tang sect disciples getting out of them. In the middle of a sedan, an old man with white hair got out of the car. Shen Kang also came to the window at this point, and upon seeing the old man, his face turned pale. It's the Tang sect elder Han Ju. The imposing scene made everyone in the room change their demeanor. The Tang sect elder led the way and walked into the Shen family estate. Shen Kang stood by the wall, filled with fear, unsure whether he should go forward to apologize. Witnessing this scene, Shen Chun's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit 2 duck eggs. Shen Kang was even more shocked, his face filled with disbelief. He knew better than anyone the power of Han Jun. In the beginning, he had only offended the Tang clan over some minor issues, but Han Chun's words had pushed his company to the brink of collapse. It was evident how formidable Han Chun's influence was. And now, this figure who held the power of life and death over countless individuals was bowing respectfully to Zuoan, like a child admitting a mistake. Inside and outside the room, there was an eerie silence. Zuoan remained indifferent, calmly observing the situation. Without a word, Han Jun dared not even lift his head, remaining in a bent position. At this moment, Han Chun's heart was filled with fear and regret. Rewinding time 2 hours back, Han Jun was idling in the headquarters of the Tang clan. Zhou Lin was the one he had sent to the Shen family. Han Jun had long coveted the Hollywood movie industry, but international giants held a strong grip over it, and he couldn't break in. When Shen Kang offended him over a trivial matter, Han Jun saw an opportunity. Although the Shen family's film company was not very large, it operated profitably, generating substantial earnings annually. So, Han Jun took advantage of the situation, planning to pressure Shen Kang into selling the company to the Tang clan. Tomorrow was the deadline. He sent Zhou Lin to apply some final pressure. In Han Chun's eyes, this was nothing out of the ordinary, but after waiting for over an hour, Zhou Lin returned pale-faced. Seeing Zhou Lin's expression, Han Jun frowned. What happened? Zhou Lin gritted his teeth and said, I was attacked. Oh. Han Jun raised an eyebrow, a fierce aura spreading across his face. How dare anyone challenge the Tang clan? Was it a skilled fighter hired by the Shen family? Han Jun asked calmly. Zhou Lin shook his head. I'm not sure, but he was formidable and very arrogant. He injured me, and when I asked for his name, he said I had no right to know. And what? Zhou Lin hesitated, He said to give you 2 hours to come and apologize. Hearing this, anger surfaced on Han Chun's face. Such audacity. Zhou Lin felt relieved. If his master intervened, even if that guy was powerful, he would be finished. Did he say anything else? Han Jun picked up a teacup and sipped slowly. He also mentioned that the debt from the old man hasn't been settled yet. Zhou Lin added. As soon as he heard this, Han Jun spit out the tea he had just sipped in shock. What did you say? Han Chun's expression turned grave. Zhou Lin was also taken aback. He said the debt from the old man hasn't been settled, and gave you 2 hours to come and make amends. Master, should I send someone to take care of him? Slap. Han Jun raised his hand and smacked Zhou Lin, making him spin in the air several times. Idiot. Can you afford to provoke that man? You dare to fight him? Clearly enraged, Han Jun surged forward and unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks on Zhou Lin. Completely dumbfounded, Zhou Lin had never seen his master so furious and terrified. After a few blows, Han Jun suddenly remembered something and checked his watch. How long has it been since you left the Shen family? It's been about half an hour. Zhou Lin replied nervously. Shaken to the core, Han Jun shouted. Quick, prepare the car. Trembling, Zhou Lin asked, Master, who is that man? After all, Han Jun stamped his foot, looking terrified. He's Zuoan. Zuoan. Those 2 words seemed to possess infinite power. At least, when Zhou Lin heard it, he felt like he was about to faint. He single-handedly destroyed the immortal sect, defeated the Tokyo swordsmen, and outclassed the country military department. Any of these feats was earth-shattering, and all of it was done by Zuoan. It was laughable to think of challenging him. Realizing this, Zhou Lin shuddered with fear. Han Jun was also filled with dread at that moment. Even on the way to the Shen family, he couldn't sit still. When old man Zi was killed, he secretly informed the Yu family. He thought the Yu family would surely handle Zuoan and get rid of him. But a few days later, news came of Zhu, and breaking the sword immortal with a single sword. This information left Han Jun so frightened that he didn't dare to go out for several days. When he did, he was always accompanied by numerous bodyguards. He knew very well that someone of Zuoan's caliber settled scores decisively. He could only hope Zuoan would forget about him. Especially as news of Zuoan's accomplishments kept pouring in, Han Jun lived in constant fear and terror. Only when Zuoan didn't show up did he start to relax. It wasn't until today that he finally understood. In this world, you reap what you sow. Consequently, he braved it and stood at the Shen family's door, awaiting Zuoan's judgment. At that moment, Zuoan said calmly, Your Tang clan ... sure likes to throw its weight around. Hearing this, Han Jun trembled, sweat beading on his forehead. Yes, we didn't know the Shen family was your friend. If we had known, we definitely wouldn't have acted this way. Please forgive us. A faint smile appeared on Zuoan's lips. If the Shen family didn't know me, were you planning to force them into a corner? His final question made Han Jun collapse to his knees and bow profusely. Please spare me. Please spare me. We will never dare to do such things again. Watching this high and mighty figure grovel like a lamb for slaughter, everyone, especially the disciples of the Tang clan, felt chills. Was this really the same elder who usually acted so imperiously? Before this man, he seemed like a lamb ready for slaughter. Zuoan reached out and touched Han Chun's head, narrowing his eyes slightly. A surge of powerful mind energy enveloped Han Chun's mind. After a moment, Zuoan said softly, Considering you're not all that bad, I'll spare you the death penalty. With a wave of his hand, Han Jun turned pale, his entire being aged, his cultivation broken, and his legs disabled. Yet Han Jun kept bowing and expressing his gratitude, genuinely thankful, as he had been utterly frightened. Zuoan merely smiled. Through his mind energy, he had detected that Han Jun had been considerate towards foreign Huaxia people, and it wasn't worth killing him. The members of the Tang sect felt as if they had been granted a general amnesty. Someone stepped forward and helped Han Jun out of the Shen family villa. Han Jun then left in a panic, escaping without a plan. The room fell silent. Zuoan Chan gave Shen Non a smile and said, Well, it's all settled. Shen Non's face flushed with excitement. She looked at Zuoan as if he were a superhero. Thank you, Shen Non said. At that moment, Shen Kan approached and bowed solemnly to Zuoan. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Zhu. The Shen family will never forget your help. Zuoan remained non-committal. He had only helped because he thought Shen Non was a good girl, not to receive gratitude from the Shen family. But at that moment, someone else was quietly slipping out the door. Shen Jun prayed silently, "Please don't let him see me. Please don't let him see me. God protect me." It seemed even his god dared not offend Zuoan. As Shen Jun made it to the door, just one step away from leaving, Zuoan turned to look at him and said, in a casual tone, "Leaving now?" Shen Jun trembled and turned back with a forced smile. "Heh, I suddenly remembered something I haven't dealt with yet." His woes faded as Zuoan's cold and indifferent gaze easily shattered Shen Chun's psychological defenses. Shen Jun knelt down with a thud and begged, "Sir, spare me. I won't dare anymore." It was a moment of confusion to collude with our country people. Shen Kang's face paled in anger. "You ungrateful thing. I took you in out of kindness, and this is how you repay me." Shen Jun was stunned, as if under a spell, and blurted out all his innermost thoughts. "Do you want him dead? I can take care of it," Zuoan said, indifferently to Shen Kong, as if it were a mundane matter. Shen Jun trembled and cried out with a pleading tone, "Uncle, I won't dare again. Please spare me. I'll leave now." Shen Kang's expression changed several times before he sighed deeply. "Sir, this person is still a relative of mine. Please, give him another chance." Zuoan remained noncommittal. Whether Shen Jun lived or died was of no consequence. Seeing he was safe, Shen Jun immediately ran off. This gave Shen Kong the opportunity to thank Zhu. And once again, after expressing his gratitude, Shen Kong asked, "Mr. Zhu, what brings you to Hollywood this time?" Zhu and nodded. "I have a friend participating in the Oscars in a few days." "Oh, who is it? Do I know them?" Shen Kong was surprised. "Fen Menchu," Zuoan said with a faint smile. Shen Kong was stunned, and Shen Non exclaimed, "The pride of the Chinese, Miss Fen Menchu." Zhu and nodded. "Is she very famous now?" Shen Kong praised, "More than just famous. As an overseas Chinese, I rarely admire others, but Miss Fen Menchu is the most admired Chinese star in my life." "Oh." Zuoan was curious. "Miss Fen has only been in Hollywood for a few months, but she has achieved fame that others can't in a lifetime. She has starred in several successful films and is now in a big production nominated for the Oscars. But that's not all. Many well-known male actors admire Fen Menchu. They have publicly expressed their desire to pursue her, but Miss Fen has never responded. She has had zero scandals since entering Hollywood." Shen Non excitedly asked, "Big brother Zhu, are you close with Miss Fen?" Zhu and smiled, "Of course. Can you get me an autographed photo? I asked my dad to get one for me, but we never had the chance. I love her so much. She is truly the pride and role model of us girls." Zhu and nodded, "Of course." As they discussed Fen Menchu, in a luxurious suite in a Hollywood hotel, Fen Menchu, or rather, now known as the Night Demon Empress, closed her eyes, preparing to once again try to completely destroy the soul of this host body. The Night Demon Empress entered the world created by her consciousness. The Night Demon Valley excelled in the arts of consciousness and possession. Especially the Night Demon Empress, who had possessed countless bodies, had never encountered a soul as tenacious as this host. On a crimson plain, there stood a large crucifix, where Fen Menchu, bound by chains of consciousness, appeared weakened. The Night Demon Empress approached her, looking at the resilient soul with a hint of dread in her eyes. "I'm curious, what is supporting you until now?" the Night Demon Empress asked in a casual tone. Fen Menchu slowly raised her head, her hollow eyes devoid of expression. But facing those empty eyes, the Night Demon Empress felt a subtle sense of fear. Then, she became angry. How could she have been afraid of a mere soul? "Very well, still holding on. I don't believe there is a soul in this world that can endure the pain of being consumed by Night Demon flames." The Night Demon Empress roared, and black flames rose from under Fen Menchu's feet, quickly engulfing her. The burning flames tormented her soul. Even the toughest of men would not last 3 seconds under such torture. But Fen Menchu only struggled in pain for a moment, her eyes remaining vacant, her head held high. The Night Demon Empress, shocked and enraged, shouted, "Why? Why do you persist despite the suffering? What in this world is worth clinging to?" And the fiery flames intensify. The blazing flames almost completely engulfed Fen Menchu. Yet even so, she remained silent, calmly staring at the Night Demon Empress. The Night Demon Empress finally took a hesitant step back, then angrily demanded, "Why do you endure such pain? Why do you persist?" Fen Menchu opened her mouth, her voice hoarse and weak, "Because I believe he will come to save me. He." The Night Demon Empress's face gradually darkened. The Night Demon Empress's face darkened, but after a moment, she suddenly chuckled coldly. "Very well. Since you admire him so much, then I will let you experience firsthand what it feels like to kill him. Forgot to tell you, my specialty in Night Demon Valley is disguise and possession. It's seamless, even the golden immortal can't detect it. Don't think that he can figure it out." Hearing the Night Demon Empress's words, Fen Mengsu's expression finally changed. "If you dare to do this, I will endure the flames of hell for eternity and still not let you go," Fen Mengsu said angrily. The Night Demon Empress cackled as she exited the spiritual realm and slowly opened her eyes. Han Yao, who had also been possessed by her, entered. "Your Majesty, we just received news that Zuoan has arrived in Country M." The Night Demon Empress's eyes lit up, then nodded. "Great. Notify Griffin first. I think Griffin will be happy to entertain this Zuoan with some appetizers first." Griffin received the message while sitting on a chair eating steak. Large pieces of steak were cut bit by bit under Griffin's blade. With each bite, the aroma filled the air, paired with a bit of wine. It was perfect. Only after Griffin finished the whole steak did he lean back comfortably in the chair, pulled off the napkin around his neck and wiped his mouth. "It seems our Empress is a bit impatient, but this Zuoan's temper is quite fierce." Just on the second day of his arrival in Country M, he made the Tang clan retreat. Griffin said, indifferently. His subordinates remained silent. They were all aware of Griffin's temper. He was unpredictable. When pleased, he behaved like a gentleman, but when enraged, he turned into the most ruthless and bloodthirsty demon. None dared to speak. Heh. Martial experts from HUA country. Their deeds are truly dazzling, but it's a pity. This is the age of technology. There is no opponent that a reverse equipment, armor-piercing bullet can't handle. And if there is, then it's two. Griffin said, getting excited and dancing. The people in the room looked on without surprise. "Cool," Griffin called out. "Disciple here." In a corner, a bold strong man slowly stood up. His face and body were covered in various scars, mostly from gun wounds, as if he had come out of a hail of bullets. "You go and kill this guy. Use any weapon you want, even if you can get a nuclear bomb, it's fine. Yes. Also, send a message to the bounty hunters of the city of Sin. Whoever kills him will get $1 billion. The ghoul nodded, then turned and left. Griffin's face showed a hint of excitement as he licked his lips. "I really hope to see your body soon. I will use the finest knife skills to dissect you bit by bit, and your bones will be my best collection." In the backyard of the Shen family, Zuoan and Zuoan were swinging on a swing. Zuoan was behind, pushing the swing. With each swing, the swing went higher. Soon, the swing was almost perpendicular to the ground. Shen Non watched nervously, while Zuoan and Zuoan laughed joyfully. The Zhu family had temporarily settled in the Shen family. Zuoan had wanted to leave, but Shen Kong insisted on them staying and persuaded them repeatedly. In the end, Zuoan gave in, as it was only a matter of 2 or 3 days before the Oscars opened. The Shen family would attend, saving them trouble, and Yan had moved the computer outdoors and was fully focused on playing a new horror game. And Yan explained that the indoor air was not good, so the computer had to be moved outside to play. Zuoan could only smile indulgently. He liked seeing Yan showing off, looking silly. Just when everything was calm and peaceful, suddenly, Zuoan frowned and turned to look into the distance. At that moment, on a building 1,500 meters away from the Shen family, a sniper with a focused expression took a deep breath. "May God be with you." He silently prayed in his heart, then pulled the trigger. It was an almost certain shot. On the battlefield, he had taken countless lives with his sniper rifle. This time would be no different. Despite the information stating the terrifying strength of his target, no one was beyond the reach of the bounty hunters of the city of Sin, especially this outstanding marksman. Thinking about the $1 billion he was about to earn, his mood became excited. A projectile flying 1,500 meters required 1.79 seconds. He crouched down, staring through the scope. He enjoyed watching his prey's head explode under his rifle. However, before a smile could cross his lips, it froze. In the scope, he saw Zuoan's indifferent gaze. At the same time, as the bullet reached its target, a huge shockwave shattered tree branches along its path. But just a meter away from Zuoan, the armor-piercing bullet stopped. It then began to slowly move forward, twisting with every centimeter, until after 10 centimeters, it suddenly burst into pieces, dissolving into the wind. Dumbfounded, the bounty hunter stared at the scene, then shivered and tried to flee. This man was too terrifying. No wonder a billion-dollar bounty was on his head. But just as he was about to get up, a voice came from behind. Your marksmanship is good, but unfortunately, you won't get another chance to use it. With that, the bounty hunter felt intense pain throughout his body, about to scream, only to be burned to ashes by white flames. Zuoan looked at the specially made sniper rifle left on the rooftop, giving a faint smile. Planning to wear me down with this method? Unfortunately, your calculations are wrong. However, just as Zuoan appeared on the rooftop 1,500 meters away, in the backyard of the Shen family, the ghoul descended like a hellish demon and lunged straight at Yan without a word, determined to subdue her. He was a very smart person, because unintelligent warriors had long died on the battlefield. He had been waiting for others to make a move. Sure enough, someone couldn't hold back and fired first, diverting Zuoan's attention. This left a perfect opportunity. The ghoul, of course, wouldn't let it slip, and with a savage smile, he charged towards Yan. As long as he subjugated this woman, the corner of the ghoul's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Did he really think of using a frying pan to deal with me? This is simply a great insult to a warrior. His thoughts abruptly stopped, because Yan was holding the frying pan, first gestured towards the ghoul flying towards him, and then, just like playing baseball, when the ghoul rushed to him, she suddenly swung the pan. Dang! A dull sound. The frying pan refined by Zuoan was extremely hard, and Yan's technique was skillful, directly hitting the ghoul on the head. The ghoul felt a sudden darkness in front of him, thudded and fell to the ground. However, his tactical literacy was indeed good, as he wanted to flee as soon as he hit the ground. But at that moment, Yan took a step forward, stepped on the ghoul's head, and with the pan in hand, said, in a sweet voice, "Don't move." The ghoul dared not move, and his entire body froze in place. Shennon stared blankly at the scene. She thought Zuoan was tough enough, but her older sister Yan turned out to be even more fierce. It's just that the weapon was a bit peculiar. At this moment, Zuxiang and Zuoan also ran over. You baddies! How dare you attack Mom? I'll beat you to death. Zuxiang and Zuoan raised their little fists and started pummeling the ghoul. The ghoul didn't care at first, thinking they were just two little girls. What strength could they have? But to his surprise, Zuxiang and Zuoan had bodies refined by elixirs, very strong. With each punch, there was the force of several tens of pounds. Soon, they beat the ghoul's face into a mess, especially Zuoan, who somehow pulled out a mini frying pan and started banging it on the ghoul's head. Clang! The banging had a rhythm to it. Shennon gasped in shock. This family seems to be quite fierce. When Zuoan returned and saw the scene, she couldn't help but smile wryly. And Yan was full of pride, saying, "Honey, look, the three of us are great, right, Zu?" And nodded, "Not bad, but this person has already run away, didn't you notice?" "What?" Startled, and Yan quickly looked down. Sure enough, the ghoul had used the life-saving technique and escaped. It's so infuriating. I thought we caught a big baddie. And Yan said somewhat dejectedly, "Zu," and chuckled. "All right, let him go. A bunch of small fry, not worth fretting over." As he comforted his wife, Zuoan casually waved his hand. A sword or a shot into the sky. At that moment, the ghoul appeared on a street more than 10 miles away from the Shen family. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still feeling terrified. He had fled as soon as he sensed Zuoan's return. Otherwise, he was sure he would have died there. Luckily, he had managed to run away. The ghoul was still celebrating his escape when a sword aura flew past, slicing through his neck. He blinked in confusion. Then his head soared into the air, and his lifeless body collapsed to the ground with a thud. This terrifying and bloody scene made passers-by scream in horror. When the ghoul's body was brought back, Griffin, dressed in a black suit, stood silently beside the body. The atmosphere in the room was terribly oppressive. After a long time, Griffin said, "Take his body to the basement." Many people turned pale at the order, showing extreme fear in their eyes, but they still nodded, yes. Griffin's current residence was located on the outskirts of Hollywood, in a detached villa surrounded by tall trees, giving it a gloomy appearance. The basement had been specially reinforced. Even missiles would find it difficult to penetrate. On the floor of this basement, a pattern resembling a hexagram was painted with a strange colored paint. The ghoul's body was placed in the center of the hexagram. In addition, there were bodies or blood in the other corners of the hexagram. Griffin knelt respectfully on the ground, murmuring something. As he chanted softly, his face gradually turned pale, and the basement grew colder. Suddenly, after a violent disturbance, a black mist appeared above the hexagram. In the mist emerged a tall, fierce three-headed dog. One head was bent, feasting on the ghoul's body, while another head arrogantly spoke. "You demon beings, why have you summoned me?" Griffin was overjoyed, crawling on the ground, trembling. "Respected lord of the three-headed dog, the demon clan respectfully welcomes your presence." The three-headed dog snorted. "You summoned me to the mortal realm for such a meager offering. It's not enough to cover my expenses. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation, I'll eat you now." Griffin hurriedly said, "Lord of the three-headed dog, this summons to the mortal realm is truly a last resort." He then recounted all the previous events, emphasizing the night demon and Empress and Zuoan. After listening to Griffin's account, the three-headed dog's sinister laughter echoed in the basement. "The night demon and Empress? Ha ha, probably a legacy of the Eastern Immortals, but if I can devour her, it will benefit me greatly. As for this Zuoan, he's just an ordinary Huaxia cultivator. I'm not afraid of him." Griffin, excited, said, "Lord of the three-headed dog, I hope you can subdue the night demon and Empress and leave her body to me." "Ha ha, that's easy, but right now I'm very hungry and need a lot of blood." The three-headed dog said, "Please calm down. I have everything prepared." Griffin's eyes sparkled with joy. The ghoul had dark lineage of the dark races, so even in death, his body could be used as an offering to summon the gods of the underworld. Usually, only ordinary minor demon gods were summoned. Who would have expected that this time they would summon the guardian of hell, the three-headed dog? This naturally made Griffin ecstatic. He was confident that as long as the three-headed dog was present, the night demon Empress, Zuoan, and the two dark titans of the City of Sin would bow before him. In the following 2 days, there were more and more bounty hunters attempting to ambush Zuoan. But Zuoan remained relaxed because Yen had found something even more fun than playing games, using a frying pan to deal with the bounty hunters who seemed to appear out of nowhere. For example, at this moment, Zuoan was sitting on the sofa in the backyard, yawning lazily, and Yen, on the other hand, was enthusiastically whacking the groundhog on the lawn in the backyard. Specifically, the groundhog was a ninja assassin from country, or he was also a prominent figure on the bounty board in the City of Sin. But at this moment, this killer was on the verge of collapse. The backyard seemed to have become his eternal nightmare. No matter how he tried to escape, he couldn't leave the yard. Saying that, he closed his eyes, preparing to meet his death. However, after waiting for a long time, nothing happened, so he couldn't help but open his eyes in confusion. He saw Yen holding a frying pan and smiling somewhat humorously, saying, "Who said I was going to kill you? Ha!" This assassin thought he misheard. At this moment, Zuoan stood up from the sofa and said calmly, "Okay, Yanner, stop playing." And Yen sighed boredly. "Boring. I was just getting into it, but then I gave up." With that, Yen left on his own. Zuoan walked up to the assassin, showing a few white teeth and smiling charmingly. "You see, you came to kill us, but my wife has a lot of tolerance and doesn't intend to argue with you. So, are you moved or not?" I dare not," the assassin said, in a voice as cold as frost. He could feel the chilling killing intent emanating from Zuoan. "How, Zu?" and raised an eyebrow slightly. "Ah, moved? Truly moved?" The assassin nodded repeatedly. "That's more like it." Zuoan smirked slightly. "I heard. You bounty hunters are quite wealthy." "What?" This guy still hadn't caught on. "My patience is limited, so don't play dumb with me. Understand?" Zuoan said lightly. "Understood. Understood." The guy nodded vigorously, then chuckled awkwardly. "Sir, all my savings are stored in a Swiss bank. I didn't bring any cash with me." Zuoan laughed happily. "That's easy. I'm still willing to believe in people." With that, Zuoan pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to the assassin. "On it is my bank account. Transfer all the money over when you get back. Understand?" "Yes, yes. Okay. You can leave now," Zuoan said faintly. "What?" The guy was surprised again. "What's wrong?" "Don't want to leave." "I want to. I'll leave now," he said as he got up from the ground, secretly pleased with himself. As long as he left here, only a fool would pay you. Just as he was about to happily leave, Zuoan's voice came from behind. "Don't think of playing tricks. I've placed a curse seal in your soul. If you don't transfer the money as I instructed, I don't know what might happen." With a frozen face, the assassin then said bitterly, Yes. Yes. How could I forget? The first thing I'll do when I get back is transfer the money over. Zuoan waved his hand dismissively. Off with you. The assassin left in a daze. At this moment, Yan walked over and asked somewhat humorously, Honey, is what we did appropriate? Why not? Zuoan said lightly. They came here to kill us. Not making them lose their minds is already generous. Now we're just making them pay for their lives. Isn't that reasonable? Honey, did you really place a curse seal in their souls? Yan asked curiously. Zuoan chuckled mischievously. I don't have that kind of time. Mere worldly wealth isn't worth me placing curses one by one. What if they don't transfer the money? Yan asked confusedly. Zuoan affectionately tousled her hair. Sometimes you're so cute in your cluelessness. Although I didn't place any curse seal, I embedded a bit of nightmare magic on each person. If they dare not transfer, nightmares will haunt them. In the end, they'll either lose their minds or their skins. Zuoan said lightly. As expected, just as Zuoan had predicted, when these assassins returned, some tried to deceive their way through. But soon, they couldn't sleep at night, and some even experienced terrible nightmares when they closed their eyes. Those mentally fragile quickly broke down, while the rest promptly transferred the money. In just a day or two, Zuoan had earned over $1 billion, all in US dollars. This even made Zuoan somewhat anticipate the arrival of more assassins. But in this world, there were no fools. These bounty hunters, after a few days of lessons, deeply understood a truth. Even if you provoke the demons of hell, don't provoke Zuoan and his family. First and foremost was the woman holding the frying pan. She would make you understand that there's no escape. Many skilled bounty killers initially didn't take Yan seriously. After all, Yan was just at the initial stage, not considered very strong. But once they engaged, these killers went insane. The frying pan, in the hands of this woman, seemed alive, elusive and unstoppable. It made them helpless. Yet what truly terrified these bounty killers more than Yan's frying pan was Zuoan's smile. He might not kill you, and he might even chat with you with a friendly smile. If you were injured, he'd help you bandage up. But beneath that gentle smile was a heart that could scheme away your last penny. This was something the group of broke bounty killers collectively sighed about. Thus, as word spread, many fiercely determined bounty killers fled straight away. The once lively Shen residents finally became quiet. Zuoan could only sigh to the sky. When would he ever have such an opportunity to lay back and have money handed to him again? The Oscars were approaching. Hollywood was gradually coming alive. On a luxurious RV, a handsome blonde man smiled mischievously and said, Dear Edward, I heard that when you went to country art to pursue a female star, you ended up with a bloody nose. At the mention of country art, Edward's face turned pale. Don't bring that up again. William, why did you invite me to Hollywood? Williams looked incredulous. My goodness, what did you encounter in country art? Why such a drastic change in personality? Are you about to forget that the Oscars are coming up? So what about the Oscars? William shook his head helplessly. Dear friend, I'd rather believe it's intentional on your part. It's the Oscars. There will definitely be female stars from around the world. Don't you feel excited about that? Edward smiled wryly, remained silent. William patted his shoulder. All right, I've heard a bit about country art too, but that's all in the past, isn't it? And this isn't country art. The land beneath our feet belongs to the most powerful nation in the world. We have invincible battleships and cannons. Are we afraid of a fighter? William said contemptuously. Edward said nothing, understanding that in William's eyes, cannons symbolized justice, and aircraft carriers were invincible. The day for the Oscars has arrived. The entire Hollywood is buzzing with excitement. The streets are packed with tourists and movie fans from all over the world, some of whom are also famous actors and actresses from different countries. In Shen Kang's words, this is a global film feast. Zuoan and his family are sitting in Shen Kang's car, on their way to the venue. Yan shifted her gaze from outside and asked with some confusion, Honey, why hasn't Meng Zhu contacted us yet? Yan has been pondering over this matter for the past few days. Then Meng Zhu invited their family to Hollywood, so why hasn't she shown up yet? Zhu and smiled faintly. Maybe she's just busy. Yan nodded and didn't say anything further. In Zuoan's heart, a trace of doubt arose, but he quickly shook his head to dispel the thought. Maybe she's truly busy. As Zuoan arrived at the venue outside of the Oscars this time, Night Witch Empress stood in front of the mirror in the hotel, gazing at the woman reflected in it. The woman's appearance was exquisite, but the faint hint of black aura in her eyes made her look quite eerie. Night Witch Empress slowly closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her eyes had cleared up. Her entire demeanor quickly converged and disappeared, eventually becoming no different from an ordinary person. It was only at this moment that Night Witch Empress nodded in satisfaction, reached out to touch her reflection in the mirror, and lightly smiled. For this secret technique, I even depleted more than half of my spiritual power. Even a golden immortal here wouldn't be able to recognize me. Zuoan, I hope you liked this gift. At this moment, Hanya also walked in. At this moment, she had completely lost her magical aura and looked no different from an ordinary person. This was also a method of the Night Witch Empress, aiming to eliminate any flaws. Empress, it's almost time to start. Shall we go? Han Yao said. Night Witch Empress nodded and walked out of the hotel room, about to head downstairs. A voice rang out from behind. Excuse me, are you Miss Fan? Night Witch Empress turned to look and saw a handsome, well-dressed blonde man standing not far away smiling at her. Night Witch Empress was slightly taken aback, while a hint of admiration flashed in the man's eyes. Just as the rumor said, he was indeed an extraordinary beauty from the East. Thinking this, the man took a step forward, politely saying, Nice to meet you. I'm Williams from Los Angeles in the M country. You can also call me William. Night Witch Empress smiled then extended a hand, lightly shaking William's hand. Nice to meet you. William shook Fan Mengzu's soft hand, and even though it was a brief touch, it made his heart flutter. At the same time, he was filled with excitement and joy. They say Fan Mengzu is indifferent to everyone, but now it seems that's not entirely true. Perhaps those men just lacked enough charm. Thinking this, William smiled faintly. First of all, congratulations to Miss Fan for winning this year's Best Actress Award. Night Witch Empress shook her head. It's too early to say that now. And sorry, I have to leave now. With that, she was about to leave. William didn't want to let the opportunity slip away, so he quickly said, Actually, I'm heading to the venue too. Shall we go together? Saying this, William nervously looked at Fan Mengzu. This woman's beauty made him somewhat nervous. After a moment, Night Witch Empress nodded. Fine. William was elated, thinking he had a chance. The two of them walked ahead chatting and laughing. However, William didn't notice Han Yao walking behind them, looking at him with disdain and a murderous intent in her eyes. The Shen family did not have a film nominated for the Oscars this year, so there was no seat for them at the main venue. Shen Kong felt sorry about this and was planning to find a way for Zuoan and the others to enter. Zuoan shook his head and smiled lightly. It's fine here, we can also watch the red carpet here. Just as he said that, there was a commotion in the crowd not far away. A black Mercedes stopped, and a middle-aged Chinese male star with a prominent nose stepped out. It's Mr. Long, Yen exclaimed excitedly. Zuoan also smiled. This Mr. Long's fame echoed throughout the entire Chinese world. As one of the first Chinese male stars to venture into Hollywood, he almost single-handedly supported the position of Chinese cinema in Hollywood. Zuoan also admired such a person. The flashing lights kept flickering, and many media personnel followed behind Mr. Long, asking questions. Mr. Long, how do you feel about Chinese actress Fan Mengzu being nominated for the Best Actress at the Oscars and having a high chance of winning? Yes. Mr. Long, there are rumors that you are not very fond of this rising star Chinese actress. Is that true? Faced with such questions, Mr. Long, who had been smiling all along, couldn't help but stop and his expression turned serious. I was planning to talk about this at the press conference after the award ceremony, but since you're so eager to know, I'll tell you now. Upon hearing this, the media onlookers were all ecstatic, thinking they were about to get a breaking news report. Mr. Long said solemnly, after so many years in Hollywood, many of my media friends, especially those in the M country, have already considered me a complete M countryman. But today I want to say that no matter how things change, I am still a Chinese person. This is the most important premise. When I came to Hollywood years ago, I had no fame, no background, and could only struggle on my own. When I actually gained some recognition, I found out I was already outdated. Mr. Long's words brought some light laughter from the crowd, which gradually subsided. Mr. Long continued, I'm old now, I won't make it to the Oscars in my lifetime. At most I'll get a Lifetime Achievement Award. but just because I can make it doesn't mean Chinese people can't. So when I heard that Miss Meng Zhu had come to Hollywood and was nominated for the Oscars, I couldn't sleep out of excitement all night. I only have the most sincere blessings and heartfelt joy in my heart, because I am indeed old, and the future path is to be passed on to young people like Miss Meng Zhu. By the time Mr. Long finished speaking, his eyes were slightly red. His words also brought tears to the eyes of many Chinese media reporters present. Yes, this man who had battled on the screen for many years was finally aging. As the news of Mr. Long's speech spread across the internet before the Oscars opened, countless Chinese people left comments praising him. Zuoan also heard Mr. Long's words from a distance, feeling somewhat emotional in his heart. Just then, an incredibly luxurious limited edition Rolls-Royce slowly drove into the venue. Many eyes were drawn to this expensive car. People were buzzing with discussions, wondering which celebrity was arriving in it. The car door opened, and William Williams got out first. Amidst the astonishment of onlookers, he quickly walked to the other side, opened the car door, and gestured with an outstretched hand. A slender and delicate hand gently rested on William's hand. Then, a stunning beauty slowly stepped out of the car. Her beauty made many people hold their breath. The media reporters who were lurking outside the venue were first stunned, then went crazy. Fan Manchu. She had arrived, and she came in a man's luxury car. Who was this man? What was their relationship? These questions swirled in the minds of many reporters, making them all excited. William Williams enjoyed this moment. With a beauty by his side, all eyes were on them. Many reporters crowded around, shouting questions. Miss Fan, how do you view this year's Oscars? Miss Fan, if you don't win this time, what will you do? But more questions were directed at William. Miss Fan, is this gentleman your boyfriend? The crowd fell silent. Many people looked at Fan Manchu, eager to hear her answer. Fan Manchu smiled slightly, shook her head, and said, no. Then why did you come in his car? Are you two dating? The reporters persisted. William furrowed his brows, feeling somewhat annoyed. In his view, this reporter was too insensitive. Just as he was about to speak out, he suddenly noticed the beauty beside him quickly walking away. He was momentarily puzzled, then hurried to catch up. The reporters were also taken aback. What did Miss Fan intend to do? However, their journalistic instincts prompted them to follow. Fan Manchu had already walked into the crowd near the red carpet. The crowd stirred. Many people looked excited, thinking Fan Manchu was looking for them. However, Fan Manchu stopped in her tracks, brushed her hair beside her ear, and smiled slightly. And you're here. The reporters immediately aimed their cameras at the crowd, eager to see who this person was that stirred such an emotional reaction from Fan Manchu. Upon closer inspection, they saw that the man Fan Manchu warmly called out to was with his wife and children. The entire crowd was left slightly bewildered. William Williams's face darkened, his eyes filled with anger. But facing the scrutiny of so many eyes, Zuoan simply nodded lightly, smiled, and said, she's here, and she came especially to congratulate you. Fan Manchu smiled, her expression full of happiness. Then she turned to Yan and said, An, I've been so busy these days, I forgot to pick you up. I'm truly sorry. And Yan smiled. It's okay. Fan Manchu then looked at the two little girls. Did you miss Auntie Fan? Zhu Xiang and Zhu Nian's faces showed a hint of confusion. Then they nodded slightly, somewhat hesitantly, but did not speak. Fan Manchu then looked around and asked, An, why are you here? Because we couldn't enter the main venue. Zuoan replied calmly. Fan Manchu furrowed her brows. Don't worry about them. I'll inform them later. You take Xiang and Nian inside. I'll go first. We'll attend the banquet together tonight. With that, Fan Manchu nodded at Zuoan and left. Seeing her leave, William Williams glanced deeply at Zuoan and quickly followed suit. After she departed, Shan Kong and Shan Nan, with envy written all over their faces, said, Mr. Zhu, Miss Fan is truly beautiful and handles people with grace, without a hint of arrogance. She is truly admirable. Zuoan smiled without commenting. The reporters had initially wanted to interview Zuoan, but as soon as they turned around, Zuoan had already entered the main venue with his family. Feeling helpless, they stomped their feet in frustration, preparing to intercept Zuoan after the event was over. Inside the main venue, it was full of stars. Many faces that one could only see on the big screen had gathered here. Zuoan and his group, finding a corner to sit, naturally attracted the attention of many amidst the Western faces. These glances held curiosity, scrutiny, and arrogance, but mostly arrogance. Regardless of the achievements of Chinese people, these M-country individuals always seem to be filled with baseless arrogance and bias. However, Zuoan paid them no mind. He was staring at the back of Fen Manchu in the distance, his gaze flickering with unknown thoughts. Just then, a deep voice in Mandarin rang out. "Can I sit next to you, Zu?" And turned to see the iconic big-nose figure. After a brief moment of surprise, he nodded and smiled. "Please." After Mr. Long sat down, he looked at Zu, and curiously and remarked, "I'm presumptuous to ask, but you don't seem to be an actor, are you?" Zuoan smiled slightly. "Of course not." At this moment, Anyan was very excited. "Mr. Long, could you give me an autograph?" Mr. Long laughed. Of course. He signed an autograph for Anyan and then noticed Zhu Xiang and Zunan beside him, and couldn't help but ask enviously, "Sir, are these your daughters?" Zhu, and nodded. Mr. Long sighed. "Sometimes I think, why do I work so hard all day? It's better to spend time with family. I'm glad to meet you. You have an enviable family." With that, Mr. Long extended his hand towards Zuoan. Zuoan smiled, shook his hand, and said lightly, "Mr. Long, why don't you sit in the front row?" Mr. Long shook his head with a wry smile. "You might not believe it when I say, but I really dislike being in the spotlight. It's too tiring." And Mr. Long looked at Fen Manchu, radiantly shining in the distance, and chuckled. "Tonight's event belongs to her. I don't want to rudely join in." Zuoan smiled faintly, offering no comment. Meanwhile, at the Oscars award ceremony, Griffin walked out of the house holding a large, muscular dog. The yard was filled with men dressed in black suits, their faces expressionless. When they saw Griffin, they all nodded slightly. These people were Griffin's elite men, his pride accumulated over many years. The Dark Disciples, however, when they fled hurriedly from the City of Sin in the past, they suffered major losses. Otherwise, the scene now would have been much grander. Griffin carefully boarded the car with the big dog, then waved his hand. "Below is the most exciting moment of tonight. Of course, I know everyone has been getting impatient. After all, once we present this award, we can go eat." The African-American host exclaimed dramatically. Laughter erupted from the audience. Mr. Long, on the other hand, scoffed, "After so many years, I've gotten used to the food in Country M, used to their way of life, but I still can't appreciate the humor of Country M." Zuoan remained silent. He had been watching the stage in deep thought. The winner of this year's Oscar for Best Actresses. The host drew out the suspense, deliberately creating anticipation. "Oh my God. Once again, one of Mr. Long's compatriots has made it to Hollywood. This is a Chinese female star from Huaxia, Fen Manchu." Doom. Although the outcome was expected, there was still a huge commotion in the audience. Many people had never heard of this name before and couldn't help but inquire to see who would win this year's Oscar for Best Actress. At that moment, Williams excitedly walked up to Fen Manchu and motioned for her with his hand. Fen Manchu smiled faintly, stood up, and gracefully walked up to the stage. Her aura as she walked up was like an untouchable queen of the night. The whole room fell silent. Many were taken aback by Fen Manchu's presence. Especially many celebrities who had worked with Fen Manchu before were amazed at her imposing demeanor. Fen Manchu walked up to the stage to accept her award, picked up the trophy, and spoke into the microphone. "I achieved this result. I just want to thank one person." The whole room fell silent, everyone listening intently. "And this person is here today. I really hope he can come on stage now and share this honor with me." Fen Manchu looked towards the distant Zuoan, but Zuoan just leaned back in his chair, silent. After a long silence, the people in the hall started whispering to each other. "What's going on? Who is Fen Manchu talking about? And he's here. Who could it be?" Among the discussions, Mr. Long was also surprised. "Who is Miss Fan talking about?" Zu, and shook his head faintly and said, "I don't know either." At that moment, the Night Demon Empress on the stage looked slightly uneasy. Why didn't he come up on stage? Could he have figured something out? Impossible. Just moments ago, his divine sense was still dormant. His actions and speech were all controlled by the subconscious. How could he have noticed? In her confused state, Williams walked up to the stage, smiling triumphantly. "Miss Meng, I'm glad you said that. It's an honor to help you win the award." There was an uproar below. However, Williams was so handsome and well-dressed that many believed him to be genuine. Fen Manchu's eyes flashed with a hint of hidden resentment, but she nodded. "Thank you." And so the invisible storm passed, with only a few knowing what had happened. Such as now, when Anyan quietly asked, "Husband, Why didn't you go up on stage just now? Zuoan sighed lightly. I was thinking. Thinking about what? Thinking about how to save her without harming Fan Mengsu's body. Zuoan said calmly. And Yan was surprised. Husband, you mean? Zuoan nodded. Don't worry. I can feel her presence. She's just being blocked. At the same time, Zuoan's eyes grew cold. Zuoan rarely got angry. His heart of cultivation for 1,000 years was not void of experience.